After a moment of shock, Ji Haowen stared at the black dog in disbelief, his jaw hanging open. Indeed, that's me. The black dog glanced at Ji Haowen, showing off its gleaming white teeth as it replied with a seemingly warm smile. Clang, clang, clang. Ji Haowen's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the black dog, several times opening his mouth to speak, but unable to find the words. This black dog was actually the Black Emperor, the follower of the Unbounded Emperor, possessing many of the Unbounded Emperor's divine techniques. He had also followed the Emperor Yi. That was the legendary imperial dog. Ji Haowen trembled all over, looking at the black dog with excitement. It was too sudden. He had actually met the legendary imperial dog, and now it wanted to take him as its human pet. This was too exhilarating. Ji Haowen jumped in excitement, then promptly knelt before the black dog. Black Emperor, please forgive me for my ignorance in not recognizing you earlier. Now, I bow to you. Being your human pet is the greatest honor of my life. The Black Emperor pouted, casually glancing at Ji Haowen. Since you're so enlightened, go weed the garden. If you do a good job, I'll reward you. Reward. Hearing this, Ji Haowen's face lit up with joy. Doing a good job would earn a reward from the Black Emperor. With just a single item from him, I could soar to the heavens. Humph, humph. Ji Haowen's gaze darkened, and he couldn't help but think of Lin Xingyo. Now that he was the Black Emperor's human pet, he would definitely find that despicable Lin Xingyo. Then, he would ask the Black Emperor to suppress him, making him realize the tragic consequences of offending him. Thinking of this, Ji Haowen couldn't help but grin. At this moment, he could already see Lin Xingyo being suppressed by the Black Emperor, then kneeling before him, begging for mercy. Why are you still here? As Ji Haowen indulged in his fantasies, the displeased voice of the Black Emperor suddenly interrupted him. Why aren't you working yet? No food for you today. Yes, I'm going right now. Ji Haowen's expression froze, then he quickly put on a smile and looked at the Black Emperor, who waved a paw impatiently. Sigh. The Black Emperor suddenly sighed, then raised a large black paw and drew a cross in the air. In an instant, the cross spread, forming a terrifying black hole in front of the Black Emperor. The next moment, the Black Emperor stretched his large black paw into the black hole, then yanked hard, pulling out several figures. You. Ji Haowen looked at Lin Xingyo in front of him, his expression first stunned, then immediately turning into joy. The Black Emperor was truly extraordinary. With just a glance, he had seen the connection between Lin Xingyo and himself. Now, he was taking action for him. He would surely use the most brutal methods to deal with this scoundrel for him. At this moment, Ji Haowen's smile became increasingly exaggerated, as if he could already see the Black Emperor killing Lin Xingyo to avenge him. But, the next second, Ji Haowen's extremely happy smile immediately froze, and he looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Because the Black Emperor did not deal with Lin Xingyo. Instead, he was very polite to them, especially to Duanda, which left Ji Haowen in shock. The Black Emperor was too enthusiastic. It was as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. What's going on? Ji Haowen was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. He had been waiting to see the Black Emperor help him kill Lin Xingyo, but this turn of events left him completely unprepared. Chapter 89. There is no greater sorrow than this. Brother Ji, why are you here? Duanda's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, seeing Ji Haowen pulling weeds in the medicinal garden. Lin Xingyo and the others also turned to look. They had all climbed to the peak together and were then transported here. When they first arrived, Ji Haowen was nowhere to be seen. Lin Xingyo had felt a slight disappointment. Now that they saw him, they felt somewhat relieved. But just a moment ago, weren't they fighting the beast? How did he end up here? Coming back to his senses, Lin Xingyo finally narrowed his clear eyes and began to survey his surroundings. Not looking was better. This glance was truly shocking. Is this the ancient medicinal garden? Lin Xingyo stared at the garden before him, his whole body trembling with excitement. The ancient medicinal garden had been found. Now, As long as they could find the 7 immortal blood spirit grass, he could leave the ancient forbidden zone. Thinking of this, the image of Su Shirhan appeared in Lin Xingyo's mind. Thinking of Su Shirhan, Lin Xingyo's face was filled with tenderness. Alas, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but sigh. Su Shirhan was truly a pitiful child. After finally awakening her spiritual body and becoming a cultivator, her fate was truly unfortunate. Just as her life seemed to have some hope, she was gravely injured by himself and had only a month left to live. Lin Xingyo felt deeply guilty. Both times were because of him. He truly owed her too much. Now, he had to quickly find the 7 immortal blood spirit grass and rush back to save Su Shirhan's life. 7 immortal blood spirit grass. Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and without caring about others' gazes, he directly leaped into the medicinal garden. Hee. Human, what are you doing? You're ruining my garden. Black Emperor was frantic, watching Lin Xingyo leaping around, searching everywhere. With a giant paw, he fiercely swiped at Lin Xingyo. Smack! The ground of the medicinal garden cracked, and a large portion of the spiritual herbs were crushed by Black Emperor's paw. Humph! Black Emperor was furious. This human was too insolent. Just moments ago, he had saved their lives, and now this human wanted to destroy his garden. Human, I'll smack you. Dare you dodge? Black Emperor rose, his divine might pressing down on Lin Xingyo, with divine radiance and Tao patterns rising behind him. I, Black Emperor, am angry. The consequences are severe. Lin Xingyo had no time to deal with the big black dog. He only wanted to find the 7 immortal blood spirit grass as soon as possible, so he completely ignored the dog. But if it dared to provoke him again, he wouldn't be polite. Human, you're quite talented. I've decided to give you a chance. Submit to me, become my pet, or else I'll kill you and use you as fertilizer for my divine herbs. Black Emperor's dog eyes stared at Lin Xingyo, his head proudly raised as he spoke. Get lost. Lin Xingyo glared at Black Emperor, unceremoniously saying, Don't delay me from finding the herbs, or else I'll beat you. Humph! Black Emperor's entire face froze, while Ji Haowen was ecstatic. It was too satisfying. This jerk was finally going to be dealt with. With the divine might of Black Emperor, the ruler of the world, they would soon see Lin Xingyo being suppressed. Human, you've angered me. Black Emperor was completely enraged. Who was he, Black Emperor? He was the most powerful divine dog in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, having once followed the great Emperor Wuxia. Even the invincible Yi Tiandi was considered half his disciple. He had suppressed the ancient chaos, experienced the most brutal dark ages, accompanied Yi Tiandi and Huang Tiandi on their path to immortality, ultimately failing and guarding this ancient forbidden zone for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, a mere human dared to provoke him like this. If Black Emperor didn't show his might, he would be bullied by a mere human. Woof woof woof. Black Emperor completely went berserk, his aura unleashed, the overwhelming killing intent shattering the void. Seeing this, Ji Haowen couldn't hold back his laughter, eagerly waiting to see Black Emperor suppress Lin Xingyo. He was too happy. Pet, come over and destroy this rascal. Tonight, I'll make you some meat. Ji Haowen was ecstatic, waiting for Black Emperor to suppress Lin Xingyo, but unexpectedly, Black Emperor's gaze fell on him, attacking Lin Xingyo. He didn't dare. In his mind, Lin Xingyo wasn't that powerful, but the man had the ghost protector Jiang Taishu. With just himself, he probably couldn't get close. Wait. Ji Haowen suddenly tensed, his face immediately showing a ferocious expression. Now, with the supreme being Black Emperor here, the entire world was under his feet. What was there to fear? Besides, that ghost Jiang Taishu, he was just a ghost. Could he be stronger than Black Emperor? Kill. Ji Haowen made up his mind, roaring, drawing all his strength to his fists, and with lightning speed, he furiously punched at Lin Xingyo. Humph! Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed, his face showing extreme displeasure. But seeing Ji Haowen already charging at him, Lin Xingyo didn't hold back. He took 2 steps forward, reached out and grabbed his collar, then raised his hand and slapped him 200 times. Smack, 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 smack. Lin Xingyo left Ji Haowen completely stunned. What just happened? My 2 punches, so violent, should have shattered heaven and earth. Why did my punches have no effect on this worthless body, and why didn't the Black Emperor come to my aid? Ji Haowen's eyes were bloodshot. He was too miserable. None of the scenarios he imagined happened. Now, only he was injured. Those slaps almost made his brain explode. Ah, why am I always the one who gets hurt? Ji Haowen completely lost it. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo simply shrugged, ignored him, and with a flick of his hand, sent him flying into the pond. Tui. Ji Haowen emerged from the pond, his eyes filled with murderous intent, wanting to attack Lin Xingyo again. But the next moment he howled, my asterisk asterisk. Everyone couldn't help but laugh, because a thunderbolt-entwined electric fish with a sharp beak had impaled Ji Haowen's butt, sending him out of the pond, and also unleashed a torrent of thunder on him. Why? Ji Haowen's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, his hand feebly raised towards Lin Xingyo, before his neck tilted and he passed out. Chapter 90. The Black Dog Devours the Heavens. Alas, the Black Emperor was utterly ashamed, glaring fiercely at Ji Haowen, feeling that this guy was far too embarrassing. However, his gaze quickly fell upon Lin Xingyo, and he pounced directly at him. Human, you are quite good. I have decided that I must make you my human pet today. Die! The Black Emperor roared, his sharp claws delivering a heavy blow towards Lin Xingyo. Sky-shattering fist, break. Facing the Black Emperor's attack, Lin Xingyo did not take it lightly. He stepped forward, clenched his fists, and with a violent punch, counterattacked against the Black Emperor's claw. Crack! The attacks of Lin Xingyo and the Black Emperor exploded at the point of impact, unleashing a violent shockwave that formed concentric rings sweeping across the heavens. What? Ji Haowen, feeling weak all over, stared at Lin Xingyo with bloodshot eyes, his mouth agape in shock. In an instant, he realized his mistake. This man before him was playing the role of a pig eating a tiger. He was not an ordinary person. He was a great emperor. A great emperor powerful enough to make himself tremble. It was laughable that he had always thought Lin Xingyo was a good-for-nothing, when in truth, it was just his own heart refusing to admit that Lin Xingyo was stronger than him. Now, watching this scene unfold before his eyes, Ji Haowen's blood surged, his vision darkened, and he felt weak all over, collapsing straight to the ground and fainting. Good. The Black Emperor, however, showed an excited expression, opening his bloodthirsty maw and roaring. In an instant, his body grew dozens of times larger, and he lunged crazily at Lin Xingyo. He was too excited. It had been many years since he had encountered an opponent like Lin Xingyo. Having stayed in this place for so many years, finally seeing such a strong opponent, how could he not be excited? Oh wool! Oh wool! Oh wool! The Black Emperor began to go berserk, unleashing countless powerful attack techniques all at once towards Lin Xingyo. If not for the presence of some kind of seal here, their battle would have long since shattered this place. Big Black Dog, you've angered me. I'm prepared to cut you up and make a dog meat hot pot, especially your dog root, which must be tens of thousands of years old. Boiling it down would definitely be a great tonic, Lin Xingyo said during the blood-soaked battle, his gaze falling upon the Black Emperor. You scoundrel! Chu Yun's face instantly flushed red, the blush spreading quickly to her neck. Duanda, on the other hand, opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something but unable to find the words, as the scene before him was too overwhelming. That was a great emperor battle. However, what shocked Duanda even more was Lin Xingyo, who possessed so many extraordinary abilities. The powerful Black Emperor's numerous terrifying attacks had not been able to harm Lin Xingyo in the slightest. This was truly astonishing, especially Lin Xingyo's invisible realm. It was simply too terrifying. Even the mighty Black Emperor could not breach Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. Wuxia Bell break. The Black Emperor fought with genuine ferocity. The human before him could withstand so many of his devastating attacks, and the most infuriating part was that despite exhausting all his means, he still couldn't break through Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. This was truly humiliating. So he roared and opened his bloodthirsty maw, spitting out the Wuxia Bell towards Lin Xingyo. Devouring God Spear, break. Seeing the Wuxia Bell coming, Lin Xingyo immediately shifted his footing, summoned the Devouring God Spear, and held it in his hand. Then, his gaze fell upon the Black Emperor. With a forceful stomp on the ground, shattering it, he unleashed a series of explosive energy rings around him, gripping the spear and thrusting it fiercely towards the Wuxia Bell. Clang! The Devouring God Spear and the Wuxia Bell collided fiercely, instantly shattering the entire void. But Lin Xingyo's momentum remained unchanged. With the Devouring God Spear in hand, he attacked the Wuxia Bell thousands of times in an instant, obliterating countless mountains and rivers. If not for the terrifying sealing power of this place, the ancient Forbidden Zone would have long since been destroyed by their battle. Great Luo Sword Soul slaughter. The Black Emperor completely went berserk. Facing Lin Xingyo, he spat out the sky-covering Great Luo Sword Soul, instantly slicing through the void, and slashed down towards Lin Xingyo's head. Heaven-slaying sword, come! Lin Xingyo roared, summoning the heaven-slaying sword, and fiercely clashed with the Great Luo Sword Soul. Clang! The heaven-slaying sword and the Great Luo Sword Soul collided fiercely, clashing 5,000 times in an instant, completely disrupting that area. Oh wool! Oh wool! Oh wool! The Black Emperor's fur stood on end, and in the next moment, he launched himself violently at Lin Xingyo. In an instant, a dense swarm of countless large black dogs, all madly lunged at Lin Xingyo. Golden Light Buddha Wall, rise! Lin Xingyo stomped his foot, and the Golden Light Buddha Wall instantly erupted around him, blocking the attacking Black Emperor outside. Oh wool! Oh wool! Oh wool! Countless manifestations of the Black Emperor went mad, relentlessly crashing into and biting at Lin Xingyo's colorless domain and the Golden Light Buddha Wall, attempting to breach his defenses and destroy him. Cough, cough, cough. In the ruins, Ji Haowen woke up, gasping for breath and then coughing violently. Looking up at the scene before him, he was first stunned, then he began to laugh happily. You useless fool, this time you're done for. Ji Haowen watched the Black Emperor's frenzied attacks on Lin Xingyo, his face showing a joy that couldn't be any greater. But soon, his eyes turned to stone. Staring at Lin Xingyo, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy was simply making him miserable. Just moments ago, he had been waiting to see him suffer and be killed. But in the blink of an eye, a Golden Light Buddha Wall rose before him, directly repelling countless Black Emperor avatars. Great Completion Ancient Holy Body, open. Ancient Bloodline, open. Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, and he roared twice, instantly activating the Great Completion Ancient Holy Body and Ancient Bloodline, then clenched his fists and shot lightning fast towards the Black Emperor. Sky-shattering fist, break. Dragon-subduing palm, break. Lin Xingyo's fighting spirit sword, one hand clenched into a fist, the other turned into a palm, fiercely attacking the Black Emperor, shattering tens of thousands of his avatars. Black Dog, hand over the 7 immortal blood spirit grass, or I will kill you. Human, I don't have the 7 immortal blood spirit grass here, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. The Black Emperor roared furiously at Lin Xingyo. Huh. Lin Xingyo frowned, looking at the Black Emperor. Then do you know where the 7 immortal blood spirit grass can be found? Of course I know, but I don't plan to tell you, unless you can defeat me, otherwise you won't get the 7 immortal blood spirit grass. Oh! Lin Xingyo narrowed his cold eyes. Then you'd better hold on, because now I'm going to use my strongest attack. With that, Lin Xingyo clenched his fists, his cold eyes fixed on the Black Emperor, and he charged fiercely at him. Sky-shattering fist. Shatter the heavens. Slay. Lin Xingyo, protected by his invisible domain, unleashed the overwhelming aura of his ancient bloodline. His golden great completion, ancient holy body radiated an awe-inspiring presence. With fists that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth, he charged with extreme ferocity toward the true form of the Black Emperor. Oh woo! Facing Lin Xingyo's attack, the Black Emperor also displayed his strongest attacks. At times, he unleashed the ultimate techniques of the great Emperor Wuxia. At times, he unleashed the deadly techniques of Emperor Yi. The battle between the man and the dog raged on for tens of thousands of moves, when suddenly, the sky trembled, and a massive palm, like thunder, descended towards Lin Xingyo and the Black Emperor. Not good. The Black Emperor screamed, immediately covering his head with the Wuxia bell, then roared and grabbed Duanda. Before Lin Xingyo could react, he covered himself completely with the Wuxia bell and lay down on the ground, no longer making any sound. Come. Lin Xingyo looked up at the void, waved his hand, and directly placed Chu Yun and Ji Haowen into his portable small world. Then, he grabbed the devouring god spear in his hand and said, "This time, I want to see just how strong you are. Human, don't go crazy. Quickly hide yourself. That's not something you can stand against. If you provoke her, none of us will survive." Lin Xingyo's eyes turned crimson as he gripped the murderous devouring god spear and roared, charging directly upward to counterattack. "My fighting spirit is overwhelming. No matter how powerful she is, I will bring her down today." He's gone mad. The Black Emperor shifted the Wuxia bell slightly, staring at Lin Xingyo as he wildly charged toward the massive palm. His dog eyes widened in shock. He's gone mad. He's gone mad. That's a manifestation left behind by an immortal being, specifically to guard the ancient Forbidden Zone. Her duty is to exterminate any great emperors who appear in the ancient Forbidden Zone, especially peak celestial emperors from the 9 heavens. Now, instead of hiding, Lin Xingyo dares to charge upward. If he awakens her completely, the entire ancient Forbidden Zone will be washed in blood. Boom! As the Black Emperor was in a state of shock, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from above. Looking up, he saw Lin Xingyo struck down with a single palm, crashing heavily to the ground and shattering the entire surface. Serves you right for being so reckless. Chapter 91. Mutual Admiration. Cough, cough, cough. The next day, Lin Xingyo coughed violently and suddenly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by an exaggerated dog's face. What the? Lin Xingyo was startled and instinctively swung his hand, delivering a slap. Smack! Before Black Emperor could react, Lin Xingyo's slap sent him flying. Human, how dare you slap your dog lord? I'll fight you to the death? Hee hee hee. Old Black, don't be hasty. My fellow Taoist here certainly didn't mean to slap you. Duanda quickly stood up to stop Black Emperor. He didn't want them to start fighting again. Just moments ago, the place was on the verge of collapsing. If not for the seal, this place would have been completely destroyed. Cough, cough, cough. Did you save me? Lin Xingyo regained his composure, summoned Chu Yun and the others from his portable world, and looked at Black Emperor and the others. Of course. Black Emperor proudly raised his head. I fought with you and was impressed by your bravery. We admire each other, so I risked my life to save you. Nonsense. Duanda glanced at Black Emperor, feeling the urge to beat him up. Lin Xingyo had been struck down by an immortal being. If it weren't for Duanda risking his life to cover Lin Xingyo with the Wanyan Mother Chi tripod, he would have been killed by the immortal being. Just a moment ago, Black Emperor was too scared to even show his head, yet now he's acting all proud. Duanda was feeling a headache coming on. Are you okay? Meanwhile, Chu Yun, who had also regained her senses, showed a worried expression and walked over to Lin Xingyo. Let me see if you're injured anywhere. I'm fine. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo smiled and gently held Chu Yun's hand. It's just a minor injury. A little rest and I'll be fine. Ji Haowen snorted twice, his face full of dissatisfaction. Even after such a powerful attack, Lin Xingyo hadn't been killed. Now, seeing the woman he liked so concerned about Lin Xingyo, he felt a mix of heartache and the urge to rush over and bite him to death. But he quickly realized the danger he was in. Not to mention Lin Xingyo. Any one of the people here could kill him, and he wouldn't be able to escape. Run. Realizing this, Ji Haowen didn't wait for anyone to react. He turned and tried to escape unnoticed. Brother Ji, where are you going? Seeing Ji Haowen trying to run, Duanda wasn't about to let him go. He quickly blocked Ji Haowen's path, mocking him indirectly. You haven't done anything wrong, have you? Why are you running? What the? Facing Duanda blocking his way, Ji Haowen almost lost his mind. He really wanted to slap him. With his current predicament, wasn't it obvious he needed to escape? Standing here would only lead to death. Human pet, don't be afraid. I'll protect you here. No one dares to harm you. Black Emperor looked at Ji Haowen with an air of arrogance. Ji Haowen didn't believe it. During the critical moment, he had clearly seen Black Emperor save Duanda, but not him. It was Lin Xingyo who had saved his life. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xingyo coughed a few times, covering his mouth, and waved his hand. Everyone has their own path. If he wants to leave, let him go. Human, are you meddling in my affairs? This person is already my human pet. He has sworn allegiance to me. His life is mine, not his. It's not that easy for him to leave. Black Emperor glanced at Ji Haowen and questioned sternly, Human pet, do you dare to betray me? I dare not. Ji Haowen realized that the one in front of him was a demon emperor. A dog demon emperor. Dogs are creatures that value loyalty the most. If he dared to betray him, the next second he would be killed. That's more like it. Black Emperor nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Ji Haowen. Go pack up. I'll take you to the ancient medicinal garden to seek fortune. Ancient medicinal garden? Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Black Emperor, who simply raised his head. I know everything about your situation, but everything depends on fate. After saying this, Black Emperor added a few more words, reminding everyone to listen to him. Because the ancient medicinal garden had undergone a huge change. Many places had overlapped with other spaces, and one wrong move could lead to leaving this world. Duanda didn't doubt this, as the appearance of the void beasts in the ancient medicinal garden was the best proof. Fortunately, everyone didn't dwell on it too much. After tidying up, Black Emperor forced Ji Haowen to carry a large black pot and set off toward the ancient medicinal garden. Heading south, they flew for several hundred miles. The journey wasn't peaceful, but with Lin Xingyo and Black Emperor, any dangers they encountered were easily dealt with. Old Black, look down there. There are people. Duanda pointed at a forest ahead while floating in the air. Let's go down and take a look. Black Emperor responded and, wielding the great Luo sword, flew toward the forest, with Lin Xingyo and the others closely following. There were indeed people in the forest. However, they were in a dire situation, as they were being surrounded by a group of powerful creatures. Humans, you lowly creatures, how dare you take the treasure that belongs to me? Hand it over now, a powerful Pishio bellowed, glaring down at the group of humans. The item was discovered by us first. Why should we hand it over to you? The surrounded humans refused to yield and questioned loudly. Why? The Pishio looked down at the humans with disdain. Because I'm stronger than you. If you don't hand it over, I'll eat you. Your Majesty, there's no need to waste words on these ants. Since they don't want to hand over the item, let's kill them all. The item will naturally be ours. The Pishio nodded, his face full of ferocity. Kill them all. Roar. Hearing this, the group of powerful creatures roared and opened their bloodthirsty mouths, charging toward the surrounded humans. Stop! A furious roar echoed through the air, and Lin Xingyo and the others appeared in front of the humans. The Pishio looked at Lin Xingyo with disdain. A bunch of blind fools. Are you here to be my meal? Oh! Lin Xingyo looked at the Pishio with a playful expression, then glanced at the surrounding beasts, laughing in anger. Are you sure I'm not here to eat you? Chapter 92. Who eats whom? You filthy creature! How dare you? The Pishio beast was audacious and furious, glaring at Lin Xingyo as it said, You, a mere human, dare to speak so boldly. Do you know what kind of powerful being you're facing? Powerful? Lin Xingyo narrowed his clear eyes, scrutinizing the Pishio from head to toe, and said, You do seem quite powerful. Those arms and legs look well developed. They'd definitely taste great if roasted. What do you mean by that? The Pishio almost laughed at Lin Xingyo's words, its expression dripping with mockery as it said, Are you seriously thinking of eating me? Do you think I'm joking with you? Lin Xingyo pouted, glancing at the Pishio while speaking to Ji Haowen. Ji Haowen, get the big pot ready. We're about to stew this Pishio. It's been a long time since I've had the chance to eat a pure-blooded divine beast like this. This? He Huang was momentarily stunned, as if he saw a familiar figure flash before his eyes. But he quickly snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the Pishio, his mouth watering. There's food at last. He was eager, to say the least, and he had a particular fondness for human cuisine, as humans made delicious things. He couldn't wait for Lin Xingyo to kill the Pishio, to relive those old days. Human, you're too arrogant. I'll eat you right now. The Pishio was completely enraged, roaring in fury as it opened its massive jaws and lunged at Lin Xingyo. You're asking for it. Lin Xingyo took a step forward, grabbed a handful of the Pishio's mane, and in front of everyone's stunned gaze, slammed the beast to the ground. He then mounted it, clenched his fists, and unleashed a barrage of brutal punches on the Pishio. Take this. Lin Xingyo's fists, wrapped in swirling spiritual energy, rained down on the Pishio's head, making the surrounding creatures shiver in fear. Master, please, stop. I'm scared of pain. It hurts so much. The Pishio wailed in agony. Oh. Lin Xingyo waved his fist and said, All right, I won't hit you anymore. Master, thank you, the Pishio said with gratitude, its face filled with relief. You're truly a good person. I'll never forget you. No need, Lin Xingyo pouted and said, I'm not hitting you because I want to let you off. I just want to kill you directly. Master, no. Please, just keep hitting me. Don't kill me. Look at me. I'm so old. I'm pitiful, the Pishio pleaded, gazing at Lin Xingyo with puppy eyes. Lin Xingyo felt a toothache. What kind of creature was this? How could it be so shameless? You're a divine beast, a quasi-emperor. How could you be so spineless? Where did your earlier arrogance go? Master, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your mount, the Pishio said with a fawning smile, looking up at Lin Xingyo. You're too old. I don't like you, Lin Xingyo pouted and replied. I prefer young and beautiful ones. You're better off being stewed for soup. Master, please no. The Pishio panicked and quickly said, You like young and beautiful ones? I can introduce my granddaughter to you. She's young, beautiful, and knows how to serve you. Lin Xingyo. Hee. What are you doing? You were so cocky just now, weren't you? And you're a quasi-emperor level existence? How can you be so spineless? We've already boiled the water. You're acting so cowardly, even offering your granddaughter. Why don't you just wash yourself and jump into the pot? Saves us the trouble of killing you and cleaning up, Duanda said impatiently, glaring at the Pishio. The Pishio was speechless, because it understood that He Huang and the others weren't just talking. The water in the pot was indeed boiling. Now all they needed was for it to jump in. No, I can't die, and I certainly can't end up in that pot. I'm a pure-blooded divine beast. I can't die like this. It's too humiliating. The Pishio's expression changed, and it immediately looked at Lin Xingyo with pleading eyes, saying, Great master, please take me in. I don't want to be eaten. Does anyone want it? Lin Xingyo felt a headache. Facing this creature, he was truly torn. But Duanda and the others wanted it but didn't dare to speak up, especially Ji Haowen, who genuinely wanted it. After all, the Pishio was a quasi-emperor level divine beast, and it had the potential to break through to become a great emperor. Facing such a being, of course, they all wanted it, but they didn't dare to speak up. After all, the Pishio was at the quasi-emperor level, and they were only at the immortal king level. Not to mention that they wouldn't dare ride it even if they did take it in, without Lin Xingyo's suppression. Would the Pishio submit to them? It was very likely that once Lin Xingyo left, the Pishio would devour them. Then it would be a tragedy. Ah, sorry. No one wants you. You'd better jump into the pot yourself to save me the trouble of killing you, Lin Xingyo pouted and said. When the Pishio heard this, it truly wanted to die. It was a pure-blooded divine beast with overwhelming combat power, an elder-level existence outside the ancient forbidden zone. How could it end up in such a pitiful state? I'm so unlucky. The Pishio's face twisted in desperation, and it squeezed out a couple of tears, looking as pitiful as it could. Maybe you should give it to me? Chu Yun said timidly, twisting her clothes as she looked at Lin Xingyo. You want it? Then I'll give it to you, Lin Xingyo said in surprise, then nodded. Phew. The Pishio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of excitement. After all, it wouldn't have to jump into the pot, as long as it could survive. Once it left the ancient forbidden zone, everything would be under its control. As for this little girl, although she had saved its life, but to be her master? That was impossible, not to mention being ridden by her. Once it left the ancient forbidden zone, it would definitely rebel, devour this little girl, and let her dream of riding it. Pishio, since you've sincerely pledged allegiance, hand over your slave seal. Otherwise, I won't trust you, Lin Xingyo said, his gaze landing on the Pishio as it was calculating in its heart. Yes, yes, yes. The Pishio didn't dare hesitate and immediately handed over its slave seal, instantly establishing a master-servant relationship with Chu Yun. Seeing this, Ji Haowen couldn't help but laugh, because he knew that from this moment on, Chu Yun's life was on a countdown. Once Lin Xingyo left, the Pishio would definitely rebel, as it was a quasi-emperor level divine beast. How could it submit to Chu Yun? You trash, just wait. Once we leave the ancient forbidden zone, I won't even need to lift a finger. That useless girl you took in will be devoured by the Pishio. Ji Haowen thought of that scene and couldn't help but feel extremely excited, as if he had already seen Chu Yun being killed by the Pishio, with Lin Xingyo devastated and filled with self-blame. Pishio, although you've handed over the slave seal, I still don't trust you. So, I'll place a curse seal on you. If you ever dare to have a second thought, you'll be killed by the curse seal's backlash. Before the Pishio could react, Lin Xingyo spoke, then pointed a finger at the Pishio's forehead. In an instant, the Pishio's body trembled, and its gaze toward Lin Xingyo turned lifeless. Chapter 93, A Pot of Stew. Damn it! I was still too naive to overlook the methods and mentality of a great emperor. How could someone who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, a cunning old fox, possibly overlook what I could think of? Pishio stared blankly at Lin Xingyo, several times opening his mouth to say something, but unable to utter a single word, because he realized he was still too inexperienced, and playing tricks was no match for a great emperor. Ji Haowen, on the other hand, felt a lump in his throat, extremely uncomfortable. The scene he wanted to see had once again shattered, and all he could witness was Lin Xingyo's joyful expressions. His hatred grew. He truly wished he could pounce and bite Lin Xingyo to death, this scoundrel. All right, let's go. Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, his gaze falling on Chu Yun. He reached out, gently brushed a strand of hair from her eye, and said, We're heading to the ancient medicinal garden now. Without paying attention to others' gazes, Lin Xingyo lifted Chu Yun, mounted Pishio, and urged Black Emperor to lead the way towards the ancient medicinal garden. As for the humans and Pishio's underlings they had saved, Lin Xingyo didn't ask them to follow. Under Black Emperor's guidance, they continued south at a rapid pace, covering over 100 miles. As the sun was about to set, they arrived at the ancient medicinal garden. The ancient medicinal garden was far from peaceful. In addition to many creatures from the ancient forbidden zone, there were also many native inhabitants, each incredibly powerful. Facing the creatures from the ancient Forbidden Zone, the natives launched aggressive attacks, preventing them from entering the garden to harvest medicinal herbs. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle within the ancient medicinal garden. By the time Lin Xingyo and his group arrived, the ground was already littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers, with countless powerful creatures and humans lying in pools of blood. It was utterly gruesome. Lin Xingyo and his companions didn't join the fight, especially Black Emperor and Duanda, the two troublemakers, who not only didn't join the battle but also set up a large iron pot. They slyly ran to the battlefield, dragging half-dead creatures back, cleaned them, and threw them into the pot to boil. "Dog Lord, don't drag me. I'm not dead yet. I can still be saved. Don't throw me into the pot," the nine-winged sky dragon cried out in despair, looking at Black Emperor. "Clam up." Black Emperor smacked the nine-winged sky dragon with a ladle, saying, "Do you think I eat corpses? I prefer the half-dead ones like you. Fresh and saves me the trouble of capturing you. Now, get into the pot." The meat of dragons in the sky, the meat of donkeys on the ground, Black Emperor cleaned the nine-winged sky dragon and tossed it into the large iron pot, saying, "This piece is mine." "Ah!" The nine-winged sky dragon, scalded by the boiling water, let out a series of agonizing screams before sinking to the bottom of the pot with a gurgle. Black Emperor and Duanda didn't stop there. They turned and dashed back to the battlefield, dragging severely injured mythical beasts, and without hesitation, threw them into the iron pot. Black Emperor's large iron pot was quite formidable. None of the mythical beasts thrown into it could escape. Moreover, its capacity was astonishing. Even after tossing in over 100 mythical beasts, the pot wasn't crowded, and it had already produced a golden, glistening broth. Hey, dead dog, why are you dragging me? I'm not dead, let me go." The iron-armed divine monkey clutched a large iron rod, baring his teeth at Black Emperor, roaring, "I still have to fight those creatures in the garden 300 rounds. Monkey, stop fighting. Look at your arm. It's injured, blood is flowing. If you keep fighting and your head gets cracked, you'll be worthless. Now, while you're still alive, I can open your monkey brain for the dog lord to taste." Black Emperor bit the iron-armed divine monkey's leg and forcefully dragged him over. Iron-armed divine monkey. Lin Xingyo was somewhat dumbfounded, as Duanda and Black Emperor were simply too much for him to handle. The iron-armed divine monkey was truly unlucky. Just as he was fiercely battling his opponent, the next moment he was captured by Black Emperor and company. It was truly tragic. Smack, 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 smack. While Lin Xingyo was still in a daze, Black Emperor pinned down the iron-armed divine monkey, raised his large ladle, and pummeled the monkey's head with rapid, forceful blows. "Monkey, your head is too hard. I've hit it over 100 times, and it still hasn't cracked. Bear with it a bit more. A few more hits should do the trick." Upon hearing this, the iron-armed divine monkey almost cried. He was a mythical beast, and had even awakened ancestral blood. He was born with extraordinary luck. His combat power was astonishing. Yet, his fate was so unfortunate to encounter such a troublesome dog. Now, unable to crack his own head, he was being blamed for having a too hard skull. Could an immortal emperor really bully people like this? Roar! The iron-armed divine monkey went completely berserk. Although he was only at the immortal king level, he didn't want to die like this. Even if he was just an ant before this great emperor, he wanted to live with dignity. "Big black dog, I'm going to fight you to the death," the iron-armed divine monkey roared, preparing to self-destruct with his spiritual energy. But Black Emperor wouldn't let him have his way, sealing him and raising his ladle to strike his head again with rapid blows. Black Emperor hoisted the iron-armed divine monkey upside down, his eyes revealing a shocked expression. "This monkey's head is really hard. I've used all my strength and still can't crack it. Could he be a primordial divine species?" Gulp. Seeing this, Paisho couldn't help but swallow hard, looking at Black Emperor holding the iron-armed divine monkey upside down, his heart filled with utter panic. especially when he thought about how Lin Xingyo had dealt with him before. Now, he truly felt extremely fortunate, because if he hadn't been saved by Chu Yun at that time, he would undoubtedly be part of the 100-beast stew in that pot now. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He decided, as long as Lin Xingyo and his group didn't kill him, he would never betray these masters. Smack! After thousands of strikes and still unable to crack the iron-armed divine monkey's head, Black Emperor finally dropped the ladle and summoned the great Luo sword. Monkey, bear with it a bit. This time, I'll definitely crack your head open. With that, Black Emperor raised the great Luo sword and swung it forcefully toward the iron-armed divine monkey's head. Just as it was about to land, the iron-armed divine monkey trembled in fear, realizing he couldn't dodge and could only grit his teeth and accept his fate. But the blow from Black Emperor never came. The iron-armed divine monkey shuddered, looked up, and saw a powerful hand firmly grasping the sword Black Emperor had swung at him. Old Black, show mercy, Lin Xingyo smiled, revealing his white teeth, looking at Black Emperor and said, "Look at this iron-armed divine monkey. His head is prominent. He's also born with extraordinary luck. Why don't you give him to me? I'd like to take him under my wing and have him work for me in the future." "Fine. If you like him, then this monkey is yours," Black Emperor pouted, reluctantly handing the iron-armed divine monkey over to Lin Xingyo. Phew. The iron-armed divine monkey instantly relaxed, feeling a wave of relief, and his eyes filled with deep gratitude as he looked at Lin Xingyo. "Monkey, you're now under my command." Lin Xingyo placed the iron-armed divine monkey on his shoulder and said, "I'll protect you from now on." Chapter 94, Delicious in a Big Pot. It smells so good. As soon as Lin Xingyo spoke, he immediately sniffed the air, his gaze suddenly falling on the large iron pot. Instantly realizing what was happening, He Huang and the others all turned their attention to it. Then, a group of them surrounded the iron pot and tossed in several divine herbs. Slowly simmering for a while, reducing the sauce, they began to devour the contents of the iron pot with big mouthfuls, immediately drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Delicious. Really delicious. One by one, the creatures swallowed their saliva, watching Lin Xingyo and the others feast voraciously. They were so envious that they almost wanted to rush forward and share a portion. "Humans, you dare?" Lai Tianshi, surrounded by rolling flames, approached Lin Xingyo and the others with murderous intent, roaring, "How dare you turn our companions into food? You don't agree?" Lin Xingyo, his mouth filled with surging essence, spoke while spitting out phantom divine beasts formed from his essence. "Do you want to join them in the pot?" "Hmph." Lai Tianshi was enraged. His cold, beastly eyes glared at Lin Xingyo, roaring furiously before launching a ferocious attack. "Human, you've angered me. I'll devour you." "Oh." Lin Xingyo, watching the charging Lai Tianshi, smirked. "Then don't run or beg for mercy later." "Hmph. Lai Tianshi, would never beg for mercy from a mere insect like you." Lai Tianshi disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo before opening his massive jaws and lunging to bite him. "Human, Lai Tianshi, am an ancient divine beast. My ancestor even devoured immortals. Now that you dare to provoke me, I'll swallow you whole right now. Is that so? If you're that powerful, then I can't help but want to test myself against you." As soon as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, he darted forward to engage Lai Tianshi. Seeing this, Lai Tianshi opened his massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a powerful sonic wave that surged toward Lin Xingyo with devastating force. Opening the supreme bone, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot with a powerful thrust, activating the colorless domain. Then, with both fists clenched, he unleashed an explosive punch directly at Lai Tianshi. Crack! The surrounding space shattered like a spiderweb, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire ancient herb garden. All living beings felt a sudden pull, as if the spiritual energy of the ancient herb garden had been completely drained. Shattering heaven fist break, Lin Xingyo's roar echoed, and in the stunned eyes of countless onlookers, A fist strike capable of destroying the heavens and earth shattered the void, slamming into Lai Tianshir's skull with devastating force. Crack! Before Lai Tianshir could even let out a scream, he was blasted away by Lin Xingyo's punch, flying tens of thousands of meters and instantly reducing a dozen giant mountains to rubble. Roar! Lai Tianshir was utterly enraged. As a great emperor at the third level of cultivation, he had crushed countless powerful beings. Yet now, due to carelessness, he had been blasted away by a mere human. Roar! Lai Tianshir couldn't swallow this humiliation. With a furious roar, he shot out from the rubble, charging toward Lin Xingyo. Human, you deserve to die. You don't play fair. You dared to ambush me. I will kill you. Tisi. Lin Xingyo winced. When did I not play fair? Every move I made, I announced it. If it weren't for the suppression of strength in this place, I would have blasted you apart with that punch. How dare you rant now? Human, feel the fury of the Lai Tian roar. Shatter this lowly insect. Lai Tianshir, completely mad, unleashed his ultimate attack. He was confident that Lin Xingyo would be reduced to ashes under this blow. After all, the Lai Tian roar. In ancient times, his ancestor had used this technique to crush immortals, earning a fearsome reputation in the immortal realm. Therefore, Lai Tianshir was certain that Lin Xingyo couldn't withstand this attack. But, the next moment, Lai Tianshir let out a scream, flying backward under the shocked gazes of everyone. Crack! His massive body instantly smashed through a mountain range, and the onlookers were left in stunned silence. What just happened? Why did I only see a flash of golden light, and then Lai Tianshir was blasted away by his own attack? The once noisy scene fell into silence, and one by one, the creatures looked at Lin Xingyo with fear. Especially the newly subdued iron-armed divine monkey and Pichio, their eyes almost popping out as they stared at Lin Xingyo. Too terrifying. After a long while, Pichio let out a gasp of cold air, his eyes trembling as he looked at Lin Xingyo. He finally realized that Lin Xingyo was no ordinary great emperor. Not only was he not an ordinary great emperor, but his methods were also incredibly extraordinary. That golden Buddha wall just now was practically invincible. No matter how powerful a great emperor you were, in front of him, you were nothing but an insect. How can he be so powerful? How can his techniques be so extraordinary? How does he wield such overwhelming combat strength? Ji Haowen, on the other hand, trembled all over, his eyes wide with despair as he looked at Lin Xingyo. He was utterly hopeless. Standing in front of Lin Xingyo, he felt like an insect, knowing that the other could kill him with a single finger if he wished. How laughable. He had always wanted to oppose Lin Xingyo, but now he realized how absurd he had been. Roar! In the rubble, Lai Tianshir finally showed fear. Looking at Lin Xingyo, he let out a few desperate roars before, without waiting for anyone to react, he turned and fled, transforming into a streak of light. Hey, doggy, did I let you go? He Huang wasn't about to let Lai Tianshir escape. With a massive paw, he instantly blocked Lai Tianshir's path. Come to my pot. Roar! Although Lai Tianshir was unwilling, he was grabbed by He Huang and brought back. In front of the terrified gazes of countless onlookers, he was snapped by the neck, cleaned, and tossed into the pot. Wow! Seeing this, countless creatures gasped in shock, then quickly moved away from Lin Xingyo and his group, putting several hundred meters between them. They were terrified that Lin Xingyo might decide they didn't please him and snap their necks, tossing them into the pot. Chapter 95. The Arrival of a Formidable Foe. This is bad. He Huang, who had practically eaten through the bottom of the pot outside the ancient medicinal garden, suddenly let out a loud cry. Ignoring everyone's astonished gazes, he abandoned Lin Xingyo and the others, sprinting explosively towards the ancient medicinal garden. Let's go. Lin Xingyo's eyes widened, and he immediately reacted, grabbing Chu Yun and chasing after He Huang. Next, Duanda and the others finally realized what was happening, each of them panicking as they rushed after Lin Xingyo. Everyone run. It's the bloodthirsty demon bees and rue beasts. Hurry and escape into the medicinal garden. Otherwise, none of us will survive." At these words, the crowd erupted into chaos, each person sprinting at top speed towards the ancient medicinal garden. No living being dared to face such a massive swarm of bloodthirsty demon bees and rue beasts. However, the entrance to the ancient medicinal garden was not large. It couldn't accommodate so many people rushing in at once, so the entrance immediately descended into chaos. But for Lin Xingyo and his group, it wasn't too difficult, as He Huang opened the way with the Wuxia bell. Any living being that dared to block their path was instantly obliterated. Not long after, horrific screams echoed from behind Lin Xingyo. Many creatures who hadn't managed to escape were drained dry by the bloodthirsty demon bees, reduced to mere skeletons. Quick, quick, quick! Seal the entrance. The living beings who had entered the ancient medicinal garden, disregarding the screams outside and the desperate attempts to escape, mercilessly sealed the entrance. Boom! Just as Lin Xingyo was about to intervene, a massive palm struck the sealed entrance with a thunderous blow, unleashing an earth-shattering aura that exploded outside, shattering the ancient medicinal garden seal. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Everyone, work together to seal the entrance. If the bloodthirsty demon bees and rue beasts get in, none of us will survive. At these words, everyone immediately took action. Lin Xingyo and his group didn't dare delay, and almost all the living beings present were pouring their full strength into reinforcing the seal at the entrance of the ancient medicinal garden. Because no one was foolish enough to underestimate the situation. They all understood very well that if the bloodthirsty demon bees and rue beasts broke in, it would be an unstoppable disaster. The sheer number of bloodthirsty demon bees and rue beasts outside was overwhelming, especially the demon bees, which formed a dark, oppressive swarm that blotted out the sky. Even an ordinary immortal king wouldn't dare face such a horde, let alone Lin Xingyo and his group. With such a massive number, even Lin Xingyo and his companions wouldn't be able to fight their way out unscathed. Moreover, the ancient Forbidden Zone was home to an immortal avatar. If she were roused along with the bloodthirsty demon bees and rue beasts, even Lin Xingyo couldn't guarantee survival. Bang! Outside the entrance of the ancient medicinal garden, the rue beasts began to go berserk, launching devastating attacks one after another, brutally hammering the seal. Soon, some of the defenders, unable to withstand the ferocious assault, were shattered into pieces. Hold them back, or we'll all die. At this moment, no living being dared to retreat, even knowing that resisting like this would likely lead to their deaths. Yet still, no one retreated or fled. Almost everyone was pouring every ounce of strength they had into holding the line, because they all understood that once the seal at the entrance broke, within the relatively small confines of the ancient medicinal garden, no one would survive. There would be no escape from the relentless pursuit of the bloodthirsty demon bees and rue beasts. So even though resisting here meant certain death, no one fled or retreated, as doing so might still offer a slim chance of survival. Bang! Outside the ancient medicinal garden, the bloodthirsty demon bees and rue beasts were incredibly violent, seemingly unwilling to let the living beings inside escape. They attacked the seal with wild abandon, as if driven by some unseen force. Damn it! Am I, He Huang, going to die here? Why are these annoying things all attacking us? Is there someone behind the scenes manipulating them? He Huang's expression changed, and his gaze immediately swept carefully over the outside of the ancient medicinal garden. He Huang's eyes narrowed, and an expression of utter shock appeared on his face, as he discovered something that filled him with dread. The underworld demonic clan? He Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. The underworld demonic clan? Aren't they beings from the upper realm? How could they appear here? He Huang was utterly horrified. He had been waiting here for 300,000 years, all the while hoping that the Wuxia Emperor and the others would return from the upper realm with the secret of immortality. But after waiting 300,000 years, the Wuxia Emperor and the others had yet to return, and instead, the formidable underworld demonic clan had arrived. This is bad. He Huang sensed impending doom. The appearance of these underworld demonic clan members at the ancient medicinal garden was far from good news. Their arrival here surely signaled some grand conspiracy, one that could threaten the entire Eastern Star Domain. Of course, the first to be affected would likely be the immortal realm, which might even be utterly annihilated. Chapter 96. Formidable Enemies. What should we do? He Huang's mind raced as he desperately sought a solution. Trapped in this predicament, how could he possibly defeat these members of the Ming Moju? He pondered numerous strategies, but none seemed viable. These beings were incredibly powerful, possessing strength and abilities from the higher realms that naturally suppressed those from the lower realms. Even a peak-level immortal emperor like himself was no more than an ant before them. That's why they could command such vast numbers of bloodthirsty demon bees and void beasts. Hey, old man, stop spacing out. Duanda kicked He Huang, his gaze sharp as he said, "This is when we need your strength. You can't just laze around here." "Listen, fatty." He Huang gazed at Duanda with utmost gravity. "I've uncovered the presence of the Ming Moju. These bloodthirsty demon bees and void beasts are all under their command. I'm going to use the Bell of Wuxia to break open a spatial passage. You must follow closely behind me. We must survive and leave this place, because something catastrophic is about to happen. We need to bring this news back to the immortal realm." Duanda was momentarily stunned, but upon realizing the gravity of the situation, panic spread across his face. The Ming Mozu were no strangers to him. Fragments of memories about them surfaced in his mind, even scenes of his past battles with them on the path to immortality, where he had been utterly defeated and shattered. Hearing the mention of the Ming Mozu now sent shivers down his spine, as countless details about them flooded his thoughts. In short, these beings were incredibly powerful, wielding abilities that could overshadow the heavens. If they were to appear in large numbers, the entire Eastern Star Domain would plunge into chaos. Snap! Before Duanda could process further, a pitch-black sword slashed towards their defensive barrier with lightning speed, shattering it into pieces. Go! He Huang activated the Bell of Wuxia, creating a dark passage. He shouted to Lin Xingyo, "Human, follow me quickly. I'm not leaving." Lin Xingyo waved his hand, sending Chu Yun and the others into the dark passage created by the Bell of Wuxia. "I need to find the 7 immortal blood spirit grass. You take them first. Human, come back." Before He Huang could finish, the dark passage collapsed inward, whisking them away from the area. Buzz! Before Lin Xingyo could react, the buzzing of bloodthirsty demon bees filled his ears. Seeing this, he didn't dare to linger, ignoring the screams behind him as he shot forward at lightning speed towards the depths of the medicinal garden. He needed to find the 7 immortal blood spirit grass. This was his only chance. If he failed to obtain it, he would have to helplessly watch Su Shiyan die. He couldn't face such a result, so he was determined to find the grass and leave this place at all costs. Roar! The void beasts weren't willing to let him go. Their massive claws swung down at him like a mountain. At the same time, the bloodthirsty demon bees swarmed towards Lin Xingyo like a dark, overwhelming force. Faced with this situation, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to stop. Using extraordinary techniques, he sprinted towards the depths of the ancient medicinal garden. But soon, he realized that the ancient garden was far from simple. Despite his incredible speed, he couldn't traverse space, as if some kind of restriction existed within the garden. The deeper he went, the harder it became to move, until his speed was reduced to a crawl. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo felt a surge of panic. His strength was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, making him practically invincible. Yet, he hadn't expected the restrictions of the ancient garden to be so powerful that they could suppress him to the point of feeling like an ant. Roar! The void beasts roared behind him in frustration, while the bloodthirsty demon bees buzzed menacingly. However, none of them dared to pursue him further. The restrictions of the ancient garden prevented them from advancing, and any attempt to forcefully break through would result in being obliterated by the overwhelming power. Even the formidable void beasts couldn't proceed. Phew. Lin Xingyo breathed a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing immediately. While he wasn't afraid of the bloodthirsty demon bees or the void beasts, being surrounded by them would be troublesome, especially the bees, which, although not as terrifying as the void beasts, could drain one's essence, making them a formidable nuisance. Sigh. Lin Xingyo shook his head, thinking about the immortal kings and quasi-emperors he had encountered earlier. Each of them had been powerful and influential outside, but within this ancient forbidden zone, they were all insignificant ants. Even though he was practically invincible, navigating this ancient forbidden zone was a daunting challenge. The restrictions were numerous, and the beasts were exceptionally ferocious, often preying on immortal kings and even immortal emperors. If it weren't for Su Shiyan, he would have turned back long ago. Sigh. Lin Xingyo sighed again, pushing aside these thoughts. He needed to focus on finding the 7 immortal blood spirit grass and leaving this cursed place as soon as possible. He vowed that even if someone tried to force him, he would never return. With determination, Lin Xingyo took a few steps deeper into the ancient garden. But just as he moved forward, a dozen eerie black shadows appeared behind him. They moved faster than he did, their overwhelming demonic aura surging towards him. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo activated 3 fragments of supreme bones, summoning the colorless domain. Gripping the divine devouring spear, he unleashed a powerful thrust towards the approaching shadows. That human is holding our clan's ancestral artifact. Quickly, kill him and reclaim the artifact. Upon hearing this, the Mingmoju members' gazes fell on the divine devouring spear in Lin Xingyo's hand. In an instant, a group of Mingmoju charged at him with overwhelming force. Damn! Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a headache. These beings recognized the divine devouring spear in his hand, and according to them, it was their ancestral artifact. They intended to take it back from him. Lin Xingyo naturally wouldn't agree. After all, he had slain 4 peak-level immortal emperors in the outer reaches of the Red Moon continent to acquire this spear. There was no way he would let them take it from him. If you want to take my spear, then prepare for a bloody battle. Even though I'm suppressed here, I'll make sure you feel the overwhelming killing intent I possess. With determination, Lin Xingyo activated the colorless domain around him, his grip on the divine devouring spear unwavering. He charged into battle with the Mingmoju. His spear strikes fierce and relentless. Chapter 97. I will not be a slave. Human, you are quite exceptional. A powerful member of the Mingma clan, in the midst of a fierce battle, looked down imperiously at Lin Xingyo and said arrogantly, I can give you an opportunity to become a slave of the Mingma clan. All you need to do is hand over the soul-devouring spear in your possession. I, Lin Xingyo, will never be a slave. If you want the soul-devouring spear in my hand, you'll have to prove you're capable of taking it. Sima Changkong of the Mingma clan was taken aback and couldn't help but feel infuriated. This insignificant ant before him. What kind of words were these? Who was he? He was the spokesperson of the Mingma clan in the Eastern Immortal Domain. Who in the Eastern Immortal Domain dared not submit to him? To put it bluntly, for a mere ant like this to even recognize him was already the greatest honor. Ordinary beings didn't even have the qualification to know him. Moreover, the Mingma clan was a forbidden existence in this part of the universe. Not just anyone had the qualification to know of the Mingma clan, and Sima Changkong, let alone in this lower realm, even in the immortal domain, whenever he spoke. His desire to take others as slaves. Which creature in the immortal domain wouldn't eagerly follow behind him, flattering and fawning, hoping for him to spare a glance, showing a groveling attitude. This mere human before him actually dared to refuse him. It was simply too infuriating. Human, do you know who I am? Do you know how many beings wish to become slaves of mine but have no opportunity? Today, such an opportunity is placed before you, yet you do not cherish it. That is the biggest mistake of your life, do you understand? Sima Changkong glared at Lin Xingyo, speaking each word clearly. Lin Xingyo, however, was utterly disdainful. Seeing this, The other members of the Mingma clan were dumbfounded. They had to admit, this human before them was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, Sima Changkong wouldn't even deign to notice him. But for him to be so arrogant, the Mingma clan members watching couldn't help but feel extremely displeased. You see, the Mingma clan in the immortal domain was at the very top of the pyramid. Countless major powers willingly submitted. Even saints were willing to attach themselves to the Mingma clan. Now, this mere ant before them dared to refuse Sima Changkong's offer. This was simply too audacious. Human, are you too arrogant? Sima Changkong also felt his pride wounded. He had lived in the immortal domain for so many years. He had never encountered someone like Lin Xingyo, who dared not to place him in their eyes. This was simply too ignorant and arrogant. Human, I can give you another chance, as you clearly don't know how powerful the Mingma clan is. Now let me tell you, the Mingma clan is like a king in the immortal domain. If you agree to submit to me, I can take you away from this world where the Tao is incomplete, into the immortal domain, where you can experience what a true cultivation world is like. Moreover, I can teach you the path to immortality, allowing you to transcend the cycle of reincarnation, to exist eternally, undying, and indestructible. Sima Changkong looked down at Lin Xingyo, speaking with an incredibly arrogant demeanor. Not interested. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, completely ignoring him, and with the soul-devouring spear in hand, charged at the group of Mingma clan members, saying, I only want to kill you all? Sima Changkong's cold eyes darkened, and he was completely incensed. Ignorant ant, you're courting death. I have such high regard for you. That's a blessing your ancestors for 8 lifetimes couldn't have earned. This ant of yours doesn't know gratitude and dares to refuse me repeatedly. It's simply too infuriating. Is my name, Sima Changkong, not enough to make you submit? Sima Changkong raged at Lin Xingyo. Is your name, Sima Changkong, very famous? Lin Xingyo raised an eyebrow, disdainfully looking at Sima Changkong. But I've never heard of you, and frankly, I don't see anything special about you. You. Sima Changkong was utterly enraged. His name was one that had suppressed the ages and severed the heavens, with a combat prowess that ranked among the top 800 on the immortal domain's divine list. Now, this lowly human dared to belittle him so. Hmph! Sima Changkong let out a heavy cold snort. If not for being forcibly suppressed in strength in this world, just for Lin Xingyo's insolence towards him, he could have obliterated Lin Xingyo with a mere thought. Elder Sima, there's no need to waste words with this ant. Since he refuses to submit, we'll just crush him directly. One of the Mingma clan members in the battle against Lin Xingyo spoke up. Human, I now command you to make the right choice, or else I'll have to obliterate you. Sima Changkong stared fiercely at Lin Xingyo. Not interested. Lin Xingyo waved his sleeve, looking up arrogantly at Sima Changkong and said, If you want to fight, then fight. I, Lin Xingyo, will never submit to anyone as a slave. Human, you are quite something. I've decided not to kill you. Sima Changkong's eyes darkened, and behind him, a series of shadowy figures rose up as he said, I will refine you into a puppet to become my eternal puppet spirit. Chapter 98. Ancient Medicinal Garden. Hmph! Lin Xingyo was also genuinely angry. He hated such people the most, those who repeatedly tried to make him their servant with an air of superiority, always thinking they were superior to others. But what was so great about that? No matter how high the sky was, it would eventually be conquered. Let alone a mere creature. Nothing was unattainable. Eventually, everything would be dethroned by those who came after, for this was the unchanging will of heaven. Human, submit? Sima Changkong no longer wasted words. With a flick of his hand, he formed a claw and delivered a heavy blow directly towards Lin Xingyo. Golden Light Buddha Wall, rise? Seeing Sima Changkong attack, Lin Xingyo dared not be careless. He immediately summoned the Golden Light Buddha Wall to shield himself. Heavenly Demon Claw Break. Sima Changkong sneered, raising his hand to sweep the Golden Light Buddha Wall with a claw. Not good. Sima Changkong's heart jolted. In an instant, the demonic energy around him exploded, and the speed of the heavenly demon claw, already as swift as lightning, increased tenfold. The attack's power surged, and with a heavy strike, it slammed into Lin Xingyo's golden light Buddha wall. Bang! Lin Xingyo felt an irresistible force sweep over him. His body trembled, and he was sent flying by Sima Changkong's claw, crashing through a mountain range. He landed, coughing up blood, on the verge of fainting. Damn! Lin Xingyo's hands clenched tightly. His cold, sharp gaze locked onto Sima Changkong and his pursuers. Finally, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the ancient medicinal garden. Human, you can't escape. Sima Changkong and his group chased after him, shouting, "Submit, or you will die here today." Lin Xingyo clenched his teeth. He ignored Sima Changkong and his group, as they were now separated by thousands of meters and protected by ancient restrictions. No matter how extraordinary Sima Changkong's methods were, capturing him in this ancient medicinal garden was not going to be easy. Lin Xingyo understood this well, so he pushed himself to the limit, rushing forward without paying any attention to Sima Changkong's threats. Roar! Sima Changkong was utterly enraged. His powerful strike just now had failed to kill Lin Xingyo, and instead, the golden light Buddha wall had injured him. Now, separated by thousands of meters, their speed was faster than Lin Xingyo's. But within this ancient medicinal garden filled with restrictions, catching him would not be simple. However, Sima Changkong and his group did not give up. They all exerted their utmost effort to chase after Lin Xingyo, with Sima Changkong even using forbidden techniques to forcibly tear through space and attack him. Suddenly, Lin Xingyo's eyes widened. He looked forward and saw a dazzling array of lights, divine radiance soaring, and a surging tide of spiritual energy filling the sky. How fragrant! Lin Xingyo sniffed the air, and an intense aroma filled his senses. The ancient herbs were brimming with essence, transforming into a sea of divine aura, glowing with brilliance and enveloped in auspicious energy. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was completely stunned. There were truly many divine herbs, one after another, shining and radiant, just a few meters apart. Their fragrance was intoxicating. However, the restrictions suddenly increased tenfold, pressing down so hard that Lin Xingyo's bones creaked, and his body bore an immense pressure. Move! Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth, finally bearing the tremendous pressure. He spread his spiritual awareness, locked onto a 7-fairy blood spirit grass, and took one step after another towards it. Boom! The moment Lin Xingyo stepped into the ancient medicinal garden, a wave of spiritual energy engulfed him. Devouring Heaven technique, activate. Lin Xingyo naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. With his current cultivation, it was difficult to make further breakthroughs outside. But here, where the spiritual energy was 10,000 times more concentrated, he had a chance. Boom! As soon as Lin Xingyo activated the Devouring Heaven technique, the condensed spiritual energy of the ancient medicinal garden was absorbed into his body. Countless divine herbs withered and turned to ash. Phew! Lin Xingyo finally reached the 7-fairy blood spirit grass. He dug it up and placed it into his portable small world, then opened his mouth to swallow the almost liquid-like spiritual energy of the ancient medicinal garden into his lower dantian. Boom! Divine radiance burst from every pore of Lin Xingyo's body. His entire being glowed like a divine metal, dazzlingly bright, making it hard to look directly at him. Pop, pop, pop. Lin Xingyo's body suddenly trembled violently. In that instant, he felt as if his body had become incredibly clear and light, as if some shackles and constraints had been suddenly broken. Spiritual energy from the heavens and earth uncontrollably surged into his body. I'm about to break through. Lin Xingyo's face showed an expression of utter shock. He was about to break through. His body had generated immortal essence, and his strength and aura had undergone a tremendous transformation, slowly giving birth to immortal Nero. Ancient medicinal garden? Just as Lin Xingyo was about to break through, he suddenly heard a shout. Turning his head, he saw Sima Changkong and his group, their faces filled with fury, chasing after him. Chapter 99. Breaking Through to a Mortal Realm. You insignificant ant, you're here? Sima Changkong's gaze turned toward Lin Xingyo, saying, "Now, let's see how you escape from my grasp. Ant, why haven't you crawled over here to die yet?" One of the Ming Moizu following Sima Changkong pointed at Lin Xingyo, shouting with a commanding tone. Lin Xingyo understood clearly. These people before him would absolutely not let him go. After all, in their eyes, he was nothing more than an ant. If not for their cultivation being suppressed, they would have already killed him. But now, he was not afraid, because he was about to break through to the immortal Emperor realm. At this moment, he could sense the heavenly tribulation. Now, as long as he broke through, this place would surely become a sea of thunder, and if nothing unexpected happened, all these people in front of him would be obliterated. Lin Xingyo calmed his mind, his gaze sweeping towards Sima Changkong and the others. "Have you finished talking? If you have, I can send you on your way." Huh. The moment these words came out, the entire area fell into complete silence. Following that, countless eyes filled with shock and astonishment stared at Lin Xingyo, all revealing expressions of utter disdain and contempt. "Human, are you insane? You, a mere ant, dare to speak to us like this? Do you know how extraordinary we are? To crush an ant like you is as easy as lifting a finger." Sima Changkong smirked coldly, his posture arrogant. "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, I won't give you another chance, do you understand?" "Humph. Do I need you to give me a chance? Let me tell you, it's me who won't give you a chance, because I've decided to obliterate all of you." Lin Xingyo's expression turned exceptionally cold and vicious as he sneered, "The so-called noble demon mage clan. What do you mean?" Sima Changkong almost burst out laughing at Lin Xingyo's words. His expression, filled with nothing but disdain, said, "Do you really think this ant can kill us?" The surrounding members of the underworld demon clan around Sima Changkong all raised their eyebrows upon hearing this, their eyes brimming with ridicule and mockery. They simply didn't believe that Lin Xingyo had the ability or means to do such a thing. After all, they were the Ming Moizu of the immortal realm, born to suppress the ancient and cut through the void. They simply didn't believe that Lin Xingyo had the ability or means to do such a thing. After all, they were the Ming Moizu of the immortal realm, born to suppress the ancient and cut through the void. A mere ant like him? What kind of means could he possibly have to kill these invincible gods? Hearing Lin Xingyo dare to say such things, apart from admiring his courage, they only found him both laughable and ignorant. However, the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved. 9 Tao principles surged around his body, merging into one. In an instant, a beam of immortal light that shattered the heavens shot upward, directly blasting toward the sky. You're about to break through." Sima Changkong, reacting from his state of shock, stared at Lin Xingyo in utter disbelief, his expression frozen in astonishment. The immortal realm. The laws are incomplete. The immortal path is flawed. Without a complete Tao principle, it's impossible to break through to the celestial realm in such an environment. But what was happening before his eyes? This mere ant was about to break through. He was going to break the shackles of heaven and earth and break through right here? Such a heaven-defying act was truly heart-stopping. Many would choose to embark on the path to immortality, undergoing numerous trials to enter the immortal realm and achieve their Tao. But this guy had chosen to do it here. He must be a madman, a complete madman. Daring to act in such a reckless manner was practically suicidal. This is bad. As Sima Changkong was thinking, his mind suddenly jolted, and his face revealed an expression of utter despair and fear. "Everyone, flee. This madman is attempting to ascend to immortality and prove his Tao right here. At his level, this entire area will soon be consumed by the immortal slaying tribulation." "It's too late," Lin Xingyo sneered. "None of you can escape, for the heavenly tribulation of slaying immortals has already descended." Too late? These words, like a needle in the sea, shocked everyone present. Sima Changkong stared at the sky, his mouth agape, but no sound came out. Meanwhile, the surrounding Ming Mozu members were all glaring with fury, their eyes bloodshot. Madman, stop right now. Sima Changkong finally managed to react, his eyes bloodshot as he roared toward Lin Xingyo. You dare to undergo the tribulation here. We won't survive, and neither will you. Is that so? Lin Xingyo's gaze swept indifferently toward Sima Changkong as he lightly smiled. Then let's see. Madman, everyone, kill him? Sima Changkong roared in fury, his hand forming a claw as he shot lightning fast toward Lin Xingyo. The surrounding crowd, reacting in kind, also attacked Lin Xingyo. Check in. Facing Sima Changkong and their attack, Lin Xingyo's lips curled into a cruel smile. He summoned countless realm barriers and golden Buddha walls before opting to check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on completing the ancient medicinal garden check-in task. You will receive the combat technique inheritance of the white-robed God King, Jiang Taishu. The next task is to check in at the Bronze Hall. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel excited. Ding! The white-clad God King Jiang Taishu's combat technique inheritance is activating and integrating. 3-second countdown. Integration successful. Good. Lin Xingyo's heart trembled as he saw the combat technique interface activate. Without waiting any longer, he directly broke through his cultivation. Boom! An overwhelming aura exploded from Lin Xingyo's body, instantly tearing apart the void. Following that, 9 Tao principles appeared, and divine radiance and Tao rhythm surged upward. Roar! Lin Xingyo let out a roar, and in the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, the 9 Tao principles merged into one, forming a divine rune that illuminated the heavens. Boom! A beam of immortal light shot out from Lin Xingyo's body, completely blasting apart the heavens. Boundless divine Tao principles and heavenly Tao surged uncontrollably toward Lin Xingyo. Kill! Sima Changkong's eyes turned red as he faced Lin Xingyo's reckless breakthrough. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He had to stop Lin Xingyo's breakthrough, because once he succeeded, the Jianshan Jia would surely descend, and he too would perish. At that time, not only would he be doomed, but even the entire ancient forbidden zone might collapse. Stop him. Sima Changkong's mind was in a frenzy. We must stop him. Under no circumstances can we allow the heavenly tribulation to descend. Boom. It was all too late. The void was completely devoured by the heavenly tribulation, and boundless Tao principles suppressed the heavens. A 1,000,000-mile-long thunderbolt directly crushed the sky. Snap! The tribulation arrived in an instant, illuminating the entire world with a blinding light. At this moment, countless living beings wailed in despair. But it was all futile. Under such a powerful tribulation, all things had turned to dust, and no living being could withstand it. Heaven-swallowing art, activate. Facing such a devastating tribulation, Lin Xingyo naturally didn't dare to be careless. He took a deep breath, instantly absorbing billions of miles of spiritual energy, then stomped his foot hard, shattering the ground. Kill! Lin Xingyo summoned the soul-devouring spear in his hand, and one after another, immortal Tao rings exploded around his body. He let out a roar to the heavens. Then, in the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, he tightly gripped the soul-devouring spear and thrust it upward, directly countering the descending tribulation. Madman! Sima Changkong and the others all stopped in their tracks, looking up at Lin Xingyo as he charged toward the tribulation. One by one, they were completely stunned. Especially Sima Changkong, because even he had never dared to do such a thing back then. But his lips curled into a vicious smile, because he was absolutely certain that Lin Xingyo was courting death, daring to confront the Jianshan Jia. In his memory, Lin Xingyo was the first. The Jianshan Jia was something Sima Changkong knew all too well. It was the ultimate test that severed the path to immortality, cutting down any being that dared to cross that threshold. It was the blade that severed the path to immortality. It cut down all living beings who dared to take that step. Therefore, countless individuals were halted before the Jianxianjia, unable to transcend. Because once crossed, they were no longer in the realm of humans, but in the true sense of immortals. Chapter 100, The Great Emperor Haoyin. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, followed by an apocalyptic thunderclap that exploded across the sky, blotting out the sun and moon. My God! He's still alive? The usually bustling scene was now frozen in shock. Everyone, including Sima Chongkong, was dumbfounded. His eyes practically bulged out of their sockets in disbelief. Such a devastating heavenly tribulation had failed to obliterate Lin Xingyo. This was simply too shocking for him. Roar! The void trembled violently. Then, a majestic purple-gold thunder dragon, its body crackling with lightning, opened its bloodthirsty maw and let out an enraged roar. Its massive form coiled and lunged at Lin Xingyo with terrifying speed. Die! Lin Xingyo stood his ground, raising his divine spear, the Soul Devourer, and charged forward with unbridled ferocity, like a meteor racing against the moon, directly confronting the oncoming Thunder Dragon. Clang! The Soul Devourer collided with the Thunder Dragon, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that tore through the heavens and earth. Roar! The purple-gold Thunder Dragon let out a pained howl as its entire body, starting from its head, exploded into countless fragments. A boundless rain of thunder and lightning cascaded down upon the earth, causing calamity to countless living beings. Crack, crackle. The tribulation of the immortal slayer seemed to have been thoroughly enraged. The storm clouds surged like a stampede of 10,000 horses, converging rapidly toward Lin Xingyo. Boom! The void was torn asunder. Countless golden beams pierced through the storm clouds, shooting down toward the earth. The sky resounded with the clashing of metal and the thunder of war. Following this, 9 purple-gold divine dragons led the way. They pulled a magnificent chariot along a golden path that stretched across the heavens, charging swiftly toward Lin Xingyo. My heavens! What am I seeing? Countless living beings cried out in astonishment, for the figure approaching Lin Xingyo was none other than the mightiest ruler of this realm, the great Emperor Haoyin. 9 dragons pulling a chariot, immense divine might, a presence that could swallow mountains and rivers, a path to immortality. He had ascended to the Shanye, riding in a chariot drawn by 9 dragons. Could it be that he has returned from the immortal realm? The crowd erupted in shouts and screams. But soon, someone stepped forward to clarify that this was not the great Emperor Haoyin returning from immortality. Instead, it was an imprint of his most powerful form, recorded by the laws of heaven. The tribulation of the immortal slayer was now using the mightiest image of the great Emperor Haoyin to block Lin Xingyo's path to immortality. This young man, Xingyo, truly possesses such might, but he is ultimately a variable of the heavens and earth. If the tribulation of the immortal slayer cannot fell him, I shall personally take action to cut him down. I will not allow anyone to cross this threshold in this accursed land, preventing the completion of the world's laws. From the illusory realms of the immortal spirit world, 2 exceptionally cold gazes suddenly turned toward Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo immediately sensed this and met the gaze with his own, icy as 10,000 years of frost. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly sense the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly perceive the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly discern the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly detect the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly identify the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly recognize the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly experience the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling Sa-yi emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh emanating from the other. He could clearly feel the bone-chilling sigh. However, he had no time to deal with them now, because the great Emperor Haoyan, approaching along the golden path, had already arrived. I am the great Emperor Haoyan. Who dares to tread upon this path to immortality? I shall cut off your path to immortality. I will not allow the likes of you, wretched criminals, to attain immortality. Slay. With that, the great Emperor Haoyan formed hand seals and conjured a towering pagoda wreathed in lightning. which he hurled at Lin Xingyo with devastating force. Soul Devourer, pierce? Lin Xingyo showed no fear. Instead of retreating, he advanced, thrusting his spear toward the pagoda hurled by the great Emperor Haoyin. The two forces collided with immense power. But the next moment, before Lin Xingyo could catch his breath, another figure appeared in the void, accompanied by a massive black dog. The figure declared, "I am the Nether Emperor Duanda. How dare you tread upon this path to immortality? I shall cut off your path to immortality. I will not allow the likes of you, wretched criminals, to cross this path. Slay." In the ancient Forbidden Zone, Duanda and the Black Emperor both spat out blood. Their eyes widened as they stared at the images in the sky, covering their faces in exasperation. Damn this heavenly tribulation. I really want to strangle you. Chapter 101. Ascension to Immortality. Combat Sacred Technique. Activate. Lin Xingyo's body trembled as he unleashed the Combat Sacred Technique. Gripping the soul-devouring spear, he charged towards the Emperor of Heaven, while the heaven-sundering sword slashed towards Black Emperor and Duanda. Clang! In front of countless astonished gazes, Lin Xingyo's soul-devouring spear clashed with the fist imprint the Emperor of Heaven had thrown with explosive force. Great Completion Ancient Holy Body. Activate. Ancient Bloodline. Activate. Lin Xingyo and the Emperor of Heaven exchanged a powerful blow, and instead of retreating, Lin Xingyo surged forward. His Great Completion Ancient Holy Body and Ancient Bloodline were fully unleashed, and in an instant, boundless divine radiance and Taoist resonance burst forth from his body. Kill! In that moment, Lin Xingyo went completely berserk. The explosive power within him surged with every attack, crashing heavily onto the Emperor of Heaven's fist imprint and the Heaven Tower. Boom! 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 The sky was torn apart once again, and one after another, emperors manifested by the heavenly tribulation's laws appeared in the sky. Almost all of them launched their most powerful attacks towards Lin Xingyo. Kill! Lin Xingyo did not falter. His soul-devouring spear swung wildly, and as he activated the colorless domain, the combat sacred technique suddenly boosted his combat power several times over. Kill! Of course, the 9 emperors did not hold back either. Almost all of them were in their peak states, launching their most intense attacks against Lin Xingyo. It was clear. The heavenly tribulation was intent on blocking Lin Xingyo's path to immortality, refusing to let him transcend and cross this threshold. Kill! Lin Xingyo would not back down, because every cultivator understood that the path of cultivation was like rowing against the current. It was extremely difficult. It required an unyielding spirit from the cultivator. No matter what obstacles were encountered, one must possess an indomitable heart. Otherwise, how could one's Tao heart remain stable, let alone achieve the Tao and ascend to immortality? Kill! Lin Xingyo's soul-devouring spear shattered the Heaven Tower, and he turned to charge towards the Thunder Emperor, who was shooting towards him. Snap! Lin Xingyo's spear exploded the Thunder Emperor's attack and retaliated against the Void Emperor and the rebellious Ancient Emperor. Good heavens! Why is he so strong? He's actually fighting 9 celestial emperors at once and holding his own against their attacks. Countless gazes from the ancient Forbidden Zone focused on Lin Xingyo. Their faces were filled with nothing but shock. Even the usually arrogant Sima Changkong showed a look of astonishment, let alone the members of the Demon Clan, who had always regarded Lin Xingyo as an ant. The human race has produced such a monstrous talent. We absolutely cannot let him continue to grow. We must join forces to eliminate him. In the various forbidden zones of the celestial realm, countless reclusive supreme elders opened their eyes. Each of them stared at Lin Xingyo with the coldness of 10,000 years of ice. Some even couldn't wait to act, wanting to cut Lin Xingyo down right there in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Boom! At that moment, the ancient Forbidden Zone suddenly trembled, and a bronze palace rose, suppressing the void above the ancient Forbidden Zone. Outside the ancient Forbidden Zone, one powerful imperial weapon after another was unleashed, but suddenly, The sky rippled like water, and the devouring heaven demon vessel shot out, instantly blocking all the imperial weapons outside the ancient forbidden zone. How is she awake? Seeing this scene, all the attacking emperors dared not move rashly. They all stared at the bronze palace and the devouring heaven demon vessel, which were suppressing the void above the ancient forbidden zone, in a daze. Kill. Lin Xingyo couldn't care about these things, as he was currently defying the heavens and undergoing tribulation, facing the powerful 9 celestial emperors. Lin Xingyo's soul-devouring spear could not afford the slightest slack. He was almost exhausting all his strength to counter their attacks. Sacred techniques, imperial weapons, had completely shattered this void. Yet, the immortal slaying tribulation did not recede, but instead grew stronger, as if it had provoked the wrath of heaven. Crack, crack, crack. While facing the siege of the 9 emperors, Lin Xingyo also had to deal with the thunderbolts of the immortal slaying tribulation. Soul-devouring spear, kill. In the midst of the battle, Lin Xingyo roared, and with a flick of his hand, he hurled the soul-devouring spear towards the Emperor of Heaven. The spear, flashing with black light, shattered the Heaven Tower in one strike and shot like lightning towards the Emperor of Heaven. Roar! Facing Lin Xingyo's powerful throw, the Emperor of Heaven roared and, with both fists, pounded the spear with one powerful punch after another. Sword come! Heaven sundering! Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Xingyo roared and grasped the heaven-sundering sword in his hand. Then, like a thunderbolt, he shot towards the Emperor of Heaven. Slay! Lin Xingyo closed in on the Emperor of Heaven, and before the latter could react, he activated the colorless domain, locking down the area within 300 meters. With the heaven-sundering sword raised high, he slashed down lightning fast, decapitating the Emperor of Heaven. Sky-shattering fist, break. Lin Xingyo didn't dare to pause. With a powerful punch, the combat sacred technique was unleashed, and his strength instantly increased several times. That punch directly shattered the Emperor of Heaven. Roar! 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 Almost at the same time, the rebellious ancient emperor and the others all pounced, and facing this situation, Lin Xingyo immediately activated the Golden Buddha Wall. Instantly, under the enhancement of the combat sacred technique, the defensive power of the Golden Buddha Wall surged dramatically. Crack! 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 The surrounding void was completely turned into a chaotic time stream, yet Lin Xingyo shot out with the heaven-sundering sword in hand. The colorless domain locked down his surroundings. With one slash of the heaven-sundering sword, he killed the Void Emperor and the rebellious Ancient Emperor. The next moment, before the Emperor of Heaven and the others could reform their tribulation bodies, Lin Xingyo's thoughts moved, and the soul-devouring spear shot towards the other emperors. As for Lin Xingyo himself, he slashed towards Duanda. Slay! The heaven-sundering sword in Lin Xingyo's hand shot out a 10,000-mile-long rainbow, and with a powerful slash, he split Duanda in half. Then, with a flick of his hand, he beheaded the Black Emperor and exploded it into a rain of thunder. Boom! The ancient medicinal garden's void trembled violently, and the sky-covering tribulation instantly engulfed Lin Xingyo. Ah! Lin Xingyo let out a heart-wrenching scream. Countless tribulations spread, instantly consuming him. What made Lin Xingyo's eyes nearly burst was that the tribulation followed his pores into his body, grinding his flesh and meridians inch by inch. Roar! Lin Xingyo let out an extremely unwilling roar, but under the erosion of the tribulation lightning, most of his body had already turned to ashes. The aura of death instantly enveloped Lin Xingyo's mind. He understood that this was not an illusion. If he could not resist the erosion of the tribulation, he would surely die here today. No, I cannot die. I must survive. Shirhan is still waiting for me to bring back the 7 immortal blood spirit grass to save her. As Lin Xingyo inwardly roared in unwillingness, suddenly, a stream of immortal radiance burst from his dantian. His body trembled violently, and instantly, the 3 supreme bones behind him erupted with boundless runes and divine radiance. Lin Xingyo's body shook, and his soul sea exploded. A thunderous chaos golden lotus instantly formed in his soul sea, and as the chaos golden lotus bloomed, a small golden figure with a Taoist aura covering the heavens suddenly opened its heavenly eyes. Boom! Lin Xingyo suddenly trembled, and a dazzling light erupted from the depths of his soul sea. Wherever the light swept, countless tribulations were devoured. In just a few short moments, the aura of death dissipated, and in the celestial realm, immortal music drifted, golden springs gushed from the ground, and a vast amount of golden lotus runes fell from the sky, covering the entire world. Chapter 102. Eradication. Himph. Seeing this, Sima Changkong flicked his sleeve with an air of arrogance and coldly snorted. You insignificant insect, even if you break through today, I will surely kill you once the heavenly tribulation dissipates. Himph. Lin Xingyo's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, his icy gaze directly landing on Sima Changkong. Lin Xingyo felt it. The immortal slaying tribulation had not ended. There was one final strike. If he could withstand it, he would cross the threshold of immortality and ascend to become a true immortal. Huff, huff. Lin Xingyo panted heavily, then looked around, and finally his gaze fell back on Sima Changkong. Not good. Sima Changkong's heart trembled. He immediately gripped the Nine Heavens blade, which had been protecting him from the heavenly tribulation, and took a few steps back, keeping a wary eye on Lin Xingyo in the sky. He knew trouble was coming. This madman in front of him likely wouldn't let him off. Judging by his gaze, he would definitely use the heavenly tribulation to kill him. Madman! Sima Changkong swallowed hard, biting his cracked lips, and a strong sense of dread instantly welled up within him. He understood that this time, he was likely going to meet his end here. Kill. However, Sima Changkong gritted his teeth and decided that since there was no escape, there was only one chance, to kill Lin Xingyo before the immortal slaying tribulation struck. Sima Changkong's mind was made up, and he no longer hesitated. Gripping his blade with both hands, he roared and slashed fiercely at Lin Xingyo. Himph! Seeing Sima Changkong charging at him, Lin Xingyo no longer wasted words. He grabbed the Zhutian sword and counterattacked with lightning speed. Clang! As Lin Xingyo and Sima Changkong clashed, the other members of the underworld demon clan, who had finally reacted, also rushed over to attack. After all, they weren't stupid. They quickly realized what they should be doing, so without any orders, they all fiercely charged at Lin Xingyo. Insect, you should die. The surrounding underworld demon clan members all roared as they attacked Lin Xingyo, and in an instant, their treasures and runes engulfed the entire area. Kill. Facing the onslaught of the underworld demon clan, Lin Xingyo activated his colorless domain and fully unleashed his combat techniques, instantly boosting his strength tenfold and forcefully withstanding all the attacks from the underworld demon clan. Of course, if Lin Xingyo hadn't mastered the combat saint technique, he wouldn't have been able to fight against the powerful underworld demon clan. Even though he had already transcended the human realm and attained immortality, he wouldn't have had the strength to stand against the underworld demon clan. After all, they all came from the immortal realm, and they were even the royal clan of the immortal realm. If their strength hadn't been suppressed, they wouldn't have needed such a bitter battle. Killing Lin Xingyo would have been as easy as squashing an ant. But now, Lin Xingyo was able to fight against them, and he could even use the power of the heavenly tribulation to eradicate these invaders from the higher realm. It's coming. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Xingyo suddenly roared, then grinned savagely, gripping the Zhutian sword as he charged violently towards Sima Changkong. Not good. Sima Changkong's heart trembled. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes filled with utter terror. Boom, boom, boom. The sky completely shattered as 9 towering thunder pillars tore through the heavens and shot violently toward Lin Xingyo. Zhutian sword, break. Lin Xingyo did not retreat, but instead advanced. With the Zhutian sword in hand, he forcefully counterattacked the 9 towering thunder pillars. He's mad. Sima Changkong and the others all turned ashen. for they saw the thunder blades following the 9 thunder pillars. They were coming for them. They were meant to kill any living beings present during the tribulation. Facing the thunder blades that were descending to kill them, Sima Changkong and the others understood that they had no way to resist. It was the might of heaven, something that could not be defied. Crack! As Lin Xingyo forcefully resisted the heavenly tribulation, Sima Changkong and the others were all instantly annihilated by the thunder blades of the immortal slaying tribulation, falling to the ground under countless astonished gazes. Pooh! In the Wanma mountain of the immortal realm, Sima Changkong, who was sitting before a giant cauldron in his cave, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and abruptly opened his eyes, which were filled with overwhelming demonic energy. Human, you have truly enraged me. I will make you understand the extent of my killing intent. Lin Xingyo had no time to pay attention to him, because as Sima Changkong and the others were struck down, the Zhutian sword in his hand collided with the 9 thunder strikes of the immortal slaying tribulation. Zhutian sword, break. Lin Xingyo activated his colorless domain, with the golden Buddha wall protecting him. Holding the Zhutian sword, he unleashed millions of attacks against the raging thunder strikes. Pooh! In the end, Lin Xingyo still couldn't withstand the violent attacks of the immortal slaying tribulation and spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered all over the Zhutian sword. Hum! The Zhutian sword trembled, and a torrent of divine radiance erupted. Then, a sword covered in divine patterns broke free from Lin Xingyo's grip and fiercely attacked the immortal slaying tribulation. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with the sword shadows of the Zhutian sword, blotting out the sun and completely engulfing this part of the void. Good! Lin Xingyo shouted, clenching his fists and attacking as well. Soon, the devouring god spear also joined the fight on its own. They were not only resisting the thunder tribulation, but also using it to temper their bodies. Crack! The sky was completely shattered by Lin Xingyo's attacks, instantly forming a massive black hole that swallowed all the thunder tribulation, then suddenly shook and instantly returned to calm. It's over. Chapter 103. The Immortal Valley. F*******. Lin Xingyo frowned, his face showing extreme displeasure. After all, the heavenly tribulation had been extremely useful for his current self-cultivation, but now it was gone. Facing this outcome, Lin Xingyo couldn't feel satisfied at all. However, he didn't dwell on it. He landed and immediately sat down, starting to cultivate and introspect using the heaven-devouring art. In an instant, he discovered that both his physical body and soul had become incredibly powerful. Even under this suppressed state, he could sense Duanda and the others rapidly approaching. After taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes and restrained his aura, instantly turning into an ordinary person. Hey, quick, he's here. Just as Lin Xingyo stood up, Duanda and the others arrived, protected by the Wuji bell. Human, you're alive, that's great. The Black Emperor pounced over, his face full of excitement, while Chu Yun, behind him, directly threw herself into Lin Xingyo's arms. I'm fine, Lin Xingyo stammered, unsure of what to say. He gently patted Chu Yun's back to comfort her, then said, all right, let's go back. Chu Yun, wait a moment. Chu Yun, what's wrong? Lin Xingyo was puzzled, then looked at Chu Yun. Is there something else you need? I need to gather some life water, as the sacred spirit of our Xianyu sect is on the verge of death, and only life water can prolong its life. Chu Yun gazed at Lin Xingyo with a hopeful look. Will you assist me? Of course, no problem, Lin Xingyo smiled. Let's go. We'll find the life water now. Follow me. The Black Emperor stepped forward. I know where the life water is, but there's a troublesome Puamo tree there. Be careful not to let its demon seeds take root in you. With that, the Black Emperor led the way, and Lin Xingyo and the others quickly followed. Protected by the Wuji bell, they soon left the ancient medicinal garden. As the Black Emperor led them, his expression suddenly changed when he saw a green light flying from somewhere. Before anyone could react, a true dragon immortal medicine rushed to Lin Xingyo's feet. An immortal medicine seeking protection on its own. The Black Emperor was infuriated. This true dragon immortal medicine had been pursued by him for a long time, yet it never acknowledged him as its master. Now, it had voluntarily sought Lin Xingyo's protection. Seeing this, the Black Emperor couldn't help but feel bitter. Why? Just because he just ascended to immortality? But I'm not bad either. Why didn't you acknowledge me as your master after I chased you so many times? Now you're seeking protection on your own? You're clearly trying to anger me. The Black Emperor glared at the true dragon immortal medicine, his face full of dissatisfaction. Good. Lin Xingyo, however, was very pleased and placed it on his shoulder. He then held Chu Yun's hand and continued forward. Humph! Ji Haowen, carrying a large black pot on his back, watched Lin Xingyo and Chu Yun walking away, his teeth gritted in frustration. He really felt miserable. Why was there such a big gap between them? Ji Haowen glared at Lin Xingyo's back, suppressing the anger in his heart. He no longer dared to provoke Lin Xingyo, even feeling a tinge of regret. Lin Xingyo had once given him a chance to pledge allegiance, but he hadn't cherished it. Now, he had become a pet to a dog, and the comparison made him feel even more regretful. Brother Ji, what are you thinking about? Duanda frowned and walked over, patting Ji Haowen on the head. Let's go. Humph! Ji Haowen, though unhappy, quickly followed Lin Xingyo and the others. They walked south for a couple of miles, then turned east, stumbling through several mountains before finally reaching a valley. The valley entrance was narrow, with two towering stone statues on either side, each holding a battle axe and guarding the entrance. On the valley walls, words written in immortal blood read, "Trespassers die." The words were ancient and filled with a murderous aura, serving as a stern warning to those who dared to enter. Outside the valley, a black altar was built with black stones, scattered with fresh blood and bones, indicating that sacrifices were often made here. Without hesitation, Lin Xingyo and the others walked towards the valley entrance. As they approached, a powerful force pushed against them, tens of times stronger than when they had climbed the mountain. Battle Sage Technique, activate. Colorless Realm, open. Lin Xingyo didn't dare to be careless, placing the Black Emperor's Wuji Bell in front of him and activating the Battle Sage Technique and Colorless Realm, covering everyone. He couldn't afford to be careless, not only because entering the valley was difficult, but also because of the unease he felt as they advanced. After all, Chu Yun and the others were with him, and if any danger arose and he couldn't protect them, he would regret it deeply. Tap, tap, tap. Their steps were slow, but they soon passed through the narrow entrance. However, upon doing so, they were met with a shimmering light wall, adorned with flowing runes and emanating an overwhelming aura of Sa-Chi. Fortunately, with the Black Emperor, a master of arrays, they were able to break through the seal. He quickly opened a hole in the light wall, and they all rushed through. When they truly entered the valley, they were all stunned, for it was a paradise on earth. Let's go. The Black Emperor quickly identified the direction and said to Lin Xingyo and the others, "Follow me quickly. This place is the dwelling of that incarnation. We must take a scoop of life water from the immortal pool before she wakes up and leave." With that, the Black Emperor, cunning as ever, quickly ran towards the valley. Seeing his familiarity, Lin Xingyo realized he must have been here before. However, now was not the time to dwell on these matters. The Black Emperor had mentioned something crucial. This place was the dwelling of that incarnation. Lin Xingyo knew how powerful she was, having been injured by her twice, almost being shattered the second time. Tap, tap, tap. They quickly passed through a small forest, crossed a wide river, and finally reached a narrow stone path lined with purple bamboo. The placement of these bamboo trees was precise, and the stone path itself was extraordinary. The surrounding rocks and trees gave Lin Xingyo a sense of great terror. Lin Xingyo took a deep breath and abruptly activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eyes. Instantly, the scene before him transformed dramatically. The valley was far from ordinary, suffused with Dao resonance and divine brilliance. The purple bamboo trees had even developed spiritual consciousness, and their cultivation levels were quite formidable. Something's wrong. Even the river behind us has issues? The water flowing in it has spiritual properties. This place is no ordinary valley. It's clearly a Taoist site. Any being living here can almost be called a deity. Lin Xingyo's eyes were wide with shock, nearly bursting from their sockets. The astonishment in his heart was overwhelming. The valley before him was truly extraordinary. No wonder it was the dwelling of the immortal. Indeed, it was no ordinary place. It was not just any ordinary location. It seemed to form its own world, transcending the 5 elements and existing outside of them. In an instant, Lin Xingyo became extremely cautious, for this place was both terrifying and horrifying. If he hadn't activated his martial Tao heavenly eyes, and if he hadn't reached the celestial transformation realm, he wouldn't have been able to see through the mysteries of this valley, let alone Black Emperor and the others. Tap, tap, tap. The group continued to move forward, but the more Lin Xingyo walked, the more alarmed he became, for this place was truly terrifying. Human, ahead is where the life water is located, but with my cultivation, I cannot pass through. Chapter 104. A matter of life and death. If you're going to fetch the water of life, all you have to do is walk through the dense fog ahead, and you'll find a pool overflowing with spiritual energy. The water in that pool is the water of life, Black Emperor explained, his voice trembling with fear as he stopped near an enormous pumo tree. When you go past it, be extremely careful not to wake this slumbering pumo tree, or else we'll all be in trouble. Understood, Lin Xingyo nodded, not wasting any more words. He exchanged a few brief words with Chu Yun before cautiously heading towards the pumo tree alone. Human, I hope you succeed, Black Emperor muttered, watching Lin Xingyo's distant figure. Suddenly, he glanced at Duanda, and the two of them, with a cunning gleam in their eyes, quickly led Ji Haowen and the others away. Lin Xingyo, unaware of this, had already passed the pumo tree and was swiftly moving towards the foggy area. Soon, his figure disappeared into the thick mist. Step by step, Lin Xingyo took over 10,000 steps and quickly emerged from the fog. Before him stood a small stone house. The stone house was tiny, barely enough for 1 or 2 people to live in. In front of the house stood an unknown, towering tree. This tree, however, was far from ordinary. Even without activating his martial Tao heavenly eyes, Lin Xingyo could see the divine radiance and Taoist aura gushing from the tree. Clop, clop, clop. With a nervous heart, Lin Xingyo approached the tree. As he looked around, he realized this place was far from simple. Although the surroundings were crude, every object in the courtyard was extraordinary. Even a random blade of grass exuded immense immortal energy and had a terrifying cultivation level of human immortal. Phew! Lin Xingyo swallowed hard, his heart pounding as he cautiously moved toward the cliff ahead. He could sense an overwhelming life force there. Along the way, he encountered several immortal herbs rooted in the medicinal fields, but Lin Xingyo didn't stop. This eerie place terrified him, and he didn't dare stay any longer than necessary. He just wanted to find the water of life quickly, take it, and leave, never to return. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo's steps came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened, and he stood frozen, staring ahead in shock. Lin Xingyo felt like his entire body had been stuck in place. His eyes bulged, staring straight ahead, his mind buzzing with a deafening roar. Good Lord! Lin Xingyo was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide, unable to blink. The scene before him was too alluring. 1 heartbeat, 2 heartbeats. His heart raced uncontrollably, his mind unable to process the sight. The figure was too beautiful, even though she was only half submerged in the water. Yet, everything he could see was breathtaking. Gulp! Lin Xingyo swallowed hard, his desire blazing like wildfire in spring. What made it even more unbelievable was that the beauty before him looked uncannily like Bridget Lin. Gulp! Lin Xingyo swallowed again, forcing himself to regain his composure. But he soon found himself in a dilemma. The pool where the beauty was bathing was the very place where the water of life was located. The water she was using to bathe was the water of life. Should he go forward to take the water or not? Screw it. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xingyo took a deep breath and summoned a water-cleansing bottle, stepping forward. His heart was pounding, but for Chu Yun, he had to take the risk. After all, she was his woman. Worth it for her sake. Step by step, Lin Xingyo soon reached the pool. He swallowed hard, crouched down, and stared at the smooth, glistening long legs before him, forcing himself to calm his racing heart. Bending down, damn, the sight was too much. His mind went blank. Ah! Just as Lin Xingyo was lost in his thoughts, a sharp cry startled him. He looked up to see a pair of icy, murderous eyes glaring at him in shock and disbelief. Shit! Lin Xingyo's heart sank. Ignoring her surprise, he quickly submerged the water-cleansing bottle into the pool, sucking up all the water of life. You! After a moment, the woman finally snapped out of her shock. With a furious kick, she sent Lin Xingyo flying across the pool. Bang! Before Lin Xingyo could react, he was blasted away like a beam of light. Ah! Su Wanqi was utterly enraged. She unleashed tens of thousands of attacks on Lin Xingyo, shattering the ancient forbidden zone. Countless living beings trembled, sensing the wrath of heaven itself. Human! Su Wanqi's killing intent soared to the heavens. Her icy gaze locked onto Lin Xingyo, who was nearly obliterated by her relentless attacks. Although she was only an avatar, she was the most invincible existence in this realm. Her true form was the Xintian Empress of the Eastern Immortal Domain. And now, a mere human, he had seen her, and stolen her bathwater. Su Wanqi was completely mad. The overwhelming heavenly might enveloped the entire ancient forbidden zone. Although she couldn't leave this place, she was determined to annihilate Lin Xingyo. Kill! Su Wanqi's killing intent shook the heavens. Countless living beings prostrated themselves, while mountains and rivers crumbled, as if the end of the world had arrived. Run quickly! Black Emperor swallowed an 8 treasures chicken in one gulp, not daring to waste a moment. Summoning the Wuxia Bell, he blasted open a path and sped away with Duanda and the others. Humph! Su Wanqi's icy gaze sharpened as she noticed Black Emperor. With a furious palm strike, she attacked them. I'll hold it off. The Black Emperor grabbed the Wanomu Chi Ding off Duanda's head and threw it forward with a roar, then hastily dragged Duanda and the others into the black hole, not daring to look back. Humph! Su Wanqi wouldn't let them off so easily. A group of thieves had dared to steal from her. Absolutely unforgivable. She was an avatar of the Xintian Empress of the Eastern Immortal Domain. Stealing from her was the same as stealing from the Xintian Empress, and one of them had even seen her body. Seeing her was the same as seeing the Xintian Empress. Such a grave offense deserved eternal damnation. Their souls burned in the sky, never to reincarnate. Chapter 105. This escalated quickly. Damn! Lin Xingyo, who had been relentlessly pummeled by Su Wanqi in the ruins of the ancient Forbidden Zone, groaned in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fellow Taoist, hurry and leave. Before Lin Xingyo could even rise to his feet, a shout rang out. He looked up to see the void before him torn asunder, and He Huang emerged. Jia Yurja Wuxia Zhong, Wuxia Bell. What the hell did you do, kid? How did you manage to provoke that avatar to such a frenzy? Duanda exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo was rendered speechless. After all, this was something he absolutely could not reveal. It was a man's most precious secret. You fat bastard, stop asking. We need to escape for our lives. He Huang glared at Duanda. If we can't escape the ancient Forbidden Zone, we're all dead today. Let's go. Duanda finally snapped out of his shock and pulled Lin Xingyo away. Black Emperor did not hesitate at all, immediately using the Wuxia Bell to carve out a passage through the void. You think you can escape? The void within the ancient Forbidden Zone trembled violently as an enormous palm, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, descended toward Lin Xingyo and the others with devastating force. Damn it, run! He Huang was so terrified that his dog's soul nearly left his body. He had roamed the ancient Forbidden Zone for hundreds of thousands of years, but he had never seen Su Wanqi so enraged. Boom! The sky above the ancient forbidden zone shattered completely, and an endless wave of destructive energy engulfed the entire zone. Death. Death everywhere. The ancient forbidden zone was engulfed in death. Powerful void beasts were obliterated, and countless other powerful beings were slaughtered. Mountains and rivers crumbled and fractured. The heavens and earth were inverted. Death engulfed the entire ancient forbidden zone, as if a divine king were unleashing destruction, unstoppable and merciless. This is bad. We've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. He Huang was utterly despairing. Because Su Wanqi had completely lost her temper, she had sealed off all the paths in and out of the ancient forbidden zone. Even if Lin Xingyo, wielding the Wuxia bell, managed to blast a path through, they wouldn't be able to escape Su Wanqi's grasp. Faced with this dire situation, He Huang was filled with despair. Damn it, I just wanted to steal a few chickens. How could this possibly have escalated to such a level? That damn kid entered a forbidden area even I can't access. What the hell did he do to cause such a commotion? Lin Xingyo dared not speak. At this point, even without thinking, he knew that if he revealed the truth, not only would he not escape, he might die in the most horrific way imaginable. You damn dog, what do we do now? We can't keep tearing through the void like moles forever. Duanda looked at He Huang with a pitiful expression, coughing up blood as he spoke. Running is pointless. There's only one way out now. Follow me. Black Emperor gritted his teeth, snatching the Wuxia bell from Lin Xingyo and blasting a path through the void in front of them. Go, we can only head there now. I just hope she's not too deeply asleep, or none of us will survive. Before anyone could react, He Huang charged into the void tunnel, and in an instant, a burst of white light collapsed inward, whisking them away from the scene. But in the blink of an eye, the colossal palm, stretching across the sky, descended upon the place they had fled, crashing down with a thunderous force. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 miles of rivers and mountains were reduced to rubble, and countless lives were snuffed out. Run? Let's see how long you can keep running. As Su Wanqi's palm shattered 100,000 miles of land, He Huang emerged with Lin Xingyo and the others outside the Bronze Palace. He Huang didn't explain much, directly shouting at Lin Xingyo and the others, "Hurry, hurry, get inside. Right now, the only place in the ancient forbidden zone that can save our lives is here." The Bronze Palace. Lin Xingyo looked up at the words above the palace entrance and didn't hesitate, following He Huang inside. Boom! The sky above the ancient forbidden zone erupted in chaos as wave after wave of fist imprints rained down upon the Bronze Palace. Su Wanqi showed no restraint. It seemed that the Bronze Palace could not contain her fury, even though Lin Xingyo and the others had taken refuge inside. She was determined to obliterate them. Boom, boom, boom. One fist imprint after another slammed down, turning 1,000,000 miles of the area into ruins. However, what was shocking was that despite the overwhelming attacks, the towering Bronze Palace did not collapse. Instead, it stood like a lone ship on the sea, effortlessly dissipating all the attacks. This scene left not only Lin Xingyo and the others inside the Bronze Palace stunned, but all the watching beings outside completely speechless. Too terrifying. Too frightening. The Bronze Palace had withstood Su Wanqi's devastating attacks, and in that moment, nearly all living beings were frozen in shock. Hmph! Su Wanqi's divine will reverberated, human. I'll see how long you can hide inside. The moment you step out, I will surely slay you. Su Wanqi let out a cold snort, but did not give up. She continued to unleash tens of thousands of attacks on the Bronze Palace, turning the surrounding area into a chaotic sea of time and space before finally stopping. Lin Xingyo and the others dared not relax, for Su Wanqi was right. With their current strength, they might never be able to step out of this Bronze Palace in their lifetimes. Chapter 106. Escape from Danger. F********. Lin Xingyo looked up at the sky and cursed bitterly. B****T. What are you so smug about? One day, I'll make even your true form submit to me. Hmph. After cursing, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but sneer coldly. Seeing this, Duanda and the others were all stunned. What a tough guy. Even an immortal wants to ride. No wonder he's a real man. Duanda snapped out of it and immediately gave a thumbs up, while Ji Haowen had a sour expression, carrying a large black pot and glaring at Lin Xingyo with a look of extreme displeasure. All right, let's discuss what we should do next, Black Emperor said, furrowing his brow as he looked at the gradually recovering void outside. We can't stay here forever. If we stay too long, we might die of boredom, and the strange rules of this bronze palace might corrode us. Then, we'll be in real trouble. Sigh. Lin Xingyo sighed helplessly. Black Emperor was right. They couldn't be trapped here for long, especially since he needed to return quickly. After all, Su Shihan's time was running out. If he delayed any further, she might die. That was a child he had raised for 3 years, taking care of her day and night. If she were to disappear like this, Lin Xingyo simply couldn't accept it, so he had to go back. But now, Su Wanqi was guarding outside. If he dared to go out, she would definitely kill him. Although he had already reached the celestial realm, making him invincible in the world outside the ancient forbidden zone, he still couldn't defeat Su Wanqi. Even if she was just an avatar, he had no way to defeat her because her strength was simply too powerful. What should we do? Lin Xingyo's eyes suddenly lit up. System. That's right, I have the system. Who am I afraid of with the system? When in trouble, turn to the system. It's definitely the right choice. The last task was to sign in at the ancient medicine garden, and the next task is here at the Bronze Palace, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Black Emperor and the others looked at him like he was a fool, especially Ji Haowen, who was furious. This scoundrel dared to laugh. It was all because of him that they were in this mess, and now he had the nerve to laugh carefreely. Ji Haowen was so angry. He really wanted to slap Lin Xingyo to death. Lin Xingyo pouted, but didn't bother to pay attention to them. He stood firm and shouted, "Sign in." Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the Bronze Palace sign-in task. The next task is to go to the East Sea Martial God Temple. The following rewards will be given for this sign-in task. Obtained. A map of the ancient forbidden zone. Obtained. A piece of 5 elements divine soil. Obtained. A vermilion gold phoenix hairpin. Obtained. 2 veil of heaven talismans. Hearing these voices in his mind, Lin Xingyo's mood suddenly sank. What the hell? System. What's the use of this pile of junk? I need to leave the Bronze Palace now. What's the point of giving me a map of the ancient forbidden zone and a vermilion gold phoenix hairpin? Can these things help me leave here? Lin Xingyo complained bitterly, his face full of dissatisfaction. Ding! System prompt. If the host wishes to leave the ancient forbidden zone, they can use the heaven-shrouding talisman to obscure all heavenly secrets and escape from danger. However, the host must remember that the heaven-shrouding talismans are single-use items with a time limit. Once the specified duration is exceeded, the talismans will automatically disintegrate into ashes. Great! Lin Xingyo was overjoyed. Now he had 2 veil of heaven talismans in hand. He could give one to Chu Yun and keep one for himself. They could split into 2 groups and leave the ancient forbidden zone. Brother, what are you doing? You startled me with that sudden outburst, Duanda said, glaring at Lin Xingyo. It's nothing. Lin Xingyo patted Duanda's shoulder heavily and said with great excitement, I have a way to leave here. Tisi. Ji Haowen glanced at Lin Xingyo with disdain. He wouldn't believe that Lin Xingyo had a way out of the Bronze Palace. If he had one, why didn't he say so earlier when they were in such danger? However, Chu Yun believed him. Because throughout their journey, she had seen Lin Xingyo's abilities. So she trusted that Lin Xingyo had a way to leave. Besides, even if they didn't believe him, they had no other way out. After all, the avatar of the ancient forbidden zone was omnipresent. Here, I have 2 veil of heaven talismans that can obscure all heavenly secrets. As long as we hold these talismans, we can avoid that vengeful spirit and escape the ancient forbidden zone. Lin Xingyo smiled and took out the 2 Veil of Heaven talismans. F*******. Ji Haowen exploded in anger. Why didn't you take them out earlier? We almost got annihilated because of you. Humph. Lin Xingyo's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura swept toward Ji Haowen. Instantly, Ji Haowen realized his mistake, his legs went weak, and he wet himself. You. Lin Xingyo and the others immediately distanced themselves from him. Seeing this, Ji Haowen was utterly ashamed. He was a peak immortal king. Wherever he went, he was a big shot. Yet with just a simple glance from Lin Xingyo, he had been scared to the point of wetting his pants. Where would he put his face in the future? Brother Ji, are you too weak? Why do you keep losing control of your bladder and bowels? If you're really weak, I can prescribe a remedy for you. Just stay away from women, and I guarantee you'll recover. Duanda teased, giving Ji Haowen a mocking look. Ji Haowen opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word, as he had no defense. Black Emperor and Chu Yun also showed expressions of disgust. Seeing this, Ji Haowen's face burned with shame. Although he didn't dare to vent his anger on Lin Xingyo, he directed his gaze at him with resentment. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Lin Xingyo, he would have already attacked him, as it was too humiliating. Chu Yun, here's a Veil of Heaven talisman for you. I also have a bottle of life essence and a piece of 5 elements divine soil for you. Now, let's part ways here. I'll come to the Kanglan continent to find you when I have the chance. Lin Xingyo didn't have time to deal with Ji Haowen, as he was just an insignificant ant. So he walked up to Chu Yun and handed her the life essence and 5 elements divine soil. He had just checked the system. This 5 elements divine soil is a sacred item for cultivating divine medicines. Since Chu Yun needs to save her sect's spiritual guardian, giving her this soil would definitely be useful. Chu Yun took the items, opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something but unable to speak. Finally, she threw herself into Lin Xingyo's arms. Lin Xingyo patted her back and comforted her a few words before inserting the vermilion gold phoenix hairpin into her hair. There are no never-ending feasts in the world. Now that everything here was settled, he needed to take the 7 Immortals' blood spirit grass back to save Su Shirhan. As for Chu Yun, she needed to return to the Kanglan continent's Immortal Moon sect to save her sect's sacred being. Therefore, neither of them could accompany the other back. They could only hope to meet again in the future. Let's go. Lin Xingyo wiped away Chu Yun's tears and left her with a cold, resolute back. Holding the Veil of Heaven talisman, he no longer hesitated. With Duanda and Black Emperor, he tore open 2 spatial channels and flew into them. Goodbye. Chu Yun raised her hand, watching Lin Xingyo's disappearing figure. She mounted a Pishio and, holding the Veil of Heaven talisman, flew into another spatial channel. Boom boom. The moment Chu Yun entered the spatial channel, it began to collapse inward, turning into white dots. In an instant, she appeared at the barrier of the ancient Forbidden Zone, then held the Veil of Heaven talisman and left the ancient Forbidden Zone. Chapter 107. Returning to the mysterious peak. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xingyo, who had returned from the ancient Forbidden Zone by tearing through space, stood at the mountain gate and coughed a few times before suddenly raising his head and declaring, I'm back? Lin Xingyo was back. He had braved life and death. Altogether the 7 immortal blood spirit grass for Su Shirhan. The journey there and back. Though it had only been a short half-month, this half-month had been fraught with peril. He had nearly not made it back. Even now, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. However, this half-month had also been quite rewarding. Not to mention that he had now reached the transcendent realm, but also the fact that he had befriended Duanda and the others in the ancient Forbidden Zone was his greatest gain. Of course, the most important thing was Chu Yun. Even Ji Haowen. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Thinking about how he would carry a big black pot on his back and how Ji Haowen would often be scared to the point of wetting his pants by him was quite amusing. After pondering for a while, Lin Xingyo managed to put aside these distracting thoughts. Now, all he had to do was hand over the 7 immortal blood spirit grass to Huang Loxi. Have him refine it into a pill to heal Su Shirhan's injuries. Right. Lin Xingyo suddenly jolted, slapped his forehead, and with a wave of his hand, summoned the iron-shouldered divine monkey and the mountain-backed giant from his portable small world. Master! The two of them dared not show any disrespect, especially the mountain-backed giant, who no longer displayed the arrogance of a quasi-emperor, but instead became exceptionally docile. After all, he was well aware of Lin Xingyo's capabilities. Facing Lin Xingyo, who was now in the transcendent realm, even though he was a quasi-emperor himself, he had to be as obsequious as possible to Lin Xingyo. After all, being able to follow Lin Xingyo was akin to having the ancestral graves emitting smoke, let alone the iron-shouldered divine monkey, who had been saved by Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo acknowledged them and said, "Hand over your slave seals, and from now on, you will be my servants." The mountain-backed giant and the iron-shouldered divine monkey were overjoyed and immediately handed over their slave seals. Not only that, they also looked at Lin Xingyo with extreme respect and flattery, afraid that he might change his mind. After all, being a servant of Lin Xingyo was not an opportunity that just anyone could have. So they decided, if Lin Xingyo accepted them as his servants, they would do anything he asked, as long as it wasn't death. Good. Lin Xingyo wasn't shy about it either. He accepted the slave seals of the iron-shouldered divine monkey and the mountain-backed giant, and then ordered the mountain-backed giant to transform into a burly man to guard the mountain gate. The mountain-backed giant didn't object. Instead, he was extremely excited. After all, being able to guard the mountain gate for Lin Xingyo was a very honorable task, so the mountain-backed giant gladly accepted. Lin Xingyo didn't mistreat him. After all, they were now his servants, so he couldn't be too stingy. He directly taught the mountain-backed giant some secret techniques and even gave him the pair of battle axes he had seized earlier. Now that the mountain-backed giant was his servant, good things should naturally be given to him. The mountain-backed giant was thrilled by all this. Not only were the secret techniques given by Lin Xingyo invaluable, but the pair of battle axes in his hands were imperial artifacts. Those were imperial artifacts. If they were to be released into the outside world, countless immortal kings and quasi-emperors would fight over them. Now, just because he was Lin Xingyo's servant, such a powerful pair of battle axes had been given to him. My decision was truly correct. Being able to become a servant of Lin Xingyo is truly a blessing that 8 generations of ancestors have cultivated. The mountain-backed giant decided. If Lin Xingyo ever asked him to climb mountains of blades or descend into seas of fire, he would never even frown. Snap! Just as the mountain-backed giant was making this resolution, the space in front of him suddenly trembled, and then Huang Loxi tore through the space and appeared. "Who are you to be so rude in front of my master?" The mountain-backed giant was stunned for a moment, then reacted, gripping a pair of giant axes and stepping forward to block Huang Loxi, saying, "Do you know whose cave residence this is?" Lin Xingyo instantly covered his face. The mountain-backed giant had gotten into his role too quickly, completely taking Lin Xingyo by surprise. Fortunately, nothing too embarrassing happened. After all, everyone was familiar with each other, and a few explanations would clear things up. However, Lin Xingyo still reminded the mountain-backed giant a few times. Told him not to be too strict. Just let things flow naturally. Most importantly, guarding the mountain gate was just guarding the mountain gate. He must pay attention to hiding his cultivation, pretending to be just an ordinary gatekeeper. Guarding the mountain gate is just guarding the mountain gate? Upon hearing this, the mountain-backed giant's expression changed, and then his eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. "Master, truly a great man. He saw through the bottleneck in my cultivation path at a glance. He is guiding me to step into the mortal world to clarify my heart and understand the Tao." Chapter 108. All is well. Elder Huang, here is the 7-star blood spirit grass for you. Lin Xingyo had no idea about the thoughts of the giant behind the mountain. Instead, he handed over the 7-star blood spirit grass to Huang Loxi. The latter, upon receiving it, couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment on his face. After all, he was very familiar with the ancient Forbidden Zone. The fact that Lin Xingyo had managed to retrieve the 7-star blood spirit grass. He understood very well. It was an extremely difficult task. However, he accepted the 7-star blood spirit grass without saying much. Following Lin Xingyo, they walked towards the courtyard. The courtyard was as usual. There were almost no changes, but there was one additional person in the courtyard. That person was the Green Phoenix Empress. She was sitting with Su Shirhan in front of the Tao Enlightenment tea tree, both of them cultivating together. Of course, Lin Xingyo's return naturally caught her attention, but she didn't give him a good look. "You're back." Seeing Lin Xingyo enter, the Green Phoenix Empress stood up, brushing her sleeve, and looked at him, saying, "Did you get the item?" Lin Xingyo frowned, his expression extremely displeased, but he didn't bother with the Green Phoenix Empress. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Shirhan, who was cultivating. He was a bit excited. Su Shirhan was all right. All the hardships he had endured these days were worth it. Now, as long as Huang Laxi could refine the 7-star blood spirit grass and the Phoenix Immortality herb into a pill for Su Shirhan to take, her injuries would be completely healed. You're back?" Su Shirhan suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Xingyo with a stunned gaze. Her expression was complex. One could clearly feel her emotional turmoil upon seeing Lin Xingyo. But soon, she forcibly suppressed it, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to her usual icy expression, as cold as the ancient abyss. Shirhan. Lin Xingyo, however, was very excited and immediately stepped forward to embrace Su Shirhan. "I've missed you these days, master." Su Shirhan frowned, a sense of resistance rising within her. She had thought that Lin Xingyo would show some concern for her. To her surprise, he dared to disrespect her again. What was laughable was that he even shed tears. As a man, it was utterly disgraceful. The Green Phoenix Empress is right. Practitioners must sever their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Such a waste must not be kept. Keeping him would only disturb my Tao heart. On Su Shirhan's breathtakingly beautiful face, a bone-chilling aura of killing intent coalesced as she declared, "Those who obstruct my path shall perish." Su Shirhan reaffirmed her Tao heart once again, as she was destined to sever the mortal ties and prove her way to immortality. Although she no longer cultivated the way of no emotions, keeping such a useless master would eventually become an obstacle on her path to proving her Tao. After all, he was just an ordinary mortal with a lifespan of less than 100 years. It would be better for her to give him a quick death. Let him enter the cycle of reincarnation early. Next life, he might be reborn into a good family, which would be better than enduring the ridicule of others now. "Shirhan, it's okay." Lin Xingyo didn't notice Su Shirhan's expression. Instead, he cupped Su Shirhan's face and said, "I've already found the 7-star blood spirit grass for you. Now, as long as Old Bird hands over the Phoenix Immortality herb, your injuries can be healed." Su Shirhan's expression froze, and she was completely stunned. As for the Green Phoenix Empress beside her, she was furious. She was the Green Phoenix Empress, not some old bird. She hated this nickname. If it weren't for Lin Xingyo's invincible status, given her identity and means, she would have crushed Lin Xingyo 1,000 times over. Green Phoenix Empress, the white-clad emperor has already found the 7-star blood spirit grass. Why don't you also hand over the Phoenix Immortality herb, so we can start refining the pill? Once the pill is ready, we can let both of your disciples take it as soon as possible. How about it? Hearing this, Su Shirhan's expression turned sour, especially since Lin Xingyo was still holding her, and she almost couldn't hold back. Just a moment ago, Su Shirhan had thought that the 7-star blood spirit grass was found by Lin Xingyo. It turned out to be the white-clad emperor's achievement. What was infuriating was that this incompetent fool tried to take credit for it. Fortunately, it was pointed out by someone else. Otherwise, she would have been kept in the dark. What was laughable was that she had even felt gratitude towards him. She was so muddled. With her worthless master, having no cultivation at all, how could he possibly find the 7-star blood spirit grass? The one who could find it must be the invincible white-clad emperor. A mere good-for-nothing could only bring disgrace upon himself. How could he possibly possess such extraordinary abilities? Humph! The Green Phoenix Empress brushed her sleeve, giving Lin Xingyo a very unpleasant look, then summoned a leaf of the Phoenix Immortality Herb and handed it to Huang Loxi before walking away. Huang Loxi didn't say much. He took the herb, summoned a large cauldron, and found a place to start refining the medicine. Meow! At this time, Bai Shiyu raised her head and meowed at Lin Xingyo, then climbed over from the windowsill. Hey, little lazy cat. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately crouched down and waved at Bai Shiyu, saying, "Come here." Meow. Bai Shiyu meowed a couple of times and obediently climbed into Lin Xingyo's arms. The latter stroked Bai Shiyu's fur and said, "Have you been good at home these days?" Meow. Bai Shiyu raised her head and comfortably lay in Lin Xingyo's arms. The latter smiled and said a few words to Su Shirhan before walking away. Waste. Su Shirhan glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo and no longer paid attention to him. She sat cross-legged under the Tao Enlightenment tea tree and continued her cultivation. As for the Green Phoenix Empress, she certainly wouldn't take the initiative to talk to Lin Xingyo. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Huang Loxi finished refining the pill and gave it to Su Shirhan to take. With a round of healing and the help of the Green Phoenix Empress, Su Shirhan, after taking the pill, quickly recovered. Her cultivation also improved significantly. She almost broke through to the inscription realm, but the Green Phoenix Empress stopped her breakthrough and told Su Shirhan that in a few days, she would arrange for Su Shirhan to inscribe her Tao at the Phoenix Ancestral Land in the east, as it was the most suitable place for Su Shirhan to do so. After all, in the Green Phoenix Empress's eyes, Su Shirhan had the qualification. Su Shirhan was naturally very happy. After all, she knew that the Phoenix Ancestral Land in the east wasn't somewhere anyone could go. Most importantly, it was almost where the strongest talents of all races gathered. Even many pure-blooded divine beasts would cultivate there. Being able to inscribe her Tao there was undoubtedly the best option. Lin Xingyo didn't object. Anything good for Su Shirhan, he naturally agreed to. However, he wasn't at ease with Su Shirhan going alone, so his attitude was clear. He wanted to accompany Su Shirhan. Surprisingly, the Green Phoenix Empress didn't argue with him this time. Instead, she very readily agreed to Lin Xingyo's request, because just recently, she had received a message from the Azure Dragon Emperor, asking her to handle things here and then return to the ancient Forbidden Zone. Lin Xingyo understood. It must be that Duanda and the others had arrived at the ancient Forbidden Zone and informed the Azure Dragon Emperor and the others about the situation in the ancient Forbidden Zone, which was why the Azure Dragon Emperor had sent a message asking the Green Phoenix Empress to return. Chapter 109. The True Dragon's Immortal Herb. The next morning at dawn, Lin Xingyo, as usual, got up early. Standing in the courtyard, he held a wooden sword in his hand and thrust it into the air 5,000 times. Su Shirhan looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were a fool. In her eyes, there was nothing but disdain and contempt. What's the use of a mere good-for-nothing, thrusting a sword 5,000 times a day? He would never be able to gather spiritual energy in his lifetime. No matter how hard he tried, nothing would change. A useless person remains useless. Su Shirhan disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, then continued her cultivation by running the Phoenix Divine Art. She was full of disdain and contempt for Lin Xingyo's actions. But in Bai Shiyu's eyes, Lin Xingyo's sword thrusts were not ordinary at all. To them, each of Lin Xingyo's sword thrusts seemed like the creation of the world. Fortunately, he didn't use spiritual energy when thrusting his sword. Otherwise, they believed that with just one thrust, Lin Xingyo would pierce through the sky. Huff! Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and, as usual, took a hoe to loosen the soil around the blazing purple gold gourd. After finishing these tasks, Lin Xingyo remembered the true dragon's immortal herb he had obtained from the ancient Forbidden Zone. He quickly found a large pot in the firewood room, filled it with fine soil, and summoned the true dragon's immortal herb, planting it in the pot. After a while, he poured a pot of water on it, making it wet, and placed it on Su Shirhan's windowsill. Seeing this, Bai Shiyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly crawled over. The divine aura of the immortal herb. As a heavenly king, Bai Shiyu could naturally recognize it. But before she could take a bite, Lin Xingyo picked her up and held her in his arms. Little lazy cat, don't you dare think about this immortal herb, or I'll kill you. Meow. Bai Shiyu meowed, not daring to make any further moves in the face of Lin Xingyo's words. Even if it was an immortal herb in front of her, she didn't dare to look at it again. After all, the man in front of her was a killing god. If she angered him, she wouldn't have a good outcome. Su Shirhan's gaze suddenly turned towards the true dragon's immortal herb on the windowsill. Where did you get this from? After hesitating for a moment, Su Shirhan finally walked over and asked Lin Xingyo, looking at the true dragon's immortal herb. You mean this grass? Lin Xingyo was slightly surprised and then said, I just dug it up while loosening the soil for the purple gold gourd. It looked quite beautiful, so I planted it in a pot and placed it in front of your windowsill. Look, it seems quite content. Lin Xingyo didn't want to reveal too much, mainly because he knew Su Shirhan might not believe him, and he didn't want to expose his identity in front of her. After all, Lin Xingyo really didn't want to break this peaceful life. Su Shirhan opened her mouth, her eyes wide and blank, but soon, she relaxed again, because she quickly realized the true dragon's immortal herb was sentient. It must have come to her on its own. After all, she was so talented and would surely become an immortal in the future. The true dragon's immortal herb and the enlightenment tea tree must be the same. They came to seek her protection on their own. Thinking this way, Su Shirhan's mood immediately improved. Lin Xingyo had no idea what she was thinking. He casually chatted with Su Shirhan for a bit, then carried Bai Shiyu to the kitchen, prepared some fresh meat for her, and fed her. After a while, he started chopping firewood, lit a fire, and boiled water in a pot. Then he wrapped some dumplings and threw them into the pot to cook. Soon, he brought out 3 bowls of steaming hot dumplings from the kitchen. Shirhan, don't stand there by the windowsill. I've cooked some hot dumplings for you. Lin Xingyo placed the 3 bowls of steaming dumplings on the stone table and called to Su Shirhan, who was standing by the windowsill staring at the true dragon's immortal herb. Come over and have a bite. Eat, eat, eat. You good-for-nothing only know how to eat. Su Shirhan shot Lin Xingyo a glare, her face full of discontent. What a good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat. Right in front of her was an immortal herb. It was suffused with Tao resonance. Although it couldn't help one comprehend the Tao, the essence it released was far better than eating. Su Shirhan was extremely displeased with Lin Xingyo, filled with disappointment for him, and even more convinced that the Qingfeng Empress was right. A cultivator should sever all worldly attachments. Otherwise, how could they become immortals? Shirhan, this won't do. Human life requires the 5 grains and cereals. If you don't eat for a meal, you'll be hungry. Lin Xingyo didn't care about Su Shirhan's dissatisfied expression. He directly pulled her from the windowsill and sat her down at the stone table to eat. Su Shirhan was furious, but she couldn't resist Lin Xingyo, so she ended up eating distractedly, 1 bite at a time. Sigh. Lin Xingyo sighed, but he didn't keep nagging Su Shirhan. Instead, he waved to the iron-shouldered divine monkey squatting under the peach tree, inviting it to come over and eat together. Humph. Seeing this, Su Shirhan's expression became even more displeased. She, the great ruthless empress, allowing Lin Xingyo to share the same table with her was already a tremendous honor. Now, how could she possibly eat with a monkey? I'm not eating anymore. Just as Su Shirhan was about to angrily stand up, her gaze suddenly froze. Wait, there's something wrong with this monkey? Human, quickly follow me. The golden horned beasts need you to save their lives. As Su Shirhan was gazing in surprise at the iron-shouldered divine monkey, a sudden shout broke the silence. Raising her eyes, she saw the bloodied Tao Tai hurtling towards them at full speed. Tao Tai, what happened to you? Su Shirhan's cold eyes darkened as she immediately stepped forward and continued. What's going on? We were ambushed. Quickly, follow me to save the golden horned beasts. Su Shirhan remained calm, and did not rush to leave. As the reincarnation of the ruthless empress, her instincts told her that something was amiss. Human, quickly follow me. If you don't save the golden horn beasts, they will definitely be killed by the 5 spirit clans. Let's go. After a moment of silence, Su Shirhan bit her lip and finally asked helplessly, "Where are they?" Tao Tai quickly explained a few things and led Su Shirhan forward, as the place where the golden horn beasts were ambushed was only 10 miles away. With their current cultivation, it would be easy to get there quickly. However, Su Shirhan felt helpless, because she knew this was definitely a trap, but she had no choice. Even if she knew it was a pit of fire, she could only jump in without hesitation. After all, the golden horned beasts were her servants. Moreover, they had experienced life and death together in the spirit domain of the divine mountains, so she had to save them when they were in trouble. The journey was silent. Su Shirhan followed Tao Tai and arrived at a primitive forest. Soon, they heard extremely miserable roars. "Stop!" Su Shirhan leaped from Tao Tai's head and shouted at a Rain clan warrior who was about to strike the golden horned beast with a large blade. "If you dare to hurt him, I'll kill you." "Little girl, you've finally come." As soon as Su Shirhan appeared, powerful cultivators immediately surrounded her. Roar! Seeing this, Tao Tai's eyes turned bloodshot, and he quickly realized that he had been tricked by these people. They must have deliberately let him go to lure Su Shirhan here. Roar! Realizing this, Tao Tai became furious, and he thought even further. The whole thing must have been a scheme from the moment they came to find Su Shirhan to go to the forbidden land of the East. Now, he fully understood. From the very beginning, they had been set up. No wonder they could obtain such a rare opportunity. It turned out that everything was a scheme by someone behind the scenes. The purpose was to make them come to find Su Shirhan, ambush them here, then deliberately let him escape to lure Su Shirhan over, and finally capture them all in one go. Su Shirhan? Qi Jianghai, the elder of the Wind clan, arrogantly glanced at Su Shirhan, then sternly and viciously commanded her, "Seeing us here, why haven't you come over to surrender yet?" Humph! Su Shirhan drew her sword and stood in front of the golden horned beast, her cold and piercing gaze fixed on Qi Jianghai, but she remained silent. Su Shirhan understood. Everything was exactly as she had guessed. This entire situation was a trap. Now, it seemed she was doomed, because her master, the Qingfeng Empress, had already returned to the ancient Forbidden Zone. Now, apart from her useless master, there was no one else who could save her. But could he, with no cultivation, really save her? Chapter 110. He has arrived. The Eastern Domain. The city of the 5 clans. A fine drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the city was bustling with people, all standing in orderly rows before the ancestral temple of the 5 great spirit clans. Their expressions were filled with grave solemnity as they gazed at the coffins placed before the temple. These were the heroic spirits of the 5 great spirit clans who had fallen in the spirit domain of the Eternal Peak. They had been placed here and not yet buried, because the elders and clan leaders of the 5 great spirit clans had forbidden it. They had to capture all the living beings who had slain these heroic spirits and bring them here to be executed on the spot to appease the spirits of the dead. The heavens and earth mourned together. Incense smoke curled upwards. Funeral dirges echoed softly. Several white prisoner carts suddenly emerged from the streets draped in white cloth, cutting through the sea of people from the 5 great spirit clans, and slowly making their way towards the ancestral temple. "Master, those beasts have arrived." Qi Jianghai waved his sleeve and spoke to an elderly man with graying temples and a solemn gaze. This old man was no ordinary figure. He was the clan leader of the Feng clan, Qi Tiansheng, whose cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the immortal emperor realm. In the Qiyu continent, he was a deity-like existence. However, this deity-like figure did not exude an arrogant or unruly demeanor, but rather resembled an ordinary old man. From beginning to end, he remained silent, standing there motionless. His gaze never left Su Shirhan and the golden horned beast. Although he showed no joy or sorrow, the more he remained like this, the more Qi Jianghai knew that his killing intent was skyrocketing. It was just that today, there were far too many people coming to pay their respects. So he had to maintain this indifferent demeanor. After all, Qi Tiansheng was the most powerful figure among the 5 great spirit clans. Whether it was his control over the 5 great spirit clans, or the dignity of the 5 great spirit clans as an unyielding force, it all forced Qi Tiansheng to exude an aura of absolute authority. My grandson did not die in vain. After standing for a long time, Qi Tiansheng said, although we have waited for over a month, I don't just want to kill these few beasts. Today, I will also execute the white-clad emperor here, and let all the living beings of the Qiyu continent know that offending the 5 great spirit clans means certain death. Qi Jianghai stood silently beside him, not daring to speak, as the matter involved the white-clad emperor, and he dared not speak rashly. Of course. Deep down, he was afraid of doing today's deed, especially when setting up ambushes to capture Su Shirhan yesterday. He had gone with the determination to die. However, everything was thanks to the miraculous talisman bestowed by the ancestor, which had obscured the heavenly secrets, allowing him to easily capture Su Shirhan and bring them back to the 5 great spirit clans. It was a great achievement. However, his heart was filled with unease, because the reputation of the white-clad emperor was simply too terrifying. He was afraid that the white-clad emperor would come for revenge. Although the 5 great spirit clans had the ancestral array and 5 great emperors, including the ancestor himself, Qi Jianghai still felt some fear, because the white-clad emperor's battle in the outer realms had already earned him a fearsome reputation. Alas, overthinking it. Qi Jianghai took a deep breath and muttered to himself, with the current strength of the 5 great spirit clans, even if the white-clad emperor comes, he will surely be doomed. After all, the 5 great spirit clans have even more terrifying depths than the ancestor, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to send me to capture the white-clad emperor's disciple. Thinking this way, Qi Jianghai suddenly felt his mood relax, but the next second, his pupils dilated abruptly. At the same time, a chilling cold spread from his limbs to his entire body, causing him to stiffen completely. Too terrifying, too horrifying. Just as he had relaxed. But now, the white-clad emperor had arrived, dressed in a long white robe, wearing a bronze mask. With hands clasped behind his back, he appeared so suddenly, right in front of all the 5 great spirit clans. Chapter 111. He shouldn't have provoked him. He's here. Qi Jianghai trembled uncontrollably, his vision darkening as he stared at Lin Xingyo standing in front of the prison cart. In a moment of sheer terror, his liver and gallbladder shattered, and he was literally scared to death. The entire scene fell silent as countless eyes turned to Lin Xingyo. Almost instinctively, everyone staggered backward, creating a vast empty space that extended 300 meters. Lin Xingyo abruptly raised his head, flicked his sleeve, and effortlessly transported Su Shirhan and the others from the prison cart into his personal small world. Then, his cold, piercing gaze lifted and locked onto everyone standing before the ancestral temple of the 5 great spirit clans, including Qi Tiansheng. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo stepped forward. Despite the thousands who stood in his way, he advanced with an unstoppable momentum, quickly ascending the stone steps leading to the ancestral temple of the 5 great spirit clans. Stop him! Song Taiji's cold eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, countless spirit clan members above the immortal realm surged forth from all sides, encircling Lin Xingyo. In an instant, the previously solemn and dignified atmosphere gave way to a tense, murderous scene. The white-robed emperor is too reckless. He dares to come alone to the 5 great spirit clans to rescue people. It seems he will surely be killed here today. Many powerful factions whispered among themselves, watching the unfolding events. Everyone knew that given the current strength of the 5 great spirit clans, the white-robed emperor might not be easily dealt with elsewhere. But here, within the confines of the spirit clan's territory, things were different. Not to mention the terrifyingly powerful ancestors of the 5 great spirit clans. Just the 5 great emperors of the spirit clans, along with the countless cultivators, were enough to pose a significant threat. If they activated the ancestral formation of the 5 great spirit clans, Lin Xingyo would undoubtedly be trapped and unable to escape. Humph! Facing the encirclement of the spirit clan cultivators, Lin Xingyo suddenly stopped in his tracks, saying, "Are you all so aggressive because you want to fight?" As he spoke, he raised his head slightly, his cold gaze locking onto Qi Tiansheng, who was only a few hundred meters away. Qi Tiansheng, feeling the sharpness of Lin Xingyo's gaze, clenched his fists tightly. This man before him was too arrogant. It was as if he had never placed Qi Tiansheng in his eyes. As a renowned immortal emperor of the Third Realm, Qi Tiansheng was no pushover. Everyone on the Qiyu continent knew how ruthless and merciless his methods were. Yet, this man had dared to walk into the lion's den. And not only that, but he had also shown such blatant disregard for Qi Tiansheng. He deserved to be torn to pieces. Homeowner, what should we do? Dongfang Yuan, a heavenly king from the spirit clans, couldn't help but tremble as he whispered nervously to Qi Tiansheng, "Should we kill him?" To everyone's surprise, Qi Tiansheng didn't immediately order an all-out attack. Instead, he gave Dongfang Yuan a meaningful glance, signaling, "Have everyone step aside." This implied that Qi Tiansheng didn't intend to rely on numbers, but rather planned to personally engage Lin Xingyo in a life-and-death battle. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing the path clear before him, Lin Xingyo continued his ascent up the stone steps. However, after just a dozen steps, a burly man with a radiant aura behind him suddenly stepped forward, blocking Lin Xingyo's path. Lin Tian? As expected of the strongest heavenly king of the 5 great spirit clans in 1,000 years. To dare block the path of the white-robed emperor. What a display of courage. The previously silent crowd immediately turned their attention to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, a prodigy born with extraordinary talent, with sharp horns and a domineering presence. He was the first genius to rise in the 5 great spirit clans in the past 10,000 years. His cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. It was estimated that within another 10,000 years, he would step into the quasi-emperor realm. Therefore, regardless of his status or position, he held a high standing within the 5 great spirit clans. Lin Xingyo dared to come to the 5 great spirit clans to rescue people and cause trouble. As the first genius of the 5 great spirit clans in 10,000 years, how could he just stand by and watch Lin Xingyo pass before him? White-robed emperor, no matter how extraordinary you are, if you want to pass by me today, you must fight. Otherwise, you won't take another step forward. Lin Tian looked down at Lin Xingyo with a murderous aura, but the latter merely glanced at him dismissively, showing no regard for him. A mere heavenly king realm cultivator. Lin Xingyo didn't even consider him worthy of being killed. However, if Lin Tian insisted on blocking his path, Lin Xingyo would not hesitate to swat him away like a pesky fly. Because this time, he was truly enraged. The 5 great spirit clans had dared to touch his disciple, Su Shihan. That was a direct provocation of his most sensitive nerve. There would be no stopping until blood flowed like a river. White-robed emperor, didn't you hear me talking to you? If you dare to take another step forward, I won't be polite anymore. Lin Tian was furious. He was the first genius of the 5 great spirit clans, with a cultivation level of the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. No matter where he went, who wouldn't give him some respect? Yet, Lin Xingyo dared to ignore him. Kill. Lin Tian's anger boiled over, and with a roar, he raised his war lance and thrust it toward Lin Xingyo. As expected of the first genius of the 5 great spirit clans in 10,000 years, with just the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, he dares to attack the white-robed emperor with his lance. Truly a hero of unparalleled valor. As Lin Tian made his move, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence, with countless eyes focusing on him. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo acted. His 5 fingers slowly rose, and with a casual, spring breeze-like motion, he swept toward the incoming Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't even have time to scream before he was effortlessly flicked away by Lin Xingyo, exploding into a cloud of blood mist in front of everyone's horrified gaze. The blood mist dispersed with the wind. Wow! At this sight, countless people gasped in shock, fearfully retreating another 300 meters. Even the usually composed Qi Tianshang couldn't help but take a step back. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. Lin Tian was a cultivator at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm, yet he didn't even get a chance to fight Lin Xingyo. With just a casual flick of his hand, Lin Xingyo had turned him into a cloud of blood mist, as if brushing away dust. Such methods. Who on the Qi Yu continent could stand against him? SSS. After a moment, the crowd retreated even further, with no one daring to meet Lin Xingyo's gaze. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo paid no attention to them and continued walking forward. Only when he was a meter away from Qi Tianshang did he suddenly raise his head and ask, "Who among you was behind the abduction of my disciple?" White-robed Emperor, what do you mean by this? Song Taiji, trembling, shouted, "Are you accusing us?" Noisy. With a casual flick of his hand, Lin Xingyo sent Song Taiji, who had just been speaking, exploding into a cloud of blood mist, just like Lin Tian. I'll ask again. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze locked onto Qi Tianshang as he repeated, "Who among you was behind the abduction of my disciple? If you don't answer, I'll slaughter everyone in the 5 great spirit clans today." Hearing this, countless people were struck with shock, as if by a bolt from the blue. However, Qi Tianshang, standing before Lin Xingyo, could no longer maintain his initial calmness. Because he understood, Lin Xingyo was not a man of empty threats. If he said it, he would surely do it. Now, either he killed Lin Xingyo himself, or the 5 great spirit clans would be completely annihilated today. Facing this outcome, Qi Tianshang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He was afraid, truly afraid. His mind was on the verge of collapse. Now he realized he had underestimated the situation. This god of slaughter was not someone to be provoked. But it was too late now. Hatred could truly blind one's eyes, leading to decisions one could never forgive oneself for. Qi Tianshang exhaled deeply, knowing there was no turning back. With so many eyes watching him, he had no choice but to risk the entire 5 great spirit clans to destroy Lin Xingyo. There was no other option. Kill, kill, kill. Qi Tianshang's mind was set, and he directly addressed Lin Xingyo, saying, "White-robed Emperor, you are indeed peerless, but unfortunately, you have offended the 5 great spirit clans. Today, no matter how strong you are, you will surely fall here." Chapter 112. Overwhelming the masses. Is that so? Lin Xingyo said, his hands clasped behind his back, his deep, star-like eyes fixed on Qi Tianshang, who was right before him. "It seems you're not planning to talk. In that case, today I'll have to make it a river of blood." "Bold!" A white-haired, black-robed elder with a cane shouted from the front of the temple. "White-robe Emperor, you are too arrogant." His name was Lei Tianan. He was the patriarch of the Lei clan and had already reached the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Though not as powerful as Qi Tianshang, he was an elder-level figure among the 5 great spiritual clans. Naturally, he was a ruthless character, or else he wouldn't have reached his current status and cultivation. Although he had always been at odds with Qi Tianshang, today's situation was different. He wouldn't hide behind Qi Tianshang and watch him suffer, because this was a matter of the 5 great spiritual clans' honor, and he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind suddenly picked up, and the rain fell harder, with distant thunder rumbling in the sky, as if the wrath of heaven was about to descend. "Old man, are you declaring war on me?" Lin Xingyo's gaze shifted to Lei Tianan as he spoke, despite the roaring thunder around them. "Then I'll have to act." Lei Tianan froze, staring at Lin Xingyo without daring to utter a word. Even the thunder in the sky seemed to be stifled. Lin Xingyo's aura had reached its peak, and Lei Tianan was completely paralyzed, unable to move. His earlier bravado had vanished without a trace. Step. Lin Xingyo ascended another step on the stone stairs, and instantly, millions of eyes followed him. Even Qi Tianshang couldn't help but turn his gaze toward him. At this moment, countless people felt that Lin Xingyo was radiating with brilliance, commanding the world's attention. Every movement he made seemed to crush the breath out of those around him. You? Qi Tianshang tried to speak several times, but each time, the words caught in his throat. He was completely overwhelmed by Lin Xingyo. Only now did he realize the terrifying enemy he was facing. That gaze, that posture, every move. It was as if he were crushing the heavens and severing the ages. In Lin Xingyo's eyes, he was nothing more than an ant. I'll give you one last chance, Lin Xingyo glared at Qi Tianshang. Who among you was behind the kidnapping of my disciple? If you don't speak up, I really will kill you. Qi Tianshang trembled slightly, his back soaked with cold sweat without him even realizing it. He, Qi Tianshang, had seen many great scenes in his life, but never had he experienced anything like this. Now, facing Lin Xingyo, he felt as if he were about to collapse. The man was simply too terrifying. Before even making a move, his aura had already suffocated him. Headmaster? Zhou Tianqi whispered, glancing at Lin Xingyo out of fear. He knew Lin Xingyo was not here for peace. Right now, Lin Xingyo was waiting for Qi Tianshang to speak up and hand over those who had conspired to kidnap his disciple. If not, Lin Xingyo would surely slaughter the entire 5 great spiritual clans. To be honest, Zhou Tianqi didn't want to die. After all, he was just a strategist for the 5 great spiritual clans, a mere immortal king. He didn't want to die alongside them. However, in this situation, he couldn't just turn and run, so he had to remind Qi Tianshang to come clean. But he was well aware that if Qi Tianshang spoke up, almost all the high-ranking members of the 5 great spiritual clans would be doomed. This entire scheme had been their doing. From the moment Qi Jianghai brought back the bodies of the 5 great spiritual clans from the Wan Divine Mountain, they had been plotting this. However, things hadn't unfolded as they had expected. Instead, it had turned into this. They had been too arrogant, underestimating the White Robe Emperor. Qi Tianshang, it seems you don't want to talk, Lin Xingyo said, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Qi Tianshang. Then forgive me for being rude. I'll kill you first, then wipe out the entire 5 great spiritual clans. After all, killing all of you can't be wrong. Wait. Zhou Tianqi gritted his teeth and stepped out from behind Qi Tianshang. The 5 great spiritual clans are innocent. Everything was a conspiracy by Qi Tianshang and the others. The common people of the 5 great spiritual clans are not involved. If you have a raging anger, take it out on them. Oh! Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and his gaze immediately fell on Zhou Tianqi. It seems you know everything? Before Zhou Tianqi could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his back. His gaze fell on the blade piercing through his chest, and then, with a final glance, his body turned to ash. Traitor! Wang Dongtian, holding a flaming long blade, glared at Lin Xingyo and roared, I've had enough of you. I was part of the plan to kidnap your disciple. If you want to vent, come at me. They may fear you, but I, Wang Dongtian, do not. Kill. Wang Dongtian was direct. He swung his flaming blade and slashed at Lin Xingyo. He was the patriarch of the Fire Clan, having reached the 2nd level of the Immortal Emperor realm, and his temperament was extremely fiery. Having endured Lin Xingyo's provocation for so long, he had finally reached his limit. While the Wind and Thunder clans were cowering, Wang Dongtian was not afraid. If he died, he'd be reborn in 20 years as a fine man. Cowering in fear was not the way of a great emperor. Kill. Wang Dongtian completely abandoned thoughts of life or death, gripping his flaming blade and lunging at Lin Xingyo like a thunderbolt. Good, you're a man of blood and guts. Lin Xingyo said, if you can survive one move against me, I'll spare your life. As for the others, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo no longer wasted words. He stepped aside, raised his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, he caught Wang Dongtian's blade. Then, with a palm strike, he sent Wang Dongtian flying backward with a loud thud. Wang Dongtian crashed into the half-collapsed temple. Chapter 113. Unstoppable. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing the situation, the members of the 5 great spirit clans around them all launched a frenzied attack. The 4 clan leaders who had reacted also joined the fray. Lin Xingyo was too arrogant. He completely disregarded them. This was the ancestral land of the 5 great spirit clans. If they couldn't kill him here, what face would the 5 great spirit clans have left in the Chiyu continent? Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars echoed, and one powerful immortal king after another unleashed their strongest attacks towards Lin Xingyo, especially the 5 clan leaders, who almost all used their full strength. Humph! Lin Xingyo stood firm against the countless enemies attacking him. Only when they were close did he stomp his foot, shattering the ground, and then summoned the soul-devouring spear to sweep horizontally through the air. Pft, pft, pft. With a single strike of his spear, countless enemies were reduced to blood mist. No one below the immortal Emperor realm could withstand even a single attack from him. The scene was almost a one-sided massacre. Blood stained the entire city of the 5 clans. Those who had always been the masters of fate. They had grown accustomed to harvesting the lives of others in such a manner. But when faced with Lin Xingyo's brutal methods, the elders of the 5 great spirit clans were all panicked. They had never imagined that they would experience such a day. They were born cultivators. Although their population was sparse, everyone was born with the ability to cultivate and was inherently blessed. In the eyes of ordinary humans, they were considered supremely noble. But now, they were all like ants. A mere flicker of Lin Xingyo's killing intent could end their lives. Lin Xingyo's slaughter made them tremble with fear. Stop, stop! A roar echoed through the bloody battle. How dare you massacre in the ancestral land of the 5 great spirit clans? You are too bold. Huh! Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened. Instantly, a colossal hand emerged from the depths of the 5 great spirit clans' ancestral land, covering the entire city of the 5 clans in an instant. Then, like lightning illuminating the sky, it slammed down towards Lin Xingyo with a mighty palm strike. Soul-devouring spear, kill. Facing the sky-covering palm, Lin Xingyo activated the colorless domain, gripping the soul-devouring spear. Waves of energy exploded around him as he thrust the spear towards the giant palm with lightning speed. Crack! The giant palm was instantly pierced by Lin Xingyo, and countless bolts of lightning shattered the void, tearing it apart. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, Yin-Yang 8 trigrams transform into 2 poles, Qian-Kuan reversal forms the 4 symbols, the 6 harmonies and 8 extremes form the 4 directions array, swallowing gods and demons, stabilizing the Qian-Kuan, 6 harmonies 4 directions ancestral array, activate. Chapter 113. Unstoppable. Kill, kill, kill. Upon witnessing the situation, the members of the 5 great spirit clans around them erupted into a frenzy, launching their attacks. The 4 clan leaders, having reacted, also joined the assault. Lin Xingyo was too arrogant, completely disregarding them. This was the ancestral land of the 5 great spirit clans. If they couldn't kill him here, what face would they have to live in the Chiyu continent? Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars echoed as one powerful immortal king after another unleashed their strongest attacks towards Lin Xingyo, especially the 5 clan leaders, who almost all used their full strength. Humph! Lin Xingyo stood firm against the onslaught, not moving until they were close. Only then did he stomp his foot, shattering the ground, and summoned the devouring god spear, sweeping it across the sky. Pft, pft, pft. With a single strike of his spear, countless enemies were reduced to blood mist. No one below the immortal emperor level could withstand a single blow from him. The scene was almost a one-sided massacre. Blood 染红了整个五族之城. They, who had always been the masters of fate, had become accustomed to harvesting the lives of others in this way. But when faced with Lin Xingyo's brutal methods, the elders of the 5 great spirit clans were all panicked. They had never imagined that they would experience such a day. They were born cultivators, with a sparse population but the ability to cultivate from birth, considered galgoi wubi in the eyes of humans. But now, they were all like ants, easily killed by a single thought of Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo's slaughter made them tremble with fear. "Stop!" A furious roar echoed during the battle. "How dare you massacre in the ancestral land of the 5 great spirit clans? You are too bold." "Humph!" Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened. Suddenly, a gigantic palm emerged from the depths of the 5 great spirit clans' ancestral land, instantly covering the entire Wu Zhujicheng. It then struck down towards Lin Xingyo with the force of thunder. Devouring God Spear. Kill. Facing the sky-covering palm, Lin Xingyo activated the Boundless Domain, gripping the Devouring God Spear. A series of shockwaves exploded around him as he swiftly thrust the spear towards the colossal palm. Crack! The colossal palm was pierced by Lin Xingyo in an instant, and countless bolts of lightning shattered the sky, causing the void to collapse. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, Yin-Yang 8 trigrams transform into 2 forms, Qian-Kuan reversal forms 4 symbols, 6 directions and 8 corners form the 4-direction formation, swallowing gods and annihilating demons, stabilizing the universe, 6 directions 4-direction ancestral formation, activate. The 5 great spirit clans were utterly enraged. They directly used blood sacrifice to activate the protective ancestral array of the 5 great spirit clans, trapping Lin Xingyo within the array. Then, under the jiachi of the ancestral array, Wang Dongtian and the other 5 emperors all launched extremely violent attacks towards Lin Xingyo. They wanted to slay an emperor. They had to kill Lin Xingyo here and now, or else the 5 great spirit clans would have no face left in the immortal spirit realm. Lin Xingyo had humiliated them too much, especially Qi Tiansheng and Lei Tiannan. They absolutely could not let Lin Xingyo live. They had to wash away the humiliation he brought them with his blood. Slay heaven. Sword come. Kill. Seeing Qi Tiansheng and the others approach, Lin Xingyo completely ignored them and summoned the Slay Heaven sword, charging towards them. Appear. With that, Lin Xingyo raised the Devouring God Spear and threw it forcefully towards the ancestral land of the 5 great spirit clans. In an instant, the spear, carrying the might of devouring the heavens and annihilating the earth, shot lightning fast towards the depths of the 5 great spirit clans' ancestral land. Quick, stop him. Qi Tiansheng's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. That was their forbidden land, where their ancestors were in closed-door cultivation. Lin Xingyo's attack was aimed at destroying the foundation of the 5 great spirit clans, something Qi Tiansheng and the others would never allow. Kill. Qi Tiansheng and the others all erupted with divine radiance, with 3 laws of the Tao floating around them as they charged towards Lin Xingyo, trying to block his path to the forbidden land of the 5 great spirit clans. Get out of the way. Lin Xingyo, with an overwhelming killing intent, had already made up his mind to eradicate the 5 great spirit clans. How could he let Qi Tiansheng and the others stop him? But Qi Tiansheng and the others did not want Lin Xingyo to pass. Under the jiachi of the formation, they all fiercely blocked Lin Xingyo's path, launching the most violent attacks. Lin Xingyo, however, completely ignored them. The Boundless Domain was activated. A golden Buddha wall appeared before him. Facing Qi Tiansheng and the others, who were like ants, Lin Xingyo didn't even need to lift a finger. They were already injured by their own powerful attacks, spitting blood. Slay heaven. Sword come. Lin Xingyo reached out and grasped the Slay Heaven sword, slashing towards Lei Tiannan, who was blocking his path. Lei Tiannan couldn't withstand a single strike from Lin Xingyo. After all, the difference in their realms was not just a little bit. With a single slash, Lin Xingyo sent Lei Tiannan crashing to the ground, his blood splattering everywhere. Kill. Lin Xingyo had completely gone berserk. After slaying Lei Tiannan with the Slay Heaven sword, he immediately turned and slashed towards Qi Tiansheng. Ancestral formation. Aid me? Qi Tiansheng didn't dare to face Lin Xingyo head-on. He roared. wanting to use the power of the ancestral formation to kill Lin Xingyo. But the ancestral formation they had always relied on could not break through Lin Xingyo's boundless domain. Thus, Qi Tiansheng was instantly slain by a single sword strike. The Slay Heaven sword in Lin Xingyo's hand trembled, directly devouring Qi Tiansheng's soul and primordial spirit. The sword emitted a faint vibration, as if it was very excited. Kill. Lin Xingyo had no time to pay attention to the Slay Heaven sword. He only wanted to slay the 5 emperors, and then go to the forbidden land of the 5 great spirit clans to kill their ancestors. He wanted to make it clear to everyone, anyone who dared to harm his disciples must be prepared to die. Faced with the completely bloodthirsty Lin Xingyo, everyone present was stunned. They never expected Lin Xingyo to have such brutal methods. Of course, the onlookers were also thoroughly terrified. Now, even if they were given 1,000,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to touch Lin Xingyo's disciples. Because that was a death warrant. Angering him. Only one outcome. Death. Human, you are too arrogant. A furious roar echoed from the forbidden land of the 5 great spirit clans. Divine radiance covered the sky, and the 5 elements Tao laws surged. Then, a gigantic bone mirror shot out from the forbidden land of the 5 great spirit clans, hovering above Lin Xingyo's head. The bone mirror trembled, instantly enlarging hundreds of times. A terrifying force then swept out from the mirror, and anything it touched was instantly devoured by the mirror. Heavenly! Is that the 5 great spirit clans' ultimate Diyun, the devouring heaven mirror? That devouring heaven mirror is said to come from the immortal realm and can slay powerful immortals. The blood-soaked battlefield was momentarily stunned. The mirror before them. Everyone from the 5 great spirit clans recognized it. After all, it was a Nitan treasure, said to be able to devour everything in the world. Even an immortal could not escape once devoured. Interesting. Lin Xingyo raised his head, looking at the descending bone mirror, and said with a smirk, "The mirror is not bad. I'll take it. The mirror is not bad. I'll take it." Humph! Qi Zhongshang and the others all shouted in anger. "You insignificant ant, do you know how powerful this bone mirror is? It comes from the immortal realm, and even an immortal can be captured by it. Where do you get the confidence to say such things? How laughable!" Wang Dongtian was almost amused by Lin Xingyo's words, his eyes filled with mockery. But the next second, Wang Dongtian's expression froze, staring at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. The bone mirror was gone. Lin Xingyo had just waved his sleeve, and the bone mirror, which could devour anything, had disappeared. He knows the art of Chen Kun Xiu. After a while, Wang Dongtian looked at Lin Xingyo with bloodshot eyes, completely shocked. This emperor before him possessed incredible skills, mastering so many divine techniques. Too terrifying. They wanted to slay an emperor. They had to cut Lin Xingyo down here and prevent him from leaving. Otherwise, the 5 great spirit clans would have no face left in the immortal spirit realm. Because Lin Xingyo had humiliated them too much. Especially Qi Tianyu and Lei Tiannan. They absolutely could not let Lin Xingyo live. They had to wash away the shame Lin Xingyo had brought upon them with his blood. Destroy heaven. Sword come. Kill the enemy. Seeing Qi Tianyu and the others approaching, Lin Xingyo completely ignored them and summoned the Destroy Heaven sword to attack them. Appear. After speaking, Lin Xingyo raised the soul-devouring spear and threw it forcefully towards the ancestral land of the 5 great spirit clans. Instantly, the soul-devouring spear, carrying the might of devouring the heavens and extinguishing the earth, shot lightning fast towards the depths of the 5 great spirit clans' ancestral land. Quick, stop him. Qi Tianyo's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. That was their 5 great spirit clans' forbidden ground, where the ancestor was in closed-door cultivation. Lin Xingyo was attacking there. That was going to destroy the foundation of the 5 great spirit clans. Qi Tianyu and the others would never allow it. Kill. Qi Tianyu and the others all erupted with divine radiance, with 3 laws of order hovering around them. attacking Lin Xingyo to block his path to the forbidden ground of the 5 great spirit clans. Get out of the way. Lin Xingyo, who was filled with boundless killing intent and had already made up his mind to eliminate the 5 great spirit clans. How could he let Qi Tianyu and the others block his path? However, Qi Tianyu and the others were determined to stop Lin Xingyo. Empowered by the ancestral array, they launched their most ferocious attacks, fiercely blocking his path. Lin Xingyo, however, completely ignored them. The colorless domain was activated. A golden Buddha wall appeared in front. Facing Qi Tianyu and the others, who were like ants, Lin Xingyo didn't even need to lift a finger. They were directly injured by their own powerful attacks, spitting blood. Destroy heaven. Sword come. Lin Xingyo reached out and grasped the Destroy Heaven sword, slashing towards Lei Tianan, who was blocking his path. Lei Tianan couldn't withstand a single strike from Lin Xingyo. After all, the gap in their realms was not a small one. So, with a single sword strike, Lin Xingyo sent Lei Tianan crashing to the ground, his blood spilling everywhere. Kill. Lin Xingyo had completely gone berserk. After killing Lei Tianan with a sword strike, he immediately turned and attacked Qi Tianyu with another strike. Ancestral array, aid me. Qi Tianyu dared not face Lin Xingyo head-on. He roared, wanting to use the power of the ancestral array to kill Lin Xingyo. But the ancestral array they had always relied on could not break through Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. Thus, Qi Tianyu was instantly slain with a sword strike. Buzz buzz. The Destroy Heaven sword in Lin Xingyo's hand vibrated, directly swallowing Qi Tianyu's soul and primordial spirit. The sword trembled slightly, as if it was very excited. Kill. Lin Xingyo had no time to pay attention to the Destroy Heaven sword. Right now, he only wanted to slay the 5 emperors, and then go to the forbidden ground of the 5 great spirit clans to kill their ancestor. To declare to everyone, anyone who dares to harm his disciple must be prepared to die. Faced with the completely bloodthirsty Lin Xingyo, everyone on the scene was dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Lin Xingyo would have such brutal methods. Of course, the onlookers were also completely terrified. Even if they were given 1,000,000 guts, they wouldn't dare to harm Lin Xingyo's disciple again, because that was a death sentence. Angering him, only one outcome, death. Human, you are too arrogant. A roar echoed from the forbidden ground of the 5 great spirit clans. Then, divine radiance covered the sky, and the 5 elements' laws surged. Following that, a colossal bone mirror shot out from the forbidden ground of the 5 great spirit clans and hovered above Lin Xingyo's head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bone mirror vibrated, instantly enlarging hundreds of times. Then, an extremely terrifying force emanated from the mirror, and anything it swept over was instantly swallowed into the mirror. Oh my! Is this the 5 great spirit clans' ultimate treasure, the Devouring Heaven Mirror? This Devouring Heaven Mirror is said to originate from the immortal realm and has the power to slay even the mightiest of immortals. The bloody battlefield, one by one, was almost all dumbfounded. This mirror in front of them, everyone from the 5 great spirit clans recognized it, because it was an extraordinary treasure. It was said to be able to devour everything in the world. Even immortals could not escape once swallowed. Interesting. Lin Xingyo raised his head, looking at the descending bone mirror, and said with a smirk, "The mirror is not bad. I'll take it. The mirror is not bad. I'll take it." Humph, humph. Qi Zhongxing and the others all roared in anger. "You insignificant ant, do you know how powerful this bone mirror is? It comes from the immortal realm. Even if you are an immortal, it can take you in. I don't know where you get the confidence to say such words." How laughable. Wang Dongtian almost laughed at Lin Xingyo's words, his eyes full of mockery and more mockery. But, the next second, Wang Dongtian's expression froze, staring at Lin Xingyo in complete shock. The bone mirror was gone. Just now, Lin Xingyo had merely waved his sleeve, and the bone mirror that could devour everything had disappeared. He knows the art of the sleeve space. After a while, Wang Dongtian's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Lin Xingyo, completely stunned. This emperor in front of him was too extraordinary, possessing so many divine techniques at once. Too terrifying. Wang Dongtian, though hot-tempered, wasn't stupid. In an instant, he realized that the 5 great spirit clans were done for. They had truly gotten themselves into a monumental mess. They had angered a being they should never have crossed. The 5 great spirit clans were about to fall from their pedestal today. You may leave. I respect you as a man of integrity. Today, I can spare your life. But if you dare to provoke me again in the future, no matter where you flee, to the ends of the earth, I will surely cut you down. After speaking, Lin Xingyo ignored Wang Dongtian's complex expression and slashed through the ancestral array of the 5 great spirit clans with a single sword strike. In a flash, he shot towards the ancestral land of the 5 great spirit clans. However, the very next moment, before Lin Xingyo could get close, a streak of white light tore through the space and fled towards the ancient forbidden zone. Humph! Lin Xingyo waved his sleeve, his gaze fixed on the ancestor of the 5 great spirit clans, who had already escaped into the ancient forbidden zone, and said, "You're quick, but don't even think about coming out of the ancient forbidden zone. If you dare to emerge, I will cut you down." At this sight, countless onlookers gasped in shock, and the members of the 5 great spirit clans no longer dared to attack Lin Xingyo. Their ancestor had fled. What could they, mere pawns, do? Charging forward would only make them cannon fodder. He could wipe them all out with a single sword strike. Listen up, all of you from the 5 great spirit clans. Those who participated in the abduction of my disciple, I am giving you a chance. Commit suicide here, in front of me. I can spare the rest of the 5 great spirit clans. Otherwise, today I will slaughter every last one of you. Chapter 114. Only love is difficult. The city of the 5 clans. In a single night, blood flowed for 100,000 miles. For divine emperors were slain. Countless immortal realms were destroyed. The ancient ancestors of the 5 spirit clans were forced to flee into the forbidden zone of the primordial era. Faced with these shocking news, although the 5 spirit clans strictly forbade the spread of such information, the magnitude of the event was impossible to suppress. Various rumors eventually leaked out. In an instant, the uproar began. No matter who it was, who dared to openly challenge the authority of the 5 spirit clans. Everyone wanted to know, who was this person? But such a major event. Strangely enough, the information was sealed off. Not a single drop leaked out. Few truly knew what had happened, and the rumors became increasingly exaggerated. It wasn't until Wang Dongtian personally stepped forward to explain that the situation gradually calmed down. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Lin Xingyo. Although he had caused a massive uproar, he didn't want it to spread far and wide. As for fame, Lin Xingyo had never desired it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have always worn a bronze mask, because all he wanted was to raise some chickens, go fishing, living such a life. He found it quite satisfying. Life, after all, should be simple. No need to be so complicated. Being able to marry a wife, have a bunch of kids, that would be the pinnacle of life. Lin Xingyo had always held this belief in life, which was why he had been content to lie under a bridge, waiting to die, before being transported to this world. Cluck, cluck, cluck. 3 days later, Lin Xingyo emerged from the firewood room, carrying a bowl of rice grains. He scattered them in the courtyard to feed the chickens, then grabbed his hoe and went out. He walked about 300 meters from his house and started digging in the vegetable garden. No one would ever imagine that he was the terrifying white cloth emperor. Useless. Su Shihan, however, had always looked down on Lin Xingyo, especially seeing him as a grown man, not only farming in the fields but also feeding chickens at home. Her, the master of the ruthless female emperor, having such a good-for-nothing as a disciple, she had had enough. It was utterly humiliating. Such a waste deserved to die. She felt that she could not prove her path to immortality without eliminating him. Master Qingfeng was right. Those who block my path must be killed. Su Shirhan suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze as cold as the primordial ice, directly landing on Lin Xingyo. To cultivate is to sever all emotions and desires, especially the ridiculous bonds of kinship, which must be cut off. Without attachments, one can focus entirely on the path to immortality. Besides, out of all the 30,000 characters in the world, only the word love is difficult. A cultivator who cannot break through the barrier of emotions, how can they become the strongest, ultimately stepping over the 3,000 illusory paths, reaching the end of 100 feet, and proving the way to immortality? Su Shirhan's heart was set, and her gaze on Lin Xingyo grew increasingly cold and sharp. As for Tao Dai and the others, they couldn't understand. Why would such a genius like Su Shirhan have such a waste as a master? Sister, why are you still cultivating? Hurry, hurry, I have a huge piece of good news for you. At that moment, a shout echoed, and then Tang Qianquan came running towards Lin Xingyo's small courtyard. Humph! Lin Xingyo's face darkened, and he immediately showed his displeasure. Didn't he say last time? He didn't like him. Told him not to come again. Why was he here again? Lin Xingyo frowned, looking at Tang Qianquan with obvious annoyance, especially his flattering demeanor towards Su Shirhan. Why are you here? Su Shirhan remained as cold as ever, almost indifferent to everyone. 3 years. Lin Xingyo had never seen her smile, always wearing a stern face, treating everyone the same. Sigh. Lin Xingyo sighed helplessly. He knew that some things couldn't be avoided. After returning from the East Sea with a breakthrough in inscription, he must take Su Shirhan back to the Su family to completely resolve that karmic tie. Because if things continued like this, it would certainly be detrimental to her future cultivation. Chapter 115. Self-inflicted humiliation. Me. When Tang Qianquan saw Su Shirhan speaking to him, a joyful smile immediately spread across his face. He was confident that what he was about to say would pique Su Shirhan's interest. No, not just interest. She might even fall for him, fall in love with him, and become his Tao companion. Ha ha ha. Tang Qianquan couldn't help but laugh at the thought, leaving both Tao Dai and Jimahu bewildered. What's wrong with this human? Why did he start laughing without even saying much? This is bad. Both Jimahu and Tao Dai were jolted into action, immediately stepping in front of Su Shirhan to protect her. Su Shirhan was their goddess. Tang Qianquan's gaze was far too invasive. Although they didn't understand human emotions, they knew this was human love. They didn't approve of Tang Qianquan. In their eyes, besides the white-robed emperor, no one in the world was worthy of Su Shirhan's beauty. Su Shirhan frowned, her expression showing just how much she disliked Tang Qianquan's demeanor. If it weren't for their shared past of surviving life and death together, she would have already coldly sent him away. Sister, I'm sorry. I lost control, Tang Qianquan said, realizing his lapse in front of everyone. He wanted to slap himself for being so undisciplined. That was a terrible impression to leave on his sister. Realizing his mistake, Tang Qianquan was filled with regret. But soon, he straightened up, confidently retrieved a bronze badge from his chest, and extended it towards Su Shirhan. At that moment, he imagined Su Shirhan's shock and excitement, envisioning her rushing into his arms. His face couldn't help but show a gleeful expression. What's this? Tao Dai asked, glancing at Tang Qianquan with confusion. The latter immediately stood tall, opened his hand to reveal the badge, and declared proudly, a bronze badge for entry into the forbidden lands of the East Sea. As he spoke, Tang Qianquan's pride was fully on display, his expression radiating smugness. After all, this badge was highly sought after wherever it appeared. Of course, if he weren't the second young master of the Tang clan, such a valuable item wouldn't be in his possession. I thought it was something precious. Turns out it's just a bronze badge for entering the Forbidden Sea. Sorry, but we've already given a heavenly jade badge to Shirhan. You can keep that bronze one for yourself. Tao Dai added a disdainful glance at Tang Qianquan. A mere earthly bronze badge? You're not worthy to be in our company. Tang Qianquan's face turned red, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. Su Shirhan already had one, and it was a heavenly jade badge. That was proof of identity that granted the holder a protector from a celestial king to enter the Forbidden Sea. It was far more valuable than his bronze badge. Tang Qianquan opened his mouth several times, trying to say something, but no words came out. This was too humiliating. He had completely embarrassed himself in front of Su Shirhan. The two beasts had made him look like a fool. He would not let this go. Tang Qianquan's fingers turned pale as he clenched his fists, his gaze vicious as he glared at Tao Dai and Jinmahu. His expression was as twisted as could be. "Young master, we can depart now?" At that moment, a voice called out from the sky, and a magnificent warship began approaching the misty peak. "Good." Tang Qianquan's face lit up with joy. The slight discouragement from earlier was replaced by arrogance and pride. The ship approaching was a marquee-level warship from the Tang clan. It was a symbol of power wherever it went. Now, he could finally redeem himself from the earlier humiliation. But the next moment, before Tang Qianquan could even speak to Su Shirhan, the entire sky was torn apart. A warship with battle flags appeared, hovering directly above the Tang clan's warship. Compared to the Emperor-level warship, Tang Qianquan's ship looked utterly insignificant. At the sight, Tang Qianquan was so enraged that he fainted. "Greetings, Divine Maiden. Please board the ship." From the ancient forbidden warship, a seven-colored rainbow bridge descended, landing directly in front of Lin Xingyo's courtyard. The eyes of the various peaks of the heavenly sword sect were drawn to this scene. It was incredibly majestic. A seven-colored rainbow bridge, an emperor-level warship. That was the grandeur reserved for a celestial emperor's procession. Now, Su Shirhan and her companions were being treated to such an honor. What else could people do but envy? Of course, it wasn't just because of Su Shirhan that the ancient Forbidden Lands arranged this. After all, she didn't need such a grand display. The ancient Forbidden Lands made this arrangement mainly to curry favor with Lin Xingyo, bringing this warship, which rarely left the ancient Forbidden Lands, here. It was a gesture to appease Lin Xingyo. However, before departing, the Azure Dragon Emperor had given instructions. The purpose of this trip was to escort the Divine Maiden to the East Sea, Forbidden Lands, to inscribe her name. No one was to mention the white-robed emperor. Wait a moment. Su Shirhan didn't rush to leave. Instead, she tidied herself up before leading Tao Dai and the others onto the seven-colored rainbow bridge. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo stopped digging, packed up the pots and pans from the kitchen, and quickly followed after Su Shirhan, carrying everything on his back. Depart. On the ancient forbidden warship, Tao Dai and Jinmahu were filled with excitement. To experience even a glimpse of the feeling of a celestial emperor's procession was exhilarating. Su Shirhan, however, wore a smug expression, especially when looking at Lin Xingyo. Chapter 115. Self-inflicted humiliation. Me. Tang Qianquan's face lit up with joy when he saw Su Shihanyu talking to him. He was confident that the news he was about to share would definitely pique her interest. Not just pique it. She might even develop a crush on him, fall in love, and become his Dao companion. Ha 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 ha. Tang Qianquan couldn't help but laugh at the thought, leaving both Tao Dai and Jinmahu utterly baffled. What was wrong with this human? Why was he laughing after just a few words? This is bad. Both Jinmahu and Tao Dai immediately tensed up, standing guard in front of Su Shihanyu. She was their goddess, and Tang Qianquan's gaze was far too invasive. Though they didn't understand human emotions, they knew this was what humans called love. They didn't approve of Tang Qianquan. In their eyes, besides the white-robed emperor, no one in the world was worthy of Su Shihanyu's beauty. Su Shihanyu frowned, her expression clearly showing her distaste for Tang Qianquan's demeanor. If it weren't for their shared experiences of life and death, she would have already coldly dismissed him. Sister, I'm sorry. I lost my composure, Tang Qianquan said, realizing his mistake under everyone's gaze. He wanted to slap himself for being so reckless. This must have left a terrible impression on his sister. Regret filled him as he quickly composed himself, then confidently pulled out a bronze badge from his robe and handed it to Su Shihanyu. At that moment, he imagined her gasping in surprise and throwing herself into his arms. His face couldn't help but show his excitement. "What's that?" Tao Dai asked, looking at Tang Qianquan with suspicion. Tang Qianquan straightened up, proudly displaying the badge in his hand. A bronze badge for entering the forbidden areas of the East Sea. His smug expression fully bloomed, radiating pride. This badge was highly sought after wherever it appeared, and only someone of his status as the second young master of the Tang clan could possess such a treasure. "I thought it was something precious. Turns out it's just a bronze badge for entering the Forbidden Sea. Sorry, but we've already given Shihanyu an Earth-grade jade badge. You can keep that bronze badge for yourself." Tao Dai finished by disdainfully glancing at Tang Qianquan. "An Earth-grade bronze badge? You're not worthy to be in our company." Tang Qianquan's face turned red, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was struck like lightning. Su Shihanyu already had an Earth-grade jade badge, proof of being escorted into the Forbidden Sea by a celestial king. It was far more valuable than his bronze badge. He tried to speak several times but couldn't utter a word. He felt utterly humiliated. Those two beasts had made him look like a fool in front of Su Shihanyu. He clenched his fists until they turned pale, glaring viciously at Tao Dai and Jinmahu. "Young master, we can depart now?" Suddenly, a voice called from the sky, and a magnificent warship approached the Piao Miao Peak. "Good." Tang Qianquan's face lit up with joy. His earlier frustration turned into arrogance and pride. The warship approaching was a marquis-grade vessel of the Tang clan, a symbol of power wherever it went. Now he could redeem himself from the earlier embarrassment. But before he could say anything to Su Shihanyu, the entire sky was torn apart. A warship with battle flags appeared, hovering above the Tang clan's vessel. Compared to the Emperor-grade warship, Tang Qianquan's looked insignificant. Seeing this, he fainted from anger. "Greetings, Divine Maiden. Please board the ship." A seven-colored rainbow bridge descended from the ancient Forbidden Area's warship, landing directly in front of Lin Xingyo's courtyard. The attention of the various peaks of the Heavenly Sword Sect was immediately drawn to this scene. It was incredibly majestic, the seven-colored rainbow bridge, the Emperor-grade warship. Such grandeur was usually reserved for celestial emperors' processions. Now, Su Shihanyu and her companions were being treated to this spectacle, leaving everyone else envious. Of course, it wasn't just Su Shihanyu's status that warranted such an arrangement. The ancient Forbidden Area had sent this rarely used warship mainly to curry favor with Lin Xingyo. Before departing, the Azure Dragon Emperor had given instructions. This trip was to escort the Divine Maiden to the East Sea Forbidden Area for inscription. No one was to mention the white-robed Emperor. Wait a moment. Su Shihanyu didn't rush to board. Instead, she tidied herself up before leading Tao Dai and the others onto the rainbow bridge. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo stopped digging and quickly packed up the kitchen utensils, slinging them over his back as he hurried after Su Shihanyu. Depart. On the ancient Forbidden Area's warship, both Tao Dai and Jinmahu were ecstatic. Experiencing the grandeur of a celestial emperor's procession was an incredible thrill. Su Shihanyu, however, wore a smug expression, especially when looking at Lin Xingyo. She thought, what a mere feiwu. To board such a magnificent warship, he should be grateful to me for this opportunity. Otherwise, he'd spend his entire life in this tiny Piao Miao Peak, shoveling manure and growing vegetables, never seeing the vast world outside. Su Shihanyu's cold eyes narrowed as she muttered to herself, this trip to the East Sea will allow him to experience the vast landscapes of the Chiyu continent. Then, when I kill him, I'll have no regrets. Shihanyu, put on this coat. The journey to the East Sea is long, and the ship moves fast, so it'll be windy. This coat will help protect you from the cold. Lin Xingyo, oblivious to Su Shihanyu's expression, took out a coat and draped it over her. Su Shihanyu frowned, clearly displeased, but Lin Xingyo ignored her, helping her into the coat and then half-hugging her. Shihanyu, let me hold you. That way, I can shield you from half the cold wind. Su Shihanyu was stunned. A strange warmth filled her, something she had never felt before. For a moment, she was completely dumbfounded. This feeling, She had never experienced it in her previous life, where she had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was an irresistible sensation, both in her body and heart. To be able to board such a majestic warship, he should be grateful to have a goddess like her. Otherwise, even in 10 lifetimes, he wouldn't have had such an opportunity. It was all thanks to her divine radiance. Without her, he would have spent his entire life picking manure and farming in this tiny place called the Misty Peak, never having the chance to see the vast world outside. Good, Su Shirhan muttered to herself, her cold gaze deepening. This trip to the East Sea will allow you to travel with me and see the boundless beauty of the Red Moon continent. Then, when I kill you, it will be a life without regrets. Shirhan here, put on this coat. The journey to the East Sea is long, and the ship moves very fast, so the wind will be strong. This coat will help protect you from the cold. Lin Xingyo didn't notice Su Shirhan's expression. He simply took out a coat and draped it over her shoulders. Su Shirhan frowned, showing clear displeasure. But Lin Xingyo didn't care. After putting the coat on her, he half-hugged her. Shirhan, let me hold you. That way, I can block half of the cold wind coming from the front. Su Shirhan was stunned. Something inexplicable surged within her, making her feel incredibly warm. At that moment, she was completely dumbfounded. This feeling, she had never experienced it before. In her previous life, she had lived for tens of thousands of years. She had never felt such a strange sensation, as if her body and heart were irresistibly drawn to it. Chapter 116. Heart Facing the Sea. No, absolutely not. I must not get entangled. Su Shirhan made up her mind and immediately broke free from Lin Xingyo's embrace. Her face instantly hardened with an icy, ancient aura of killing intent as she declared, "Such karma is detrimental to cultivation. I must sever these emotional ties with wisdom and decisiveness. Kill." Little Shirhan, what's wrong? Lin Xingyo was taken aback, then his face softened with a tender smile. I understand now. Our little Shirhan has grown up, and she doesn't look up to her master like she used to. Does she? Humph. Su Shirhan flicked her sleeve and turned her face away coldly, but behind her, Lin Xingyo patted her shoulder gently. All right, Shirhan, don't be angry. Master knows he was wrong and will be more careful in the future. Su Shirhan opened her mouth, but no words came out, for her heart was in turmoil. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo did not pester her further. The journey was silent. They traveled eastward for tens of thousands of miles. After several twists and turns over several days, they finally arrived at the East Sea. Upon reaching the East Sea, the ancient Forbidden Zone's war chariot could no longer proceed, for Su Shirhan and the others were heading to a Forbidden Sea area. Therefore, they needed to board a special ship from the Haidong gang to continue. Fortunately, with the Jade token handed over, the Haidong gang quickly arranged everything. Lin Xingyo and the others boarded the Haidong gang sea vessel and set off directly towards the Forbidden Sea area of the East Sea. However, on the ship, it wasn't just Lin Xingyo and his group. Tang Qianquan also mysteriously appeared, accompanied by a young woman. The woman, Lin Xingyo recognized her. It was Lu Shi, who had once been defeated by Su Shirhan. Now, she stood beside Tang Qianquan, glaring at Su Shirhan with a dark expression. Seeing Tang Qianquan, Su Shirhan was a bit surprised. But thinking about it, it wasn't strange for the Tang clan to have such strength. After all, in the Chiwe continent, the Tang clan's power, though not top tier, was far from weak. So it was natural for Tang Qianquan to appear here alongside them. Sister Shirhan, what a coincidence. Tang Qianquan smiled faintly and immediately walked towards Su Shirhan, while Lu Shi's face darkened even more. She couldn't stand it, because she had always considered Tang Qianquan her man, and seeing him smitten with Su Shirhan was unbearable for her. Su Shirhan nodded slightly upon seeing Tang Qianquan approach, her emotions unchanging. Tang Qianquan, however, stood obsequiously beside Su Yinshan, his face full of flattery. Tang Shixiang, weren't you here to accompany me? Lu Shi stomped her foot, her face showing extreme dissatisfaction. Now, even a fool could tell. A few days ago, when Tang Qianquan came to find her, it wasn't to go to the forbidden land of the East Sea together. Everything was just a ploy to use their Lu family's strength, to traverse countless spatial teleportation arrays to get here, just to set sail with Su Shirhan. Humph! Lu, she was about to explode with anger. She had been so happy back then. It turned out everything was just her wishful thinking. Tang Qianquan had never liked her. Damn it! The more Lu she thought about it, the angrier she became. She silently made up her mind that once they reached the Forbidden Sea, she would find an opportunity to make Su Shirhan pay for seducing the Tang Qianquan she liked. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't pay attention to these matters. His gaze remained on Tang Qianquan, but his mind was occupied with how to deal with Tang Qianquan and make him stay away from Su Shirhan. His disciple, Su Shirhan, was far above Tang Qianquan's station. It wasn't that Lin Xingyo had high standards. It was simply that he didn't approve. Su Shirhan didn't think much about it. Right now, she was eager to engrave her runes and quickly break through to ascend and become an emperor, leaving the Xianling realm to go to the Xianling realm and settle the karma from her previous life with the Ouyang Poison Master and the Golden Wheel Dharma King. Then, to prove the Tao and ascend to immortality, to reach the legendary immortal domain. So her gaze remained fixed on the Forbidden Sea. She hoped to arrive soon. Fortunately, the ship was not slow. Su Shirhan only needed to quietly wait, and at the current speed, they should soon reach the Phoenix ancestral land in the East Sea. Chapter 117. Heading East. Crack. After sailing for several hours on the ocean, the sea vessel had just entered the legendary Forbidden Waters when the heavily overcast sky began to rumble with thunderous roars. Forbidden Sea. This was no ordinary place. Most of its regions remained undeveloped, with only a few areas having been explored, which had since become training grounds for various factions. The training grounds that had been discovered were not without danger. Although these areas had been thoroughly cleaned, eliminating any formidable beasts, it didn't mean that fierce creatures from unexplored regions couldn't migrate here. In short, the Forbidden East Sea was littered with the remains and inscriptions of powerful beasts, but it was also a place where one could easily lose their life. However, the world of cultivators was inherently brutal. Every day, people died in the Forbidden East Sea in pursuit of powerful inscriptions and remains. Yet, despite the risks, countless individuals continued to flock to this forbidden region. Of course, those who ventured here weren't just from the Red Moon continent. Talents from the Azure continent and the Crimson Flame continent also crossed the seas to reach this place. Therefore, in the Forbidden East Sea, one had to not only guard against attacks from beasts, but also be wary of beings from the Azure continent and the Crimson Flame continent. Even fellow Red Moon continent inhabitants had to be watched, because when one obtained a valuable inscription or remains, it often triggered a fierce scramble among others. Crack! The sky suddenly split open, and a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel streaked across the heavens, striking directly in front of Lin Xingyo's advancing ship. Instantly, towering waves surged toward their vessel. Retreat! On the deck, several white-haired elders roared, each channeling their spiritual energy from the Dantian to create a massive protective barrier at the bow, shielding against the waves surging from the sea. Splash, splash, splash! Before the crowd on the deck could react, the waves surged over their heads, engulfing the entire ship. Many with weak wills were instantly paralyzed by the sight. Humph! Lin Xingyo's heart jolted, and with a single step, a surge of powerful rule energy exploded outward. Bang, bang, bang! In the sea, one powerful sea beast after another, just emerging from the water, was obliterated by the force unleashed by Lin Xingyo's step. Roar! Before the waves subsided, furious roars echoed from the depths of the sea. In the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, one formidable sea demon after another surfaced. Halt! Humans! This is the domain of the Three Seas Lord. No one is allowed to pass through here. Violators will be executed. Impudent! An old man with an overwhelming aura stepped out from the ship, glaring at the sea demons on the surface. Do you know who we are? You dare block our path? The Three Seas Lord must be tired of living. Elder High, please calm down. This is the decree of the Supreme Being of the East Sea. I don't care. The old man standing at the bow of the ship, Hai Dongsheng, spoke with an air of dominance. Whoever dares to block my Sea Heaven Gang's ship, I, Hai Dongsheng, will kill them. And you lowly creatures, don't delay us any further, or I'll wipe you all out. Elder Hai, even if you're filled with righteous anger, today you won't be allowed to pass. Humph! Hai Dongsheng's gaze darkened, and a series of divine halos exploded behind him. His overwhelming killing intent instantly engulfed the surrounding area. Who was he? He was the Grand Elder of the Sea Heaven Gang, a cultivator at the 6th level of the Immortal King realm, though not as powerful as the gang leader, Hong Jufang. In this part of the sea, no one had ever dared to disrespect him like this. Now, these mere sea demons were blocking his path. Hai Dongsheng felt his pride deeply wounded. Not only would retreating now tarnish the reputation of the Sea Heaven Gang, but he, Hai Dongsheng, couldn't afford to lose face like this. Anyone who stands in my way, dies. Hai Dongsheng flicked his sleeve, his killing intent surging as he took a step forward. No matter who it is, what a display of spirit. Indeed worthy of being the Grand Elder of the Sea Heaven Gang. Such spirit puts even our sex elders to shame. The crowd on the deck erupted in praise, and Hai Dongsheng's expression grew even more arrogant. Elder Hai, since you're so determined, then proceed. But I must warn you, the Forbidden Sea is no longer the same as it was yesterday. After a moment of silence, the sea demons finally spoke. You might enter, but you may never leave. Bothersome. Hai Dongsheng's aura surged as he waved dismissively. With me, Hai Dongsheng, here, don't even mention the Forbidden Sea. Is there anywhere in the celestial spirit realm we cannot go? Elder Hai is mighty. The surrounding crowd raised their thumbs in admiration, and Hai Dongsheng's pride swelled even more. The sea demons said no more. One by one, they dove back into the sea, and the surface returned to calm. Soon, Lin Xingyo's ship continued its journey. Heading east, they quickly covered 50 miles. For 50 miles, there were no more disturbances, and the passengers on the ship finally relaxed. Huh. Lin Xingyo suddenly frowned, as he caught a faint whiff of blood. Though faint, it was extremely pungent. Meow. Bayushi, who had been sleeping in Lin Xingyo's arms, instinctively twitched her nose and suddenly opened her eyes. Little lazy cat, you've sensed it. Lin Xingyo chuckled, stroking Bayushi's fur. Do you know how many have died? Meow. Bayushi meowed and suddenly looked toward the distance. Soon, Hai Dongsheng and the others on the ship also sensed it. A faint scent of blood wafted toward them. Gradually, the smell grew stronger, becoming noticeable to everyone on board. Elder Hai, what's happening? Countless eyes turned to Hai Dongsheng and the others. Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Everyone, don't panic. You are aboard our Sea Heaven Gang's warship. Whatever happens ahead, Hai Dongsheng immediately stepped forward to reassure the crowd. Our Sea Heaven Gang will ensure your safety. Elder Hai is right. We should trust him. With him protecting us, no demons or monsters can stop our path. Exactly. Trust Elder Hai. With his strength, what deity could possibly stand in our way in this part of the sea? Hearing this, the crowd began to discuss, each showing unwavering confidence. They all believed Hai Dongsheng would safely guide them to the Forbidden Land. Even Su Shirhan was utterly convinced. After all, Hai Dongsheng was an immortal king-level expert, so they firmly believed his presence guaranteed their safety. But, the next moment, the gazes of the thousands of cultivators on the ship all turned toward the horizon, as wave after wave of corpses, torn apart by some unknown creature, drifted toward them. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Many couldn't help but vomit at the sight. Among them was Tang Qianquan. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Tang Qianquan couldn't hold back. The scene was too gruesome. The corpses, still oozing blood, had arms, faces, and legs chewed off. Some had their intestines devoured. Others were reduced to just half a head. Tang Qinchuan couldn't bear it, while Su Shihan remained composed, unaffected by the horrific scene. Weakling! Tao Tai glanced at Tang Qinchuan, showing clear disdain and disgust. Quick look! A sea vessel is heading straight toward us. At this moment, a panicked shout echoed across the deck. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the sound and saw a sea vessel shrouded in black mist, flying at an alarming speed directly toward them. The ship's mast was adorned with a tattered Sea Heaven Gang battle flag, which fluttered weakly in the wind. Chapter 118. The Difficulty of Cultivation. Hey, quickly turn the wheel. Hai Dongxing immediately reacted, his roar like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. Don't let that ship crash into us. Turn the wheel. The ocean liner instantly became chaotic as the crew began to adjust the direction of the entire ship. They tried to avoid the incoming ocean liner. But large ships are hard to turn. Small ships fear stormy waves, let alone a massive ocean liner. So turning the wheel and changing direction was difficult. Almost as soon as they adjusted the ship's heading, the opposing ocean liner slammed into them with full force. No! Everyone screamed at this sight, especially the beautiful female cultivators, who were almost all plunged into despair. Mountain-splitting palm, break. At that moment, a roar echoed, and under countless gazes, Hai Dongxing struck out with a palm, meeting the incoming ocean liner head-on. In an instant, the ocean liner shuddered and slowed down. Quick, everyone, follow Elder Hai and strike together. Let's blast this ocean liner apart. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately reacted and unleashed their attacks on the incoming ocean liner. In an instant, dazzling light waves engulfed the approaching ship. But what made people's scalps tingle was that the ocean liner emitted an abnormal scream. Facing this scene was truly chilling, as if the ship had gained life. Now, under everyone's attacks, it was letting out a horrific screech. What is this? Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head and, with his martial arts heavenly eyes, gazed over. He saw a massive black shadow coiled around the ocean liner, letting out a horrific roar. Boom! The attacked ocean liner suddenly shuddered, and a giant skull materialized and hovered above the ship, opening its eerie, blood-soaked maw and letting out an ear-piercing scream. My God! What is that? The living beings on the ocean liner were thrown into panic, staring at the skull hovering above the ship, their faces turning pale as they were left speechless. Wicked demons, how dare you! Hai Dongxing's cold eyes darkened, and streams of divine radiance struck the ocean liner. Several powerful cultivators beside him also unleashed their attacks. Roar, roar, roar. Facing the attacks from everyone, the black shadow coiled around the ocean liner went berserk, let out a few furious roars, and shattered into countless dark shadows, howling and shooting toward the crowd. Open the bone of supremacy? Lin Xingyo, facing the incoming wicked demons, dared not be careless and immediately activated the colorless domain, shielding Su Shihan and the others inside. But, the next moment, the ocean liner was filled with screams as countless people clutched their hair, their faces contorted in horror, kneeling on the deck and wailing uncontrollably. Some even tore their own flesh and, screaming, jumped into the sea, leaving the scene in complete disarray. Amitabha! Just as countless people were screaming in despair, the sound of Buddhist chants suddenly rose on the ocean liner, and hundreds of monks in robes emerged from the cabins. They sat cross-legged on the deck, chanting sutras. In an instant, the rampaging wicked demons let out a scream, their bodies engulfed in raging flames, and were purified by the monks. Phew! Countless people took a deep breath, their bodies slowly relaxing. But in that instant, more than half of the people on the ship had died, and many of the remaining ones were injured. Facing this, almost everyone felt a chill, as they had only entered the Forbidden Sea a dozen miles, and who knew what other horrors lay within. The Forbidden Sea truly lived up to its name. Before even reaching the training ground, they had encountered such terrifying things in the outer waters, instantly making countless people consider turning back. Sister, are you all right? Finally reacting to everything, Tang Qianquan calmed himself and immediately looked toward Su Shirhan, who was clad in feathered robes, holding a long sword, completely unfazed. She was the renowned empress of the ruthless. How could mere wicked demons affect her? She had even been to the underworld. What were these things to her? Humph! Lu Shi, seeing this, pouted and let out a cold snort, her face immediately showing an expression of displeasure. As for Lin Xingyo, he glanced at Tang Qianquan. Then his gaze fell on Su Shirhan. He was quite satisfied with his disciple's performance. She truly lived up to her potential as a future emperor, with this calm demeanor mirroring his own. On the ocean liner, Hai Dongsheng and the others consoled the crowd, then had the deceased beings thrown from the deck into the sea. Facing this scene, no living being raised any objection, because this was the world of cultivators. No one would talk about humanitarianism. Not leaving the bodies behind to be consumed was already the greatest humanitarian act. The ocean liner continued its journey, heading deeper into the Forbidden Sea. After the previous incident, the mood on the ocean liner was noticeably subdued, with no trace of the initial excitement. Hai Dongsheng comforted the crowd a few times. The Forbidden Sea was a place where opportunities and dangers coexisted. Those who could survive the journey in and out could almost certainly become unparalleled figures. So everyone must stay resolute, brave all dangers, because this was the life they had chosen to live. If you wanted calm and tranquility, a safe and peaceful life, then don't choose to become a cultivator. Go home and choose farming. Hearing Hai Dongsheng's words, the living beings on the ocean liner once again ignited their passionate fervor. Chapter 119. The Sea King approaches. Yes, that's right. This is how cultivators should be. One must forge ahead without hesitation. Life never offers a path of retreat. Without such conviction, how could one ever ascend to immortality? In an instant, countless passionate young people on the sea vessel responded, and even the Taoye and Jinmahu began howling excitedly. Lin Xingyo felt a surge of inspiration from this fervor. Indeed, life should be lived this way. Step in forward with the world beneath your feet. Crack! At that moment, a thunderous boom echoed through the sky, followed by large raindrops cascading down. The roaring tsunami rose with the wind. Then, like a blanket covering the sky and the earth, it surged towards the sea vessel. In an instant, chaos erupted on the vessel. Those who had just been filled with passion, faced with this sudden turn of events, immediately lost the conviction they had just established. Screams, cries. In an instant, the entire vessel was enveloped in panic, especially Tang Qianquan, who completely lost his composure. After all, the sea is not just about tsunamis and storms. It's far more complex. In a flash, the entire vessel was thrown into disarray. Oh my! You see that? His aura is terrifying. I feel like my soul is being torn apart. The panicked beings on the vessel, almost all their gazes turned towards the sea monster rising from the ocean. He was entirely greenish-blue. His body was like a towering mountain, holding a trident that blocked the vessel's path. The Green Sea King. Facing the towering giant, even the usually composed Hai Dongsheng's face showed fear. The Green Sea King was a very powerful being in the Forbidden Sea. Although merely a corpse now, his combat prowess was unparalleled. Even Hai Dongsheng, a celestial king of the seventh realm, dared not provoke him lightly. After all, that was a corpse of a peak celestial king, whose strength was no less than Hai Dongsheng's. It's over. Countless people on the vessel displayed expressions of despair, for the Green Demon Sea King was notorious in the Forbidden Sea. Almost everyone knew that encountering him in the Forbidden Sea meant certain death unless they could defeat him. Otherwise, all would perish in the Forbidden Sea, as the Green Sea King was known as a bloodthirsty butcher in the Forbidden Sea. Roar! The Green Sea King swung his enormous trident through the air, then opened his gaping maw and roared, instantly creating a powerful sound wave that shattered the heavens and the earth, forming a massive whirlwind. Violently rising, The sky-covering waves surged fiercely towards Lin Xingyo and the others. Green Sea King, stop! Facing the approaching Green Sea King, as the protector of this vessel, Hai Dongxing roared and stomped his foot. Lightning fast, he clenched his fist and shot towards the Green Sea King. Mountain-splitting palm, break. Hai Dongxing raised his palm, instantly gathering overwhelming divine radiance in his palm, and with a swift and powerful motion, he struck the Green Sea King. Smack! With a violent strike, Hai Dongxing's palm print, sky covering, directly collided with the Green Sea King's sonic blast, instantly tearing the entire sea apart, followed by the surrounding space shattering into pieces. Elder Hai, so strong? No wonder he possesses the strength of a celestial king of the seventh realm. One palm strike is practically earth-shattering. If not for the sealing power of the Forbidden Sea, Elder Hai's palm strike should be able to split the East Sea. Countless people gazed in awe at the sea battle, the praise for Hai Dongxing reaching unprecedented heights. Many eyes showed admiration. Although a celestial king is not the strongest in the celestial realm, he is still a rare existence, and if a celestial king were to descend to the lower realms, he would be invincible. Almost no one could stand against him. However, the celestial realm is the East Star domain, the closest to the divine realm and the strongest in the East Star domain. Therefore, many beings from the lower realms must come to the celestial realm to achieve the path of immortality, which is why there are so many celestial kings in the celestial realm, and even emperors are not unique. Smack! Another loud explosion echoed over the sea, and in the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, Hai Dongxing lightning fast launched tens of thousands of attacks against the Green Sea King. But the Green Sea King was no weakling. Even though he had been dead for countless ages, now only a corpse remained. His combat prowess was still no less than Hai Dongxing's, and he even began to gain the upper hand. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, Yin Yang, and the 8 trigrams form the 2 poles. Qian Kuan reverses to suppress the heavens and earth, wind and thunder rise to suppress the mountains, shattering the heavens and splitting the earth. Wind and thunder mountain suppression seal, suppress and kill. In the midst of battle, Hai Dongxing formed seals with both hands, suddenly looked up at the Green Sea King, and quickly struck out with a palm. In an instant, the 8 trigrams sealed the heavens. A massive mountain suppression seal took shape, and wind and thunder surged to explode the void. Chapter 120, Soaring Dragon in the Sky. Roar! Facing the descending mountain-suppressing seal, the frenzied Sea King of the Green Demon let out a furious roar. His trident instantly shot into the air and fiercely slammed into the wind and thunder mountain-suppressing seal that Hai Dongxing had brought down. Clang! The intense collision erupted, and the explosive sound of airwaves shattered the area immediately, causing a 10,000-mile stretch of the ocean to collapse in an instant. Kill! Hai Dongxing went completely berserk, launching one powerful attack after another in the blink of an eye, all aimed at the Sea King of the Green Demon. But the Sea King of the Green Demon was simply too strong. His trident almost completely blocked all of Hai Dongxing's attacks. Ba! From among the monks observing the battle on the ship, 3 divine monks with overwhelming auras suddenly stepped forward. Before anyone could react, these 3 monks, holding long staves, shot lightning fast toward the Sea King of the Green Demon. Mighty Heavenly Dragon, Respectful Earth Treasury, Great Law Incantation, Prajna Buddha, Prajna Bamahum, Soaring Dragon in the Sky. One of the divine monks, the first to reach the Sea King of the Green Demon, formed hand seals and slammed a palm toward him. Instantly, 8 purple-gold heavenly dragons roared furiously, charging at the Sea King of the Green Demon like thunderbolts. Roar! The Sea King of the Green Demon raised his mountain-sized hand and, with a step of his legs, unleashed a ferocious punch toward one of the roaring purple-gold dragons. Ayo! The purple-gold dragon let out a piercing cry of pain, and before the shocked eyes of countless onlookers, it was obliterated by the Sea King's punch. Following that, his trident swept across, and the remaining purple-gold dragons were all obliterated one by one. So powerful, the sight left countless people trembling in fear, with some even collapsing onto the deck in terror. This scene was simply too terrifying. A battle between celestial kings was truly earth-shaking. Such terrifying devastation was rarely seen, let alone heard of. Celestial kings were indeed powerful. A single breath from such a battle could obliterate a cultivator at the sovereign level, not to mention someone like Tang Qianquan, who was at the cave realm. If I, Tang Qianquan, could become a celestial king in this lifetime, I would die without regrets, Tang Qianquan thought to himself as he watched the battle, secretly making a firm resolution. He even believed that if he became a celestial king, Su Shihan would surely look at him differently. Perhaps she would even beg to become his Tao companion. Little did he know that in Su Shihan's eyes, celestial kings were nothing more than ants. Apart from the white-clad emperor, whom she somewhat admired, everyone else was insignificant in her eyes. After all, she was the ruthless empress, a being who had once stood at the peak of the emperor's way. How could she possibly hold a celestial king in any special regard? Amitabha. The three divine monks finally surrounded the Sea King of the Green Demon. They formed hand seals with their hands and chanted Buddhist mantras. In an instant, the three monks, powerful enough to suppress the Sea King, rose into the air. Following that, a series of Buddha wheels, covering the sky like a vast expanse of light, appeared behind them. Raising their enormous Buddha palms, they directly descended to suppress the Sea King of the Green Demon. In an instant, the very heavens and earth were shattered. Facing the suppression of the three divine monks, the Sea King of the Green Demon was ultimately defeated and fled, causing the sea to return to calm once again. Bravo! Seeing this scene, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. People on the deck almost all rushed toward the Western Domain divine monks, fawning and flattering them incessantly. Meanwhile, Hai Dongxing was completely ignored by everyone. Although Hai Dongxing felt uncomfortable about this, he showed no sign of it on his face. After all, this was the world of cultivators, where everything was governed by strength. The weak were always treated coldly. This was an unchanging law since ancient times. No matter what you had done before, if someone else was stronger, everyone would suddenly turn to worship the stronger individual. Sister, let's go. We should go and pay our respects to those divine monks who are awe-inspiring. If we are fortunate enough to be noticed by them, it will be the turning point of our lives. After a while, Tang Qianquan finally came to his senses. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the crowd surrounding the Western Domain divine monks, and he spoke excitedly to Su Shihan. No. Su Shihan disdainfully glanced at the Western Domain monks and immediately showed an expression of extreme displeasure, especially when she thought of the Golden Wheel Dharma King from her previous life, who had blocked her path to immortality. She became even more disdainful of these Western Domain monks. No? Tang Qianquan was stunned, his eyes fixed on Su Shihan, completely taken aback by her response. These powerful Western Domain monks, all of them were at the Celestial King realm. Everyone present was groveling, hoping that the Western Domain monks would take a glance at them, appreciate their talents, and take them into their sect, thus beginning a life of reversal. Yet Su Shihan completely ignored them and even seemed a bit angry. Didn't she want to turn her life around? The pinnacle peak of the Heavenly Sword sect. Such a humble place. Did she want to stay there forever? Tang Qianquan stared at Su Shihan in a daze, completely at a loss. Several times he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. The Taodai and the Golden Hound were also a bit shocked. Although they didn't want to join the Buddhist sect, they also didn't dare to speak like Su Shihan. That was simply too bold. But it also risked offending the Western Domain monks, who were at the Celestial King realm and were respected wherever they went. Lin Xingyo, however, was quite satisfied. Although Su Shihan had only said no in a simple manner, Lin Xingyo could see her determination. She knew exactly where she was heading. With such steadfastness and cultivation, Lin Xingyo believed that Su Shihan's future was definitely promising. But Lu Shi's expression was not so good. Pretend. Keep pretending? Lu Shi glared at Su Shihan, her heart filled with resentment as she muttered to herself, "One day, I, Lu Shi, will tear off your hypocritical mask and let my senior brother Tang Qianquan see you for who you really are." Chapter 121. Taking You as a Disciple. Amitabha. The three Western Domain Divine Monks on the deck suddenly turned their gazes towards Su Shihan. They were initially stunned, but quickly reacted. Then, one after another, they walked straight towards Lin Xingyo and the others. Amitabha, greetings to the young lady. The three Western Domain Divine Monks, ignoring the crowd following them, approached Su Shihan, clasped their hands together, and bowed. "Young lady, you are destined to be with our Buddha. Would you be willing to join our sect and become our personal disciple?" The entire scene fell into instant silence. Everyone, one by one, stared at Su Shihan, dumbfounded. "Sister." Tang Qianquan was overjoyed. This was a great opportunity for Su Shihan to be accepted into the Western Buddhist sect. It would mean a lifetime of meteoric rise, reaching the pinnacle of existence. The crowd, realizing this, looked at Su Shihan with envy, thinking her fortune was truly exceptional. To be chosen by the Western Domain Divine Monks, it was as if her ancestors' graves were smoking with luck. "Sister, say something. The Western Domain Divine Monks are waiting for your response." Tang Qianquan urged Su Shihan excitedly. "Humph." The three divine monks frowned, dissatisfied with Su Shihan's indifference. They were the three Western Domain Divine Monks. Just moments ago, they had used extraordinary means to subdue the Qingyao Sea King. Yet, this young woman dared to show such disrespect. It was infuriating. "Get lost." Su Shihan casually glanced at the three divine monks and said, "Take me as a disciple? You're not worthy." These words were like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone present. Who was this person? How dare she speak such words? The three divine monks had just displayed unimaginable power. A mere girl at the Dongtian realm dared to speak so boldly. The once bustling scene now fell into stunned silence. Humph! The three divine monks were all taken aback, momentarily unable to react. When they did, they were furious. They had instantly recognized Su Shihan's identity. The reason they rushed over was to take her away. But with so many eyes around, they had used the pretext of taking her as a disciple. Now, Su Shihan's attitude had completely angered them. They were tempted to just seize her. After all, Baibu Dizun had an unresolved grudge with the Western Buddhist sect. Bringing his disciple back to the Western Buddhist sect, with proper arrangements, they might even be able to defeat Baibu Dizun. Even if they couldn't, they could use this girl as leverage to force Baibu Dizun to hand over the Buddhist technique, the Golden Light Buddha Wall. "Sister, don't be impulsive." Tang Qianquan was desperate, his eyes red. "The three divine monks choosing you is a blessing of several lifetimes. Apologize to them quickly. Don't miss such a great opportunity." "Humph!" Su Shihan sneered, her face showing clear disdain. Who was she? She was the ruthless empress. With her status, she could ignore these so-called three divine monks. Not to mention that Baibu Dizun was her master. Taking her, the ruthless empress, as a disciple? Even three mere immortal kings weren't worthy. If it weren't for her lost cultivation, their current attitude towards her would have been wiped out with just a glance from her. "Sister," Tang Qianquan called out, but quickly realized his lapse in judgment. He stood there, his mouth agape, ultimately sighing in frustration. However, the three divine monks could no longer contain their fury. Who were they? They were the three divine monks of the Western Buddhist sect, all at the peak of the Immortal King realm. If not for seeking the Forbidden Sea's treasure to deal with the White Cloth Emperor, they wouldn't have come. And considering their status, they had never been treated so rudely. Even if this young woman was Baibu Dizun's disciple, she would still have to face consequences. To teach her how to behave in the world and experience the wrath of an immortal king. "Young lady, what is your attitude? Do you look down on us?" The three Western Domain Divine Monks glared at Su Shihan, shouting, "Then we will show you. We are no ordinary people. Treating us this way will result in severe Buddhist teachings." Humph! Seeing this, Lu Shi raised an eyebrow, mocking Su Shihan's back. Su Shihan, being chosen by 3 immortal kings, despite your mediocre talent, is an honor. Now, instead of kneeling in gratitude, you dare to show such an attitude? How arrogant! Do you really think you're some heavenly phoenix, acting so high and mighty? The crowd agreed, finding nothing wrong with the Western Domain divine monks and instead mocking Su Shihan. Young lady, haven't you heard us? The 3 divine monks grew angrier, their killing and tint flaring. Offending us won't end well, you know? Oh! Lin Xingyo narrowed his clear eyes, examining the 3 divine monks. Are you very powerful? What are you? Tang Qianquan raised an eyebrow, his face turning ugly as he shouted at Lin Xingyo. Get out of here! Slap! Before Tang Qianquan finished, Lin Xingyo slapped him across the face. You dare hit me? Tang Qianquan, stunned, clutched his stinging cheek, staring at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. Get lost. Lin Xingyo flicked his sleeve, his voice carrying authority. You disgrace yourself. Never forget you are a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Such groveling not only shames the Heavenly Sword Sect, but also the Tang clan. This slap is a warning. If you ever betray your sect again, you will be expelled, never allowed to set foot in the sect. You. Tang Qianquan clutched his stinging cheek, his mouth opening but no words coming out. Listen up, bald monks. Lin Xingyo stepped in front of Tang Qianquan, blocking the 3 Western Domain divine monks. Su Shihan is my disciple, Lin Xingyo. Try to lay a hand on her. Humph. The 3 Western Domain divine monks glared at Lin Xingyo. Are you threatening us? You can interpret it that way, Lin Xingyo said, his cold gaze locking onto the 3 divine monks. How dare you? You insignificant ant, how dare you speak to us like this? Do you know we could kill you with a single finger? Step aside now, or you will die instantly. The Western Domain divine monks were furious, examining Lin Xingyo, finding no trace of cultivation. They sternly reprimanded him. Oh! Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, stroking Bai Yushi's fur. Looks like there will be a fight today. A fight? With you? Not just the Western Domain divine monks, but everyone around couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious. Lin Xingyo, a seemingly ordinary man without any cultivation or spiritual energy fluctuations, dared to confront the Western Domain divine monks. Such audacity was akin to courting death. Chapter 122. Almost exposed. What are you doing? Seeing this, Su Shihan stood in the crowd with a frown, glancing at Lin Xingyo and saying, You don't need to get involved in this matter. Su Shihan was furious. This useless master of hers. Why did he have to jump out at this moment? Doesn't he know his own limitations? Does he think he's the White Robe Emperor? How dare he speak to these old monks like that? Shihan, it's okay. Lin Xingyo, however, smiled faintly and said, They dare to bully you. I, as your master, won't stand for it. Useless trash. Keep pretending. When Tang Qianquan heard this, his eyebrows shot up, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain, and the people around burst into mocking laughter. Humph! The 3 monks from the Western Domain let out a cold snort, their lips curling into arrogant smiles as they declared, Insect, it seems you wish to experience the boundless might of our Buddhist arts. Oh! Lin Xingyo remained silent for a moment, then laughed in anger. Since you're so confident, then I, the White Robe Emperor, will have to experience it for myself. White Robe Emperor? At these 4 words, the entire area fell into instant silence. The 3 monks from the Western Domain were so frightened that they took more than 10 steps back, almost falling to the ground and fainting. In fact, Su Shihan was also shocked by these words, but after a moment's thought, her face immediately flared with anger. Just a useless nobody. How dare he use the name of the White Robe Emperor? Just for this, I must kill him. I can't let him embarrass me outside. Damn it. Lin Xingyo, don't seek death if you don't want to die. Do you know who the White Robe Emperor is? After reacting, Tang Qianquan pointed at Lin Xingyo and cursed loudly. How dare you use his name to act tough here? This is outrageous. Phew. Hearing Tang Qianquan's words, everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, so it was just acting tough. We thought it was real, and it scared me so much my legs went weak. Many people glared at Lin Xingyo and then started cursing loudly. Insect, you deserve to die. The three monks from the western domain were all furious, and then they walked over, their momentum fierce, ready to deal with Lin Xingyo. Meow. At this moment, Bashir in Lin Xingyo's arms lifted her head, her round cat eyes glaring directly at the three furious monks rushing towards them. Boom. The three monks from the western domain immediately froze, their steps halting abruptly. Gazing at Bashir in Lin Xingyo's arms, their bodies stiffened, unable to move forward even a single step. It was as if their breathing had frozen in that instant. This is not right. There's something wrong with this cat. This is a demon lord at the level of a celestial king, yet it's being held in this person's arms. My God! A divine king is a pet. Who else could it be but the White Robe Emperor? Facing this scene, the three monks from the western domain were utterly horrified, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Too terrifying, too frightening, too horrifying. This seemingly ordinary person in front of them was actually the renowned and peerless White Robe Emperor, who could dominate the world and split the heavens. Just now, they had wanted to kill him? The three monks' hearts completely collapsed. After all, this was the invincible emperor who could annihilate them with a single breath. Now, they dared to oppose him. This was like celebrating the new year with the king of hell, seeking death. Please, masters, calm down. It would be unfortunate if bloodshed occurred on my Hai Tianbang ship. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Hai Dongxing finally reacted and quickly walked over, speaking up. Hmph. Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and then he glanced at the three monks from the western domain, saying, out of respect for Elder Hai, I'll let you off today. But if you dare to disrespect my disciple again, I will not spare you. Damn. Tang Qianquan's face darkened immediately. He was truly impressed by how Lin Xingyo knew how to seize the moment to act tough. The three monks from the western domain, after reacting, glared viciously at Lin Xingyo, then left under Hai Dongxing's guidance. Although they feared Lin Xingyo, they also hated him, so they glared at him fiercely as they left, though they didn't dare to provoke him, because they were also afraid of death. Phew. Su Shihan breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, she had truly feared that the western domain monks would kill Lin Xingyo. Fortunately, Hai Dongxing had stopped this tragedy. The storm had passed. The ship suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone stopped dwelling on the matter. Instead, their gazes turned to the sea. As the ship moved forward, a sense of restlessness began to stir among the passengers, as if everyone felt that unknown dangers were waiting ahead. So, everyone sat cross-legged on the deck to meditate. Of course, Su Shihan never spoke a word to Lin Xingyo from start to finish. She sat there with a black face, clearly very angry. Lin Xingyo didn't disturb her either, as he didn't know what to say, so he sat on the deck in silence. The sea breeze whistled, making the sails flutter, propelling the ship forward at high speed. After traveling 30 miles, the ship appeared in a sea of blood, the pungent smell of blood wafting in the air. At this point, everyone on the ship tensed up. Even the usually composed Hai Dongxing showed a wary expression, because compared to the terrifying dangers of the outer sea, this place was 100 times more dangerous, and it was highly probable to encounter emperor corpses that had gained spiritual awareness. The sea breeze continued to blow. Suddenly, some blood-red seabirds appeared on the surface, flying against the wind. Snap! In the shocked gazes of countless people, a bloodthirsty giant shark over 100 feet long leaped out of the water, carrying a decaying aura, passing over everyone's heads, and crashing back into the sea with a loud splash. Wow! In the midst of countless shocked gasps, the figure of a bloodthirsty giant shark, hundreds of feet long, leaped high out of the sea. Even though it had been dead for ages, the formidable aura it exuded still sent chills down everyone's spines. The blood-red sea was truly terrifying. No wonder every time they came here, there would be a heavenly king-level expert accompanying them. Given the current situation, if it weren't for the heavenly king-level expert, the bloodthirsty giant shark could have annihilated everyone with just a single display of its divine might. Sister, we're almost at the trial ground. After passing through this blood-red sea, we should be there. Tang Qianquan walked over while looking at Su Shirhan and said, "Mm." Su Shirhan looked at the blood-red sea in front of her and couldn't help but nod, her gaze never leaving the horizon, while Lin Xingyo leaned against the ship's wall, holding Bai Shi'er in his arms, asleep. Useless trash. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan glared viciously at Lin Xingyo, his face showing extreme disgust. All you do is sleep, sleep, sleep. Don't disturb him. Su Shirhan shot a glance at Tang Qianquan, her face showing dissatisfaction. She herself didn't know why. She could look at Lin Xingyo with displeasure, but others couldn't, especially someone like Tang Qianquan. When she saw it, it made her feel very uncomfortable. Phew. Su Shirhan exhaled deeply, steadied her mind, and couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Perhaps my cultivation is still shallow. When my strength improves in the future, I should be able to cut off this ridiculous emotion. Just as Su Shirhan exhaled, suddenly a loud noise came from the sea, and then a stone coffin emerged from the blood sea. Instantly a terrifying aura swept towards the ship. Crack! Following that, in the shocked gazes of countless people, the enormous blood-red stone coffin opened a crack, and in an instant, an annihilating aura burst out from the stone coffin. The sea surface was torn apart. The bloodthirsty giant shark that had just jumped into the sea was instantly blown into a blood mist by this annihilating aura. Countless blood-red seabirds fell into the sea and were blown up. Lin Xingyo's ship directly emitted cracking sounds. Snap, snap, snap. The sea vessel finally cracked under the overwhelming destructive force, its fractures spreading like spiderwebs. It's over. I don't want to die. Help. Seeing this, everyone on board panicked. Meanwhile, the Western Domain monks and Hai Dongsheng were all trying their best to resist the incoming destructive force. But the force was too powerful. They couldn't hold it back. No, Xing, I don't want to die. Soon, terrified screams echoed across the ship, and people began to explode under the pressure of the force sweeping toward them. We're done for. Tao Tai's heart sank, despair filling his face. Jin Mao Ho hurriedly covered his head with a broken pot to shield himself from the incoming aura. Tai Chu sword, come. Su Shirhan summoned the Tai Chu sword and immediately planted it at the bow of the ship. Instantly, powerful waves of energy erupted from the sword, clashing with the aura emanating from the stone coffin. A divine emperor's weapon. Seeing this, countless eyes gleamed with greed, and even the expressions of the three Western Domain monks and Hai Dongsheng changed. Su Shirhan was holding a divine emperor's weapon. That was an invincible artifact. If they could get their hands on it, their combat power and status would skyrocket. Bang! Suddenly, the stone coffin violently shook, and the coffin lid shot out at incredible speed, hurtling straight towards Su Shirhan. Chapter 123. The Red-Haired Emperor. Human, get out of the way. Tao Tai roared with eyes wide in horror. With your current cultivation, you can't withstand a single strike from him. As soon as Tao Tai finished speaking, he activated the golden bell above his head and charged towards Su Shirhan to take her away. But at this critical moment, Lin Xingyo yawned, rubbed his slightly swollen temples, and suddenly opened his eyes. Snap! In the midst of countless shocked gazes, the coffin board that had been shot forward suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces that fell directly into the blood-red sea. This young woman's imperial weapon is too powerful. She can face a strike from an emperor head-on. No wonder she dared to be disrespectful to the three great divine monks. She has such a strong backing. Everyone exclaimed in shock, but the eyes of the three great divine monks of the western regions fell on Lin Xingyo. They weren't fools. They knew it wasn't Su Shirhan's Tai Chu sword that had unleashed its power, but rather Lin Xingyo's yawn that had condensed into a terrifying force, shattering the coffin board in the blood sea. Of course, Lin Xingyo's move. Not everyone could detect it, especially with all the various treasures and soul techniques clashing. If one wasn't paying close attention, they wouldn't notice his move. Hee hee hee. The creature in the stone coffin went completely berserk, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that transformed into countless divine weapons, shooting towards Su Shihan like lightning. Scram! Lin Xingyo waved his hand amidst the panicked screams of the crowd, and an invisible force of rule surged forth, clashing with the incoming divine weapons. Taichu sword break. At the same time, Su Shihan shouted angrily, pouring all her strength into the Taichu sword. Hum! The Taichu sword vibrated, releasing an overwhelming sword intent that formed terrifying sword laws, clashing with the divine weapons from the stone coffin. Bang! Countless powerful forces collided in front of the sea vessel. But, the next moment, Su Shihan stomped her feet on the deck a dozen times, propping the sword against the deck as she spat out a mouthful of blood to steady herself. However, she was injured. Despite the protection of the Taichu sword, her realm was too low to withstand a strike from an immortal emperor. No, she wasn't even close. If not for Lin Xingyo's intervention, Su Shihan would have been killed by that strike from the stone coffin. Even with Lin Xingyo's help, Su Shihan was severely injured, completely losing the ability to withstand another strike. Human, are you all right? Tao Tai reacted immediately, standing guard in front of Su Shihan. You were too reckless. With your current cultivation, how could you withstand an attack from an emperor? Luckily, he didn't use his full strength, or you would have been killed. Sister, are you all right? Tang Qianchuan, finally reacting from the shock, said with bloodshot eyes, You scared me to death just now. Humph, dying would be her just desserts. Who does she think she is, a mere ant, daring to block a chariot? Isn't that just asking for death? Lu Shi sneered at Su Shihan. Shut up. Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, his cold glare landing on Lu Shi as he reprimanded. If not for Shihan risking her life to protect you, would you still be standing here alive? You. Lu Shi's face turned red with anger, glaring at Lin Xingyo before stomping her foot and turning away. However, she tightened her grip on her sword. A seed of killing intent was planted in her heart toward Lin Xingyo. She was the seventh daughter of the Lu family. Her talent might not be as strong as her 6 elder sisters, but she had already broken through to the 8th cave realm. Although not part of the king sequence, in front of a good-for-nothing like Lin Xingyo, she, Lu Shi, was invincible. One sword strike would annihilate him. Yet this worthless fool dared to reprimand her, truly seeking his own demise. Even if she couldn't defeat Su Shihan, dealing with a good-for-nothing like Lin Xingyo would be a piece of cake. Worthless wretch, just wait for an opportunity, and I'll end you. Lu Shi seethed inwardly. Hee hee hee. Just as Lu Shi planted the seed of killing intent toward Lin Xingyo, a piercing sound came from the stone coffin in the blood sea. Following the terrified gazes of countless onlookers, the coffin lid of the stone coffin shook open, and a thick blood mist spilled out from the coffin. 30,000 years have passed, and the ancient era is over. Finally, I can leave this cursed place. The creature in the coffin spoke, and the coffin lid flipped up, flying toward Lin Xingyo and the others. Humans, I'll give you a chance. All of you become my slaves. Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, and with a wave of his hand, the colorless domain enveloped a 300-meter area. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the flying coffin lid slammed heavily onto the colorless domain Lin Xingyo had erected. A powerful shockwave exploded instantly. The massive sea vessel shattered completely. As for Su Shihan and the others, they all fainted, falling into the blood-red sea along with the broken ship. Lin Xingyo waved his sleeve, instantly absorbing everyone who had fainted into his portable small world. Bang! The stone coffin shattered completely, and a red-haired monster with sharp teeth and a black mist erupting from its mouth leaped out of the coffin. Hee hee hee. The red-haired monster laughed for a while before turning its gaze toward Lin Xingyo and the others. Humans, submit to me. I shall grant you eternal life. Boom. Before the red-haired monster finished speaking, its red-haired head was severed by Lin Xingyo's sword. Damn, shut up. Lin Xingyo shook the blood off his sword, absorbing the red-haired monster's essence and imperial soul into the sword, then flicked his sleeve, leaving a cold, imposing back as he walked away in a long white robe. Who is he? How does he have such incredible abilities? Finally reacting from the shock, Hai Dongsheng stared in horror at Lin Xingyo's disappearing figure, completely dumbfounded. That red-haired monster. Anyone could tell it was an emperor, yet Lin Xingyo beheaded it with a single sword strike. This scene wasn't just shocking to Hai Dongsheng. Even the three great divine monks of the western regions were stunned. The white-robed emperor, so strong. Even if we find the lost 9 tower bodies of the devouring pagoda, we might not be able to suppress him, the three great divine monks murmured, gazing at Lin Xingyo's disappearing figure. What? Hai Dongsheng and the others were completely dumbfounded, as the implications behind the three great divine monks' words revealed too much, shocking everyone once again. He is the white-robed emperor. Chapter 124. Meeting an old friend. Phew. Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply, feeling a tinge of regret. He shouldn't have rushed off earlier. At the very least, he should have brought Hai Dongsheng along. That way, he wouldn't have gotten lost. Alas. Lin Xingyo shook his head helplessly. This Forbidden Sea was truly no ordinary place. Normally, with his abilities, the entire world was beneath his feet. A mere Forbidden Sea should have been a place he could reach with just a thought. But this place felt somewhat akin to the ancient Forbidden Zone. His spiritual awareness could only reach so far. Moreover, he had no idea where the Phoenix ancestral land was located, so now he was completely at a disadvantage. Forget it. Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth and decided to move forward using the Judian sword. This mere Forbidden Sea wouldn't deter him. He didn't believe that with his abilities, he wouldn't be able to find the Phoenix ancestral land. So, with a determined expression, he flew eastward, quickly covering 300 miles of sea. Of course, the journey was fraught with dangers, but Lin Xingyo managed to overcome them all. After all, he was practically invincible in this world, and the East Sea had nothing that could challenge him. There's a boat ahead. After flying over the Forbidden Sea for several days, Lin Xingyo suddenly spotted a small black boat in the vast ocean. He immediately descended onto the boat with lightning speed. But the next moment, his expression froze. Hey, what are you doing here? Woof woof. He Huang, Black Emperor, was overjoyed, while Duanda, Dirtbag, immediately rushed over. They had gone to the Piao Miao Peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect to look for Lin Xingyo. However, by the time they arrived, Lin Xingyo had already left. With no other choice, they decided to come to the East Sea on their own. Unexpectedly, they ran into him here. Seeing this, Duanda felt that it was too much of a coincidence. Perhaps it was fate at work. Weren't you guys off doing something big in the ancient Forbidden Zone? How did you suddenly end up here? Lin Xingyo was a bit confused, struggling to process the situation. He remembered that after leaving the ancient Forbidden Zone, He Huang had taken Duanda to the upper ancient Forbidden Zone. The two of them had been very secretive, saying they were going to do something big and would come find him at Piao Miao Peak once they were done. So how did they end up in the Forbidden Sea? Were they here to do something big as well? Lin Xingyo shrugged off these thoughts. After all, it was a reunion with old friends, so there was no need to overthink things. Meeting here just showed that they were fated to cross paths. Fellow Taoist, what brings you here? Duanda cleared his throat and patted Lin Xingyo on the shoulder. Could it be the same reason as us? I'm accompanying my disciple for an inscription, Lin Xingyo replied. You two can't be here for the same reason, can you? Duanda chuckled. Pretty much. Oh no, look ahead, He Huang suddenly exclaimed in panic. This is... Lin Xingyo and Duanda's expressions stiffened as their gazes simultaneously turned toward the front. A massive octopus, radiating terrifying demonic light, had emerged from the blood-red sea. Run! He Huang shouted and immediately steered the small black boat into a hasty retreat. Lin Xingyo, however, was unimpressed. Old Black, with your status as a supreme being, where the heavens and earth are beneath your feet, why are you running away? Nonsense. He Huang howled. That's a heaven-man level beast, far stronger than you or me. If you want to fight it, go ahead. I'm not getting involved. Heaven-man level? Lin Xingyo was shocked, his mind unsettled. How can there be such a powerful creature here? Aren't they supposed to be only in the ancient forbidden zone? Nonsense. He Huang retorted. Let me tell you, besides the ancient forbidden zone and here, there are also such near-invincible existences in the illusory realm. Especially this forbidden sea. Because these three places are ancient battlefields between the immortal realm and the celestial domain. Many powerful ancient creatures fell here. Even though they've been dead for countless eons, their corpses remain invincible. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo was speechless. The system hadn't claimed he was invincible in the world? How come there were still places like this? And those creatures could still overpower him. Fellow Taoist, be careful and dodge quickly. Before Lin Xingyo could think further, a massive tentacle of the octopus, brushing past the small black boat, slammed heavily onto the surface of the sea. Bang! The tremendous impact force instantly shattered the sea surface. Before Lin Xingyo and the others could react, another enormous tentacle surged from the depths and wrapped around their small black boat, dragging it down into the sea. Soul-devouring spear. Kill? Lin Xingyo was enraged. He summoned the soul-devouring spear and roared, throwing it forcefully at the octopus's head. Bang! Facing the incoming soul-devouring spear, the octopus raised a massive tentacle and swept it with devastating force, sending the spear flying 10,000 miles away. Damn! Lin Xingyo cursed under his breath, realizing that this beast truly had monstrous combat power. Run! Are you crazy? If we really provoke this monster, none of us will be able to escape, He Huang nearly screamed. Go! Lin Xingyo didn't dare to confront it head-on anymore. Since he couldn't win, he had to run. But soon, Lin Xingyo and the others were horrified to find that the area was locked down by the octopus. They couldn't traverse through space at all. Shit! He Huang's face turned black. They were in big trouble. Completely locked down by the octopus, even the Wuxia bell couldn't open a path for them. Let's fight. Lin Xingyo suddenly stopped, summoned the soul-devouring spear, activated the colorless domain, and unleashed the great ancient holy body. In an instant, his body was surrounded by divine radiance as he charged at the octopus with explosive force. Lin Xingyo, are you crazy? Come back. He Huang, seeing this, howled in panic. With your current level, you won't be a match for it in one move. Don't worry. Even if I'm not its match in one move, I can hold it off. Now, you two escape quickly, and I'll meet up with you later. Lin Xingyo finished speaking and stopped hesitating. Waves of energy burst around him as he thrust the soul-devouring spear lightning fast at the octopus's head. Let's go all out. He Huang gritted his teeth, shook his body, and instantly transformed into countless black dogs the size of calves, swarming toward the octopus. Damn! Seeing this, Duanda cursed under his breath and immediately fled, clutching the ding of all things Mother Qi. He didn't dare to stay. His level was far too low. If not for the protection of the Wanu Ding, even a ripple from the shockwaves of this battle could have obliterated him. Roar! In the blood-red sea, the octopus went berserk, facing the attacks from Lin Xingyo and He Huang. Its 8 tentacles, covered in demonic patterns, swept out with overwhelming force. Kill! Lin Xingyo didn't retreat but instead advanced, thrusting the soul-devouring spear like a thunderbolt at one of the octopus's tentacles, which was as tall as a mountain. Bang! The octopus's tentacle slammed heavily onto the soul-devouring spear, and in an instant, Lin Xingyo was sent flying by a single sweep of the octopus's attack. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo landed, his feet stepping hundreds of times on the sea surface before he steadied himself. As for He Huang, it was quite a gruesome sight. Almost all of his avatars that charged forward were annihilated by the octopus. Luckily, he had a thick coat of fur, Otherwise, he would have quickly turned into a bald dog. Lin Xingyo, run! He Huang howled. With our strength, we're no match for it. If we continue fighting, we might all die here. Lin Xingyo didn't move, because the octopus had locked onto them. What was even more infuriating was, it had already sealed the laws of this world, and with their current abilities, the only way to survive and escape was to defeat this octopus. Otherwise, there was no chance of getting out of here. Kill! Lin Xingyo cast aside all distractions, his resolve firm. Clutching the soul-devouring spear tightly, he unleashed all his skills and charged once again at the octopus with explosive force. Chapter 125, Alive. It's useless. Black Emperor charged towards the octopus while shaking his head helplessly, fully aware of the vast gap in their realms. How could someone at the Tribulation Transcendence realm possibly defeat an opponent at the Celestial realm? That was a difference of an entire major realm. Moreover, although they were now referred to as emperors of the immortal realm, they were merely at the peak of mortal bodies and couldn't compare to true celestial realm practitioners. After all, it was a matter of qualitative difference. Even though this octopus had been dead for countless ages, its combat power still remained, and it even seemed to have the potential to break through to the sovereign realm. How could they, in their current state, possibly stand against such a formidable octopus? Kill! Lin Xingyo, undaunted, pushed his combat power to its peak, gripping the soul-devouring spear and thrusting it towards the octopus with a single strike. In that instant, the void was shattered by Lin Xingyo's overwhelming attack and boundless destructive power, accompanied by the sonic boom of his spear thrust, shot straight towards the octopus. But, the next moment, the octopus suddenly opened its pair of eyes, which seemed like floating sun, moon, and stars, and boundless watery ripples exploded, unleashing complete Tao of immortality principles that instantly shot towards Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo didn't even have time to react before being smashed away by a massive tentacle of the octopus. Then, all 8 tentacles moved in unison, delivering a lightning-fast barrage of 10,000 strikes that sent both Lin Xingyo and Black Emperor howling through the air, crashing into the blood sea and being swept away by the waves. Cough, cough, cough. After a long while, a round head suddenly popped out from the sandy beach on the pitch-black golden shore. Duanda sat up, shaking the sand off his head, and after regaining his composure, began to survey his surroundings. He found himself on a golden beach, with dense forests behind him on an island and an endless blood-red sea before him. Crack! A long, wide lightning bolt tore across the sky, and soon, large raindrops began to fall from the heavens. Damn! Duanda cursed under his breath, his mind racing to recall what had happened. He remembered encountering a powerful octopus in the sea with Lin Xingyo and the others. Black Emperor and Lin Xingyo had fought it, but all of them had been knocked into the sea by the octopus, and then they were all swept away by the waves. Now, he was here. What about Lin Xingyo and Black Emperor? Were they already dead? Pft, pft, pft. Duanda's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stood up, ready to search the beach for Lin Xingyo and the others. But just as Duanda moved, a pale hand suddenly shot out from the sand, grabbing his ankle. In an instant, Duanda let out a scream of fright and kicked out at Tang Qianquan, who had just sat up from the sand, delivering a dozen kicks in rapid succession. Fatty, that's enough. If you kick him a few more times, he'll be done for, Lin Xingyo called out to Duanda from the beach, having just woken up. Ha ha. Seeing this, Duanda burst out laughing, then kicked Tang Qianquan unconscious and strode over to Lin Xingyo and the others. Thank the heavens, you're alive. Alas. Black Emperor coughed a few times and sighed. It's almost like we're dead. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo lowered his head in despair. The situation was dire. He had suffered severe injuries and wouldn't be able to recover his strength in the short term. Black Emperor, however, was in even worse shape. After all, his realm was lower than Lin Xingyo's. Having been so heavily injured by the octopus, half of his glossy black fur had fallen out, and his entire body looked dull and lifeless. Judging by the situation, his injuries were likely 10 times worse than Lin Xingyo's. How did we end up here? Gradually, more people woke up on the beach. Of course, Su Shihan also regained consciousness. Gazing at the golden beach, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Their memories were still Tinglao being attacked by the red-haired monster, and they had no knowledge of what happened after Lin Xingyo had placed them into his portable small world, as almost everyone had fainted at that moment. Therefore, seeing their current situation, it was natural for them to assume that their sea vessel had been destroyed, and they had all been swept here. However, these people did not panic excessively. After all, they were all cultivators, so they quickly formed various groups and began to explore the island. Lin Xingyo and the others set up a temporary shelter and cooked a few ancient magical birds they had caught, cleaning and preparing them before boiling them in a large iron pot. However, these people weren't particularly panicked. After all, they were all cultivators, so they quickly formed various factions and began to move around the island. Lin Xingyo and the others set up a temporary shelter and started a large iron pot, catching a few ancient demonic birds, cleaning them, and cooking them. Chapter 126, Jealousy and Rivalry. The next morning, the golden sunlight rose from the east, and the clouds in the sky dispersed. Lin Xingyo rubbed his eyes, stepped out from under the tree, stretched, and his gaze fell upon Su Shihan, who was sitting on a rock, cultivating. Under the glow of the morning sun, she was truly beautiful. Shihan, she really has grown up? Lin Xingyo muttered to himself, staring at Su Shihan. She's getting more and more beautiful. Sister Shihan, you're awake? Tang Qianquan approached with a face swollen like a bun, saying, we should get going. Everyone wants to explore the island. Su Shihan responded coldly, immediately grabbing her Taichu sword and following Tang Qianquan. The group didn't dwell too long on preparations. They quickly tidied up and flew through the air above the forest. Soon, they passed over several forests and arrived at a lakeside surrounded by mountains and water. They decided to rest here before continuing deeper into the island. Shihan here, try this roasted Qingqi fire python meat. Tang Qianquan cut off a leg of the beast, smiling obsequiously as he handed it to Su Shihan. Humph! Lu Shi's expression turned sour, glaring at Su Shihan before snatching the roasted meat from Tang Qianquan's hand and taking a few angry bites. Brother, why do you only have eyes for her? Can't you see I'm hungry too? Lu Shi was furious. She had been holding back her frustration for a long time. She had always envied Su Shihan, not only for her superior cultivation, but now also for winning Tang Qianquan's affection. What was the deal? Just because she was beautiful? Wasn't she beautiful too? Not only was she beautiful, but she was also the seventh daughter of the Lu family. Based on that alone, she was far superior to Su Shihan. Why couldn't Tang Qianquan pay her some attention? Didn't he know that if the Tang family could ally with the Lu family, it would bring him immense benefits? All right. Tang Qianquan's eyes darkened, showing his displeasure as he looked at Lu Shi. If you're hungry, then you eat first. I'll cut another piece for Shihan. You. Lu Shi was completely infuriated. She threw the leg of meat on the ground, stood up angrily, stomped her feet, and turned away, leaving Tang Qianquan with a cold, disdainful back. Shihan, don't mind her, Tang Qianquan said obsequiously to Su Shihan. She's just throwing a tantrum. She'll calm down soon. Let me cut another piece of meat for you. No need, Lin Xingyo glanced at Tang Qianquan. Shihan has me to take care of her. You should go and bring your Lu sister back. Waste, what are you talking about? Tang Qianquan exploded with anger at these words. Mind your own business. Smack. Before Tang Qianquan could finish, Lin Xingyo slapped him across the face. Lin Xingyo had long been displeased with Tang Qianquan, but out of respect for his status as a junior, he had refrained from teaching him a lesson. However, Tang Qianquan had repeatedly shown contempt for him. Lin Xingyo had finally had enough. He slapped him to teach him how to speak to him in the future. Tang Qianquan, holding his face, was utterly furious. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has 3 points of fire. Who was he? He was the second young master of the Tang family. Even his father had never slapped him. Now, this mere waste had slapped him for the second time. This was beyond what he could tolerate. If not for Su Shihan being present, he would have killed Lin Xingyo on the spot. Waste, just you wait. Tang Qianquan clenched his fists, glaring at Lin Xingyo, his heart seething with rage. I will find the right opportunity to kill you, and make you pay for daring to treat me like this. Su Shihan opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Truthfully, she also disliked Tang Qianquan, but seeing Lin Xingyo slap him still shocked her. As for Duanda and He Huang, who witnessed this scene, they were completely dumbfounded, especially He Huang, who was utterly confused. How could Lin Xingyo, such a powerful figure, tolerate Tang Qianquan speaking to him like that? Could it be that Tang Qianquan was his illegitimate son? Otherwise, why would such a mighty being allow him to stay alive, especially given his temper? It must be so. Fathers usually discipline their sons with slaps. Otherwise, with his temper, a disrespectful brat like him would have been wiped out long ago. He Huang's eyes sparkled with insight, firmly convinced of his deduction. However, the thought of Lin Xingyo having such a disgraceful son made He Huang chuckle. Help! Save me! At that moment, Lu Shi, who had stormed off into the forest in a fit of anger, let out a blood-curdling scream and rushed back towards them at high speed. Not good. Lu Shi is under attack. Everyone present was startled and quickly drew their weapons, rushing towards the direction of Lu Shi's scream. Not good. They are Stormrage apes. We can't beat them. Everyone run. Tang Qianquan rushed over and, upon seeing the Stormrage apes attacking Lu Shi, without even considering her pleas, turned and fled. Save me! Save me! Seeing Tang Qianquan abandon her, Lu Shi screamed in despair, looking at his retreating back. Fatty, save her! Lin Xingyo couldn't bear it and coughed heavily, instructing Duanda. But the next moment, before Duanda could act, Su Shihan had already drawn her Taichu sword and shot forward like a thunderbolt. Roar! At the same time, Taotai let out a roar and quickly charged towards the Stormrage apes. Jin Maoho also joined the fight, followed by the rest of the group, who quickly reacted and attacked the Stormrage apes. Shihan, come back! Tang Qianquan shouted loudly. Those are Stormrage apes. Their strength has reached the inscription realm. If they surround us, no one will survive. Su Shihan completely ignored Tang Qianquan, her Taichu sword instantly killing 6 or 7 Stormrage apes. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan gritted his teeth and eventually turned back, flying towards Su Shihan and attacking several ferocious Stormrage apes. He could abandon Lu Shi, but he couldn't let go of Su Shihan, so he ultimately returned to fight. Seeing this, Lu Shi was completely enraged. Just now, she had pleaded desperately for Tang Qianquan's help, but he hadn't even spared her a glance, turning and running away. Now, seeing Su Shihan in danger, Tang Qianquan had turned back to fight. Such differential treatment made Lu Shi utterly lose faith in Tang Qianquan. In her heart, she now wished for Tang Qianquan's death. Roar! The surrounding Stormrage apes didn't care about their internal strife. They charged at them with savage ferocity. Fatty, lend them a hand. Lin Xingyo clenched his fists, his gaze falling on Duanda. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. These youngsters are all extraordinary talents. I believe they can handle it themselves, Duanda said calmly. Lin Xingyo was left speechless. He had been too anxious. With the Taichu sword in her hand, even though these Stormrage apes were many and had reached the inscription realm, Su Shihan's combat power was such that they couldn't possibly pose a challenge to her. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo calmed down and sat down, taking the roasted chicken and sprinkling some 13 spice seasoning on it before continuing to roast it. Fellow Taoist, it smells delicious. Duanda gave Lin Xingyo a thumbs up, then, taking advantage of Lin Xingyo's inattention, snatched the roasted chicken and began to eat it with gusto, praising its deliciousness. You fat bastard, you! Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was so furious his teeth ached. He was tempted to pin Duanda down and give him a good beating. Kill! Su Shihan roared, and with a single swing of her sword, she cut down 2 Stormrage apes. Before she even had a chance to catch her breath, a violent gust of wind surged from behind her, and a ferocious Stormrage ape attacked from her blind spot. Kill! With a swift backhand strike, Su Shihan used her Taichu sword to decapitate the attacking Stormrage ape. She then kicked its bleeding corpse with full force, sending it flying, and quickly charged toward another Stormrage ape. Roar! Taotai was also in a killing frenzy, with 9 cave heavens rising around its body. Its massive claws smashed a Stormrage ape at the cave heaven level with a single blow, then turned to attack a Stormrage ape at the inscription mirror level. In comparison, Jin Maoho was even more valiant. He led the charge with his cracked pot, 9 cave heavens hovering around his body, and his sharp claws tearing through the Stormrage apes wherever they went. With such valiant fighters leading the way, the battlefield was quickly brought under control. All over 100 Stormrage apes were slain. Chapter 127. A single sword strike to kill. Let's go. Su Shihan remained cold and aloof, sheathing her sword and flicking her sleeve as she walked forward. Lin Xingyo said nothing. Lu Shi and the others, however, were somewhat stunned, their faces filled with shock from the recent battle, especially Su Shihan's strength. A mere spiritual transformation realm cultivator had managed to slay so many inscribed realm Stormrage apes. It left them truly astonished. I must catch up to her. Otherwise, how could I even dream of being with her? Tang Qianchuan clenched his fists and, after a moment, quickened his pace to catch up with Su Shihan. Tang Qianchuan understood the gap between himself and Su Shihan, and this gap was only widening. To close it, he had to work hard and ensure his cultivation was never lower than hers. Otherwise, why would she ever look upon him? With this resolve in mind, Tang Qianchuan quickened his steps. Soon, they left the area. They traveled eastward for 30 miles. Yet, they hadn't left the island. Instead, they delved deeper. Along the way, they encountered several more attacks. However, none of the beasts were particularly powerful. Most were at the inscribed realm. Humans, look at that valley ahead. Something's not right. Taotai suddenly said, his gaze fixed on the valley ahead. No need for Taoye's reminder. Su Shihan and the others had already noticed, as golden light occasionally shot out from the valley, as if a fierce battle was taking place or a mountain treasure was about to emerge. Let's go and take a look. After a brief silence, Su Shihan directly flew toward the valley on her sword. Encountering such a situation, she naturally had to investigate. If a mountain treasure was to appear, they couldn't afford to miss it. And if there were people fighting, even better. For they had no idea where they were, and encountering living humans might clarify everything. With these thoughts in mind, Su Shihan and the others all flew toward the valley. Lin Xingyo and the rest followed behind. However, Lin Xingyo was no longer the same as before, for he had now recovered 1/10 of his cultivation. In this place, he had nothing to fear anymore. Who are you? This place has already been claimed by the ancient forbidden zone of the Kanglan continent. A fierce flame rampage lion stood at the entrance of the valley, glaring at Su Shihan and the others as they approached, roaring, "Trespassers are not allowed to approach. Otherwise, you will all be annihilated. Get out of the way." Su Shihan directly drew her sword, while Black Emperor and the others gazed hungrily at the flame rampage lion, clamoring for braised lion head. Seeing this, the flame rampage lion was furious. He was no ordinary flame rampage lion. He was a lion king at the inscribed realm, a lion of some renown even in the Forbidden Sea. Moreover, his lineage was noble. He hailed from the ancient forbidden zone of the Kanglan continent, so in this place, he could walk freely without anyone daring to object. Now, a mere group of lowly humans dared to speak to him like this, showing no respect at all. "Human, do you know who you're speaking to?" Before the flame rampage lion could finish, Su Shihan's sword struck, decapitating him in one swift motion. What? The flame rampage lion's head, rolling on the ground, stared in disbelief. He hadn't even finished speaking before being slain. Who was this young woman? He had made it clear. He was from the ancient Forbidden Zone, a forbidden existence in the Kanglan continent. Anyone who heard those words would be terrified. Yet, this mere young woman dared to draw her sword and kill me? The Flame Rampage Lion couldn't believe it, but what shattered him even more was Black Emperor picking up his head. This lion head looks good. Perfect for a pot of braised lion head. You dare eat me? The Flame Rampage Lion, his vision fading, looked at Black Emperor in utter despair. He was so pitiful. Even in death, he was to be eaten by a dog. Black Emperor didn't care. He picked up the head. A large iron pot was set up. After cleaning it thoroughly, he tossed the Flame Rampage Lion into the pot and started boiling it. He was extremely weak right now. What he lacked was this kind of pure-blooded creature. Su Han, however, didn't dwell on it. She flashed into the valley, and Tang Qianquan and the others followed closely. Cao Dai, however, stayed behind. His eyes fixed on Black Emperor's iron pot, he was drooling, and he found Black Emperor quite to his liking. As Su Han led Lin Xingyo and the others into the valley, they immediately found themselves surrounded by fierce divine beasts, each with bloodlines no less noble than Taoye's. Humans, how dare you trespass here? Didn't the Flame Rampage Lion guarding outside inform you? This place has already been claimed by us. He did. Tang Qianquan glanced at the speaking Cao Dai and said, but we already killed him. What? Taoye's eyes darkened, and an overwhelming surge of killing intent erupted. They were creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone of the Kanglan continent. Having lived for so long, they had never heard such words before. A lowly human dared to kill their companion, and still had the audacity to come for the mountain treasure they had discovered. This was beyond reckless. They had to be wiped out to make them understand that not just anyone could provoke the ancient Forbidden Zone. Humans, I'll give you one chance. After a brief silence, Cao Tai roared in fury, end yourselves here. Otherwise, I'll devour you all. Himph! Su Han merely snorted, ignoring Cao Tai completely, her gaze fixed on the area where golden light continued to erupt. How dare you? Cao Tai was utterly enraged. He was the grandson of Cao Tai, the great emperor of the ancient Forbidden Zone, and normally, anyone who saw him trembled, too afraid to raise their heads. Yet, this mere young woman dared to ignore him, and she dared to covet the mountain treasure they had discovered. Cao Tai went berserk, opening his bloodthirsty maw and roaring, charging at Su Han with lightning speed. Don't seek death. Su Han immediately stepped aside, gripping her Taichu sword, her cold gaze fixed on the charging Cao Tai. Step back, or I'll cut you down with one strike. What? Cao Tai was utterly furious. He was a pure-blooded divine beast, already at the mid-inscribed realm, one step away from becoming an inscribed realm late-stage expert. Such strength had never been so lightly regarded. Human, I will devour you, and make you understand the dire consequences of offending me, Cao Tai. Taoye's arrogance was boundless, his bloodthirsty maw opening wide as he lunged directly at Su Han's head. At this moment, the surrounding divine beasts all looked at Su Han with mocking gazes, certain she would be devoured by Cao Tai immediately. But in the next instant, all the divine beasts were frozen, staring at the scene before them in disbelief. Cao Tai had been cleaved in two by a single sword strike. The surrounding divine beasts were too stunned to react. They hadn't even seen how Su Han had drawn her sword, yet the powerful Cao Tai had been cut down in one move. That was Cao Tai, a pure-blooded divine beast. He was at the inscribed realm. Among the younger generation, he was at the pinnacle, yet he couldn't withstand a single strike from this young woman. The surrounding divine beasts were all seething with rage. Chapter 128. You hit me again. Human, is there another practitioner of your age who is as strong as you? You are quite impressive, and I, the king, have taken a liking to you. A green lion with overwhelming divine patterns and fully unleashed aura stepped out from among the divine beasts, looking down arrogantly at Su Han as he said, "Stay and serve as my female slave. I can protect you in the future. Do you want to die too?" Su Shirhan casually glanced at the green lion and said, "A mere green lion dares to take me as a slave." The green lion's eyes darkened, and he was furious. This human was too impudent. He, the green lion, was a practitioner at the formation stage. His body was inscribed with 7 ancient killing arrays. Not to mention a mere human, even a divine beast of equal strength would not dare to be so disrespectful to him. "Human, you are too arrogant. Today, I will let you experience the consequences of looking down on a formation stage expert like me." The green lion looked down at Su Shirhan, with one killing array after another floating around him as he approached. "You have one last chance. Kneel and submit to become my female slave. I can be merciful and spare your life. Otherwise, I will kill you." Shirhan, this green lion king has reached the formation stage. Such a powerful being, we cannot afford to provoke him. Please lower your head and beg for his mercy. Tang Qianquan was anxious as he saw the green lion approach. They were only at the transformation stage now. They couldn't possibly defeat a formation stage green lion. So, he couldn't help but urge Su Shirhan. He didn't want Su Shirhan to make an enemy of a formation stage expert. After all, there was a difference of 2 major stages. Even with Su Shirhan's talents, it was impossible to defeat a formation stage expert. Moreover, this green lion was no ordinary formation stage practitioner. 7 killing arrays appeared around him. That made him an extraordinary formation stage expert. Now, not only were they at the transformation stage, but even other formation stage practitioners might not be able to defeat the Green Lion King. "Human, have you thought it over? My patience is limited." The Green Lion walked towards Su Shirhan with his head held high. "If you don't submit now, I will kill you." Bold. Lin Xingyo stepped forward holding the white tiger, shielding Su Shirhan behind him as he looked at the Green Lion and said, "You insignificant 4-legged creature, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Get down now." The Green Lion could no longer hold back, and his anger exploded. What was going on today? One by one, these lowly humans dared to stand up and scold him. Did they really think he, the Green Lion, was so easy to bully? "Human, you're quite something." The Green Lion became angrier as he thought about it. "Since you dare to stand in front of this woman, I, the Green Lion King, will eat you first and then her." "You dare!" Su Shirhan shouted angrily and raised her hand, shooting the Tai Chu sword toward the Green Lion. "Human, you're seeking death." Facing Su Shirhan's sword strike, the Green Lion roared and a bone mirror with overwhelming divine patterns shot out from his mouth, colliding with Su Shirhan's Tai Chu sword. Clang! The Tai Chu sword shattered the bone mirror. The Green Lion spat out and flew back, embedding itself in front of Lin Xingyo. However, the Green Lion did not retreat. Instead, 7 killing arrays rose around him, and he shot toward Lin Xingyo like a meteor. "Get down!" Lin Xingyo's body trembled, and with a stomp, the colorless domain rose from the ground, instantly forming a massive shield in front of Su Shirhan. At the same time, Su Shirhan's Tai Chu sword vibrated, releasing a sword aura that could split the heavens, shooting directly toward the Green Lion. Smack! The raging Green Lion first slammed heavily into Lin Xingyo's colorless domain, then was hit by the sword aura from the Tai Chu sword, and was instantly blasted away, smashing a giant mountain into pieces. Wow! Seeing this scene, all the divine beasts present widened their eyes in shock, especially Lu Shi, who was almost scared out of her wits. Su Shirhan was too strong. If she wanted to kill her, she had to take the Tai Chu sword from her. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. "You idiot, do you have to act tough and die? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If it weren't for Shirhan's Tai Chu sword, you would have become the Green Lion's meal by now." After a while, Tang Qianquan finally snapped out of it and rushed toward Lin Xingyo in extreme anger. He was furious. The scene where Lin Xingyo stood in front of Su Shirhan just now. He thought Lin Xingyo was incredibly foolish. If it weren't for Su Shirhan's Tai Chu sword being powerful, blocking the Green Lion's attack, Lin Xingyo would have been dead by now. Of course, whether Lin Xingyo lived or died didn't matter to him. What he cared about was that Lin Xingyo's seemingly protective behavior towards Su Shihan was actually endangering her. He couldn't tolerate that. He had to give him a beating. Let him know how incredibly foolish he was. Just because of his foolish actions, he almost got Su Shihan killed. Compared to Tang Qianquan's anger, Su Shihan, standing behind Lin Xingyo, was stunned. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Xingyo's back. Her heart felt that Lin Xingyo was incredibly tall and strong at this moment. Moreover, she felt a sense of security, as if as long as Lin Xingyo was there, no matter what danger she faced, he would always stand in front of her. You idiot, didn't you hear me talking to you? Tang Qianquan finally reached Lin Xingyo, raised his hand, and was about to slap him. But, the next second, Lin Xingyo's face darkened, and in front of everyone's astonished gaze, he swung his hand and slapped Tang Qianquan across the face. Smack! Tang Qianquan stared at Lin Xingyo with bulging eyes, his raised hand completely stunned. He was hit again. He was slapped by Lin Xingyo again, and in front of so many people. At this moment, Tang Qianquan was completely enraged. Get lost. Lin Xingyo completely ignored Tang Qianquan's fury, grabbed his collar, and with a casual push, sent him flying 3 or 4 meters away. Chapter 129. Into the pot. Humans, you all deserve to die. Before Tang Qianquan could fully react, the green lion, which had just been knocked away, charged back with wild ferocity. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan, who had just regained his senses, glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, but was immediately scared into scrambling to the side. You filthy dog, you dare to hit me. This time, I'd like to see how you deal with the green lion's attack. Tang Qianquan gritted his teeth, staring at Lin Xingyo, as if he could already see Lin Xingyo being swallowed by the lion in one gulp. But, the next moment, a pitch-black dog paw suddenly swept across the sky, and in the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, a hairless black dog appeared, carrying a large black pot in its mouth. Not bad. The Black Emperor set down the large black pot, grabbed the green lion, and smacked it with a ladle, saying, You should be thankful that you're a pure-blooded divine beast with a good appearance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken a fancy to you. After speaking, the Black Emperor smacked his lips a few times, then, ignoring the astonished gazes of all the creatures, quickly cleaned the green lion's fur, gutted it, and tossed it into his large black pot. There are plenty of ingredients here. Are you going to obediently crawl into the pot yourselves? Or should I catch you one by one and throw you in? These words were like a death sentence, shocking all the divine beasts into complete bewilderment, especially Tang Qianquan, who was chilled to the bone. There's something wrong with this black dog? Even a fool would know now. That was an absolutely extraordinary being, given the shocking display of power just now. A powerful green lion at the formation realm was casually subdued and thrown into the pot. Who else present could match such a feat? Black dog, how dare you? At this moment, 3 divine beasts with divine halos covering the sky tore through the void and appeared before the Black Emperor. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan almost burst out laughing. 3 celestial kings had appeared right before them, and each one was incredibly powerful. The black dog had stewed the green lion. It was sure to enrage these 3 celestial kings, and with their abilities, they would definitely kill this hairless black dog. All he had to do now was incite them. Tell the 3 celestial kings that it was all Lin Xingyo's doing, instructing the black dog to act. Ha 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 ha. Tang Qianquan couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling ecstatic. He quickly scrambled out and shouted, 3 celestial kings, eating your descendants has nothing to do with us. It was all this man's doing, instructing the big black dog to act. If you want to kill these 2. Please don't take it out on us poor folks. Lin Xingyo and Black Emperor frowned almost simultaneously, and even Su Shihan showed a look of disgust, not to mention Tao Dai and Ji Mao Howl. Very well. You've shown merit. We'll give you a chance. From now on, you'll serve as a slave to our descendants. The 3 demon sovereigns casually glanced at Tang Qianquan and then proudly lifted their heads, saying, After 100 years, We'll grant you your freedom and let you return to the human world to become a supreme ruler of a region. Ah ha ha. Tang Qianquan was utterly elated. Hearing that the 3 celestial kings from the Kanglan continent's ancient forbidden zone wanted to take him as a slave, he was overjoyed. Not only did he not feel ashamed, but he also thought his ancestors' graves were smoking with good fortune. After all, in the immortal spirit realm, many great figures had gained such opportunities. After 100 years of cultivation in the forbidden zone, they returned to become supreme rulers, dominating a region. He never expected that by doing such a small thing today, he would gain such a huge opportunity. He truly was the chosen one. Step aside for now. We'll kill these arrogant fools, and then take you back to our ancient forbidden zone in Kanglan continent as a slave. Yes, yes, yes. Tang Qianquan immediately flattered and stepped aside, his gaze on Lin Xingyo turning extremely mocking. At this moment, he seemed to see the 3 celestial kings killing Lin Xingyo, and then Su Shihan begging to be with him. Tang Qianquan, what a talent! Some people who reacted to the situation not only didn't look down on Tang Qianquan, but even praised him enthusiastically. In their eyes, Tang Qianquan hadn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, he was exceptionally clever. He knew when to make the right choice. For a moment, they were all envious. They wished they could find some leverage to flatter the 3 celestial kings and be taken as slaves to the forbidden zone. Soon, they saw their chance. One by one, they walked over and knelt before the 3 celestial kings, saying, 3 demon sovereigns, we also want to become your slaves, and we have great news to tell you. This woman, who is only at the spiritual transformation realm, possesses a very powerful imperial weapon called the primordial sword. Such a treasure is not worthy of her. Only beings like you, great gods, are worthy. Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent, and one by one, everyone's eyes turned greedy, staring at Su Shihan. Good, very good. However, I hate people like you the most. If I take you as slaves, you'll surely betray your masters at any time. So, I must exterminate you, scum. The group kneeling on the ground was stunned. Why is it like this? Why can Tang Qianquan become a slave, but will be killed? For a moment, they were completely confused. They couldn't understand why, despite both being traitors, the outcomes were so different. Was this the difference between people? But the 3 demon sovereigns wouldn't give them a chance to figure it out. They directly killed them in front of everyone's eyes. Humans, it's your turn. The 3 demon sovereigns, with overwhelming momentum, looked down at Lin Xingyo and the others. Hand over the primordial sword, and we'll let you die with your bodies intact. Otherwise, we'll devour you alive. Humph! Black Emperor pursed his lips and said, I just feel this broth lacks flavor. If we throw you 3 in and add a few divine herbs, it should taste better. Come on. Although your cultivation is a bit low, your blood and vitality are not bad. If we stew you in this pot for a few hours, it might nourish me a bit. What kind of talk is this? Is this big black dog crazy? Does he know who he's talking to? He dares to ask 3 celestial kings to lie in his pot and be cooked. He's really too bold, no. He's simply courting death. Celestial kings are terrifying existences. In the immortal spirit realm, where celestial emperors are rare, celestial kings are the rulers of the world. Although there are quite a few celestial kings in the immortal spirit realm, no one else besides this big black dog would dare to say such a thing. For a moment, the usually noisy scene fell silent, and everyone stared at Black Emperor in a daze. How dare you? The 3 demon sovereigns were furious, their eyes shooting fire as they glared at Black Emperor. Who were they? They were 3 demon sovereigns. Not only were they gods in the Forbidden Sea, but even in Kanglan continent, they were divine beings. With their status from the ancient Forbidden Zone, even great emperors of the world wouldn't dare speak to them like this face to face. Now, this mere hairless dog dared to disrespect them so much. And he even dared to ask them to lie in his pot. This was too bold, too outrageous. They had to make him understand the consequences of such words. Kill. Just as the 3 demon sovereigns were about to attack Black Emperor, the valley suddenly shook violently. A golden immortal light shot out, and in the eyes of everyone, a golden immortal bone, covering the sky with its radiance, burst out from the ruins. An immortal bone? Ha ha ha. Tang Qianquan couldn't help but feel ecstatic, then immediately scrambled out, shouting, "Three celestial kings! Eating your descendants has nothing to do with us. Everything was ordered by this man, who instructed the black dog to do it. Kill them both, and please don't take it out on us poor folks." Huh. Lin Xingyo and the Black Emperor frowned almost simultaneously, and even Su Shihan showed a look of disgust, not to mention the others like Tao Dai and Jin Mahu. Very good. You're showing initiative, so we'll give you a chance. From now on, you'll be a slave to our descendants. The three demon lords casually glanced at Tang Qianquan, then proudly raised their heads and said, "After 100 years, we'll grant you freedom and let you return to the human world to become a powerhouse, ruling over a region." Ah ha ha. Tang Qianquan completely lost control, overjoyed to hear that the three celestial kings from the ancient forbidden land of Kanglan continent wanted to take him as a slave. He didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he thought his ancestors must be smiling down on him. After all, in the immortal realm, many great figures had gained such opportunities. After 100 years of cultivation in the forbidden land, they returned, directly becoming supreme rulers of the immortal realm, dominating a region. Never had he expected that by doing such a small thing today, he would gain such a huge opportunity. He truly was a son of fortune. Stand to the side, and let us kill these arrogant fools before taking you back to our ancient forbidden land in Kanglan continent as a slave. Yes, yes, yes. Tang Qianquan immediately flattered them, standing to the side, his gaze on Lin Xingyo filled with mockery. At this moment, he seemed to see the three celestial kings killing Lin Xingyo, and Su Shihan begging to be with him. Tang Qianquan, what a talent! Some people who reacted to the situation not only didn't look down on Tang Qianquan, but even praised him enthusiastically. In their eyes, Tang Qianquan hadn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, he was exceptionally smart, knowing when to make the right choice. For a moment, they were extremely envious, wishing they could find some leverage to curry favor with the three celestial kings and be taken as slaves to the forbidden land. Soon, they found their chance. Then, one by one, they walked over and knelt before the three celestial kings, saying, "Three demon lords, we also want to be your slaves, and we have great news for you." This woman, who is only at the transformation realm, possesses a very powerful imperial weapon called the Sword of Primordial Chaos. Such a treasure is not worthy of her. Only beings like you, great gods, are worthy. Hearing this, the entire place fell into silence, and one by one, everyone's eyes turned greedy, looking at Su Shihan. Good, very good. However, I hate people like you the most. If I take you as slaves, you'll surely betray your masters at any moment. So, I must kill all of you scum. The people kneeling on the ground were completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. Why is it like this? Why can Tang Qianquan become a slave, while we'll be killed? For a moment, they were completely confused. No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't understand why the results were so different when they were all trying to curry favor. Was this the difference between people? But the three demon lords wouldn't give them a chance to figure it out, directly killing them in front of countless onlookers. Humans, it's your turn. The three demon lords, with overwhelming momentum, looked down at Lin Xingyo and the others, saying, "Hand over the Sword of Primordial Chaos, and we'll let you die with a whole body. Otherwise, we'll devour you alive." Hmph. The Black Emperor, however, pouted and said, "I just think the broth lacks flavor. If we throw you three in and add a few divine herbs, it should taste better. Come on. Although your cultivation is a bit low, your blood essence is not bad. If you lie in this pot and stew for a few hours, it might just give me a bit of a boost." What kind of talk is this? Is this black dog crazy? Does he know who he's talking to? He actually dares to ask three celestial kings to lie in his pot and be cooked. He's really too bold. No, not bold. He's practically courting death. Celestial kings are terrifying existences. In the immortal realm, where celestial emperors are rare, celestial kings are the rulers of the world. Although there are quite a few celestial kings in the immortal realm, no one else would dare to say such a thing, except for this black dog. For a moment, the usually noisy scene fell into complete silence, with everyone staring at the Black Emperor in a daze. How dare you? The three demon lords were furious, glaring at the Black Emperor with flames shooting from their eyes. Who were they? They were three demon lords, beings revered as gods not only in the Forbidden Sea but also in Kanglan continent. With their status from the ancient Forbidden Land, even the great emperors of the world wouldn't dare to speak to them like this face to face. Now, this mere hairless dog dared to disrespect them so, and even dared to suggest they lie in the pot. This was too bold, too outrageous. They must make him pay for such insolence with their wrath and power. Kill. Just as the three demon lords were about to attack the Black Emperor, the valley suddenly shook violently, and a golden immortal light shot out, followed by a golden immortal bone, covering the sky, erupting from the ruins in the stunned gazes of countless onlookers. An immortal bone? The entire crowd was jolted, then all shot towards the immortal bone with lightning speed, especially the three demon sovereigns, who abandoned their pursuit of Black Emperor and used extraordinary means to capture the bone. For those who dared to snatch it, they unleashed brutal slaughter. Soon, the valley was soaked in blood, an appalling sight, as one powerful creature after another was slaughtered. After a long while, drenched in blood and having annihilated all the powerful creatures in the valley, the three demon sovereigns turned their gaze towards He Huang and Lin Xingyo. In their minds, Lin Xingyo and the others should have already been fleeing in terror. Yet there they stood, undaunted. Had they not witnessed the awe-inspiring might they had just demonstrated? Truly a bunch of ignorant ants, courting death. At this point, they still didn't flee and dared to wait here for them. It seems today they won't know the extent of our power unless they are killed. Humans, you are quite brave. And this dog? We thought you would flee, and capturing you would take some effort. Unexpectedly, not only did you not flee, but you also stayed here obediently. It seems you have some self-awareness. Since that's the case, come and meet your end. I can promise you, I will leave you with a whole body, striking you down in one blow, ensuring you feel no pain. This is all in recognition of your commendable courage. Come now. The three demon sovereigns lifted their heads haughtily and addressed Lin Xingyo and the others. Come forth and face your demise. Ah, you guys, Black Emperor said, wincing and patting his head. You were all clean just now. I could have killed you with one strike without needing to clean up much. But now you're all filthy. Killing you and then having to clean you up before putting you in the pot. What a painful task. You. The three demon sovereigns' faces turned black, their inner rage exploding, shattering the clouds in the sky with their killing intent. You filthy dog, you're too arrogant. I will crush you. The three demon sovereigns completely lost their sanity, their killing intent overwhelming as they charged towards the Black Emperor. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan burst into joyful laughter, while the surviving creatures all mocked the Black Emperor. Come on. Black Emperor, however, smacked his lips a few times, watching the approaching demon sovereigns, and casually raised a paw, effortlessly grabbing them. The broth is hot, just waiting for you to be added to the pot. Smack, smack, smack. A while later, amidst the horrified stares of countless onlookers, the three demon sovereigns were effortlessly knocked unconscious by a single spatula strike from He Hua. Their skins were peeled off, their insides removed, and they were thrown into the large black pot, where they began to boil and bubble. Wow! The creatures, having recovered from their shock, were utterly stunned. Witnessing He Huang knock out the three demon sovereigns with a spatula and then throw them into the pot, their minds exploded. Completely unable to believe their eyes. Completely unable to believe what they were seeing. That was a demon sovereign. He was directly stewed in a pot. This was too terrifying. My goodness, what kind of dog is this? Is this still a dog? One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Countless creatures felt their heads ringing and their bodies weak. Thud. Tang Qianquan, unable to accept the reality, was the first to collapse, falling straight back and fainting on the spot. Soon after, a large group followed suit. Bravo! Hui Huang's little eyes twinkled as he directly grabbed over 100 unconscious divine beasts, cleaned them, and tossed them into the pot, increasing the heat to simmer. Stewing a demon sovereign in a pot, truly a model for our generation. The gluttonous beast licked its drooling lips, gazing at Hui Huang with admiration. What kind of pot is that? How is it so powerful, able to stew so many divine beasts in one pot? The golden-haired beasts were all staring at Hui Huang's black pot with shocked expressions. Such an ordinary-looking mutt before them was displaying such divine might. Could he be a powerful quasi-emperor? Su Shihan also revealed a surprised expression, thinking, what kind of existence is my seemingly useless master? They couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Those were celestial kings, and they were being stewed in a pot. This was too terrifying. My goodness, what kind of dog is this? Is this even a dog? The shockwave spread like ripples in a pond. Countless creatures felt their heads buzzing, their bodies weak. Thud. Unable to accept this reality, Tang Qianquan was the first to collapse, falling straight back and fainting on the spot. Soon after, a large group followed suit. Good. Black Emperor's small eyes gleamed, and he swiftly captured over 100 unconscious divine beasts, cleaned them up, and tossed them into the pot, turning up the heat to simmer. Stewing celestial kings in a pot. What a role model for us. Tao Dai licked his lips, gazing at Black Emperor with complete admiration. What kind of pot is that? How is it so powerful, stewing so many divine beasts at once? The golden-haired howler and the others were utterly stunned. Their eyes glued to the large black pot of the Black Emperor, their expressions filled with disbelief. This seemingly ordinary dog before them was displaying such divine might. Could he be a powerful quasi-emperor? Su Shiyu also revealed a look of surprise, wondering, and what kind of existence is my so-called worthless master? Chapter 130. The Lost City. Delicious. After a long while, Black Emperor let out a satisfied burp, having completely devoured the broth in the black pot. He patted his round belly. He stood up, swaying unsteadily, and while exhaling divine beasts formed from his essence, he said, after this feast, I've restored about 30% of my cultivation. If I have a few more meals like this, I should quickly return to my peak state. With that, Black Emperor plopped down onto the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Phew. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo exhaled, picked up the immortal bone from the ground, and handed it to Su Shihan. Shihan, here, this immortal bone is for you. It's useless to me, but for you at this stage, it's an extraordinary treasure. You know better. You, a mere good-for-nothing, dare to take such a treasure? Not to mention I would kill you. Even if I didn't, these beings wouldn't let you live past tomorrow. Su Shihan took the immortal bone, glanced at Lin Xingyo, and walked away. Knowing to give it to me shows you understand my power. Only then can I protect you. Come here. Lin Xingyo didn't pay attention to Su Yunyun's expression, as her attitude had always been cold and indifferent. However, his gaze turned to a powerful Qiongqi, and he beckoned with his finger. Seeing this, Qiongqi, though frightened, dared not resist and slowly approached Lin Xingyo. I ask you, what place is this? Lin Xingyo's gaze fell on Qiongqi. You'd better not lie. No, I dare not. Qiongqi looked at Lin Xingyo with fearful eyes. This is Jinsha Island. We came here from the Lost City. The Lost City? Lin Xingyo's expression changed as he continued to ask, what kind of place is that? The Lost City. Qiongqi swallowed hard. It's a city built by the major forbidden forces of the immortal spirit realm in the forbidden lands of the East Sea. Oh, Lin Xingyo responded, hearing of it for the first time. However, Xiongqi looked surprised. The Lost City. It's no secret in the immortal spirit realm. Almost all the major immortal forces know about it. How come this great being seems to have never heard of it? Could they not be from the immortal spirit realm, but from the legendary immortal domain? Right. Xiongqi's eyes lit up. That must be it. Otherwise, how could they possess such extraordinary abilities? Thinking this, Xiongqi couldn't stay calm. These people were from the immortal domain. If he could follow them, he would soar to the heavens. With this thought, Xiongqi's fearful gaze disappeared instantly, replaced by a flattering smile. Joking. These were immortals. If he could gain their favor, even a little guidance would be better than risking his life every day in these forbidden lands for opportunities. Lin Xingyo didn't know what Xiongqi was thinking. After asking a few more questions and getting a clear picture of the Lost City, he let Xiongqi go. Time quietly passed. Several hours quickly went by, and eventually, Duanda and the others opened their eyes from their cultivation. Black Emperor also woke up. Although still a hairless dog, his spirit and vitality were much better than before. The primordial true explanation? Su Shihan held the immortal bone given to her by Lin Xingyo in her hand, her face filled with excitement. Because the immortal bone contained the primordial true explanation, the runes inscribed on it were the most primitive, and even Su Shihan, the ruthless empress, couldn't help but be filled with joy. After all, such things were rare and precious. Even in her previous life, she had only heard of them, never seen such a divine object. However, those who had obtained such primordial immortal bones were said to have eventually become great emperors. Now that she had obtained one, was it a sign that she would surely prosper in this life? That she would become invincible under the heavens? Break through the shackles of the immortal spirit realm? Achieve the Tao and ascend to immortality? While Su Shihan pondered this, Lin Xingyo walked over, gently patted Su Shihan's head, and said, "Shihan, you're awake. We can set off now." Chapter 131. Master Above. I've already asked around. This place is called Golden Sand Island in the Forbidden Sea. Passing through here, we can reach a place called the Lost City, which is said to be where all the forces of the immortal realm are concentrated. Su Shihan responded briefly and then ignored Lin Xingyo, who, in turn, gently patted Su Shihan's head and said no more. The group quickly packed up. Following Xiongqi, they set off from the island. Heading east, they left the small island. It took them several days, flying millions of miles. They arrived at an island with blue skies, white clouds, and emerald green waters. Upon reaching this place, it immediately became lively. The coastline was lined with many sea vessels. Many creatures were strolling along the beach. Faced with this bustling scene, Lin Xingyo and the others felt their spirits lift. "Senior, we've arrived at the Lost City." Xiongqi led Lin Xingyo and the others to land gently on the beach, then spoke with excessive flattery. "Here, you can find all kinds of races. However, there are unchallengeable rules here. No matter what kind of creature you are, no matter how deep your grudges, once you're here, no one is allowed to cause trouble or kill. Otherwise, you'll be executed by the creatures of the 4 forbidden zones." After saying this, Xiongqi couldn't help but glance at Lin Xingyo's expression. The last sentence, he mainly wanted to say it to Lin Xingyo and the others. Because this group was all hot-tempered. They would kill without hesitation. And they would even cook the corpses in that big black pot and eat them. Given this, Xiongqi had to remind Lin Xingyo and the others. He was afraid they would cause a huge uproar in the Lost City, especially if they tried to stew an immortal king in a pot. He didn't want to see that. After all, this was the Lost City. If such an incident occurred, the enforcers of the 4 forbidden zones might step in. And that would be disastrous for him. Xiongqi, lost in thought, continued walking forward, while behind him, Lin Xingyo looked around. Xiongqi was right. The Lost City truly had all kinds of races, but what surprised Lin Xingyo was that many humanoid creatures weren't wearing any clothes. Naked, slick, they swayed their alluring waists, proudly thrust out their voluptuous chests, and walked brazenly along the beach, making Lin Xingyo's eyes widen in fascination. unable to blink. Damn, this is a bit too stimulating. Mermaids, fox spirits, snake women, bird people, SSS, SSS. To be honest, Lin Xingyo was dumbfounded. He was completely overwhelmed by the scene. But the creatures didn't seem uncomfortable. As for them, this was just releasing their nature. They didn't have the concept of wearing clothes. However, things were a bit better away from the beach, where those creatures wore at least some clothing. But it was even more stimulating than on the beach, as the partial concealment only fueled desire. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. Qiongqi didn't waste much time and soon led Lin Xingyo and the others to the location of the ancient Forbidden Zone. The ancient Forbidden Zone. Indeed, it was a forbidden existence of the Red Moon continent. Here, they had directly claimed a blessed realm for themselves. It was a towering mountain. The mountain was covered with palaces and pavilions, and there were disciples guarding the mountain gate. A bright mountain path led straight to the summit. Halt! When the guards at the ancient Forbidden Zone's mountain gate saw Lin Xingyo and the others approaching, they immediately blocked their path and spoke arrogantly. This is the ancient Forbidden Zone. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. I am here on my master's orders to cultivate. Please inform them. Su Shihan stepped forward and said, On your master's orders? Hearing this, the guards' arrogance immediately vanished, and they spoke to Su Shihan with great respect. May I see your identity token? Su Shihan, upon hearing this, did not trouble the guards. She retrieved the jade talisman bestowed by the Green Phoenix Empress and presented it to the guard. The guard took the jade tablet, glanced at it, and immediately returned it, bowing deeply and allowing Su Shihan to ascend the mountain. However, when Lin Xingyo and the others tried to follow, the guards immediately stopped them, refusing to let them pass, allowing only Su Shihan to go up. Lin Xingyo and the others were absolutely not allowed. Faced with this situation, not only was Lin Xingyo displeased, but even Black Emperor and Duanda were furious. Who were they? They were immortal kings and emperors. Not to mention the blessed land occupied by the ancient Forbidden Zone. Even if they were at the ancient Forbidden Zone itself, no one would dare block their path. Now, these seemingly insignificant guards dared to block their way. Qishan, what's going on? Why are you making such a ruckus here? Just as Black Emperor and the others were about to explode, an elderly Taoist with a white beard and two young Taoist boys walked over from behind and asked, Elder Qingfeng, you're just in time. The guard Qishan pointed at Lin Xingyo and the others and said, These people are all friends of this disciple. They want to accompany her up the mountain. However, the Supreme Elder of the Spirit Snake has issued an order that outsiders are not allowed to ascend the mountain, so I've stopped them here. But these people are very stubborn and refuse to leave. Oh! The white-bearded Taoist nodded. Fellow Taoists, please don't make a disturbance here. Disturbing the quiet cultivation of our ancient Forbidden Zone would be a grave offense. The white-bearded Taoist was very composed. His demeanor was extremely arrogant. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Lin Xingyo and the others. After all, he was an outer sect elder of the ancient Forbidden Zone. His cultivation had reached the human immortal realm. Such a figure was very prestigious in the ancient Forbidden Zone, so being able to speak a few words to Lin Xingyo and the others was already very polite. Hey, did you hear that? Our elder Qingfeng has made it very clear, so you'd better scram from here. Hearing this, Qishan immediately glared at Lin Xingyo and the others and shouted, Otherwise, if you disturb the quiet cultivation of our ancient Forbidden Zone's supreme beings, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo was displeased. Seeing this, Su Shihan frowned and stepped forward, saying, Elder Qingfeng, they are my friends. Please make an exception and let them accompany me up the mountain. After saying this, Su Shihan glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo. She was unhappy. She was the ruthless empress. If it weren't for Lin Xingyo, she would never have said such a thing. However, at the same time, she was also surprised. She could actually do this for Lin Xingyo, as she certainly wouldn't have done so in her previous life. No. The white-bearded elder raised an eyebrow, his fuchun sweeping through the air as he declared, "Regardless of your identity, the rules of the ancient Forbidden Zone stand firm. Even the 4 great emperors must adhere to them. Without rules, what order would remain?" Oh! At this moment, the true martial emperor, accompanied by a dozen powerful beings, walked over from behind Lin Xingyo and the others. "The rules here are quite strict. Emperor, why are you here?" Seeing the arrival, the white-bearded Taoist immediately lost his composure. The true martial emperor didn't pay him any attention. He walked straight towards Duanda and Black Emperor. Plop! 2 steps forward, the true martial emperor, under the shocked gaze of countless people, suddenly knelt down in front of Duanda. "Master, your disciple has come to greet you late. Please forgive me." What? At this moment, not only Qishan and the others, but even Lin Xingyo's eyes widened in shock, let alone the younger generation like Tang Qianquan. The scene before them was simply too shocking. The true martial emperor, an invincible existence, actually knelt before Duanda and called him master. That identity was too terrifying. He was the master of a forbidden zone. Tang Qianquan and the others were completely stunned. Seeing this scene, Qiongqi was overjoyed. His guess was right. These few were indeed immortals from the upper realm. As long as he followed them, he would definitely gain endless benefits. Perhaps he could ascend to the immortal realm and achieve immortality. Ha ha ha. This is way too awesome. Compared to Qiongqi's excitement, Tang Qianquan's expression was extremely unpleasant. Not long ago, he had looked down on Duanda, still harboring thoughts of joining the ancient Forbidden Zone. Yet the real powerhouse had been standing right in front of him. He had been blind. He hadn't recognized him. Now, his image was tarnished, and what could he do to earn the respect of such a divine being? Damn, it's all that good-for-nothing's fault. I must make him pay. Tang Qianquan felt disheartened but shifted his anger towards Lin Xingyo, believing that his current predicament was all because of Lin Xingyo. A seed of murderous intent was planted in his heart. Given any opportunity, he would definitely kill Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, Black Emperor disdainfully glanced at Duanda, then strode up the mountain with his chest puffed out, stepping forward with an air of arrogance. He led the way up the mountain. Black Emperor knew everything about the relationship between the true martial emperor and Duanda. Back in the day, the true martial emperor was just an ordinary turtle. But he had been favored by Duanda. He had stayed by Duanda's side, often listening to Duanda and Emperor Yi discuss the Tao. As a result, after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he had transformed into the true martial emperor of today. This was something even they hadn't expected. As for Elder Qingfeng and the others, seeing Lin Xingyo and the true martial emperor's group leave one after another, they were all seething with anger. Su Shihan was also a bit stunned. What was going on with her useless master? Why did all the people he knew have such incredible backgrounds? Could it be that he wasn't really a Fei Wu, good for nothing? But if he wasn't a waste of space, what was he? Could he be the White Robe Emperor? No, Xingyo. Su Shihan almost jumped in fright at her own guess. Although Lin Xingyo was becoming more and more shocking and incomprehensible to her, she absolutely didn't believe he was the White Robe Emperor. The White Robe Emperor was a figure who could swallow rivers and mountains, cutting through the vastness of time alone. How could he possibly be her current useless master? No, he definitely isn't. He's just a worthless good-for-nothing with no cultivation. Although there are many mysteries about him, he absolutely cannot be the White Robe Emperor. Su Shihan was extremely confident in her conclusion, as the White Robe Emperor and her current useless master couldn't possibly be the same person. Lin Xingyo didn't notice Su Shihan's reaction. Instead, he followed the true martial emperor and the others up the mountain. Soon, they reached the top. With Duanda's identity, once on the mountain, they naturally received the highest level of hospitality and were arranged to rest in the best place in the ancient Forbidden Zone. The place. Lin Xingyo was quite satisfied. Although it wasn't luxurious, it was elegant and refined. However, the only regret was that there were no saintesses to serve them here. only a few young Taoist disciples available for them to command. Duanda, however, sent them away. After he and Black Emperor had a secretive discussion, they directly set up a formation to cover their small courtyard. Of course, Tang Qianquan and the others didn't get to stay here. After all, even Duanda and the others couldn't tolerate someone like Tang Qianquan staying with them. However, Tao Dai, Jin Maoho, Xiongqi, and Su Shihan still stayed with the three of them, while the others were arranged by the true martial emperor as they saw fit. Su Shihan was quite simple. Once in the courtyard, she planted the Wu Dao tea, placed the dragon immortal medicine on her windowsill, then sat down in front of the Wu Dao tea tree and took out the primordial scripture to begin contemplating and cultivating. Seeing this, Tao Dai and Jin Maoho also sat down in front of the Wu Dao tea tree to cultivate. Black Emperor also shamelessly sat down, not to mention Xiongqi, who had been subdued halfway. After all, once everything settled down, they would head to the Phoenix ancestral grounds to seek opportunities and break through to the inscription realm. As for Duanda, he didn't join them, but he was busy with some things. Lin Xingyo didn't have time to pay attention to him because his system's daily tasks had arrived. Tilling the land in the courtyard, creating 2 vegetable plots, digging a pond in the courtyard, and raising the fish fry the system provided until they grew up. Raising chickens, hatching the chicken eggs the system provided, and raising the chicks until they grew up. He was given a dozen or so daily tasks all at once. Faced with all this, Lin Xingyo was quite pleased. After all, he had been looking forward to such a life. Raising chickens, feeding fish, accompanying his disciples in their cultivation. But he still had a sign-in task to complete. Everything would wait until Su Shihan got into the groove. Then he would head to the martial god temple to complete the sign-in task. After that, he would stay here to provide support for Shihan, and other matters could wait. In the midst of his busyness, night quickly fell. As soon as it got dark, Black Emperor and Duanda immediately had mischievous smiles on their faces, and without even eating dinner, they sneaked out. Chapter 132. Here comes another one. Clap. In the gathering hall of the ancient Forbidden Zone in the Kanglan continent, countless powerful beings with overwhelming auras had gathered. Each of them wore expressions of fury. They were enraged. In this realm of taboo, someone had dared to kill their kin and even had the audacity to cook them all together in a single pot. Upon hearing this news, the mighty creatures of the ancient Forbidden Zone exploded with rage. They convened to seek vengeance. They were determined to punish the perpetrator. They would find that black dog, no matter how powerful it was. They would kill it in the same manner and boil it alive to be eaten. Only then could their fury be quelled. As the discussions in the gathering hall grew more heated, the volume of their voices escalated. Report. Honored lords of the demonic realms, the black dog's whereabouts have been discovered. It has gone to the primal Forbidden Zone, where it seems to hold a significant status. The gathering hall of the ancient Forbidden Zone suddenly fell into a chilling silence. The atmosphere grew even more murderous. Damn it. So it was the primal Forbidden Zone behind this. Roared the Lion King of the gathering hall, his fury palpable. I'm going to crush those bastards and avenge my grandson. Kill. 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 The gathering hall erupted with countless roars of anger. The powerful beings unleashed their overwhelming killing intent. Honored lords, please calm down. I have one more matter to report, said the green-headed ox demon kneeling on the ground. The demon lords of the gathering hall turned their gaze toward the ox demon. Speak quickly. What is it? The primal Forbidden Zone. The Emperor of True Martial has arrived, the ox demon replied. The usually noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned into stillness. What? How did he come here? Isn't he supposed to be guarding the primal Forbidden Zone? Oh, I see. The Lion King, brimming with murderous intent, declared. No wonder that Black Dog dared to do this. They must have planned this all along. Our ancient Forbidden Zone has long been at odds with the primal Forbidden Zone. Now, they are deliberately provoking us to start a conflict, so they can wipe us out in one fell swoop. Asterisk. Exactly. The creatures in the gathering hall echoed, finding the Lion King's analysis entirely reasonable. This incident was clearly a provocation by the primal forbidden zone, aiming to incite them to attack, allowing the Emperor of True Martial to strike and annihilate them all. Asterisk. No. We cannot let the primal forbidden zone succeed. We must send word back to the ancient forbidden zone and request support from the Emperor Tao. Otherwise, our ancient forbidden zone will cease to exist here. Asterisk. Yes, we must call for support from the Emperor. We cannot let the primal forbidden zone scheme succeed. In the meantime, we must restrain our disciples and keep them here, waiting for the arrival of the Emperor. Asterisk. After a round of discussion, the demon lords dispersed from the gathering hall and returned to their respective abodes. After the meeting concluded, the Lion King, his body radiating murderous intent, strode out of the gathering hall and flew back to his cave on his 4 legs. He was truly furious today. His grandson had been boiled alive. The hatred in his heart burned fiercely. He longed to immediately slay the culprit. But the situation was complicated. The primal forbidden zone seemed to be deliberately provoking them. All they could do was wait for the arrival of the Emperor Tao and his allies. Yet, the Lion King silently vowed that when the Emperor arrived, he would personally slay that hairless dog and boil its flesh into a thick soup to be consumed. Clap. As the Lion King was lost in thought, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. His eyes rolled back as he saw the hairless dog smirking before him. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Fatty, hurry up and be quick about it. Don't get caught, said the Black Emperor, kicking Dondura as he stuffed the Lion King into a large sack. Got it. Duanda swiftly lifted the Lion King, his actions sly. Don't rush me. K, what are you doing? Just as Dondura was about to throw the Lion King into the spatial pouch, an enraged shout boomed from the heavens. So, you're the hairless dog who boiled 3 of our ancient forbidden zone celestial kings, said the voice. Hairless dog? The Black Emperor was not pleased with this description. He was a dashing figure, yet he was being called a hairless dog. The Black Emperor snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the phoenix in the sky. Those wings of yours look good. Doggy here has taken a liking to them. The phoenix was instantly enraged. This hairless dog was beyond insolent, daring to covet his wings. It was utterly infuriating. The phoenix, descendant of the ancient 10 divine beasts, possessed noble bloodlines and had reached the quasi-emperor realm. How could a mere hairless dog dare to treat him thus? Kill. The phoenix roared and shot toward the Black Emperor with incredible speed. He was determined to make the hairless dog experience the overwhelming power he possessed. However, the next instant, the Black Emperor raised his massive paw and directly grabbed the incoming phoenix. No! The phoenix let out a cry, trying to escape, but the Black Emperor wasn't about to let him go so easily. He sealed the phoenix in his paw and handed him over to Dondura, saying, Good. Another one caught. Just a few more and we can wrap this up. What? The phoenix was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of dog was this? From the sound of it, he was here to capture them. And he planned to catch 6 or 7 more? What does he mean by that? Is he treating us as food? How dare he capture us so brazenly? Is he planning to take us back and boil us alive? The phoenix's mind was in turmoil. This dog was terrifying. He captured celestial kings to eat. This was no ordinary dog. This was a demon king, a devouring emperor. He treated celestial kings as mere food. The Black Emperor ignored the phoenix's thoughts. Noticing that Dondura had already thrown the phoenix into the spatial pouch, he ripped through the space, taking Dondura with him, and they quickly made their escape. In no time, 6 or 7 more powerful demon lords from the ancient Forbidden Zone were captured. Chapter 133, Rumors Spread. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a shocking piece of news exploded across the Lost City. A terrifying entity had arrived within the city. In an instant, panic spread among the inhabitants, and many dared not venture outside, especially at night. The rumors claimed that this terrifying presence would emerge after dark, making even going to the bathroom a fearful prospect. What made the situation even more desperate was that this entity was invisible and elusive, targeting only the most powerful beings, the immortal kings. Over the course of 7 days, dozens of mighty demon lords had mysteriously vanished from the lost city. What was even more frightening was that this entity seemed to be extremely selective, only targeting demon lords with pure bloodlines. Faced with this, many pure blood demon lords began to flee, especially those with ancient bloodlines. As soon as dawn broke, they would rush to escape the city. However, they found that they could not leave. Those who managed to escape the lost city would disappear inexplicably. Seeing this, even the demon emperors, who had been in seclusion, could no longer remain indifferent. They emerged from their retreats, vowing to uncover the source of this terror. But tragedy struck. Those demon emperors who had declared their intentions during the day would disappear by night, leaving behind a piercing scream that sent chills through everyone's hearts. The fear spread like wildfire, becoming the main topic of conversation among the inhabitants of the lost city. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire immortal realm, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. Everyone was on edge. Yet the true culprits behind this chaos, Black Emperor and Duanda, were blissfully unaware, spending their days eating and sleeping. Black Emperor's fur had become glossy and radiant, and Lin Xingyo and the others had also feasted well. Especially the 3 divine beasts and Su Shirhan, whose blood and bones had grown incredibly strong from the continuous consumption of these divine meats. Their bloodlines were now terrifyingly powerful, approaching the level of ancient progenitors. Of course, they were unaware of the chaos outside, as they had been busy eating and refining their gains. They had no time to leave the courtyard, eagerly awaiting Black Emperor and Duan at his next meal. If they had known the situation outside, they likely wouldn't have dared to take even a single bite of the meat Duanda and Black Emperor had prepared. After all, this was a massive karmic debt. If anyone found out, even a Grand Emperor would face relentless pursuit from the demon lords and demon emperors. Lin Xingyo, however, was quite pleased. Over the past few days, his cultivation had fully recovered to its peak, and he even felt on the verge of breaking through again. He knew that at his level, cultivation was no longer just about training. It also required enlightenment and mental clarity. Thus, in the following days, he embraced a tranquil lifestyle, spending his time planting vegetables, raising chickens, and occasionally playing the qin or painting. He had completely integrated himself into this world, feeling as one with it. Su Shirhan, however, paid no attention to Lin Xingyo, regarding him as nothing more than a useless waste in her eyes. No matter what he did in the courtyard, it was a disgrace to her. But in Duanda and Black Emperor's eyes, Lin Xingyo's actions were manifestations of the highest forms of Tao, a level far beyond what Su Shirhan could comprehend, given her current state. Golden Horn, why would those 2 supreme beings follow this good-for-nothing and learn farming, especially Black Emperor, who is a great emperor himself? One of the divine beasts asked. You don't understand, Qiongqi replied. What they're planting isn't just land. It's the Tao, the most fundamental principles of the universe. Nonsense, Golden Horn scoffed, his face filled with disdain. In all my years, I've never heard of farming and raising chickens as a path to enlightenment. If that were true, why would supreme beings and emperors even bother with seclusion? They'd all just farm and raise chickens. Golden Horn sneered, his gaze now filled with contempt, even pity, as he looked at Qiongqi, who seemed to idolize Lin Xingyo. Golden Horn, forget it. Qiongqi, this guy's lost his mind. To admire that good-for-nothing. I'm speechless. Tao Tai glanced at Qiongqi, who was fawning over Lin Xingyo, his expression one of disdain. Indeed, Golden Horn nodded, walking away, with Tao Tai following suit. But just as they took a few steps, a group of people arrived outside the courtyard. It was the true martial emperor leading a group of supreme experts, their auras overwhelming, their blood energy rolling like a tidal wave. Even without trying, Their presence exuded a terrifying pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Tao Tai, look at that. Now that's what a supreme being should be like, Golden Horn said, fearfully prostrating himself as he glanced at Tao Tai. Agreed, Tao Tai nodded. Golden Horn was right. These were true supreme beings, unlike Lin Xingyo, who looked like nothing more than an old farmer. It was laughable that Xiong Qi had claimed Lin Xingyo was cultivating the Tao through farming. Master, disciple pays his respects. As Tao Tai and Golden Horn whispered, the true martial emperor outside knelt down to pay his respects to Duanda. Seeing this, Tao Tai and Golden Horn were no longer as shocked as they had been before, as the true martial emperor often brought a group of beings to pay their respects. Come in, Duanda said, waving his sleeve to open a corner of the courtyard's array formation. The true martial emperor entered, trembling with excitement. 30,000 years had passed since he last saw Duanda, and he was overwhelmed with emotion. After all, he owed his current achievements entirely to Duanda. Without him, he would have remained nothing more than a turtle in a pond. Master, disciple pays his respects, the true martial emperor said, bowing deeply to Duanda, who continued to dig the ground with Lin Xingyo, ignoring him. The true martial emperor stood quietly by, carefully observing his surroundings. What he saw left him stunned. This vegetable patch, it's not ordinary, and that fish pond, those little fish, their bloodlines are incredibly strong. They're not just fish, they're akin to the ancestral dragon. And those chickens, no, those aren't chickens. They're the ancestral phoenix. The true martial emperor's mind was reeling. The sight before him was too overwhelming, especially the creatures within the courtyard, which left him utterly dumbfounded. Master truly is a godlike figure, the true martial emperor thought, his respect for Duanda growing even deeper as he watched him work alongside Lin Xingyo. Those bones. The true martial emperor's heart skipped a beat, nearly causing him to stumble. His eyes were sharp. He immediately recognized the bones discarded in a corner of the courtyard as the divine bones of demon lords, and even some demon emperors. Although they had lost their divine radiance and killing aura, they still retained some divine essence. Chapter 134, Almost Exposed. This is bad. Jinwu Emperor, having recovered from his shock, stared at Lin Xingyo and the others with bloodshot eyes, his mind in complete chaos. He understood clearly. The massive uproar outside was undoubtedly caused by Duanda and the others. No wonder even an emperor-level existence had vanished without a trace. Cough, cough, cough. After a busy spell in the courtyard, Lin Xingyo wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, slung his hoe over his shoulder, and led Duanda and the others towards Jinwu Emperor. Master! Seeing this, Jinwu Emperor bowed once again to Duanda, and his attitude towards Black Emperor was equally respectful. Old Tortoise, why are you just standing there like a fool? Come, join us for tea and discourse, won't you? Lin Xingyo, without waiting for Duanda to respond, smiled slightly and patted Jinwu Emperor on the shoulder. What a show-off. The golden-haired howler glanced at Lin Xingyo. A mere trash dares to call Jinwu Emperor Old Tortoise. If it weren't for the presence of Black Emperor and the other supreme beings, a single glance from him would obliterate you. But to the golden-haired howler's astonishment, Jinwu Emperor not only didn't get angry but also bowed deeply to Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, the golden-haired howler and the others were not only dumbfounded, but also couldn't help but admire Jinwu Emperor for being a truly extraordinary existence. Even when facing someone insignificant, he could remain so composed. This was the realm of an emperor. Not swayed by external events, not perturbed by personal emotions, facing any situation with an unwavering, calm demeanor. White Robe Emperor, you. Jinwu Emperor had just uttered a few words when he immediately realized his mistake and quickly changed the subject, asking Lin Xingyo, "Have you seen him recently? I have some matters I need his help with." Wow, you scared me to death. The golden-haired howler and the Tao Tai were almost scared out of their wits upon hearing the words, White Robe Emperor. Fortunately, the person in front of them wasn't him. Otherwise, their disdain and contempt towards him over these days would have caused a massive disaster. Of course, Su Shirhan also looked over. Hearing Jinwu Emperor's subsequent words, the heart she had been holding in her throat finally settled. It was just her imagination. This trashy master of hers was still the same trashy master, not someone who could suddenly transform into the White Robe Emperor. Jinwu Emperor was the best proof. But it seemed he knew the White Robe Emperor. It must be because of her relationship with the White Robe Emperor that this trash had the opportunity to meet him, which was why Jinwu Emperor and the others treated him with such respect. Yes, that must be it. Su Shirhan was absolutely certain. Everything is because Lin Xingyo has such an outstanding disciple like me, which has given him his current status and standing. Otherwise, who would care about a trash like him? With her mind at ease, Su Shirhan couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Xingyo, turned her head, and started feeling a bit sullen. Ah! Lin Xingyo, as if just realizing something, deliberately exclaimed, I haven't seen him recently, but it seems he's particularly concerned about when the Phoenix Ancestral Land will open. Phoenix Ancestral Land? Jinwu Emperor's expression changed, and his gaze immediately fell on Su Shirhan. The opening of the Phoenix Ancestral Land should be in the next couple of days. If you see the White Robe Emperor, let him know. Lin Xingyo responded, placed his hoe in the corner, and sat around the stone table in the courtyard, picking some Wu Dao tea leaves to brew. During their conversation, they discussed many things. Of course, the topic of the Phoenix Ancestral Land came up as well. Jinwu Emperor shared quite a bit about it. After all, this concerns Su Shirhan's future cultivation. So whether it was out of respect for Lin Xingyo or Qingfeng Emperor, he inadvertently provided Su Shirhan with a lot of information. Su Shirhan naturally knew a lot. After all, she was now Qingfeng Emperor's disciple. Regarding the Phoenix Ancestral Land, Qingfeng Emperor had naturally told her everything. Now, with the additional information from Jinwu Emperor, she believed she would have a smooth journey when entering the Phoenix Ancestral Land. Chapter 135, The Immortal Mansion. The next day, Lin Xingyo had just finished practicing his sword in the courtyard when someone arrived outside the gate. They were sent by the true martial emperor to escort Su Shirhan and the others to the Phoenix Ancestral Land. Su Shirhan and the others were naturally delighted. Finally, they could go to the Phoenix Ancestral Land. After tidying up, they left the small courtyard and boarded a small boat heading deep into the Forbidden Sea. Lin Xingyo and the others did not go this time. However, Su Shirhan's whereabouts were still within their sight, as the true martial emperor had procured a kaleidoscope mirror. It could monitor Su Shirhan's movements. Su Shirhan and the others traveled quite fast. In less than half a day, they had covered over 100 miles. Although the journey had its dangers, with the protection of the guardian of the ancient Forbidden Zone, they arrived at the Phoenix Ancestral Land before sunset. The Phoenix Ancestral Land was a world of fiery seas. Yet, many powerful beings had gathered here. Through the kaleidoscope mirror, Lin Xingyo and the others even saw young pure-blood vermilion birds and golden-winged roc roaming about. Seeing this, Duanda and the Black Emperor regretted not going along. They stared at the pure-blood vermilion birds and golden-winged roc, their mouths watering, showing no restraint typical of immortal kings or emperors. However, they had their reasons for not going. Because the Qingwu Emperor and others had discovered an immortal mansion in the Forbidden Sea of the East. They had traveled thousands of miles for this purpose, so they didn't join Su Shirhan. After all, they were about to accompany the true martial emperor to explore the immortal mansion discovered in the Forbidden Sea of the East. Time passed quickly. It was a pitch-black late night. A group of them boarded a celestial boat and left the lost city silently. Why did they do this? Of course, it was to avoid attracting the attention of the factions in the lost city, so they arranged it this way. Once on board, Lin Xingyo and the others headed west, traversing space at high speed. In just a few hours, they arrived at a dark and terrifying place, the God's Cemetery. In the cemetery, all around were snow-white sacred bark trees, formed from the spiritual energy of deceased gods and demons, with flawless petals dancing in the wind. Of course, there were also countless powerful god and demon phantoms roaring in the sky, looking quite frightening. But such sights didn't faze Lin Xingyo and the others, as they were all immortal kings and sovereigns. They wouldn't even bat an eye at mere god and demon phantoms. Clop, clop, clop. Accompanied by the guide from the ancient Forbidden Zone, the group moved forward, crossing over 10 miles to arrive in an area surrounded by mountains. This place. The Black Emperor's expression changed. The terrain here was extraordinary, a feng shui layout of unparalleled power. There must be more than just an immortal mansion here. It was likely an extraordinary immortal tomb. Excavating tombs. The Black Emperor loved it, having done it many times with Duanda in the past. They had even dug up ancestral tombs before. But an immortal tomb was a first. He wondered what kind of extraordinary treasures they could unearth. Seeing this, the Black Emperor and Duanda didn't wait for the true martial emperor to react. They both let out excited roars. They were eager to start. Such an opportunity was right up their alley. They loved nothing more than excavating tombs. The true martial emperor, however, was not surprised, having anticipated this reaction. So, he didn't say much and led Duanda and the others forward. But what shocked them was, as they moved further, a strong stench of blood hit them. Not good. The true martial emperor's heart sank. He quickly led Lin Xingyo and the others forward at high speed. When they arrived, they found a sea of corpses. Everyone was dead. Not a single one survived. All had been killed. But the true martial emperor and the others quickly used their extraordinary abilities to deduce that it was the ancient Forbidden Zone of the Kanglan continent and the life Forbidden Zone of the Qiyin continent who had done this. They had already entered the immortal mansion ahead of them. Learning this, the true martial emperor and the others were furious. This immortal mansion had been discovered by the ancient Forbidden Zone. For this mansion, the ancient Forbidden Zone had sacrificed over a dozen immortal kings and even 2 emperors. Now, before they even entered the tomb, the ancient Forbidden Zone of the Kanglan continent and the life Forbidden Zone of the Qiyin continent had killed and taken the lead. It was infuriating. Kill. The true martial emperor and the others were enraged, ready to charge into the immortal tomb and avenge the deaths by slaughtering the creatures from the ancient Forbidden Zone and the life Forbidden Zone. But the next moment, the Black Emperor blocked their path, pointing out that the entrance to the tomb had been tampered with. If they rushed in like this, they might all fall into the killing formation set by the ancient Forbidden Zone and the life Forbidden Zone, and none would come out alive. Hearing this, the true martial emperor and the others were even more enraged, their hearts burning with the desire to consume the flesh and blood of the ancient Forbidden Zone and the life Forbidden Zone. The Black Emperor, however, remained calm. In the world of cultivators, it had always been this way since ancient times. Either you trick others, or others trick you. It all depended on who had the more skillful hands. Let's go. After a while, the Black Emperor took the lead, and everyone followed. As they moved, the Black Emperor discovered that the opponent likely had a grandmaster of formations comparable to him, with extremely extraordinary skills. But if it came to a contest of skills, the Black Emperor's abilities were slightly superior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to lead Lin Xingyo and the others forward. As they moved, the Black Emperor couldn't shake off his mischievous habits. He even commented on where the opponent had fallen short. What was even more ridiculous was that, before leaving, he inserted some pre-drawn talisman jade plates into the opponent's formation, fixing all the shortcomings left behind. Clop, clop, clop. Lin Xingyo and the others didn't waste too much time on these matters, as the ancient Forbidden Zone and the life Forbidden Zone had already been inside for a long time. They needed to hurry and catch up. Otherwise, all the good stuff would be taken by others. If they arrived too late, they wouldn't get any benefits, so everyone followed the Black Emperor into the depths of the tomb passage. However, the tomb passage was quite simple. It wasn't much different from the tombs of ordinary kings and generals. If it weren't for the true martial emperor and the others saying it was an immortal mansion, no one would believe it. After all, an immortal mansion should at least have some divine radiance, or at the very least, some immortal charm. But as they walked, there was no divine radiance, no Tao principles, and not even the words "intruders die" were seen. The bare tomb passage, with the most ordinary stone path, looked nothing like an immortal mansion. Fortunately, the tomb passage wasn't deep. Lin Xingyo and the others didn't walk for long before they reached the main hall of the tomb passage, a magnificent underground palace with 8 towering stone pillars. A large stone coffin lay in the center of the main hall. The walls of the main hall were covered with various murals, but no one had the mood to appreciate them. Almost everyone followed the true martial emperor, their gazes fixed on the large stone coffin in the main hall. The large stone coffin. The coffin lid had already been opened. The ground was littered with the bodies of the cultivators who had guarded here from the ancient forbidden zone, all bloodied and mutilated, already killed. Let's go. The true martial emperor led everyone into the stone coffin, as there was a passage beneath it leading to the immortal tomb. The bodies inside the stone coffin were already gone. It was likely that when the people from the ancient forbidden zone moved the bodies, they discovered the passage beneath the stone coffin, so the bodies had already been moved away. When Lin Xingyo jumped into the stone coffin, he felt the wind rushing by his ears, his body uncontrollably falling. There was a powerful force almost making Lin Xingyo lose control. Splash, splash, splash. Lin Xingyo and the others didn't know how long this fall lasted, but when they came to their senses, they all landed in a lake surrounded by mountains and water. Tui. Lin Xingyo surfaced from the water, wiped the lake water off his face with a hand, and then swam towards the shore with the true martial emperor and the others. They swam forward continuously. After about half an hour, the group finally reached the shore. There was no time for idle chatter. They immediately headed towards the island in front of them. The island was no simple place. Every step Lin Xingyo and the others took was fraught with difficulty, as certain areas of the island possessed rules capable of crushing immortal emperors. Fortunately, the Black Emperor and Duanda had the Wuxia Bell and the Wanu Primordial Chi Cauldron. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to break through the rules circulating around the outer perimeter of the island. Stellar River Sands? After walking for a while, they crossed a terrifying area and saw a region surrounded by flowing sands. The Black Emperor and Duanda were both shocked, their eyes revealing clear fear. Stellar River Sands. These were known to be capable of piercing through an immortal emperor. It was said that this substance was a star river refined by an extraordinary existence. Don't be fooled by the small appearance of these sands. Each one of them was actually a star that had been refined. Of course, the area in front of them was no simple matter either. Crossing it was akin to crossing an entire sea of stars. Chapter 136, At a Loss. What should we do? Both Black Emperor and Duanda were feeling stuck, but Emperor Zhenwu took out a bone bridge that emanated an eerie aura and said, "Master, let's use this bone bridge to cross over." Emperor Zhenwu had prepared in advance. He believed that the bone bridge in his hand should be able to cross this obstacle. After all, it was an ancient immortal treasure, forged from the spine of a primordial void beast. It could be used to cross the Sea of Stars. This mere region of Star River Sands should be no problem for this ancient treasure. Put it away. Black Emperor pursed his lips and shook his head, saying, "That bone bridge of yours can't cross the Star River Sands, and it would be shattered by the immortal power within the sands." Everyone around was stunned. After all, the bone bridge in Emperor Zhenwu's hand was an ancient immortal treasure, capable of crossing the Sea of Stars in an instant. How could it not cross such a trivial area of Star River Sands? Some immortal kings didn't believe it. They clamored to give it a try. After all, they had come this far. They couldn't just return empty-handed. Alas, Black Emperor knew that mere words wouldn't suffice. He had to let these people witness the power of the Star River Sands for themselves to shut them up. After a while, Black Emperor turned his gaze toward the immensely powerful Di Jiang and said, "You don't believe me. You can take out your most powerful weapon and throw it into the Star River Sands to try." All right. Di Jiang summoned a massive spear and, in front of countless onlookers, threw it with all his might toward the Star River Sands, saying, "Let me give it a try for everyone." Snap! As Di Jiang threw the spear, ripples spread out in front of him, and the massive spear instantly shrank and was obliterated by the immortal power within the Star River sands. Ugh. Seeing this, Di Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood, as if he had suffered a powerful backlash, causing him to step back 6 or 7 paces. If not for Emperor Jinwu supporting him, he would have fallen flat on his back and been unable to get up. Now you know how powerful it is, huh? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Di Jiang was an ancient divine beast. His bloodline was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. His cultivation had reached the first level of a mortal emperor. The spear he had just thrown was his life-bound emperor weapon. A single strike could pierce through a star. Yet now, it hadn't even approached the Star River sands. It was obliterated the moment it entered the region, and he had also suffered a powerful backlash. Such a terrifying region no longer needed Black Emperor to explain. Almost everyone couldn't help but take several steps back. "Let's go back," Black Emperor said helplessly, pursing his lips. "We have no way to cross this Star River sands now. Let's return and think of another way to see if we can get past this area." Black Emperor was unwilling, but he was also helpless, because even with his extraordinary abilities, he couldn't do anything against the Star River sands. Wait. Just as everyone was feeling dejected and preparing to follow Black Emperor back, Lin Xingyo, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and said, "Why don't I give it a try?" "You." In an instant, everyone turned their skeptical gazes toward Lin Xingyo. Black Emperor, such a terrifying existence, had to retreat in the face of the Star River sands. Yet this nobody, Lin Xingyo, dared to step forward at this moment. What was he thinking? Did he think he was more powerful than Black Emperor? What are you? Black Emperor can't do it, and you think you can? You're truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Immediately, someone among the crowd stepped forward to mock Lin Xingyo, and the surrounding crowd also burst into laughter. "Shut up." Emperor Jinwu's gaze darkened as he swept a glance at the mocking immortal kings and supremes, saying, "What are you doing? This is the white-clad emperor. You must show him respect." What? The white-clad emperor? The immortal kings and supremes were all stunned, their eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, their mouths agape, looking like statues. He is the white-clad emperor? After a while, everyone finally reacted, almost simultaneously taking a deep breath and unconsciously taking several steps back, once again frozen in shock. The white-clad emperor was a ruthless figure. His battle in the outer realms had earned him great renown, and not long ago, the 5 spirit clans' 5 cities were bathed in blood. While ordinary people didn't know who was behind it, those of their status naturally knew it was the white-clad emperor. And it was rumored that he had caused a ruckus in the ancient Forbidden Zone, angering that immortal being. Yet here he was, unscathed and standing before them. Seeing this, almost all the immortal kings and supremes were seething with anger, because the name White-Clad Emperor had become too intimidating recently. Almost everyone wanted to know who he was. To think that such a powerful being was standing right in front of them, and they had dared to disrespect him. This was akin to paying respects to the King of Hell and expecting to return alive. White-Clad Emperor, we're sorry. We were blind and didn't recognize you. Lin Xingyo waved his hand, not interested in listening to their apologies. He only wanted to test whether he could cross the Star River Sands region in front of him and see what kind of existence lay beyond. Get out of the way. Emperor Jinwu glared at the immortal kings and supremes following him. Let the white-clad emperor try to cross this Star River Sands region. Yes, yes, yes. The surrounding immortal kings and supremes dared not hesitate, immediately clearing a path for Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo calmly walked to the edge of the Star River Sands, his hands behind his back. He didn't act rashly. After all, he had witnessed everything that had happened. So he consulted Black Emperor. Then he plucked a strand of hair. Holding it in his hand, he blew a breath, and instantly, an exact replica of Lin Xingyo appeared before everyone, then walked directly toward the Star River Sands region. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, the rules of power shattered and disintegrated, and in an instant, Lin Xingyo's figure walked directly into the Star River Sands region. What shocked everyone was that Lin Xingyo's body didn't shrink upon entering the Star River Sands region. Instead, he walked straight ahead. Those terrifying Star River Sands were completely unable to approach him, creating a vacuum zone that kept the sands at bay. Good heavens! The usually noisy scene fell into complete silence, everyone's mouths agape, utterly petrified. The white-clad emperor truly reigned supreme in the world. Even Black Emperor couldn't cross the Star River Sands region, yet he was about to walk right through it. His cultivation was too terrifying. How could there be someone so powerful in the world? Those were the Star River Sands. He could cross them so effortlessly, with such cultivation, who in the immortal realm could compare. Yet, in the next moment, all the excitement on Emperor Jinwu's and the others' faces froze as they saw Lin Xingyo's doppelganger, just about to cross the Star River Sands, suddenly and unexpectedly shatter. Lin Xingyo almost simultaneously spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body staggered backward for over a dozen steps before he managed to steady himself. Huff! Lin Xingyo raised his hand and brushed away a surge of approaching rule power, shattering it. Then, with a somewhat weakened voice, he said, "It's impossible to cross." Chapter 137. Besieged on all sides. Impossible to pass? Just 3 words, yet they left everyone who heard them speechless for a long time. Impossible to pass? Even the White Emperor couldn't do it. Upon realizing this, Di Jiang and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Who in the immortal realm could possibly pass then? Unless those forbidden beings in slumber awaken. What kind of existence could cross this Star River quicksand region? Everyone around was struck dumb. Helpless, the Black Emperor shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's go back. We'll try again next time." As soon as he spoke, the entire group fell into silence, and one by one, they retreated and began walking along the lakeshore. They walked for over 10 miles. Along the way, they encountered numerous attacks from beast corpses in the forest, but fortunately, after enduring hardships, they finally arrived at a cliff. The great Emperor Jinwu said that jumping off this cliff would allow them to leave this immortal mansion. But just as they were about to jump, 2 groups of creatures came fleeing towards them in a desperate state, as if something terrifying was chasing them. What's going on? Di Jiang and the others were shocked and bewildered. After all, these weren't ordinary people. They were all immortal kings and demon ancestors. To see them in such a miserable state, what exactly was chasing them that could cause even these immortal kings and demon ancestors to be so terrified? This is bad. Di Jiang's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Jump quickly! Jump!" No one hesitated. They all turned and jumped off the cliff, for no matter what terrifying thing was chasing the inhabitants of the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone, it must be extremely dangerous. Otherwise, with their cultivation and abilities, they wouldn't be in such a state. So without any hesitation, everyone jumped. Even if they had deep-seated grudges. At this moment, they couldn't care less and jumped off the cliff. But soon, everyone was dumbfounded, because they couldn't jump anymore. Unknown to them, an invisible ceiling wall had appeared, sealing off this area. They simply couldn't jump down. It's over. At this moment, almost everyone's hearts sank, as they could sense that things were becoming more complicated. Escaping from here wouldn't be easy. After all, they were all immortal kings and demon ancestors. Yet they were blocked by a powerful force of rules. What kind of terrifying existence could stand in their way? Undoubtedly, it must be extremely terrifying, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to stop them, as they were all incredibly powerful. Stand back. Let me break this ceiling wall with the Wuxia bell. The Black Emperor stepped forward, summoned the Wuxia bell, and struck the ceiling wall with a thunderous blow. Clang! The Wuxia bell, which had been fiercely thrown, was sent flying in front of everyone's shocked gaze, causing no substantial damage to the ceiling wall. Let me try. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo, though not calm, summoned the soul-devouring spear and thrust it at the ceiling wall. Clang! The spearhead erupted with overwhelming killing intent, unleashing world-destroying power, yet it sent Lin Xingyo flying, forcing him to take dozens of steps back to steady himself. My goodness! Seeing this, almost everyone was left gaping in shock. Even the White Emperor couldn't break through this ceiling wall. This was too terrifying. The White Emperor was an existence of unimaginable power, yet even he couldn't break through this ceiling wall. How terrifying must the being that set up this ceiling wall be? Let's go. Head towards the mountain and water lake. Seeing this, the great Emperor Jinwu immediately reacted, and without waiting for the others to regain their senses, he summoned a flying sword, stepped on it, and shot towards the mountain and water lake. Let's go. Seeing this, everyone around didn't waste any time and followed the great Emperor Jinwu towards the mountain and water lake. But in the next moment, just as the great Emperor Jinwu had flown 100 meters, a giant tentacle swung towards him. Dodge quickly. Duanda was frantic. He recognized that tentacle. It belonged to an octopus, one they had encountered in the Blood Sea before, when the Black Emperor and Lin Xingyo were both severely injured. Now, the great Emperor Jinwu had encountered it. If he didn't dodge quickly, he wouldn't stand a chance. Smack! The great Emperor Jinwu didn't have time to dodge, as by the time Duanda shouted, the tentacle had already swung towards him. Despite his incredible defenses, he was sent flying tens of thousands of meters, crashing into the forest on the island. Quick, run into the forest. Seeing this, Di Jiang and the others immediately turned and ran towards the forest by the lake. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo and the others naturally followed. Roar! But the octopus wouldn't let them go. Almost as soon as they turned to flee, a dozen immortal kings and demon ancestors who didn't react in time were snatched up by the octopus, who then devoured them. Damn it! The Black Emperor cursed and used the Wuxia Bell to clear a path, leading Lin Xingyo and the others at lightning speed into the forest on the island. But the forest wasn't without danger either, otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to run towards the lake earlier. Roar! As Lin Xingyo and the others shot into the forest, the powerful beast corpses within raised their heads and roared fiercely, their mouths wide open. Lin Xingyo and the others didn't dare to be careless. Because these beast corpses were all extremely powerful, none weaker than a true immortal. So entering the forest was also very dangerous for Lin Xingyo and the others, though slightly better than facing the octopus outside. This is bad. Di Jiang suddenly screamed, his scalp tingling. Look, it's the blood fiend spirits. No wonder those bastards from the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone were fleeing towards this direction. They must have encountered this terrifying thing. Run, quickly. Escape into the forest. Di Jiang panicked. The blood fiend spirits are incredibly terrifying. Once they latch onto you, even if we've reached the immortal Emperor realm, it would be difficult to shake them off. There was no need for Di Jiang to remind them. Almost everyone was terrified and reacted instantly, ignoring the beast corpses in the forest and fleeing into the woods. However, the inhabitants of the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone weren't so lucky. Nearly half of them were directly devoured by the blood fiend spirits. Damn, damn, damn. After running for a long time and entering a valley, Di Jiang and the others couldn't help but sit down and curse loudly, because the losses were too severe. Dozens of immortal kings and demon ancestors were killed. Even the great Emperor Jinwu had lost contact with them, and not a single thing had been obtained by the group. But now, they were all trapped here. The most critical issue was that the few immortal kings who were familiar with this place had all been killed. Now, they were all trapped here. How were they supposed to get out? At this moment, not just Di Jiang and the others. Even the Black Emperor was panicking. He had dug countless graves in his lifetime. But never had he felt so humiliated. Indeed, an immortal tomb wasn't easy to dig, and one had to pay a heavy price for doing so. White Emperor, what should we do next? After a while, when everyone finally calmed down, their gazes all turned towards Lin Xingyo, especially Di Jiang and the few surviving immortal emperors who all looked to Lin Xingyo for guidance. Lin Xingyo was in agony. He didn't know what to do either. The powerful beast corpses outside couldn't harm them, but the octopus in the lake, he couldn't defeat it. Moreover, there must be even more terrifying things lurking in the shadows, silently observing them. Otherwise, the exit wouldn't have been sealed off for no reason. Di Jiang and the others were well aware of this, as they were all cunning old foxes who had survived this long with sharp minds. What should they do? This was a major problem, as a poor decision could mean none of them would ever leave this place. All right. The Black Emperor stepped forward and said, I've already set up the formation in the valley. Let's not think too far ahead for now. Given the current situation, we're definitely being targeted by something terrifying. What we need to consider now is how to survive here and then find a way to leave. Exactly. Everyone nodded in agreement. The situation was dire, and they couldn't afford to think too far ahead. Their priority was survival. After all, the outside was full of beast corpses. If they left this valley, they would undoubtedly be attacked by those beast corpses. Although their current cultivation levels made them unafraid of those corpses, if they couldn't find a way out and more powerful immortal corpses attacked, their fate would be uncertain. Help me. Just as Di Jiang and the others were feeling uneasy, suddenly, over 100 powerful immortal kings and demon ancestors from the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone rushed towards them, shouting, Let us in! The blood fiend spirits are coming. The Black Emperor didn't block them. With a wave of his hand, he allowed the group of immortal kings and demon ancestors from the ancient Forbidden Zone and the Life Forbidden Zone to enter. It wasn't that the Black Emperor was kind-hearted. It was mainly because these immortal kings and demon ancestors were too valuable. If they couldn't leave this place in a short time, these beings would be the best reserve supplies. So the Black Emperor let them all in without hesitation. But as soon as they rushed into the valley and the protective formation, a red whirlwind swept in from outside. Following that, countless blood fiend spirits, covering the sky and blocking the sun, surged forward like a tidal wave, overwhelming the senses. They attacked the formation set up by the Black Emperor with wild abandon. Kill! At this moment, all the awakened beings acted without waiting for any instructions. After all, everyone understood that if the formation's defenses were breached by these blood fiend spirits, formed from the remains of powerful deceased beings, none of them would escape alive. So they all acted without hesitation. The slaughter erupted. One after another, murderous divine weapons were wielded by the beings inside the formation, forming a wave-like barrage of attacks that swept toward the blood fiend spirits, quickly engulfing the area in a storm of attack waves and runes. Chapter 138. Strike fear into your heart. Phew. No one knew how long the battle had lasted. Only when there were no more blood fiend spirits outside did everyone inside the formation finally relax and take a deep breath. What kind of place is this? Too dangerous. If it weren't for so many powerful immortal kings and demon lords, everyone would have been wiped out by now. But with the danger from the blood fiend spirits gone, a new crisis emerged immediately. The current situation was akin to a pack of wolves and a herd of sheep encountering a sandstorm in the desert. During the crisis, the wolves and sheep might huddle together for shelter. But once the sandstorm passed, the ferocious wolves would undoubtedly devour the weaker sheep. Right now, Lin Xingyo and his group were facing such a scenario. The immortal kings and demon lords that the Black Emperor had just saved. Now, each of them were glaring at Lin Xingyo and his group with murderous intent. Their eyes were filled with such blatant killing intent, as if they were looking at a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. The Black Emperor was not surprised. Di Jiang and the others were equally calm, because the law of the jungle was an unchanging rule in the world of cultivation. Only now, it was unclear who was the lamb and who was the wolf. After all, the forbidden land of the ancient era and the life forbidden zone. Although they seemed to have a numerical advantage, they had the White Emperor Lord on their side. So they naturally didn't take them seriously. Human, come here and let me eat you. I'm heavily injured, and your essence blood will be perfect for me to refine and heal my wounds. From the forbidden land of the ancient era, an exceptionally powerful heaven-devouring bird stepped forward, arrogantly glancing at Lin Xingyo. Its tone was domineering and commanding. "Human, this is a great honor for you. Do you understand? Little sparrow, you know what? After killing for so long, I'm actually a bit hungry." Lin Xingyo glanced at the heaven-devouring bird, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as he said, "You're so eager to jump out? Then it's you. But should I roast you, steam you, or boil you? You're so big, it's really making me hesitate." "What?" The heaven-devouring bird exploded in anger at Lin Xingyo's words, because he dared to speak to it so calmly. Not only was the heaven-devouring bird infuriated, it was also shocked by Lin Xingyo. After all, it wasn't some nameless creature. It was a notorious figure in the Kanglan continent. No matter how powerful a being was, encountering it would always retreat in fear. Yet, this insignificant human dared to speak to it like this. Very well. The heaven-devouring bird fixed its icy gaze on Lin Xingyo, its killing intent surging as it stepped forward and attacked without hesitation. "Human, you're really asking for it." The heaven-devouring bird was injured. It urgently needed powerful blood essence to refine and recover its strength, so it didn't bother wasting words on a mere ant, intending to kill Lin Xingyo with a powerful move. Of course, it had its reasons. Otherwise, it wouldn't have targeted Lin Xingyo. After all, in its eyes, humans were always the weakest. So it had expected Lin Xingyo to kneel and beg for mercy before being mercilessly devoured. But instead of begging, this human dared to provoke it. Under such circumstances, the heaven-devouring bird had no choice but to attack Lin Xingyo directly, as it was a demon ancestor at the first level of the immortal Emperor realm. Killing a human was a trivial matter. Black Emperor, get the big pot ready. Lin Xingyo, however, ignored the approaching heaven-devouring bird and the beings from the forbidden land of the ancient era and the life-forbidden zone who were waiting to see him killed. Instead, he turned back and shouted to the Black Emperor, "I'm about to start killing." Idiot. At this moment, not just the heaven-devouring bird, but all the beings from the forbidden land of the ancient era and the life-forbidden zone were amused by Lin Xingyo's words. A mere ant dared to be so arrogant. If the great emperor of martial Dao were here, they might have some reservations. But with just Di Jiang and the others, the beings from the forbidden land of the ancient era and the life-forbidden zone didn't take them seriously at all. After all, they had the confidence. With their current strength, they could easily crush Lin Xingyo and his group. A mere ant had no chance of escaping from here. But, the next moment, all the beings from the forbidden land of the ancient era and the life-forbidden zone stared at Lin Xingyo in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Heaven slaying. Sword come. Cut down. In the midst of countless shocked and stunned gazes, Lin Xingyo directly grasped the heaven-slaying sword in his hand, and then, amidst countless terrified gazes, he took a step forward and swung his sword. In an instant, he beheaded the heaven-devouring bird, and the gushing emperor's blood sprayed into the big black pot that the Black Emperor had set up. Who's next? After beheading the heaven-devouring bird with a single sword strike, Lin Xingyo looked directly at all the beings before him and said, "Anyone who wants to die can come forward. Those who don't want to die, get down on your knees." Huh. After a brief silence, the beings from the forbidden land of the ancient era and the life-forbidden zone all exploded in anger. They acknowledged that Lin Xingyo was indeed very strong. But for him to dare speak to them like this, and to look down on them, ordering them to kneel before a mere human, they simply couldn't tolerate it. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the beings from the forbidden land of the ancient era and the life-forbidden zone all went berserk, charging at Lin Xingyo with overwhelming killing intent. They had to kill Lin Xingyo. It was something they, as beings from the forbidden zones, had to do. Otherwise, what kind of respect would they command in the future? Kill, kill, kill. The group of powerful beings were filled with nothing but boundless killing intent. They wanted to tear Lin Xingyo to shreds, to let him know the dire consequences of angering them all. Old Black, watch carefully. Facing the onslaught of immortal kings and demon lords, Lin Xingyo tightened his grip on the heaven-slaying sword and said, Don't let any of them escape. Understood. The Black Emperor smacked his lips and said, "Rest assured, kill them all. Not a single one will escape. They'll all end up in my pot." Hmph. The beings from the Forbidden Land of the Ancient Era and the Life Forbidden Zone all let out contemptuous snorts. Their attacks were already at Lin Xingyo's doorstep, and with a blink of an eye, they could annihilate him. Let's see what he's relying on to be so arrogant. A mere ignorant human, truly unaware of the immensity of the heavens and earth, dared to look down on them. Now, prepare to die. I have a sword, named Heaven Slaying. 1/ can sever the heavens. 1/ can sever the earth. Invincible. Heaven Slaying Sword, kill? Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, his cold eyes snapping open. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack, and instantly, the colorless domain spread out. With the heaven-slaying sword in hand, he slashed horizontally. Ah! Countless screams rang out, and then, in the shocked and fearful gazes of all the beings from the Forbidden Land of the Ancient Era and the Life Forbidden Zone, almost half of them were instantly killed by Lin Xingyo with a single sword strike, with only a few powerful demon emperors surviving, while the rest, including quasi-emperors and immortal kings, were all slain. You're not bad. Lin Xingyo flicked the blood from his sword, his piercing gaze fixed on the 6 demon emperors who remained standing. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. I am offering you a chance to pledge your allegiance to me. Submit, and I shall spare your lives today. Refuse, and you will all meet your end. We, the beings from the Forbidden Land of the Ancient Era and the Life Forbidden Zone, including the Candle Dragon, all looked at Lin Xingyo, who seemed like a ruler descending from the heavens, in a daze. At this moment, they didn't even dare to speak, because Lin Xingyo was simply too terrifying. They understood clearly. If Lin Xingyo hadn't intentionally spared their lives, they would have been killed by him already. Huh, you're unwilling? Lin Xingyo didn't care about that, directly glaring at the 6 powerful demon emperors, including the Candle Dragon, with anger. Unwilling? The Candle Dragon and the others didn't dare to say it out loud, because they knew Lin Xingyo hadn't given them a choice. If they dared to say they were unwilling, they would be immediately killed and thrown into the pot. Thud. One by one, all 6 knelt down, whether they were gods or ancestors outside. At this moment, they didn't dare to resist Lin Xingyo, because they all feared death. They understood very clearly that refusal to submit meant certain death with no other options. Good. Hand over your slave seals, and from now on, you're all mine. Lin Xingyo declared with an overwhelming aura, looking down at the Candle Dragon and the others. How could the Candle Dragon and the others dare to resist? One by one, they all condensed their slave seals and directly bound themselves to Lin Xingyo. Of course, Lin Xingyo wasn't one to be lenient. Not only did he take their slave seals, but he also placed a curse mark on them. He explicitly told them all that if anyone dared to betray him, a single thought would result in their soul and body being annihilated. Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon and the others dared not harbor the slightest disloyalty, for Lin Xingyo was simply too terrifying. Huff! After standing still for a long while, Lin Xingyo suddenly exhaled deeply. There was no other way. The situation was extremely complicated, as there was a huge threat lurking in the shadows. Therefore, Lin Xingyo had no choice but to spare the lives of the Candle Dragon and the others, as they were all at least at the 3rd level of Demon Emperor realm. In this eerie place, keeping this powerful force would undoubtedly be useful at some point, so Lin Xingyo decided to take them all under his command. Wow! Finally snapping out of their shock, Di Jiang and the others were completely dumbfounded, as expected of the White Emperor Lord. To have immortal emperors as his pets, this was truly a one-of-a-kind feat in the world. However, this wasn't even the most shocking part for them. What truly astounded them was that Lin Xingyo had just slain so many powerful beings from the Forbidden Land of the Ancient Era and the Life Forbidden Zone with a single sword strike. Even the Candle Dragon and the others who were still alive. If it weren't for Lin Xingyo's intention to spare their lives, they would have been killed already. Such formidable strength. What kind of existence in the immortal spirit realm could possibly match him? Perhaps only the beings from the immortal domain could suppress him. Chapter 139. A Terrifying Existence. All right, it's time to eat. He Huang tapped the large iron ladle against the black pot and said, "Once we're full, we should set off. We must first find the Emperor Jinwu, and then see if there's any way to leave this place." "Eat," Duanda responded and scooped a bowl of the essence-filled soup, which he began to devour. The rest of the creatures also gathered around, each taking a bowl and eating. Some gnawed on meat. Others slurped the soup. Some feasted on roasted wings. The group gathered together, enjoying their meal with great enthusiasm, while the Dulong and the others watched, unable to resist the temptation of the delicious aroma wafting from the food. The aroma of the soup and roasted meat was simply irresistible. However, as captives and servants, they dared not approach without Lin Xingyo's permission to share in the feast. After all, one must bow their head when under someone else's roof. "You can come and eat too." Lin Xingyo didn't neglect them, as they were now his pets. He wouldn't deny them food, so he called them over. Who would refuse a meal? Naturally, no one declined the invitation, and so the Dulong and others gathered to eat, especially Emperor Taotai, whose eating mannerisms completely lost the dignity of a great emperor. After eating their fill, they sat down to refine the energy. The sun had set behind the mountains without them even realizing it. During this time, Lin Xingyo and the others had already left the valley. The group of creatures ventured into the forest in search of Emperor Jinwu. They searched back and forth countless times, almost turning the entire area upside down. Still, they couldn't find any trace of Emperor Jinwu. Frustrated, Lin Xingyo and his group found another valley and set up camp again, preparing to cook. In the valley, He Huang had just finished eating and was relieving himself when a strange black shadow flashed past him. Startled, He Huang immediately shouted, "Who's there?" However, there was nothing in front of him. Feeling a chill run down his spine, He Huang quickly ran back to Lin Xingyo and reported what had happened. In an instant, all the creatures in the valley became tense. After all, He Huang was a celestial emperor at the 9th level of the divine realm, and among their group, only Lin Xingyo was stronger than him. But according to his account, there was something that could appear and disappear without a trace in front of him. That was a huge revelation, because the other party must be far more powerful than He Huang, with a cultivation level at least 1 or 2 realms higher. That meant the opponent was at least at the heaven-reaching realm or the heaven-man realm, or even higher, possibly at the immortal realm. Realizing this, everyone was filled with dread, because a being of that level was terrifying to them. "I found him." Suddenly, Lin Xingyo, who had been sitting on a boulder, opened his eyes and, before anyone could react, shot out like a bolt of lightning. "Where are you going?" In the blink of an eye, Lin Xingyo appeared on a towering mountain outside the valley, his Shenqiang spear aimed at a white figure, which he shot towards with the speed of lightning. Bang! Before Lin Xingyo could get close, a green turtle shell flew towards his forehead, unstoppable, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, the mighty Lin Xingyo was knocked off the mountain. Emperor Jinwu had returned. However, his condition was rather poor, as he was sealed with a powerful seal. He had been reduced to the size of a bowl, turning into a small turtle. All his divine essence had dissipated, and he no longer possessed any of the might of the forbidden master, Emperor Jinwu. Ugh, spit. In the rubble, Lin Xingyo shook his head, touched his forehead, and found a large bump had formed, with blood seeping out. What had just happened? Why hadn't he even touched the other person's clothes? Yet he had been knocked down the mountain by a green turtle shell. Lin Xingyo thought about it, and a chill ran through his body. How strong must that person be? He was at the heaven-reaching realm, just a step away from breaking through to the heaven-man realm, yet he had been knocked down by a single turtle shell. What realm was his opponent in? Could it be the heavenly venerate realm, or the immortal realm? But wasn't there no such powerful being in the celestial realm? Fellow Taoist, are you all right? Just as Lin Xingyo was in shock, He Huang and Duanda led a group of people flying towards him. "I'm fine," Lin Xingyo, with a prominent bump on his head, stood up, brushing his sleeves, and said, "That person was very strong. I didn't even see him clearly before being knocked down." After speaking, Lin Xingyo looked towards the direction of the mountain, picked up Emperor Jinwu from the ground, and handed him to Duanda, saying, "But Emperor Jinwu has returned." "He, Emperor Jinwu?" Seeing this, everyone present opened their mouths in shock, staring at the small turtle in Lin Xingyo's hand, completely dumbfounded. "Quick, let's return to the valley." He Huang glanced at Emperor Jinwu in Lin Xingyo's hand and, without waiting for anyone to react, turned around with eyes filled with fear and ran back to the valley. Anyone could see it now. He Huang was scared. Just a glance at the sealed Emperor Jinwu in Lin Xingyo's hand. He was terrified. "Old Black, do you know something?" Lin Xingyo held Emperor Jinwu in his hand and quickly chased after He Huang, asking, "Tell me quickly. I can't say a single word. If I say it, none of us will be able to leave alive," He Huang said in fear as he ran. Hearing this, everyone was filled with dread and followed He Huang back to the valley. After all, if even He Huang the Great Emperor was this frightened, it must be an incredibly terrifying forbidden existence. Otherwise, He Huang the Great Emperor wouldn't be so afraid. Chapter 140. The Immortal Existence. Phew. After running for a while, Lin Xingyo and the others dashed straight into the valley. Even the usually fearless Black Emperor, who was extremely frightened, immediately strengthened the array several times over. He was truly terrified. Just by looking at the method used to seal the Emperor of True Martial, he knew who it was, but he couldn't say it. That was a truly immortal existence. Her methods were beyond extraordinary. If the Black Emperor spoke out and angered that great deity, none of them would survive. Even someone as powerful as Lin Xingyo. "Old Black, what's wrong with you?" Duanda looked at the Black Emperor and asked, "Why are you so frightened? I've never seen you so panicked before." "I can't say." The Black Emperor panted heavily and said, "Everyone, take a break. We must leave here as soon as possible and head to that cliff. We absolutely cannot stay here." Duanda hesitated, as it was currently the dead of night. The situation outside was very complex. If a group of people were to leave this valley abruptly, they might encounter great danger. Moreover, they couldn't leave through that cliff. There was a ceiling wall there that they couldn't jump over. "Old Black, how about we leave at dawn tomorrow?" Duanda hesitated for a long time before speaking. "No." The Black Emperor flatly refused. "We must leave here immediately. Let's see if we can jump off that cliff. Otherwise, we'll all die." Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. After all, the Black Emperor's status was well known. He would never scare them for no reason. What he said must be true. If they didn't leave, they would surely die here, just as the Black Emperor predicted. "Everyone, hurry up and pack. Let's go." Di Jiang and the others no longer hesitated. After packing up, they prepared to follow the Black Emperor. They didn't want to die. They were revered as ancestors and gods outside. If they fell here, they wouldn't be willing. "Let's go." Lin Xingyo was also very straightforward. What he had just experienced was truly terrifying. He barely caught a glimpse of a figure, unsure if it was male or female, only to be struck down by a turtle shell. With Lin Xingyo's command, Di Jiang and the others dared not hesitate further. The group left the valley and headed straight toward the cliff through the dense forest. Their speed was fast. In no time, they had passed through several forests. But in the dark of night, the forest was not safe. They had to push through, encountering countless powerful beast corpses and tree spirits. They surged out of the forest like a flood, blocking the path completely. If it were an ordinary person, not only would they not be able to reach here, but they might not even survive leaving the valley. Damn, there are so many beast corpses here. If it weren't for our extraordinary cultivation, we'd be stuck in place, Duanda said as he blasted a dozen powerful beast corpses with a single palm strike. Stop talking nonsense. The Black Emperor glanced at Duanda and said, "Hurry up. If she comes, we're all done for. Let's go, let's go." Duanda shuddered, and his attacks immediately became even more ferocious. With every strike, a large number of beast corpses and tree spirits were slain. Lin Xingyo, however, did not join the fight. Instead, he held the soul-devouring spear tightly, always on guard against the person who had attacked him with the Emperor of True Martial earlier at the cliff. Roar! The beast corpses and tree spirits in the forest went berserk, opening their blood-soaked mouths and attacking them mindlessly. They felt no pain, and they certainly weren't afraid of death. So, despite Lin Xingyo and the others' fierce battle, countless beast corpses and tree spirits still swarmed toward them. They didn't know how long they had been fighting, but by the time they emerged, it was already dawn. The ground was littered with stinking corpses. Countless beast corpses and tree spirits had been slain. Several immortal kings from Lin Xingyo's side had also perished, and even Dijiang and the others had sustained some injuries. Although their methods were extraordinary, and their cultivation had reached an incredible level, the beast corpses and tree spirits here were also formidable. So the battle had not been easy for Lin Xingyo and his group. Fortunately, they had made it through. They once again stood at the cliff overlooking the lake, where a vast waterfall flowed down from the cliff, its destination unknown. Jump! Without hesitation, the Black Emperor led the group to jump off the cliff. However, the ceiling wall was still there. They couldn't jump down. Facing this situation, almost everyone despaired. But the next moment brought even greater despair. The figure who had injured Lin Xingyo with a turtle shell appeared. Wreathed in divine mist, it was impossible to tell if it was male or female. The figure appeared abruptly before them. At this sight, Lin Xingyo gripped the soul-devouring spear tightly, while Duanda and the others trembled and retreated. Especially Dijiang and the other immortal kings and demon emperors, none dared to meet the gaze of the being before them. It's over. The Black Emperor's heart sank as he looked at the shadowy figure turning around, his spirit sinking to the bottom of despair. He was absolutely certain. The next second, they would all die, because this terrifying being had come. If not to kill them, why would they appear here? Of course, Duanda and Dijiang thought the same. After all, the being before them was too powerful. Even Lin Xingyo couldn't match it, let alone them. We're doomed. Dijiang and the others looked at the figure before them with great fear, trembling and retreating instinctively. But in the blink of an eye, the being slowly raised its hand and, before Lin Xingyo and the others could react, swept its hand toward them all. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose with the being's sweep, and in an instant, Lin Xingyo and the others were all blown away, slamming into the ceiling wall. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Duanda and the others screamed in terror, for now they were colliding with the ceiling wall, and in a moment, they would all be crushed. But they couldn't escape. They could only scream and grit their teeth to accept their fate, as they had no way to resist this power. However, the next second, instead of being shattered into pieces as expected, they all crashed through the ceiling wall and fell unconscious into the blood sea. Chapter 141. Surviving the Calamity. Tui. Dijiang spat out a mouthful of seawater and sat up on the beach. Looking around, he saw that Lin Xingyo and the others had all woken up. They had made it out alive. This was wonderful. They hadn't died. Everyone had survived. The excitement wasn't just limited to Dijiang. Even Lin Xingyo and the others were overjoyed. After all, they had thought they were doomed. Yet here they were, unscathed and alive. Phew! Black Emperor's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He hadn't expected that being to let them go. He found it hard to believe. But there was no time to dwell on it. Now that they were alive, they needed to leave this place and return to the Lost City. They would never return to that place again, even if it meant being beaten to death. The group quickly gathered themselves. There was no disagreement among them as they flew back to the Lost City. The Lost City remained unchanged. Aside from the ongoing discussions about the disappearance of the Immortal King, there were no other changes in the town. The residents continued their daily routines, going in and out of the town as usual. Lin Xingyo and the others were straightforward. Upon returning to the lost city, they went their separate ways and returned to their homes. Of course, the immortal emperors that Lin Xingyo had subdued were also sent back to their respective factions. Lin Xingyo had his reasons for doing this. By keeping them in their own factions, he effectively controlled the lost city and the entire Forbidden Sea. No matter what happened, nothing could escape his grasp. We're back. Lin Xingyo walked into his courtyard, stretched, and finally relaxed completely. They had finally returned, alive. Although they didn't cheer, everyone's faces showed their joy. After all, they had made it back alive after such an ordeal. I thought I was done for. I thought we wouldn't make it back, but everything was beyond my expectations. He actually let us go. Black Emperor exhaled deeply, his heart still racing with fear. He knew they had narrowly escaped death. That terrifying being was far too powerful, and such an event had never occurred before. Those who had seen her had almost all perished. Who would have thought she would let them go? Old Black, now you can tell us. What kind of terrifying existence is it that even you fear so much? I can't say. Black Emperor spoke with caution. And don't ever ask about it again, understand? Duanda opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't ask. There was no point in asking. It was clear that the mysterious being was incredibly powerful. That was why Black Emperor was so wary of her. If he ever reached that level of power, he too would become a being of fear in others' eyes. It all came down to strength. Lin Xingyo didn't ask, but he silently vowed that one day he would return to that place and uncover the true nature of that being. As for what lay beyond the Star River sands, Lin Xingyo was also curious. He felt that there must be a shocking secret hidden behind it. Otherwise, the octopus and that powerful being wouldn't be guarding it. Never mind. Lin Xingyo shook his head. Now wasn't the time to worry about such things. After all, his current strength was still too weak. He had to focus on developing stealthily, following the system's guidance to complete all tasks, and only then could he hope to break through and become a stronger being. By the way, Shurhan has been at the Phoenix Ancestral Grounds for a few days. I should check on how she's doing. Lin Xingyo suddenly realized, and with a wave of his hand, a cosmic mirror appeared. The mirror immediately showed Su Shurhan's situation at the Phoenix Ancestral Grounds. They were training in the flames. Su Shurhan, accompanied by the Taodai, the Golden Horn Beast, and the Qiongqi, was following the path of the Phoenix clan in their training. They were reconstructing their spiritual bodies. Of course, the young Zhuke and the young Golden-Winged Rock were also following the Phoenix clan's path to reconstruct their spiritual bodies. Human, I've been observing you for a while. You, a mere lowly human, do you really think you're worthy of following the path of the Phoenix clan? Let me tell you. The young Zhuke arrogantly looked at Su Shurhan and said, "You're still far from being worthy." Humph. Training in the Phoenix True Fire, Su Shurhan glanced at the young Zhuke, completely ignoring its provocation. A mere young Zhuke. She, the ruthless empress, didn't even consider it worth her attention. If it dared to provoke her again, Su Shurhan wouldn't hesitate to cut it down with her sword. Human, are you ignoring me? The young Zhuke was infuriated. As a noble being, it had spoken so much to a mere human, yet that human dared to ignore it. The anger of the young Zhuke couldn't be contained. Human, you've angered me. I'm going to eat you. The young Zhuke was furious. As a noble divine beast, its identity and bloodline were invincible. This mere human, like an insignificant ant, dared to train here alongside them. It had long been displeased by this. Now, this human even dared to ignore it. It couldn't be forgiven. It had to devour the human to make all other humans understand that the Phoenix Ancestral Grounds were not a place for such filthy beings. Human, I'm giving you one last chance. Come here and die. The young Zhuke arrogantly raised its head, looking down at Su Shurhan and said, "Otherwise, I'll also kill the Golden Horn Beast and the Taodai by your side." You. Su Shurhan's eyes darkened as she stood up, gripping her sword and glaring at the young Zhuke. Come here and die. Su Shirhan was furious. She hated beings like the young Zhu Ke that threatened her friends. Such actions had enraged her, and she was determined to kill the young Zhu Ke. Kill! The young Zhu Ke exploded with rage. It didn't waste any words, spreading its blazing wings and quickly charging at Su Shirhan to kill her. It had to kill Su Shirhan. She was far too insolent to treat it this way. The young Zhu Ke was born with extraordinary talent and blessings. Not even the young golden-winged rock dared to speak to it like that. If it couldn't kill this human, what face would it have to continue training in the Phoenix ancestral grounds? Kill, kill, kill. The young Zhu Ke was resolute, sweeping towards Su Shirhan with a powerful attack. This move was no simple matter. It was one of the 9 strikes of the Zhu Ke, a technique that, when perfected, could split the heavens and destroy all life. That human is finished. All the surrounding beings saw the young Zhu Ke use the 9 strikes of the Zhu Ke clan. Almost all of them believed that with one strike, the young Zhu Ke would take Su Shirhan's life. But in the next instant, Su Shirhan acted, drawing her sword in front of countless beings and slashing down at the young Zhuchua's sweeping attack with lightning speed. Clang! A bolt of lightning surged from Su Shirhan's sword, instantly cutting down on the young Zhuchua's wing. In an instant, a powerful shockwave exploded at the point of impact. Kill! Su Shirhan didn't retreat after her attack, but quickly followed up with another sword strike at the young Zhu Ke. Chirp! The young Zhu Ke was completely enraged. At this point, it had to admit that Su Shirhan was indeed strong, but she still wasn't a match for it. Human, you are indeed strong, but that's not enough. Now, let me show you the distance between us. 9 strikes of the Zhu Ke kill. The young Zhu Ke let out a sharp cry, quickly rising into the air, then turning in midair to dive down at Su Shirhan. 9 heavenly apertures surged around it, unleashing the might of devouring the heavens and destroying the world, charging straight towards Su Shirhan. Shirhan, be careful. Seeing the young Zhu Ke unleash such a powerful attack, the Taotai and the golden horned beast, who were watching the battle, couldn't help but tense up. This attack was simply too strong. If they were the ones facing it, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. This human still won't die? Surrounding creatures who were spectating all revealed disdainful expressions in their eyes, as if they were about to witness Su Shirhan being slain. Heaven is Qian, earth is Qian. The 8 trigrams seal heaven and earth. The reversal of Qian and Kuan shatters the heavens. The thunder sword technique pierces the void. A single strike to slay gods and demons. Thunder sword technique. Slash. Su Shirhan formed seals with both hands, facing the young Zhuchua's deadly attack, and shouted as she struck out with her hand. In an instant, the 8 trigrams sealed heaven and earth, and the reversal of Qian and Kuan occurred. A long sword filled with thunderbolts pierced through the 8 trigram diagram in front of Su Shirhan and shot toward the young Zhu Ke with explosive force. Kill! Seeing Su Shirhan strike with her sword, the young Zhu Ke folded its wings and fluttered its feathers, causing powerful bursts of energy to explode around it. Chirp! At the same time, the 9 heavenly apertures around the young Zhu Ke completely erupted. Spiritual energy and soul power fused to form a violent phantom of a Zhu Ke, which charged fiercely towards Su Shirhan's thunder sword technique. Crack! In the countless gazes of onlookers, the Zhuchua's 9 strikes and Su Shirhan's thunder sword technique collided, and in an instant, the entire space was torn apart. Slash! Su Shirhan, however, continued her attack, stepping forward with her sword and slashing at the young Zhu Ke again. Facing Su Shirhan's assault, the young Zhu Ke did not back down. With its claws in the air, it lunged at her. Good heavens! This human girl is so strong. She can actually fight the young Zhu Ke to a standstill. With such strength, she cannot be allowed to live. She must be killed. Surrounding creatures all nodded, seeing how powerful Su Shirhan was and feeling that she could not be left alive. However, there was no mass attack. After all, they were all divine beast offspring, and they had their pride. They disdained to gang up on a mere human. The young Zhu Ke, however, became increasingly shocked and increasingly furious as the battle progressed. After all, He, a young Zhuke, couldn't even defeat a mere human. This battle was already a loss for him, because both in terms of bloodline and combat power, he was superior to Su Shihan, yet at this moment, she was fighting him to a standstill. He didn't need to look around to know that the surrounding creatures must be filled with astonishment and shock, especially his arch-rival, the young golden-winged roc, who was probably laughing at him. Chapter 142, Tiger Among Sheep. Human, you are unforgivable. The young vermilion bird was completely enraged, its killing intent skyrocketing. Its feathers, resembling sharp blades, encircled its body as it launched a frenzied onslaught at Su Shihan. I must kill you now. Kill. Heaven is Qin, Earth is Qin. The 8 trigrams seal heaven and earth. Reverse Qiankuan to break the vault of heaven. Focus the mind to form a sword and cut through the void. 10,000 swords shatter the sky to slay gods and demons. Wind and thunder sword rain. Cut. Facing the vermilion bird's attack, Su Shihan also unleashed her wind and thunder sword rain. In an instant, their powerful attacks collided, and countless sword rains and feather blades shattered the void. This human is so strong. How does she possess such strength to withstand the vermilion bird's feather blades? All around, countless creatures were filled with awe. The strength Su Shihan displayed was simply too powerful. A mere human had such abilities. Not to mention the other divine beast younglings. Even the young golden-winged Peng bird showed interest. He had taken a liking to Su Shihan. If the vermilion bird failed, he, the golden-winged Peng bird, would definitely step in to claim this human as his war servant. Because she was exceptional. The golden-winged Peng bird decided to give her a chance. He wouldn't even look at ordinary humans. After all, those lowly beings were only fit to be his food. To become his war servant was their greatest honor. But the vermilion bird was completely enraged. After so long, this mere human still hadn't died. What face did he, the vermilion bird, have left? Kill. The vermilion bird went berserk, its murderous intent exploding. The spiritual and soul power gushing out from its 9 heavens merged, instantly forming one devastating attack after another, all lightning fast towards Su Shihan. Kill. Su Shihan was not to be outdone. With a 7-foot-long sword in hand, she slashed through the void, shattering the sky, blocking all the attacks from the vermilion bird. Human, you are strong? The vermilion bird unleashed its full aura, rays of light rising from behind it. Its overwhelming killing intent, like a dark cloud covering the sky, swept towards Su Shihan. But your strength ends here. I will use the strongest attack of my vermilion bird clan to obliterate you. Is that so? Su Shihan glanced at the vermilion bird and said, no matter what extraordinary abilities you possess, I'll give you a chance to use them all now. Otherwise, the next moment I will surely slay you. Human, you are arrogant. The vermilion bird was completely enraged. A fiery vermilion bird divine bird phantom, radiating killing intent, suddenly soared from its 9 heavens. It let out an angry roar. With lightning speed, it pounced towards Su Shihan. But that wasn't all. As the vermilion bird attacked, its feathers also shot out, a million feathers like thunderbolts striking towards Su Shihan. Yet the vermilion bird didn't stop there. It also spat out its companion divine fire. It was the leaf fire, 100 times stronger than the 3-flavor true fire. If not for its young age, this leaf fire could burn stars to ashes. Even so, the vermilion bird believed that with just one mouthful of leaf fire, it could incinerate Su Shihan. But the next moment, its expression froze, because Su Shihan had charged over. She had sliced through its vermilion bird manifestation with a single sword, then with her sword rain, shattered its million feathers, and then lightning fast, she charged toward it. Cut down. Su Shihan raised her sword high and slashed at the vermilion bird spewingly fire. Hum hum hum. The 10,000-foot sword beam in Su Shihan's hand sliced the leaf fire in half, and the following sword beam didn't allow the vermilion bird to dodge. With one slash, it split the vermilion bird, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Leaf fire, don't go. With one sword, Su Shihan killed the vermilion bird, then stepped forward and captured the vermilion bird's companionly fire. Human, leave the Li fire behind, or I, the golden-winged Peng bird, will slay you. Just as Su Shirhan was about to swallow and refine the Li fire, the greedy golden-winged Peng bird charged over, spreading its wings to sweep at Su Shirhan. Chirp, chirp, chirp. All the divine birds around went berserk, their eyes all fixed on the Li fire in Su Shirhan's hand. Such a divine treasure. Almost no creature could resist. One by one, they surrounded Su Shirhan, greedily wanting to snatch the Li fire from her. Kill. Facing this, Su Shirhan didn't waste any words. She drew her sword and charged into the fray, followed by the golden-haired Howl and the Tao Tai. Facing 10,000 enemies, they were completely fearless. 3 against 10,000, slaughtering bloodily, countless divine beasts and birds falling to the ground. Even the mighty golden-winged Peng bird had one of its wings sliced off, its body almost torn apart by the powerful Tao Tai. Joking. The Tao Tai and golden-haired Howl had consumed demon emperor flesh and bathed in demon emperor essence. Their bones and flesh were already incredibly strong. After these days of refining in the Phoenix ancestral land, their flesh and bones were nearly invincible. So even against 10,000 enemies, it was a one-sided massacre, like a tiger among sheep. In the bloody battle, almost no one was a match for Su Shirhan and her companions. Especially those with weaker bones, they couldn't even withstand a single strike from them. Chapter 143. The Vermilion Bird Emperor. Run, quickly run. The surrounding countless beings were terrified, as Su Shiryan and their group were simply too powerful, unstoppable, and undefeatable. At the same level of cultivation, why could they be so strong, with such overwhelmingly powerful combat abilities? Humans, you are indeed formidable, but today's vengeance will be repaid tenfold by me. The golden-winged roc, in the future. The young golden-winged roc said, its wings injured, forcing it to turn and flee. Humph! Tao Tai let out a cold snort, raising its massive claw and pinning the fleeing young golden-winged roc with a single swipe. You won't have the chance in the future. Get in the pot. With that, Tao Tai smashed the young roc's head with a single claw, then picked it up, cleaned it, and tossed it into a gigantic pot, setting it on fire to stew. Oh wool! Oh wool! The golden-haired Howl let out a series of excited howls, pouncing on a flame lion with great enthusiasm. Braised lion head, come, into the pot. All the surrounding divine beasts and demonic birds were thrown into panic, as the golden-haired Howl and Tao Tai were simply too terrifying. Not only were their combat abilities monstrous, but now they were targeting them, planning to capture and stew them for food. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. These two Arjanjurjos are demons. We shouldn't have provoked them in the first place. The surrounding creatures, realizing the situation, almost all fled without a second thought, shouting, "Run! Quickly, run!" They were all terrified. Tao Tai and the golden-haired Howl were simply too frightening, staying meant becoming food in the pot. Roar! Roar! Countless creatures roared in fear, scattering and fleeing in all directions. Tao Tai and the golden-haired Howl had no intention of letting them go. They howled and charged forward, blocking some of the fleeing divine beasts and demonic birds, knocking them down with a single claw, cleaning them, and tossing them into the pot, not wanting to let any escape, as if they wanted to devour them all. Brother, spare my life. I don't want to die. I didn't attack you earlier, so please let me go. I'm just a pitiful Yayu. If you spare me, I'll be your underling in the future. A Yayu pinned to the ground by Tao Tai, looking at Tao Tai with tears and snot, pleaded desperately. Tao Tai was in pain. After all, you're a divine beast, and your ancestors were invincible beings. How did you end up being such a coward? Chirp. As Tao Tai was grappling with this dilemma, a piercing cry suddenly resounded through the heavens. From the distant horizon, a vermilion bird soared into view, its fiery wings spreading across the sky like a blazing canopy. Her aura fully unleashed. The overwhelming flames burned even the clouds in the sky, and with each flap of her enormous fiery wings, countless mountains and rivers in the Phoenix ancestral land were shattered. The sky-covering killing intent directly crushed countless creatures. Even a fool could tell that the vermilion bird was here to kill. Who was she here to kill? Without a doubt, it was Su Shurian, because Su Shurian had killed her offspring. So she had come from the Forbidden Sea to seek revenge. Ha ha ha. The Yayu was overjoyed, as it meant it wouldn't die. The vermilion bird had arrived. That was an emperor-level existence. Killing these mere ants would be as simple as a single thought. Tao Tai, you're doomed. The powerful vermilion bird emperor has arrived. The Yayu glanced up at Tao Tai, its mouth curling into a smirk, its eyes filled with mockery and disdain as it said, "You lowly ants, why don't you kneel and await your death?" Humph! Tao Tai glared down at the Yayu, immediately showing an expression of displeasure. Shut up. Pft, pft, pft. The Yayu's expression changed, and it quickly realized its awkward situation. Although the vermilion bird emperor had arrived, the next moment Tao Tai and the others might all be dead, but right now, its life was still in Tao Tai's hands. Why was it so foolish just now? Saying such things was incredibly brainless. Didn't it realize its life was still under Tao Tai's claw? If it wanted to kill me, it would only take a light tap, and my head would explode, and the next moment I'd be in the pot. I'm sorry, Brother Tao Tai. I spoke out of turn earlier. Can you forgive me? After a while, the Yayu finally realized its mistake, immediately contorting its face into a pitiful expression, looking at Tao Tai and pleading. Humph! Tao Tai glanced at the Yayu, pursing its lips, completely ignoring it, and raised its head to look at the approaching vermilion bird. Brother, let's run. Seeing that Tao Tai didn't seem intent on killing it, the Yayu immediately exhaled deeply, relaxing its entire body, then looked up at Tao Tai and said, "The vermilion bird emperor is definitely here for you. If you don't run now, you might not have the chance later." It wasn't out of goodwill to remind Tao Tai. It was mainly because it was afraid of death. After all, the vermilion bird emperor had arrived. The vermilion bird emperor was definitely here to kill Su Shurian and Tao Tai. And right now, Tao Tai was still standing on top of it. If they didn't escape quickly, then it would be killed along with them. So the Yayu hurriedly reminded Tao Tai to run, because only if they ran would it have a chance. But to its shock, Tao Tai and the others showed no fear, all standing there as if waiting for the vermilion bird emperor to arrive. What's going on? Are they scared out of their minds? The Yayu stared blankly at Tao Tai and the others, completely in a daze. What was wrong with these guys? Were they all scared out of their wits? Facing the arrival of the vermilion bird emperor, they didn't run. Didn't they know that the vermilion bird emperor's arrival meant their deaths? They must be scared out of their minds. But if you're scared out of your minds, why are you still stepping on me? Yayu, don't want to stay here. Brother, I'm afraid of death. Brother, can you lift your golden foot? I really don't want to die here. Please, give me a chance to live, won't you? The Yayu was on the verge of tears. It really didn't want to die, but Tao Tai wouldn't let it go. Such high-quality food in hand, it wasn't going to let it escape. Save me, save me. The Yayu's heart was screaming in despair, as it was simply too miserable. It desperately hoped someone would save it. But who would save it now? All the divine beasts and demonic birds were fleeing for their lives, as the vermilion bird emperor had arrived. Those who fled slowly were doomed. Roar! The Yayu let out an unwilling roar, then lay on the ground, trembling in fear. The vermilion bird emperor had arrived. Her sky-covering wings blocked out the sky, and the flames rising from her body burned the heavens. Human, was it you who killed my child? The vermilion bird emperor looked down at Su Shurian, her killing intent surging. Su Shurian immediately summoned the Tai Chu sword. Although she didn't speak, her attitude had already said it all. Yes, I killed the vermilion bird's offspring. If you don't agree, you can fight me. Roar. Faced with this, the vermilion bird emperor completely lost control. This mere human dared to be disrespectful to her. She was the Vermilion Bird Emperor. Her cultivation had already reached the first level of the Immortal Emperor. Didn't she know that she didn't even need to lift a finger to kill this mere human at the spirit transformation level? A single breath of her flames could incinerate her. All the surrounding creatures were dumbfounded, especially the Yayu pinned under Tao Tai's foot, whose eyes almost popped out. This human was definitely insane. Seeing such a powerful Vermilion Bird Emperor, instead of kneeling and begging for mercy, did she really think she had the strength to resist? Damn. The Yayu's heart couldn't help but curse, as it simply couldn't understand why Su Shurian dared to confront the Vermilion Bird Emperor at this point. Human, I am giving you an opportunity now. Surrender your soul and your flesh. Otherwise, not only will I kill you, but I will also annihilate all the forces behind you, especially your family members. None of them will survive. The Vermilion Bird Emperor looked down at Su Shurian and declared, "Is that so? You are merely an emperor-level demon beast. Who gave you the audacity to speak such words?" The air trembled, and a figure suddenly appeared before the Vermilion Bird Emperor. He wore a long white cloth robe, his face hidden behind a bronze mask. Standing with his hands behind his back, he appeared so abruptly before the Vermilion Bird Emperor. "Who are you?" The Vermilion Bird Emperor was utterly enraged. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you know what kind of formidable existence you have provoked?" The Vermilion Bird Emperor was furious. She was the ruler of the ancient divine mountains of the Xianling continent. Even ordinary beings like Lin Xingyo and the others, who were akin to ants in her eyes, would never dare to be so disrespectful. Even encountering another emperor-level existence, they would not dare to be so impolite. After all, her status was noble, and her bloodline was unparalleled. Therefore, most creatures would not dare to be disrespectful to her. But this insignificant human before her had the audacity to scorn her so blatantly. He deserved to die. Chapter 144, Submission. "Are you very powerful?" Lin Xingyo asked, his mouth curling into a smirk as he looked the Vermilion Bird up and down. "But I really don't see anything particularly strong about you. Aside from those large wings of yours, you seem quite ordinary all over." "Humph." The Vermilion Bird Emperor was furious. Lin Xingyo's words were the most infuriating she had ever heard. How could she, the mighty Vermilion Bird Emperor, be reduced to merely having strong wings? Was her bloodline and origin not powerful enough? She was an ancient deity. With a single strike, she could crush millions of lives. Yet, this insignificant mortal dared to be so shallow, only admiring her wings. How utterly ignorant and foolish. All the surrounding creatures stared at Lin Xingyo with looks of disdain, as if he were a fool. His words were simply too laughable. The Vermilion Bird was an invincible existence. Even though this Vermilion Bird Emperor was only at the first level of the Immortal Emperor realm, her combat prowess was still unparalleled. She was far beyond what a mere human like Lin Xingyo could compare to. "Human, you are too arrogant. I will kill you myself." The Vermilion Bird Emperor exploded in anger, spreading her wings that seemed to cover the sky and sweeping them toward Lin Xingyo. A torrent of flames engulfed the void. With a single strike, the Vermilion Bird Emperor swallowed Lin Xingyo in the blaze, burning even the fabric of space itself. However, within Lin Xingyo's 300-meter zone, a vacuum was formed, directly repelling the flames that the Vermilion Bird Emperor had unleashed. "Die!" The Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes widened in fury. Seeing that her flames had been blocked, she spat out a massive flaming sword that shot toward Lin Xingyo like lightning. Clang! The Vermilion Bird Emperor's sword strike came crashing down. Lin Xingyo simply stomped his foot, and instantly, a golden Buddha wall appeared in front of his colorless domain, blocking the Vermilion Bird Emperor's attack. The overwhelming destructive force exploded in front of her, sending her flying. "No!" The Vermilion Bird Emperor's heart trembled, and her body was flung away, smashing through a mountain range before she hastily rose into the air, panic-stricken and began to flee. Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened, and he teleported to block the Vermilion Bird Emperor's path. Did I say you could leave? I am sorry. I was blind. I offended you. Your Imperial Majesty, I deserve to die, but please, for the sake of my first defense, spare me this once. I swear I will never dare again. The Vermilion Bird Emperor, seeing Lin Xingyo block her path, trembled in fear and pleaded with him. Lin Xingyo felt a twinge of annoyance. This Vermilion Bird Emperor was making him lose his temper. He had originally agreed with Black Emperor and the others to capture her and cook her in a pot to calm their nerves. But seeing her pitiful state now, he couldn't bring himself to do it. In the end, he decided to take her as a servant. After all, she was quite beautiful and had decent cultivation. She might be useful to have around. Forget it. Hand over your slave seal. I can give you a chance to become my servant. Otherwise, I'll cook you in a pot. Ah! The Vermilion Bird Emperor was stunned. She was an emperor of the Vermilion Bird. Was she really going to become a servant to a human? Truthfully, she didn't want to at all. But she couldn't escape, could she? What should she do? Her head was about to explode. She really didn't want to be a servant to a human, to be ridden by him whenever he felt like it. After all, she was the Vermilion Bird Emperor. She had to maintain her dignity. She would rather die than let a human ride her. Vermilion Bird Emperor. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze locked onto her. You don't want to? The Vermilion Bird Emperor was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to respond. If she disagreed, she might die. But if she agreed, what dignity would she have left? All the surrounding creatures were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on here? A mere human was forcing the Vermilion Bird Emperor to become his servant. Who was this guy? The Vermilion Bird Emperor was a godlike existence. With her status and position, how could she possibly agree to serve a human? There was no way she would. All the creatures around them looked at the Vermilion Bird Emperor, convinced that she would never agree. But the next moment, the Vermilion Bird Emperor agreed, and in front of everyone, she handed over her slave seal. No, I can't accept this. The Vermilion Bird Clan's faith crumbled at this sight. Their mighty Vermilion Bird Clan, the most revered beings by humans, had their emperor submit to a human. They couldn't accept it. Absolutely not. The Vermilion Bird Emperor didn't want it either. But she was afraid of death, especially being killed by this human and then being thrown into a pot to be made into soup. She was terrified. After much hesitation, she chose to compromise, at least to avoid being turned into soup. Lin Xingyo was satisfied. After all, this Vermilion Bird was quite impressive. Her fiery red feathers were beautiful. Perhaps he could put her in a cage and take her out for a stroll now and then. With that thought, Lin Xingyo took the Vermilion Bird Emperor's slave seal and cast a curse on her before turning to look at Su Shihan. But just as he was about to remove his mask and approach her, his body trembled, and he turned into a rain of light, scattering away. A single hair drifted in the wind and landed in Su Shihan's hand. What? Seeing this, not only were the surrounding creatures shocked, but even the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. After fighting for so long, it turned out that was just that human's avatar? How powerful must his true body be? The Vermilion Bird Emperor shuddered as she thought about it, feeling an icy chill run through her body. The opponent was simply too powerful. A forbidden, extraordinary existence. Su Shihan, however, didn't notice the expressions of the Vermilion Bird Emperor and the others. She was completely stunned, holding the single hair that had fallen into her hand. She was ecstatic. She had obtained a hair from the white-clad emperor, the man she had been dreaming of meeting all this time. Now, she had one of his hairs. Su Shihan was overjoyed. The surrounding creatures, who had just recovered from their shock, looked over and instantly revealed greedy gazes. After all, that was a hair left by the powerful being who had defeated the Vermilion Bird Emperor. It was an extraordinary item, a divine artifact. It must still carry the divine aura of that existence, and perhaps one could even glimpse that being's path through it. It was truly an extraordinary treasure. But at this moment, no one dared to step forward and take it. Not only was the powerful being protecting Su Shirhan, but her own strength was also not something they could afford to provoke. Chapter 145. Memories Awakened. Let's go. Su Shiyu collected Lin Xingyo's hair strands and, with her head held high, strode confidently toward the depths of the Phoenix ancestral land. All the surrounding creatures, seeing this, immediately made way for them. Not a single creature dared to block their path. After all, the recent battle had shown everyone just how formidable Su Shiyu and her companions were. No one dared to stand in their way. Humph! The dissatisfied Vermilion Bird Emperor, still harboring resentment, let out a cold snort from above the void before unfurling her wings and flying away. Although she was unwilling, she dared not trouble Su Shiyu further, as she was truly afraid now. Tap, tap, tap. Su Shiyu and her group walked forward with an air of invincibility, striding directly past 500 meters until they reached two bubbling pools of molten lava. Several powerful divine beasts that had been soaking and cultivating in the pools, upon seeing Su Shiyu's arrival, though reluctant, still climbed out of the lava. They didn't dare to confront Su Shiyu and her group, as they had witnessed everything earlier. Thus, they voluntarily gave up the Phoenix ancestral land's fire spirit pools, for no matter how good these pools were, they weren't worth their lives. After all, the Phoenix ancestral land operated on a simple principle. If you were strong enough, you could claim more resources, while the weak gained nothing. Su Shiyu and her group didn't waste words. Since the area had been cleared, there was no need for a fight. They each sat down in the fire spirit pools to cultivate. The fire spirit pools were indeed an extraordinary place. As soon as Su Shiyu sat down, the surrounding powerful fire-attributed energy instantly enveloped her. The intense fire-attributed energy flowed through her meridians and continuously poured into her lower dantian. Su Shiyu activated the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Art, swallowing a powerful burst of fire-attributed energy into her abdomen. She then summoned a drop of Phoenix True Blood, shining like a small sun, and swallowed it. Wong! The power of the Phoenix True Blood exploded within Su Shiyu's lower dantian, and a violent phoenix silhouette spread its wings, almost tearing apart her lower dantian. Suppress. Su Shiyu, of course, wouldn't let it run wild. She immediately activated the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Art to forcibly suppress it. Then, in front of countless shocked gazes, she swallowed the remaining 8 drops of Phoenix True Blood one by one. Boom! Su Shiyu's entire body erupted, and powerful divine patterns, like ripples, exploded and shattered the surrounding space. Towering flame runes engulfed her, and endless divine radiance, Tao patterns, and divine light rose from her back, forming one divine halo after another that hovered behind her. But that wasn't all. Almost simultaneously, Su Shiyu's heavenly domain also activated, transforming into a black divine halo that revolved behind her, radiating with boundless divine radiance. At first glance, Su Shiyu seemed like a divine emperor descended from the heavens, seated in the fire spirit pools. Even more terrifying was the continuous flow of talismanic scriptures from her body, like an old monk chanting a mysterious and profound sutra. Heavenly. She's too powerful to manifest such a terrifying heavenly divine form during cultivation. With such talent, who could possibly stand against her once she grows stronger? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire area fell into silence. One by one, everyone opened their mouths, staring at Su Shiyu in stunned silence. Su Shiyu was simply too strong. The 12 Dongtan merged into one, forming a terrifying black divine halo. The divine radiance and Tao patterns rising behind her were also extraordinarily fearsome. In the face of Su Shiyu, countless divine beasts lowered their heads, for her innate talent and background were simply too extraordinary. Boom! Meanwhile, Su Shiyu drew all the energy from her lower dantian, guiding it through her 8 extraordinary meridians, the Ren and Du meridians, and circulating through her body for 36 cycles before transforming it into spiritual energy and merging it into her upper dantian. Boom! When the spiritual energy in her upper dantian reached its limit, Su Shiyu guided it all out, flowing through her 8 extraordinary meridians and the Ran and Du meridians, directly into her soul hall. Instantly, her 3 souls and 7 spirits began to rejoice, as if they had been starving for a long time. They greedily absorbed the spiritual energy brought by Su Shiyu, rapidly strengthening her soul power. Boom! As the soul hall trembled, the entire space in front of her instantly expanded several times, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits floating within also grew significantly stronger. Of course, during this process, her body also underwent further refinement. Her meridians and bones became tens of times stronger than before. However, Su Shiyu did not choose to break through immediately. She felt she could still become stronger. She intended to return at once and use Lin Xingyo's blood medicine to once more refine her spiritual form, aiming to attain flawless perfection in the Hualing Jing. Wang Wang Wang. At that moment, Su Shiyu's back suddenly trembled. The area where 2 spiritual bones had been forcibly removed by her father exploded, and torrents of talismanic blood energy converged at that spot. Boom! In the blink of an eye, 2 divine bones, overflowing with divine patterns, were reborn. The next moment, a force so intense that it nearly shattered Su Shiyu's skull surged through her. My father! My brother! How ruthless you were to me! Su Shiyu's breathtakingly beautiful face, like an eternal glacier, condensed with an icy killing intent. Now that my cultivation has reached this level, you just wait for me to return and kill you all. Su Shiyu could never forget the scene of her father removing her bones and draining her blood. Those most painful memories, now all surfaced in her mind. My dear father, my dear brother, you just wait. I have been reborn. The pain you inflicted on me in the past, I will make sure you experience it all. Just wait. I will soon return from the Phoenix ancestral land, reborn from the flames. At that time, I will make sure you taste all the methods I have in store. Chapter 146. You don't deserve it. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Su Shihan and the others were hurrying back from the Phoenix ancestral land to the Lost City. Meanwhile, Tang Qianquan was ascending the mountain from the foot. He had been stationed at the foot of the mountain by the great emperor of true martial for several days. Today, he was extremely excited because he had encountered a fortuitous opportunity. He had been accepted as a disciple by the imperial teacher, becoming the apprentice of the Bian demon emperor. From now on, he was destined to soar to great heights. Tang Qianquan couldn't help but feel increasingly exhilarated as he pondered his newfound status. Unable to contain his excitement, he ascended the mountain. He intended to share this news with Su Shihan to make her understand that he, Tang Qianquan, was no ordinary man. In the entire world, only he was worthy of her. No one else could compare. Tap, tap, tap. With a swift gait, Tang Qianquan ascended the mountain at an incredible speed. His face was filled with excitement, as he was too thrilled to contain himself. He would soon see Su Shihan again. It had been several days of longing and dreaming. Now, he felt uncomfortable if he couldn't see her for a single day. If it weren't for the arrangements of the great emperor of true martial, he would have moved here long ago. Sister, are you here? Before Tang Qianquan even arrived, his voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Lin Xingyo, who was practicing his sword in the courtyard, frowned immediately, his face showing clear displeasure. He really didn't like Tang Qianquan, even to the point of despising him. However, he didn't intend to stop him from entering, as Su Shihan wasn't there anyway. If Tang Qianquan were to come in and act unreasonably, Lin Xingyo, though disdainful of killing him, wouldn't mind giving him a good lesson. Sister, are you home? As Lin Xingyo continued practicing his sword, Tang Qianquan barged in directly, showing no manners at all. He walked straight in, looked around, and after calling out a few times and finding no trace of Su Shihan, he turned his gaze to Lin Xingyo, who was practicing his sword. Hey, loser. Tang Qianquan glanced at Lin Xingyo and said, Where's my sister? Lin Xingyo ignored him and continued to swing his sword with focus. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan couldn't stand it anymore. He had been enduring Lin Xingyo for a long time. Now that everyone in the courtyard, including Su Shihan, was absent, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to deal with Lin Xingyo? Humph. Tang Qianquan glared at Lin Xingyo, his expression cold and filled with disdain. With a swift motion, he summoned 2 flying daggers into his hands, their sharp edges glinting with a deadly gleam. He was determined to kill. Tang Qianquan had endured countless humiliations at the hands of Lin Xingyo, and now, finally, he had stumbled upon an unparalleled opportunity. The time had come to rid himself of this nuisance once and for all. Kill. Tang Qianquan could no longer contain himself. Unable to find his sister, he had stumbled upon this so-called worthless one, practicing his sword alone, truly an opportunity granted by heaven. If he did not seize this chance to eliminate this nuisance now, even the heavens would not approve. Worthless one, do not blame me. Blame yourself for daring to offend me, since you have crossed me. With his mindset, Tang Qianquan leaped forward, sending the 2 flying daggers lightning fast towards Lin Xingyo's back. Then I can only take your life. Trash, die. Your existence only brings shame to my sister. Let me end your tragic life now. Kill. Tang Qianquan's eyes burned with a savage light. Having launched the first 2 daggers, he wasn't content and hurled 7 more at Lin Xingyo's back. He was certain that this assault would seal Lin Xingyo's fate, eradicating this irritating Fei Wu from his presence for good. However, the next second, his expression froze, and his pupils slowly dilated as he stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief, completely petrified. What's going on? Tang Qianquan's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Lin Xingyo, the daggers completely stuck in midair. Why is this happening? Tang Qianquan was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy just a good-for-nothing? What was happening now? Could it be that a powerful array had created a field to block his daggers? That must be it. A moment later, Tang Qianquan, his eyes bloodshot, roared internally, "The Black Emperor is a master of formations. It's not unexpected that such a formation could be set up here. But now that I can't kill this trash, what do I do?" You want to kill me? As Tang Qianquan was roaring in his mind, Lin Xingyo, holding a wooden sword, cast a cold gaze at Tang Qianquan. That's right, I want to kill you. Tang Qianquan disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo and said, "If you have the guts, don't rely on the array to block." Array blocking? Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, and an overwhelming aura of Sai instantly enveloped Tang Qianquan. He took a step forward, slowly approaching Tang Qianquan. What are you doing?" Seeing Lin Xingyo approach, Tang Qianquan panicked. Lin Xingyo was too terrifying at this moment. His spirit almost shattered. "What am I doing?" Lin Xingyo sneered. "Of course, I'm going to kill you. You dare." Tang Qianquan trembled all over. "I am the second young master of the Tang clan. If you dare touch me, the entire Tang clan will not let you off." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo's cold gaze fell on Tang Qianquan. "Then I'll destroy the entire Tang clan." "You." Before Tang Qianquan could retort, he was silenced by Lin Xingyo's cold gaze. Lin Xingyo's eyes were too terrifying. That icy stare seemed to freeze his entire body. It was as if he dared to say another word, Lin Xingyo would not hesitate to kill him on the spot. "Speak your last words quickly. Otherwise, I'll send you on your way." Tang Qianquan, faced with this sentence, felt as if the grim Reaper himself had spoken, almost causing him to shatter with fear. "What are you doing?" At this moment, an annoyed voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Turning their heads, they saw Su Shihan pouting her lips and wearing a cold expression as she walked in from outside the courtyard. "Shihan, why are you back?" Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and his aura dissipated. He quickly approached Su Shihan with a tender look. "Humph." Su Shihan snorted coldly, glanced at Lin Xingyo, and her face was filled with displeasure. "Does the return of this empress need your approval, trash?" Su Shihan coldly glared at Lin Xingyo without saying anything more. Instead, she walked directly into the courtyard, taking Jimahu and the others to sit under the enlightenment tea tree to cultivate and meditate. She had made rapid progress in her cultivation during the past few days at the Phoenix Ancestral Land, especially after training in the Fire Spirit Pool yesterday. Her cultivation was about to reach the pinnacle of the inscription realm. However, she still wanted to reshape her spirit body one more time, so she thought of the blood medicine Lin Xingyo had prepared for her. She understood that while the Phoenix Ancestral Land was powerful, reshaping her spirit body again could only be achieved with Lin Xingyo's blood medicine. After all, it was the rarest blood medicine in the world, containing the essence of a demon emperor's blood. It was the best choice for her to reshape her spirit body now. But she didn't expect that as soon as she entered the door, she would see Tang Qianquan and Lin Xingyo about to fight. Although she didn't like either of them, she didn't want to see them fighting either. So, Su Shihan, with a cold expression and an unusually angry demeanor, sat down under the Enlightenment tea tree. Lin Xingyo, who had originally intended to kill Tang Qianquan, naturally couldn't make a move now that Su Shihan was back. Tang Qianquan thought the same way. Although he wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xingyo to pieces, he didn't dare to do so in front of Su Shihan because he loved her too much. He didn't want Su Shihan to see him kill Lin Xingyo, this so-called Fei Wu, as Lin Xingyo was still her master. If things weren't handled properly, the wrath that had been building up within Tang Qianquan was forcibly suppressed, as he knew that Su Shihan would likely never forgive him in this lifetime. "Sister, where have you been?" After a moment, Tang Qianquan approached Su Shihan, who was seated beneath the tea tree, with a beaming smile and inquired warmly. Su Shihan, however, remained cold and ignored him completely. Not to mention that Tang Qianquan had angered her today, but his recent obsequious behavior in front of the three Yaozun of the Huanggu Jindi was enough for her to ignore him, and even grow increasingly disgusted with him. Yet, Tang Qianquan was incredibly oblivious. When Su Shihan ignored him, instead of taking the hint, he shamelessly sat down right across from her. With his small eyes narrowing and his hands propping up his chin, he gazed at Su Shihan, who was cultivating, with an almost mesmerized expression. "Sister, you are truly beautiful," Tang Qianquan said after admiring her for a while. "Humph." Su Shihan's eyes darkened, and a murderous intent instantly formed on her face. To think that a mere lapdog would dare to address her in such a manner. Su Shihan felt that this was the greatest insult to her, as she utterly despised Tang Qianquan and found his compliments revolting. "Sister, you really are so beautiful." Tang Qianquan, seeing that Su Shihan had opened her eyes, immediately revealed a tender smile. "How dare you?" Su Shihan's killing intent exploded within her, and her sword slid out of its sheath by a fraction. After all, she was the mighty sovereign of unfeelingness. How could a mere sycophant like him be worthy of admiring her beauty, truly deserving of death? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo also felt an intense urge to smack Tang Qianquan with a broom. Su Shihan was the child he had raised. He couldn't let this scoundrel deceive her. He was simply unworthy. Chapter 147. My master. Tang Qianquan, you insolent. Before Su Xianyi could act, Tao Tai glared with murderous intent and shouted at Tang Qianquan, "How dare you speak such words? I feel like slapping you to death with a single claw." Humph. Tang Qianquan's eyes narrowed, and an annoyed expression immediately appeared on his face. He liked Su Xianyi. What did it have to do with this beast in front of him? This blind creature dared to reprimand him, truly deserving of death. However, the next moment, the golden horned tiger glared at Tang Qianquan and spoke, "Tao Tai, we didn't kill enough yesterday at the Phoenix Ancestral Ground. Let's kill this dog now." Humph. Tao Tai responded, lifting his head and directing his gaze toward Tang Qianquan, his killing intent impossible to hide. "We can kill him. I've been annoyed by him for a long time." You. Tang Qianquan was stunned, especially the mention of the Phoenix Ancestral Ground. That revealed too much information. After all, the Phoenix Ancestral Ground was not a place just anyone could enter. Only pure-blooded divine beasts could go there, and their backing was extremely intimidating. Tang Qianquan hadn't expected that Su Xianyi and the others had actually trained there. Faced with this, Tang Qianquan instantly felt that his status and position were even further apart from Su Shihani's. If this continued, he would never be worthy of her. I must go to the Phoenix ancestral ground. The more Tang Qianquan thought about it, the more frustrated he became, clenching his fists tightly because he couldn't tolerate such a gap between him and Su Xianyi. I must go, Tang Qianquan said with unwavering determination. I must beg my master to send me to the Phoenix ancestral ground. I can't tolerate myself drifting further away from Su Xianyi. While Tang Qianquan made his decision, Golden Horn Tiger and Tao Dai approached Tang Qianquan with murderous intent, especially Tao Dai, who raised his furry paw, ready to slap Tang Qianquan down. Tao Dai, enough? Su Xianyi gritted her teeth and spoke to Tang Qianquan. I don't like you. Don't come here anymore. Ah. Tang Qianquan was dumbfounded. His heart felt icy cold, ready to die, because he hadn't expected Su Xianyi to say such words to him. He loved Su Xianyi. He loved Su Xianyi. All he wanted was to be with her. Yet before he could even express his feelings, he was already rejected. Why? Was he not good enough? With his status as a disciple of the imperial teacher, was he not worthy of Su Xianyi? Moreover, he was the second young master of the Tang clan. Wealth, cultivation, status, master. What aspect wasn't he worthy of you, Su Xianyi? How dare you reject me? And tell me never to come back? Why? Why? Wasn't it my blessing to like you? Tang Qianquan became angrier the more he thought about it, his eyes almost spitting fire. Tang Qianquan, get lost. Lin Xingyo glanced at Tang Qianquan, holding a broom as he said, if you don't leave, I'll hit you with this broom. Humph. Tang Qianquan was already full of pin-up anger with no outlet, and now Lin Xingyo had jumped out, giving him someone to vent his anger on. He glared at Lin Xingyo and walked over, raising his hand to slap him. Smack. But before Tang Qianquan could slap Lin Xingyo, the latter swept the broom and sent Tang Qianquan flying. Poor Tang Qianquan landed face first, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. You dare hit me? Tang Qianquan, covering his bloody mouth, roared at Lin Xingyo. I'll kill you. You dare. Lin Xingyo shook his broom, looking at the charging Tang Qianquan. I dare not. Tang Qianquan's eyes narrowed, his heart filled with cold laughter. He couldn't kill Tao Dai and Golden Horn Tiger, but could he not kill a mere nobody like Lin Xingyo? Kill. Tang Qianquan completely lost his mind, summoning hundreds of flying daggers and hurling them at Lin Xingyo. Roar. Before Lin Xingyo could act, Qiongqi charged out, letting out an enraged roar at Tang Qianquan. The flying daggers were instantly shattered by Qiongqi's roar, and Tang Qianquan was sent flying by the sound wave. He slammed into a giant tree, then collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face twisted in pain. Qiongqi, you? Tang Qianquan spat out blood and roared at Qiongqi. How dare you injure me? My master will never forgive you. Oh. Qiongqi glanced at Tang Qianquan disdainfully and said, Is your master very powerful? Humph. Of course, my master is powerful. My master, Bian, is an unrivaled demon emperor. Offending me is offending my master. Just wait. As soon as you step down from here, my master, the demon emperor Bian, will twist off your head, Tang Qianquan said with a twisted expression, coughing up blood. Humph. Qiongqi coldly glanced at Tang Qianquan disdainfully and said, Then I'll wait for him. You insolent. My master is a generation-defining demon emperor. Killing a creature like you is as simple as lifting a finger. How dare you say you'll wait for him? Humph. With such big talk, you'll just wait for your death. Tang Qianquan roared at Qiongqi with a twisted expression. Humph. Qiongqi disdainfully glanced at Tang Qianquan, turned his back, and walked away, his large rear end facing Tang Qianquan. You. Tang Qianquan completely lost his temper. He had never been treated like this in his life. A mere beast dared to turn its back on him. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. He was completely insane. He must kill this beast and make it pay for treating him this way today. Qiongqi, just wait. I will definitely have my master, the Demon Emperor Bian, kill you. Tang Qianquan clenched his fists so tightly they turned pale, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Qiongqi's retreating back as he roared, I will make sure you die a horrible death. But the next second, Tang Qianquan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the Black Emperor appearing from a torn space, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. What's going on? What are these black dogs doing? Why are they tying up and carrying my master, the Demon Emperor Bian, here? Tang Qianquan was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the Black Emperor and the others were sneaking around, carrying his master, the Demon Emperor Bian, here. That was his master, the Demon Emperor Bian, a supreme being at the third level of the immortal Emperor realm. Why was he bound and carried here by this large black dog? Tang Qianquan's mind was about to explode. His master, Bian, was a third-level demon emperor, capable of shattering stars with a single gesture. Now, how did he end up like this? Tang Qianquan couldn't react at all, because the scene in front of him was too shocking, too terrifying, too frightening. The Black Emperor and the others were carrying Demon Emperor Bian, a peerless existence across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and now he was being brought here in such a manner. What are they going to do? After a while, Tang Qianquan finally reacted, looking at his master being carried by Duanda in horror and muttering, They're not going to cook and eat him, are they? My heavens! Tang Qianquan's eyes rolled back, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. He fainted immediately, because the shock was too great. It had completely exceeded his psychological limits, so the moment he realized it, he fainted. What's going on here? Seeing everything in front of them, the Black Emperor and Duanda looked at Lin Xingyo and the fainted Tang Qianquan, confused. It's nothing, Lin Xingyo, holding a broom, pursed his lips and said, It's just some trash being thrown out. Oh! Black Emperor and Duanda casually glanced at Tang Qianquan, who had fainted, then carried the bound Demon Emperor Bian into the courtyard. Lighting the fire, setting up the pot, adding oil, pouring water, peeling the skin. A fragrant pot of Demon Emperor Bian's flesh and blood was stewed in a few hours, and everyone gathered around to eat heartily. The aroma. It enveloped the entire courtyard. Outside, Tang Qianquan, who had just regained consciousness, peeked through the crack in the door with his small eyes, watching Lin Xingyo and the others devour his master, Demon Emperor Bian, with great hatred in his heart. Just you wait. I will definitely make this public and let all living beings know that the missing demon emperors and celestial kings of the lost city were eaten by you. Then, you'll be waiting for an onslaught from everyone and die a miserable death. Chapter 148. Reconstruction. The sky gradually darkened. A myriad of stars rained down upon the vast expanse, and a bright full moon hung high in the sky. A few enormous birds, with their massive wings spread wide, startledly flew overhead past Lin Xingyo and the others. Lin Xingyo, having picked up a couple of idle books, lay on a rattan chair, reading for a while before falling asleep. In front of him, Jimahu and the others were all seated beneath the Wudao tea tree, meditating and cultivating. Meanwhile, Su Shirhan was bathing in her room. She sat within a medicinal cauldron, continuously drawing the divine essence from the cauldron into her body for cultivation. Huff! Su Shirhan suddenly exhaled deeply, channeling the surrounding spiritual energy through the heavenly phoenix divine art into her body. The energy flowed through her open meridians, continuously pouring into her lower dantian. When the spiritual energy in her lower dantian reached its peak, she guided it through her extraordinary and regular meridians, circulating it through her body. After completing 36 cycles, she finally directed the accumulated spiritual power into her upper dantian. This process repeated itself. After several hours of cultivation, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron gradually became clear, as almost all the divine essence had been absorbed by Su Shirhan. Break! With a low shout, a surge of immense power erupted from the depths of her body. In an instant, Her internal organs became crystalline and translucent. Her meridians and bones strengthened. Her flesh underwent rapid transformation. She was reconstructing her spiritual body, making her final preparations for the transcendent spirit realm. She aimed to perfect her physical form to an immaculate state. Boom! After a moment, two beams of light that could shatter the heavens shot out from behind Su Shihan, followed by the rebirth of two supreme bones, adorned with overwhelming divine patterns. On the supreme bones, which were overflowing with divine inscriptions, two golden miniature figures materialized. Listening closely, one could hear them chanting scriptures while seated on the bones, ethereal and divine. What is this? Seeing this, Su Shihan was shocked. Those were her own inscriptions, the legendary supreme bones. She had never expected that. The two spiritual bones that had been dug out by her own father years ago had been reborn. After their rebirth, they had evolved into two supreme bones, a divine artifact only the strongest could possess. And now, she had reborn with two of them. This was truly incredible. This life was destined for greatness, as possessing supreme bones allowed her to inscribe her unique patterns. With her own unique patterns, she would gain her own ultimate techniques, capable of defeating formidable foes in the future. Huff! Su Shihan exhaled deeply, then slowly opened her eyes. She stood up from the cauldron, her body glistening. After leaving the cauldron and cleaning up, she donned a robe, brushed her hair, and stepped out of her room. It was quiet outside. Lin Xingyo, who had been reading on the rattan chair, was already deep in sleep. Jinmahu and the others were still meditating beneath the Wudao tea tree, fully focused on their cultivation. He Huang lay in a corner, gnawing on a large bone, snoring softly. Su Shihan observed for a while, then walked over to Lin Xingyo, who was sleeping on the rattan chair. Lin Xingyo's already refined face appeared even more elegant under the moonlight. However, Su Shihan wasn't interested in his appearance. After all, she was the reincarnation of the ruthless empress. Naturally, she wouldn't be swayed by Lin Xingyo's good looks. Moreover, her heart was set on the path of cultivation. In this world, even the white-robe emperor couldn't move her emotions, let alone this useless master of hers. My useless master, I will be heading to the Phoenix ancestral grounds tomorrow to inscribe patterns. At that time, I will be one step closer to the Tao. Standing before Lin Xingyo, Su Shihan's cold gaze fell upon him as she muttered, "You, such a worthless being, might as well depart in this quiet night, sparing you the pain of witnessing my killing you while you're still conscious." "Shihan, you've broken through again?" At that moment, Lin Xingyo suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to grab her. "No wonder you, my disciple with the potential of an emperor, have reconstructed your spiritual body to perfection." "Humph!" Su Shihan snorted coldly. "The fact that I could break through again at the peak is entirely due to my own efforts. What does it have to do with you, a useless person?" After speaking, Su Shihan glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, her face filled with arrogance and disdain. "Shihan, now that you've reached perfection in the transcendent spirit realm, you should soon begin inscribing patterns. I see you have a fondness for the sword. I happen to have some sword-related patterns that I can give you." Lin Xingyo, oblivious to Su Shihan's expression, instead summoned his inscribed sword patterns and asked her tenderly, "Would you like them?" "You?" Su Shihan shook her head in disdain, her face full of contempt and mockery. She didn't believe Lin Xingyo had any profound sword patterns. After all, she, the ruthless empress, had mastered the immortal slayer sword technique in her previous life. This mere nobody, she didn't believe, could possess patterns more profound than her own Wu Qing Jianda. "Shihan, why don't you take a look?" Ignoring Su Shihan's reaction, Lin Xingyo handed over the inscribed sword patterns, saying, "Do you find these sword patterns acceptable?" "Humph." Although Su Shihan was disdainful, she still took the sword patterns from Lin Xingyo. Despite her disdain for Lin Xingyo's sword patterns, she accepted them instinctively, as everything he gave her had always been auspicious. "Humph. Useless one, let me see what's so auspicious about your sword patterns that you dare show them to me," The ruthless empress. Su Shihan glanced at Lin Xingyo, then focused her attention on the sword patterns in her hand. Su Shihan's expression froze, her beautiful eyes widening as her face filled with shock. What she saw wasn't just ordinary sword patterns. These were the sword patterns of a supreme sword Dao, far surpassing her own ruthless sword Dao. Even the strongest sword emperors she had encountered in the past couldn't inscribe such profound sword patterns. Seeing this, Su Shihan was utterly stunned. She couldn't understand how this mere nobody could possess such profound sword patterns. I see, I understand now. Su Shihan's expression changed as she suddenly realized. These sword patterns must have come from the White Robe Emperor, who must have given them to this worthless man. Otherwise, how could a mere nobody like him possess such profound sword patterns? Yes, that must be it. Su Shihan's face lit up with a flash of insight, fully convinced of her deduction. Humph. Useless one. Considering you know the White Robe Emperor, I'll spare your life for now. I'll wait until I find the White Robe Emperor through you before killing you. Chapter 149. Just Slaughter. The next morning, Lin Xingyo stretched lazily and strolled out of his room. Outside, Su Shihan and the others were all sitting cross-legged under the Enlightenment tea tree, cultivating. Streams of purple energy flowed eastward, rendering them like powerful deities. Despite this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but smile contentedly before walking over to the door, picking up a wooden sword, and practicing his usual upward thrusts. Huff! After completing 5,000 upward thrusts, Lin Xingyo's forehead was covered in fine sweat. He gently wiped it away, then casually plunged the wooden sword into the ground before slowly heading towards the kitchen. He fetched a basin of water to wash up, then took a bowl of rice grains and called out a few times from the kitchen door. A flock of chicks scampered over. Lin Xingyo scattered the rice to feed the chickens, set down the bowl, and picked up a broom to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Of course, Lin Xingyo didn't want to do these chores. But these were all daily tasks issued by the system, so he had to do them, even though he had already done similar tasks for 3 years on Piao Miao Peak, culminating in a perfect check-in and becoming invincible in the world. Therefore, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to neglect tasks like feeding chickens or sweeping. There was also farming. After sweeping the courtyard, Lin Xingyo went to the firewood room, grabbed a hoe, and strode over to the vegetable patch to weed. After some hard work, Lin Xingyo cleaned up the weeds he had removed, bundled them up, and carried them back, tossing the weeds into the fish pond. System. The fish have been fed. It's time to plant the peach. Lin Xingyo smiled, wiped the dirt from his face, then raised the hoe and dug a hole by the pond, planting a peach pit given by the system into the ground. He covered it with soil before returning the hoe to the firewood room. After coming out, he fetched another basin of water and poured it over the spot where he had planted the peach pit. With this, he had completed his daily system tasks for the day and had nothing else to do. Lin Xingyo didn't feel the need to do anything more. He sat down in a rattan chair and took a little nap. Meow meow meow. Bashir meowed twice. Then without waiting for Lin Xingyo to react, she climbed into his lap and comfortably curled up to sleep. Lazy cat, are you hungry? Lin Xingyo gently stroked Bashir's fur and smiled, asking, should I get some meat for you? Meow. Bashir certainly wanted to, but she didn't show too much desire, as she was still a bit wary of Lin Xingyo. Waste. Su Shihan opened her eyes and glared harshly at Lin Xingyo, her face filled with extreme dissatisfaction. From the moment Lin Xingyo woke up until now, she had been closely observing him. She couldn't see any difference between this useless master of hers and the past. What was even more inconceivable to her was why the White Robe Emperor would be so close to this waste. Could it be because of her? But why wouldn't the White Robe Emperor just meet her directly? Was it because he didn't think she was good enough, so he was secretly observing her? Until she met his standards, he would appear. Su Shihan thought and thought, but she couldn't figure it out. However, one thing she was certain of was that the White Robe Emperor didn't want to meet her now. It must be because she still wasn't good enough. So he was still observing her. All right. Since you're observing me, Then this time, I'll let you see how extraordinary I am when I go to the Phoenix ancestral land. At that time, I don't believe you won't come out to meet me." Su Shirhan gritted her teeth, clenching her fingers tightly, as she believed that this trip to the Phoenix ancestral land to break through to the inscription realm would definitely draw the White Robe Emperor, who had been watching her from behind, to appear. Huff! Su Shirhan exhaled deeply, finally standing up from the ground, and her gaze once again fell upon Lin Xingyo. "Huh. Shirhan, you're awake?" Seeing Su Shirhan wake up, Lin Xingyo immediately smiled warmly and said, "Shirhan, should I go make breakfast for you now?" "No." Su Shirhan turned her head and said, "We're leaving now. We're going to the Phoenix ancestral land to officially inscribe." "Oh." Lin Xingyo nodded. "Then you must be careful. I heard the Phoenix ancestral land is quite dangerous." "Humph." Su Shirhan snorted coldly, her heart filled with disdain. The Phoenix ancestral land was nothing to her now. She was the very definition of danger. Which pure-blooded divine beast wasn't afraid of her? Su Shirhan didn't dwell too much on this. She then bid farewell to Lin Xingyo and the others, taking Tao Dai and Jin Maohao with her. After exiting the courtyard, they boarded a divine wheel that led to the Phoenix ancestral land through the ancient Forbidden Zone, and soon they smoothly arrived at the Phoenix ancestral land once again. Those guys are back again. The pure-blooded divine beasts in the Phoenix ancestral land panicked upon seeing Su Shirhan and the others, especially when they saw the large iron pot behind Tao Tai. The pure-blooded divine beasts couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Humph! The brutal dragon, who was cultivating in the fire spirit pool, suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing an extremely bloodthirsty glint. Su Shirhan and the others had seriously threatened his position in the Phoenix ancestral land. Although he hadn't attacked Su Shirhan like the young vermilion birds, he still harbored a seed of murderous intent towards her. "Human, today you should be entering the dwelling place of the Phoenix ancestral land to officially inscribe, right?" "Humph." The brutal dragon sneered. "That place is a sealed area. Not even an immortal emperor or a saint can enter there. At that time, I'll make sure you, this insignificant human, know my power." After speaking, the bloodthirsty light in the brutal dragon's eyes intensified, and the dozens of pure-blooded divine beasts around him also became extremely ferocious, especially the sky-devouring bird and a few young vermilion birds, who almost couldn't help but rush forward to tear Su Shirhan and the others apart. Clop, clop, clop. Su Shirhan held a long sword, her gaze unwavering as she steadily advanced. She completely ignored the hostility from the brutal dragon and the others. If they dared to provoke her, it would just be a matter of slashing them down with a single sword. Therefore, Su Shirhan and the others continued to advance, and the surrounding pure-blooded divine beasts, almost instinctively, made way for them, as not everyone dared to show hostility towards Su Shirhan. "Fellow Taoist, you've arrived?" Among the beast crowd, Ye ignored the gazes of the other creatures and strode forward, running towards Su Shirhan and the others with an obsequious demeanor, clearly acting like a subordinate. "Fellow Taoist, how have you become even stronger again?" Ye examined Tao Tai and the others, his eyes filled with shock. The surrounding pure-blooded creatures also noticed. Compared to yesterday, Tao Tai and the others' auras had become even stronger, especially their blood energy, which was incredibly vigorous. Tao Tai and the others couldn't help but look proud. How could they not be strong? Yesterday, they had eaten the flesh of a demon emperor, and although it was only a small amount, it was, after all, the flesh of a demon emperor. Such a thing was no less than a divine elixir of heaven and earth, once consumed and refined. It was absolutely a divine object for enhancing cultivation and bloodline, although they couldn't eat too much at a time, and they had to dispel some of the divine properties. Otherwise, they would have long since broken through the inscription realm and reached an even higher realm. Chapter 150. Hostility. "Let's go." Su Shiyuan casually glanced at Yaxia and said, "We're going to inscribe runes." "This way, please." Yaxia's clever eyes darted around, and immediately he turned to lead Su Shiyuan and the others. The latter didn't say much, just followed Yaxia step by step, and as they walked, the temperature around them kept rising. The flames became more intense. Before long, Tao Tai and the others began to pant heavily. Fortunately, they didn't walk for too long before reaching the entrance to the deeper part of the Phoenix ancestral ground. That was the entrance to the Phoenix's dwelling place. Only those who had perfected their cultivation at the Hualing realm outside would come here. They chose to inscribe runes and make a breakthrough here, because there were the original bones of the Phoenix clan here, and if one could obtain the original bones of the Phoenix clan, they could inscribe runes based on the patterns on the bones. Of course, not everyone could have such fortune, so almost all creatures who entered would return empty-handed. Moreover, entering the Phoenix's dwelling place wasn't that simple, as one had to endure extremely harsh trials to be qualified to enter. Certainly, these trials were extremely brutal, and many creatures would fall during the process. That's why everyone tried to perfect their cultivation at the Hualing realm outside, following the path of the Phoenix clan. Fellow Taoists, we've arrived. You can enter the Phoenix clan's dwelling place from here. Yaxia pointed to the entrance of the Phoenix clan's dwelling place and said to Su Shiwan and the others, as long as you can obtain the original bones of the Phoenix clan inside, you can inscribe runes and make a breakthrough there. Tao Tai and the others nodded without hesitation and walked straight toward the entrance of the Phoenix clan's dwelling place. Of course, they weren't the only ones entering. Some pure-blooded divine beasts had already rushed over their heads, each exuding a powerful aura. Tap, tap, tap. Su Shiwan and the others weren't slow either. They walked step by step toward the entrance of the Phoenix clan's dwelling place. A strong heat wave hit them head-on, and the temperature suddenly increased dozens of times compared to outside. The blue flames roaring in the wind seemed capable of melting everything. Su Shiwan and the others didn't hesitate. They stepped into the entrance of the Phoenix clan's dwelling place, where many pure-blooded divine beasts were howling and rushing forward. However, many gave up and flew away after a few steps. Of course, there were also those who tried to force their way through with treasures. But the consequences were disastrous, because once the treasures couldn't withstand the heat, the outcome was death. Yet, this was a reckless and desperate struggle. Many creatures, in order to obtain the Phoenix bones for inscribing runes, threw themselves forward without regard for their lives. Su Shiwan and the others were among them. They were pushing forward with all their might, walking against the surging flames. Their bodies soon became unbearably hot due to the intense heat. It was almost as if their bodies were being remolded. Countless black impurities were melted and excreted from their bodies. Soon, Su Shiwan's undergarments were burned off. Fortunately, she had a crimson phoenix robe draped over her, or else she would have been completely naked by now. Oh, I can't hold on anymore, Tao Tai panted behind Su Shiwan. Don't give up. Keep going. Su Shiwan didn't want Tao Tai and the others to give up, because these flames were filled with divine substances that could help them reshape their Hualing realm, polishing their cultivation to perfection. It was extremely painful and very dangerous, but this was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the Hualing realm. After being refined by these flames, their bodies would surely reach a state akin to treasures. However, few creatures dared to walk through without relying on treasures, because their bodies couldn't withstand such high temperatures for reshaping. Roar. After a while, a furious roar echoed, and in the terrified gazes of countless creatures, a powerful young Zhuyin opened its bloodthirsty mouth and roared. Eventually, the bone treasure it held in front of its body shattered. The overwhelming flames swept in and instantly engulfed the mighty young Zhuyin, followed by a series of miserable screams. The once powerful young Zhuyin had now turned into a pile of ashes. Seeing this, countless creatures gasped in shock and turned back without hesitation. I don't want to go anymore. Jinmahu trembled all over at the sight. He was truly terrified. He didn't dare to take another step forward, because the flames were too powerful, even burning the mighty Zhuyin to ashes. Although Jinmahu felt he was strong, he knew he wasn't much stronger than the Zhuyin. If he didn't retreat now, he might not make it far, especially since the broken bowl he was holding seemed about to give out. The Taichu sword, take it. Su Shiwan's expression changed, and she summoned the Taichu sword, throwing it to Jinmahu and the others. Follow me and don't give up. MMM. Jinmahu quickly held the Taichu sword in front of him, and together with Tao Dai, they followed Su Shiwan step by step. In an instant, a vacuum zone formed around them within a 3-meter radius, blocking the flames and keeping them at bay. Su Shiwan, however, didn't rely on any treasures. Instead, she drew all the flames toward herself, refining her body inch by inch. She even guided some of the divine fire energy into her meridians, continuously channeling it to her lower dantian. Boom! Su Shiwan suddenly shuddered, and the 2 supreme bones on her back activated. Golden patterns intertwined with fire-veined runes became active, as if a world of fire was being evolved there. Soon, 2 small golden figures formed by the runes appeared. They were absorbing the divine substances from the flames outside. However, Su Shiwan was in extreme pain, as she had turned into a fire being, completely engulfed by the flames. 2 terrifying streams of fire shot out from her eye sockets. Flames surged on her head. It seemed that at this moment, all the flames were drawn toward her. Ha 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 ha. The group of Manlongs following behind Su Shiwan couldn't help but laugh, especially a few young Zuyans and a powerful devouring heaven sparrow, who were extremely delighted. They had thought that entering the Phoenix dwelling place to kill Su Shiwan would require some effort. Now it seemed everything was unnecessary. Because Su Shiwan was about to be burned to death, they didn't even need to lift a finger. This was simply too satisfying. This mere ant is still an ant after all. I thought she could become my rival in the Phoenix ancestral ground, but she's about to be burned to death like this? Manlong disdainfully glanced at Su Shiwan, who was engulfed in roaring flames, and directly showed a look of contempt on his face. He had once taken Su Shiwan as a serious opponent, but now it seemed she couldn't even get past this place. How boring. He had overestimated her. Wait, something's not right. The flames have been burning her for so long. Why hasn't she been reduced to ashes yet? Manlong's eyes suddenly widened, and he stared intently at Su Shiwan, who was engulfed in flames, in shock. All the pure-blooded divine beasts around were stunned, especially the few young Zuyans and the devouring heaven sparrow, who were almost petrified. Because not only was Su Shiwan not burned to death by the roaring flames, but the flames were still continuously gathering toward her, as if she had become the center of the flames in this area, drawing all the flames toward her. How is this possible? The once bustling scene was now filled with gaping mouths and dumbfounded expressions. What's going on? This is way too incredible. Is this human using the flames to refine her body? Oh my God. This woman is absolutely insane, daring to do something like this. It's too crazy. Madwoman. She's an absolute lunatic, daring to attempt such a reckless act. Doesn't she know this is suicide? A moment later, the entire area erupted in shock, as almost all the creatures were utterly stunned by Su Shiwan's insane move. But the next second, countless gazes froze, completely petrified by what they saw. Su Shiwan didn't die. A pair of fiery wings had sprouted from her back, and the overwhelming divine radiance shattered the surrounding space. Boom! With a flap of her wings, cracks tore through the sky, and flames exploded around her. Retreat, quickly retreat. The young Zhuke and others screamed as they retreated. Those who were a step slower, like the devouring heaven sparrow, were instantly ignited by the flames from Su Shiwan's wings. They didn't even have time to scream before being incinerated. It wasn't just the devouring heaven sparrow. Many pure-blooded divine beasts who failed to dodge in time were also burned to death. However, Su Shiwan wasn't indiscriminate. She targeted mostly the forces of Manlong, because she had noticed their hostility towards her earlier. Now that she had the opportunity, she certainly wouldn't let it go. After all, these guys wanted to kill her anyway. Human, you've infuriated me. I will kill you, Manlong roared, turning and lunging directly at Su Shiwan. Roar. Manlong could no longer hold back. He had been wanting to attack Su Shiwan for a long time. He had been suppressing his anger. But now that Su Shiwan dared to harm his people, he had no choice but to strike against her. Kill. Chapter 151. Savage Dragon. Kill. With a roar, the savage dragon twisted its massive body and charged fiercely towards Su Shihan. You're asking for it? Su Shihan let out a sharp cry, unfurled her wings, and with blazing eyes, she charged directly towards the oncoming savage dragon. Moonfall palm break. Su Shihan closed in on the savage dragon like lightning, delivering a powerful blow to its head. The savage dragon, in response, spat out a fiery dragon blade, slashing fiercely at the palm imprint Su Shihan had sent. Bang! Both attacks were incredibly intense, and the impact caused the surrounding area to crack. But before Su Shihan and the savage dragon could strike again, the passageway leading to the Phoenix abode suddenly exploded. A torrent of fiery talisman patterns enveloped the entire passage, and two majestic phoenixes, radiating an overwhelming aura, let out an angry roar and shot towards Su Shihan and the savage dragon. This is bad. This is the Phoenix clan's ancestral protection array, activated due to their battle. We must rush into the Phoenix abode, or we'll all die here. The surrounding divine beasts were thrown into panic. The battle between Su Shihan and the savage dragon had unexpectedly triggered the Phoenix clan's ancestral protection array. That was deadly. Countless fiery phoenixes formed from talisman patterns charged fiercely at all the creatures. The divine beasts, reacting instantly, fought back with all their might while desperately trying to push forward into the Phoenix abode. But things were not so simple. The entrance was completely blocked. To break through, one had to be truly powerful. Otherwise, not only would they face the attacks of the fiery phoenixes, but also the intense flames, with several creatures being incinerated every second. Yet, not a single creature retreated. Instead, they all charged forward with unwavering determination. After all, the Phoenix abode wasn't accessible at any time. Missing this opportunity might mean waiting another 500 years. So, they all charged forward without regard for their lives. They wanted to enter the Phoenix abode. They wanted to find the Phoenix clan's primordial bone inscriptions to break through. If they missed this chance, it would be gone forever. Roar! The savage dragon went berserk, summoning 9 dragon blades that sliced through countless fiery phoenixes. Then, leading a group of young divine beasts, he charged forward. It was like a flood, growing larger as more creatures joined them, pushing forward together. Meanwhile, Su Shihan gripped the primordial sword and, along with Taotai and the others, fought their way through from the side. And those incredibly powerful fiery phoenixes were almost all cut down by Su Shihan with a single strike of her sword. Of course, Taotai and the Golden Howler weren't idle either. They summoned their treasures and fought fiercely against the oncoming fiery phoenixes. Roar! The savage dragon let out a roar, his gaze coldly piercing as he glanced at Su Shihan. Truthfully, if it weren't for the current onslaught of fiery phoenixes, he would really want to cut Su Shihan down. But in the end, he held back. After all, he had so many followers. He couldn't be reckless. They had to charge in without hesitation. He could deal with Su Shihan later, once they were inside the Phoenix abode. Roar! The savage dragon glared fiercely at Su Shihan. Then with a twist of his massive body, he shot towards the entrance. Despite the fiery phoenixes formed by talismans blocking his way, they couldn't withstand his attacks. Thus, the savage dragon crushed through like an unstoppable force, and soon, the creatures following him also entered. However, they didn't have the savage dragon's extraordinary abilities. So many were incinerated in the process. Su Shihan and her group were also fast. They fought their way directly into the entrance. Along the way, Su Shihan didn't stop much, nor did she try to save the creatures being burned. Because, not only were many of them enemies, but this was also a race for opportunity. Everything depended on one's own strength and luck. The world of cultivators has always been like this. Everyone strives to improve, and no one would sacrifice themselves to help others. After all, to gain something, one must rely on their own efforts. Everyone understood this truth, so they all knew that everything depended on themselves. As soon as Su Shirhan and her group rushed into the Phoenix abode, they all widened their eyes in shock. The scene before them was no longer a sea of fire. Instead, it was an endless forest, filled with lush Kuantong wood and Xiantian divine flame trees. On some cliffs and precipices, scattered phoenix nests could be seen. These nests were built by the Phoenix clan from Kuantong wood. Each one was enveloped in divine radiance, with purple energy rising from the east. Seeing this, not a single creature could resist. They all rushed excitedly towards the nests. They wanted to seize the opportunity, but soon, all the creatures discovered that they couldn't enter the nests. They were all sealed by a powerful force. Not just anyone could break in. Faced with this, some creatures directly attacked, but terrifying events unfolded. Those who attacked the nests were all shattered by the divine radiance erupting from them. Even creatures who couldn't dodge were caught in the disaster, and even the savage dragon nearly met his end. However, he had brought a powerful ancestral artifact. Just like Su Shirhan, he used the primordial sword to block the destructive force. What should we do? Faced with the sealed nests, the creatures, no longer daring to act rashly, all gathered together. They all gazed unwillingly at the nests. They really couldn't accept it. This was an incredible opportunity. If they could break the seal of the nests, it would be like opening a treasure vault. After all, the Phoenix clan's treasures were anything but ordinary. Each one was undoubtedly extraordinary. So, despite the risk of death, many creatures continued to attack the nests. Roar! The savage dragon also summoned his 9 dragon blades and fiercely attacked a nest. He was the savage dragon, a natural master of fire. He couldn't not attack the nests. He could not try to break the seal with brute force. After all, there might be phoenix eggs inside. If he could consume such a thing, his bloodline would become unparalleled, and his roots would grow powerful beyond compare. Of course, the nests would also contain the Phoenix clan's precious techniques and primordial bones. So, whether it was the savage dragon or other creatures, they all attacked the seals, hoping to break them and obtain the Phoenix clan's treasures. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and all eyes turned towards Su Shirhan. She had used the primordial sword to blast open a corner of a nest seal. After a brief moment of shock, the creatures all charged towards her with bloodshot eyes. Mine! It's all mine! The surrounding creatures all howled, and one powerful creature after another rushed forward, aiming to enter through the corner of the seal Su Shirhan had opened. Of course, Su Shirhan wouldn't agree. After all, it was she who had blasted open the seal, and she hadn't even entered yet. A group of creatures wanted to steal her opportunity. She was instantly enraged. With a flick of the primordial sword in her hand, she activated the 2 supreme bones behind her, and a torrent of flames instantly enveloped her. Then, with incredible speed, she charged towards the blasted corner of the nest. Kill! The savage dragon and the others closed in. They certainly didn't want Su Shirhan to enter the nest, so they all roared and charged towards her. Chapter 152. I want to slay the dragon. Hemph! Su Shirhan wielded the Taichu sword, fearless in the face of countless enemies, charging towards the phoenix nest while raising her sword to strike. Roar! One powerful divine beast after another fell to Su Shirhan's blade. Seeing this, the savage dragon went berserk. Those were his most loyal followers, each one incredibly powerful outside. Yet now all were slain by Su Shirhan. Human, you deserve to die. The savage dragon fully lost control. He spat out a black patterned bell, crushing towards Su Shirhan with overwhelming force. The savage dragon was supremely confident. With just one strike, he was certain to slay Su Shirhan. The black patterned bell was not only a sacred artifact of the savage dragon clan, but also an imperial weapon. Thus, not only the savage dragon, but all surrounding creatures believed Su Shirhan was doomed. But, in the next instant, countless beings were struck dumb by what they saw. The savage dragon's earth-shattering strike was blocked by Su Shirhan, who then unleashed 500 fierce attacks with her Taichu sword against the black-patterned bell, shaking the void itself to collapse. How is this possible? The young vermilion birds and others all gaped in shock, for this scene was simply too astounding. Su Shirhan, a lowly human, had actually blocked the savage dragon's black-patterned bell with just her 7-foot-long sword. The black-patterned bell was an imperial weapon. How could a mere lowly human withstand its onslaught? Could it be? That sword in her hand is also an imperial weapon? How is this possible? Realizing this, all the creatures present stared at Su Shirhan with eyes wide and bloodshot, sucking in cold breaths. Especially the few young vermilion birds preparing to ambush her. They shuddered and retreated over 100 meters. They were terrified, no longer daring to attack Su Shirhan, for she possessed an imperial weapon. With their current frail forms, they stood no chance against her, not even in ambush. They were too weak. Just a brush from Su Shirhan's Taichu sword could end them all. If others knew this, they would surely be blinded by disbelief, for the Vermilion Bird clan had always been synonymous with power, and they were even an offshoot of the Phoenix clan. Yet now, they dared not provoke Su Shirhan. Who would believe such a thing if spoken aloud? Kill. From start to finish, Su Shirhan never placed them in her eyes, not even the Savage Dragon. After all, in her previous life, the Savage Dragon was merely a dish on her table. Now, though reborn, she still didn't regard the Savage Dragon, unless it was the ancestral dragon clan. Otherwise, there was no chance for any dragon to earn her respect. After all, she always considered herself the ruthless empress, so naturally, she looked down on mixed blood dragons like the Savage Dragon. Oh woo! The Savage Dragon, however, was infuriated. This human before him was simply too infuriating. The dragon blade failed to slay her. Now, even the Savage Dragon clan's sacred artifact couldn't harm her. This made him feel as if he had disgraced the entire Savage Dragon clan. Kill. The Savage Dragon went completely berserk, manipulating the black-patterned bell, opening his maw to spew powerful breaths, his dragon body coiling with explosive fury as he charged towards Su Shirhan. Taotai, you go in first. I'll slay this dragon. Su Shirhan spread her wings, shouting to Taotai and the others before charging with her Taichu sword to counter the Savage Dragon. The two immediately clashed fiercely. Let's go. Seeing this, Taotai didn't waste words, calling out and leading the golden-haired Howl to charge through. Soon, they and a group of divine beasts rushed in through the corner of the seal broken open by Su Shirhan. The phoenix nest was vast. A corridor made of phoenix trees stretched endlessly forward, seemingly spanning tens of thousands of miles. However, Taotai and the others were fortunate, so their speed was swift. But just as they were about to enter the depths of the phoenix nest, a series of ear-piercing screams echoed. The next moment, before Taotai and the others could react, the group of divine beasts that had just entered the phoenix nest all fled back in utter panic. What's going on? Taotai and the others halted their steps, instinctively turning back and fleeing outward. Just as Taotai and the others had run a few steps, an ear-piercing scream came from behind, scaring them so badly they dared not look back, each creature using all their strength to flee. Many creatures fell behind on the way. Then came a series of horrifying screams, as if being devoured by some terrifying entity. Facing this scene, not only Taotai and the others, even the vermilion birds dared not look back, almost exhausting themselves to fly forward. But soon, shadows loomed behind them. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen incredibly powerful divine beasts were slain, terrifying the young vermilion birds and Taotai. A powerful young vermilion bird, in panic, accidentally crashed into a massive phoenix tree, screaming as it fell to the ground. As it looked up, a shadow loomed over, and in the next instant, blood spurted as it was torn apart. Roar! Taotai's body surged with 9 heavenly apertures, flying rapidly forward with the golden-haired Howl. He was terrified, though he didn't know what was behind them. He knew without thinking that those things must be incredibly powerful, so they were using every ounce of strength to flee, for fear of being left behind. Roar! Countless powerful divine beasts roared, all wanting to escape the phoenix nest. But the exit was so narrow. Not all could escape at once, so right at the exit, a bloodbath erupted, one after another powerful divine beast being slain before the entrance of the phoenix nest. Chapter 153. The Devouring Beast. Oh, whoa. The raging battle between the brutal dragon and the others quickly noticed the situation at the phoenix nest. Both sides immediately ceased their fight and swiftly flew toward the nest. But as soon as they approached, a pitch-black fog erupted in front of the phoenix nest's entrance. In an instant, the surrounding panicked creatures were engulfed by the black fog. Countless screams echoed from within the fog, followed by a series of horrifying crunching sounds, as if some entity was feasting on the creatures trapped within the fog. Shurhan, save me! The terrified voice of Taodai came from the fog, prompting Su Shurhan to unleash a powerful sword strike in that direction. Boom! The fog was split apart by Su Shurhan's strike, revealing countless fangs viciously tearing into Taodai and the golden horned beast. Roar! Taodai and the golden horned beast, covered in blood, seized the moment the fog was split and used their precious artifacts to self-destruct, breaking free from the fog. Oh, whoa! The brutal dragon also went berserk, smashing his black-patterned imperial bell into the fog, rescuing some of his followers from within. However, his followers were too numerous. He couldn't save them all, and many were dragged into the phoenix nest by the fog, their agonizing screams fading into silence. Oh, whoa! The brutal dragon's eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed a furious assault on the fog. He was truly enraged. No matter what lay within the fog, he was determined to destroy it all. The surrounding creatures also reacted, unleashing their most powerful attacks on the fog, including Su Shurhan and the golden horned beast. Boom! The fog, now completely wild and ferocious, surged out of the phoenix nest and swept towards Su Shurhan and the others. Oh no! The surrounding divine beasts panicked, each turning and fleeing, unwilling to be swallowed by the fog, especially after witnessing the terror it had inflicted on others. Among them were Taodai and the golden horned beast. They had barely escaped death within the fog. Even now, they hadn't figured out what terrifying entity lurked within, only seeing sharp fangs but nothing else. If not for Su Shurhan's use of the primordial sword to split the fog, they would all likely be dead by now. So when the fog approached, Taodai and the golden horned beast instinctively backed away. Humph! Su Shurhan, however, narrowed her cold eyes and instead of retreating, she spread her phoenix wings and wielded the primordial sword, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks on the fog. Oh, woo! The brutal dragon also did not retreat, employing his powerful dragon clan techniques and furiously smashing the black-patterned imperial bell into the fog, quickly engaging in a deadly struggle with the entity within. Miserable human! This devouring beast is mine. No matter how strong you are, don't even think about taking it from me, or I will kill you. What? Taodai and the golden horned beast were stunned upon hearing this, as they hadn't expected the entity in the fog to be a devouring beast. That was a legendary existence. An adult devouring beast could swallow an entire star with a single bite. To think that such a monstrous being would be hidden within the phoenix nest. And it was only a young one. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fighting them like this. An adult devouring beast would have swallowed them all in one gulp. Kill! Realizing this, Taodai and the others turned back, launching powerful attacks from a distance, furiously targeting the devouring beast within the fog. No one could resist the temptation of the devouring beast. If one could tame it, it would be an unparalleled source of power. Even if one couldn't become a great emperor, having an adult devouring beast at one side would grant the ability to stand against a great emperor. So, whether it was Su Shurhan or the brutal dragon, both were fiercely attacking the devouring beast within the fog, hoping to claim it as their own battle pet. Oh, woo! The brutal dragon, his eyes bloodshot and radiating murderous intent, unleashed his full strength, each strike of the black-patterned imperial bell causing the fog to crack, revealing glimpses of the enormous, fanged devouring beast roaring at him. Roar! The devouring beast within the fog seemed bound by some restriction, unable to leave the phoenix nest. Once the fog extended to a certain point, it would retreat. Seeing this, the surrounding creatures' eyes lit up with excitement. The next moment, they all stood in the area the devouring beast couldn't reach and unleashed their full might on it. Soon, the devouring beast was howling in pain, as the once feared entity now found itself in a position of being beaten. Ha ha ha. Some creatures began to laugh maniacally, overjoyed by the turn of events. Just moments ago, they had been fleeing in terror, and now they were hunting the devouring beast. It was exhilarating. Kill, kill, kill. The surrounding creatures roared, unleashing powerful techniques and soul skills, aiming to reduce the devouring beast to a weakened state and force it to submit. Roar! The devouring beast, however, was completely enraged. Its bloodline and origin were unparalleled. And unlike other creatures that needed to cultivate arduously, the devouring beast could grow simply by consuming divine substances. Once it reached adulthood, it could swallow even a celestial emperor or a forbidden existence with a single bite. As a young devouring beast, being attacked by mere ants was unbearable, an insult to its kind. It was time to unleash its ultimate move. It would devour these insignificant creatures, grow stronger, and leave the phoenix nest to feast. Roar! The devouring beast went berserk, its two dazzling red eyes opening within the fog. They were like two small suns, blindingly radiant. Attack it! The divine beasts following the brutal dragon were still in a frenzy, all eager to tame the devouring beast. They were completely oblivious to the danger approaching, thinking they were about to succeed, each attacking with wild abandon. Golden Horn Beast, retreat quickly. Su Han, however, sensed the imminent danger and immediately raised the primordial sword in front of her, ordering the golden horned beast and the others to retreat. Before the brutal dragon could react, the devouring beast had already opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a deafening roar. In an instant, its gaping maw formed a terrifying black hole, swallowing everything within 100 zhong in an instant. Those who hadn't reacted in time were all forcibly devoured by the devouring beast. Chapter 154, Pursuing into the Phoenix Nest. Oh woo! The brutal dragon was utterly enraged. Just a moment ago, the devouring beast had devoured hundreds of his followers in one bite. Now, only a few dozen powerful divine beasts remained, protected by his black-patterned Emperor Bell. When he first entered, he had 1,000 followers by his side. But now, almost all of them were lost due to this single devouring beast. As a member of the dragon race, the brutal dragon felt this was an unbearable humiliation. So, after the devouring beast's attack, he furiously hurled the black-patterned Emperor Bell at it. He was going all out. He launched tens of thousands of furious strikes at the devouring beast. Witnessing this, Su Shihanyan was not to be outdone. Brandishing the primordial sword, she unleashed a sky-covering, earth-shattering slash, completely enveloping the phoenix nest in her overwhelming sword aura. Kill, kill, kill. All the surrounding creatures also went berserk. Many of the beings just devoured were their kin, so they attacked the devouring beast with wild abandon, aiming to obliterate it. Roar! The devouring beast also went mad, completely unafraid of the two emperor weapons attacking it. Instead, it counterattacked Su Shihanyan and the others with even greater ferocity. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Qian. The 8 trigrams seal heaven and earth, reverse Qiankuan to break the firmament, condense spirit into a sword to cut through the void, 10,000 swords shatter the heavens to slaughter gods and demons, thunderstorm sword rain, cut. Facing the enraged devouring beast, Su Shihanyan immediately used her soul skill, thunderstorm sword rain cut. In an instant, the 8 trigrams inverted, and countless swords formed from spirit and soul energy rained down on the devouring beast. Clang, clang. Su Shihanyan's overwhelming sword rain instantly engulfed the phoenix nest. Each sword, crackling with wind and thunder, struck the devouring beast, causing it to howl in pain. Black-patterned Emperor Bell, open for me. Seeing this, the brutal dragon activated the black-patterned Emperor Bell, unleashing waves of powerful sound waves that could shatter the heavens, all striking the devouring beast alongside Sushihanyan's sword rain. Roar! The devouring beast let out a furious roar, then retreated into the phoenix nest through a gap in the seal, as if it was afraid of their attacks. Of course, it was still just a cub. If it had reached adulthood, the Emperor weapons attacking it would have been devoured by now. But as it was, it lacked that power, so it chose to flee. Where do you think you're going? The brutal dragon and the others weren't about to let the devouring beast escape. They had originally intended to capture it. Now that it had retreated into the phoenix nest, they immediately summoned the black-patterned Emperor Bell and pursued it at full speed. Go! Sushihanyan wasn't about to fall behind. This devouring beast was hers, and she wouldn't let the brutal dragon claim it. Go! The Taodai and the others didn't hesitate much. As soon as Sushihanyan charged in, they followed closely, and in an instant, countless creatures surged into the phoenix nest after them. Inside the phoenix nest, the devouring beast had already left the passage and was fleeing deeper into the nest at high speed. Sushihanyan and the others could only chase after it. But upon entering the phoenix nest, many creatures were stunned. The interior was surprisingly vast, hundreds of times larger than the Lost City. In fact, it was almost like a small world, comparable to the spirit domain of the 10,000 gods, simply due to its immense size. What should we do? The golden-haired Howl looked at the scene and said, the devouring beast has already fled into the depths. If we go in recklessly, we might be devoured by it. Human, let's cooperate. The brutal dragon looked at Sushihanyan and said arrogantly. Not interested. Sushihanyan casually glanced at the brutal dragon, unfazed by his demeanor, and spread her phoenix wings to fly into the phoenix nest world. You! The brutal dragon was utterly enraged. If it weren't for the fact that Sushihanyan wielded an emperor weapon and was so powerful, he would never have spoken to her in such a manner. But this woman dared to ignore him. The brutal dragon's anger grew with each passing moment, especially at Sushihanyan's attitude, which made him feel utterly humiliated. Humph! Seeing Sushihanyan's distant figure, the brutal dragon immediately led his followers and chased after her, shouting, You mere human woman, just you wait. Now that you've treated me like this, once I capture the devouring beast, I'll be the first to chop you up and feed you to it. Of course, if he had a choice, the brutal dragon wouldn't want to follow Sushihanyan. But now they had no choice but to stick close to her. Only with two emperor weapons working together could they hope to suppress the devouring beast. Otherwise, with just one emperor weapon, they might end up being devoured instead. Although the brutal dragon was furious, he still flew tens of thousands of miles behind Sushihanyan. They didn't find the devouring beast in that distance, but instead, they arrived at a blazing desert. The desert was filled with golden sands, and the temperature was extremely high. Sushihanyan and the others continued to fly for another 10,000 meters. But all they saw were golden sands. There was no sign of any life. It seemed that the phoenix favored extreme heat, which was why this area was like this. After all, such high temperatures weren't suitable for most creatures. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sushihanyan and the others didn't stop. They kept flying forward. Even if they couldn't find the devouring beast, this place was the Phoenix's dwelling. There was a good chance they could find the Phoenix clan's precious techniques and bones, so they all pressed forward at full speed. Hey, look, there are a few stone tablets ahead. During their flight, an excited voice suddenly rang out, and countless eyes turned toward the front. Indeed, there were 3 towering stone tablets in that area. However, when the creatures rushed over, they were blocked by an invisible wall in front of the tablets. Let's break through it. Seeing this, some creatures immediately attacked, unleashing powerful techniques and runes that struck the invisible seal wall. In an instant, the light waves exploded. But to their disappointment, their strength was too weak, and they couldn't break through the invisible wall. Step aside, let me handle it. Seeing this, the brutal dragon stepped forward, slamming the black-patterned emperor bell he was carrying toward the invisible seal wall. Dong! The black-patterned emperor bell struck the invisible seal wall, creating ripples like water. Then, the bell was swallowed by the wall, completely severing the connection between the brutal dragon and his weapon. Huh! The brutal dragon was dumbfounded. That was the ancestral weapon of the brutal dragon clan, and it had just been devoured. This scene left him completely stunned. Oh woo! After a while, the brutal dragon finally snapped out of it, utterly enraged, and charged at the invisible seal wall. But soon, he let out a painful cry as he was repelled by the wall, crashing into the desert and creating a massive crater, howling in agony. He was utterly miserable. First, he lost the black-patterned emperor bell, and now this. It completely unleashed the fury within him. Oh woo! The brutal dragon went completely mad, opening all 9 of his heavenly apertures, his body glowing with divine light. Then, he charged at the invisible seal wall at full speed. 1 strike, 2 strikes. In front of all the creature's eyes, he struck the wall tens of thousands of times, his body covered in blood, nearly breaking his dragon bones. But he still couldn't break through the invisible seal wall. Chapter 155. Are you stupid? F*******. Monlong's eyes were wide with fury, for he knew the black-patterned emperor bell was lost, and his father would undoubtedly flay him alive upon his return. But in the blink of an eye, his eyes widened even further. Not just him. Almost all the creatures present widened their eyes and gaped in shock as Su Shirhan and her group stepped into the colorless ceiling wall, leaving everyone dumbfounded. How is this possible? Monlong's bloodshot eyes, nearly petrified, stared at Su Shirhan and her group who had entered the colorless ceiling wall, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been exerting himself to the limit. Yet, he couldn't breach the colorless ceiling wall, while this mere girl and her companions effortlessly walked in. Manlong, are you stupid? Taodai disdainfully glanced at Manlong, mocking. This place is a sacred site of the Phoenix clan, naturally requiring a Phoenix clan treasure to enter. Like you, even if you break your bones, you won't get in. You. Manlong opened his mouth, but ultimately had no retort. Because just now, he had indeed been stupid. After all, Taodai was right. To enter the colorless ceiling wall, one must possess something special, like the Phoenix divine feathers in Taoye's possession, or a Phoenix treasure bone to gain entry. After all, the Phoenix clan was an existence that defied the heavens during the primordial era. To enter their sealed territory, one must have relics left by the Phoenix clan, such as their treasure bones or divine feathers. But just now, he had indeed been incredibly foolish. He hadn't even considered this possibility, merely using brute force to ram the colorless ceiling wall, completely unaware that there was a way to enter like this. Humph! Though Manlong had realized his mistake, his icy gaze turned toward Taodai, his murderous intent undisguised. It was clear. He really wanted to kill Taodai right now. However, he didn't act rashly. After all, a colorless ceiling wall still stood before him. Summoning a Phoenix treasure bone, he tightly gripped it in his claw and strode toward the ceiling wall. Boom, boom, boom. Wave-like light rippled around him as he effortlessly passed through the colorless ceiling wall. Seeing this, Manlong almost spat blood. It was too humiliating. Just now, he had been utterly foolish. The surrounding creatures, though, dared not mock him, for he was the mighty Manlong. However, soon, some creatures produced Phoenix treasure bones and divine feathers, stepping toward the ceiling wall. But this moment quickly turned chaotic. Not all creatures possessed Phoenix treasure bones and divine feathers, so a bloody battle erupted. Almost everyone attacked those who possessed them, seizing the Phoenix treasure bones and divine feathers. Yet, in the next moment, they might be snatched away by others. Thus, a fierce battle for the Phoenix treasure bones and divine feathers broke out outside the ceiling wall. Creatures that had just been allies turned against each other, all for the sake of seizing the Phoenix treasure bones and divine feathers. Kill, kill. Taotai and the others watched coldly, showing little concern. Even Manlong refrained from intervening, despite many of the combatants being his followers. He chose to remain indifferent, because in the world of cultivators, survival of the fittest prevails. Only the strong can survive. Otherwise, you're just an ant beneath others' feet. Neither Taotai nor Manlong would intervene in the bloodshed of the struggle. Moreover, before them stood 3 stone tablets, covered in inscriptions and precious techniques of the Phoenix clan. Seeing this, Manlong and the others had even less time to care about what was happening outside. They all sat down, focusing their minds on the inscriptions and techniques on the stone tablets, etching them into their memories. Su Shirhan exhaled deeply, calming her mind as her spiritual awareness slowly immersed itself into the stone tablet. Instantly, a deluge of symbols exploded in her spiritual sea, overwhelming and directionless. The symbols were too numerous. They all erupted at once, and for those with weaker spiritual awareness, their minds would instantly shatter. Su Shirhan immediately tightened her focus, making her spiritual awareness even more solid, for she knew she was facing the inheritance of the Phoenix clan. Those were mythical beasts that defied the heavens. Their symbols and techniques were naturally powerful. After all, the Phoenix clan was born as kings, so their inheritance of symbols and techniques would undoubtedly be stronger than that of ordinary beings. And highly dangerous. One misstep could lead to being annihilated by the sea of symbols. Snap! While Su Shirhan focused her mind, a few overly rash beasts, too eager for quick success, were instantly overwhelmed by the symbols on the stone tablet. Their brains and blood splattered everywhere. Wow! Seeing this, the other creatures no longer dared to act rashly, each carefully focusing their spiritual awareness and slowly sensing the symbols. But there were simply too many symbols. Not a single creature could make sense of the inscriptions on the stone tablet. Still, even so, no creature sitting before the stone tablet gave up. Eventually, Manlong, using the black-patterned emperor bell to suppress the chaos, was the first to comprehend a powerful phoenix inscription. In an instant, divine radiance and spiritual light erupted from him, and in the shocked eyes of countless creatures, a phoenix of dazzling light materialized in one of his heavenly realms. Following that, Taotai and the golden-haired Howl also comprehended some powerful inscriptions, soon materializing phoenix shadows in their heavenly realms. However, compared to the phoenix Manlong had materialized, theirs were much weaker. Chirp! Su Shirhan also sensed it, as a phoenix covered in divine symbols appeared before her, soaring with its wings spread. Behind it, symbols gradually condensed. Soon, a majestic heavenly phoenix with an awe-inspiring presence fixed its icy gaze on Su Shirhan. Chirp! The heavenly phoenix spread its vast wings, let out an angry cry, and spewed a torrent of blazing flames, then, like a thunderbolt, charged directly at Su Shirhan. What's going on? Su Shirhan's expression jolted, instantly filled with panic, for she found herself bound by some kind of rule. She couldn't even blink, much less raise her hand to counter the charging heavenly phoenix. Snap! Before Su Shirhan could react, the charging heavenly phoenix directly struck her forehead, plunging into her spiritual sea. In an instant, the heavenly phoenix exploded in her spiritual sea, and countless symbols surged toward her 3 souls and 7 spirits, igniting them. Su Shirhan's head nearly exploded, for this was a powerful inheritance, an extreme soul refinement. The phoenix inscriptions had entangled her 3 souls and 7 spirits. Su Shirhan understood what was happening. After all, she was the reincarnation of the unfeeling empress. In her past life, she had undergone soul refinement, but back then, her main soul was the sword soul of the unfeeling path, not as powerful as this heavenly phoenix soul. Chirp! Before Su Shirhan could catch her breath, the inscriptions on the stone tablet began to condense again. Then, an even more awe-inspiring heavenly phoenix took shape. The next moment, without giving Su Shirhan any chance to resist, The formed heavenly phoenix shot directly into her spiritual sea from her forehead, once again entangling her 3 souls and 7 spirits, refining them. Ah! Su Shirhan's pain reached the point of losing control, for the process of soul being burned and refined was unbearably agonizing. With her cultivation and realm, she should hardly be able to endure another strike. But the inscriptions on the stone tablet had condensed again, directly shooting toward her spiritual sea. Su Shirhan panicked. She knew she might be finished, for she couldn't withstand this wave of soul refinement. She could already feel the scent of death, and it was growing stronger. No, I absolutely cannot die. I am the reincarnation of the unfeeling Empress. I should be reborn in flames, invincible to the world. As Su Shirhan's inner turmoil raged and death seemed imminent, suddenly, the Tianfeng's soft armor on her body burst apart. Rays of divine radiance that seemed to blot out the heavens directly shielded Su Shirhan's 3 souls and 7 spirits, and a wondrous divine glow nurtured her 3 souls and 7 spirits. Chirp! But the next moment, the stone tablet went berserk. One powerful heavenly phoenix after another, almost as if in a frenzy, rushed towards Su Shirhan's spiritual sea. In an instant, her spiritual sea was ignited. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits let out horrific screams and were directly incinerated, transforming into a drop of fiery divine essence. Chirp! Just as Su Shirhan, in despair, thought she would die, suddenly, a flood of divine radiance exploded in her spiritual sea, and a heavenly phoenix main soul that suppressed the 9 heavens took shape. It soared straight to the highest heavens. With a single flap of its wings, it unleashed a torrent of divine radiance and brilliant light, completely enveloping her spiritual domain. In that instant, Su Shirhan felt her strength surge to an unimaginable level, and a heavenly phoenix also materialized within her dongtian. Excellent! Manlong opened his eyes first, gazing at the divine phoenix taking shape in his cave realm, his face beaming with joy. His delight only grew when he saw that the phoenixes materialized by other creatures paled in comparison. But he hadn't even had time to revel in his triumph. In the next moment, the heavenly phoenix within Su Shirhan's dongtian unfurled its wings and soared out. Its aura, its divine might, immediately overshadowed all the phoenixes they had materialized, as if it stood high above, looking down on everything, exuding an aura of being the progenitor of all phoenixes. Chapter 156, Abundant Immortal Bones. Manlong was utterly infuriated. Why, when both he and this lowly human were meditating here, did she comprehend the phoenix inscriptions better than him? Could it be that his noble dragon lineage was inferior to this mere human? Kill. Manlong firmly planted the seed of killing intent towards Su Shirhan in his heart. He couldn't accept that a lowly human could surpass him, a divine dragon of the dragon race. Kill. No matter what, we must kill this human. We cannot allow her to continue growing stronger. Manlong glared viciously at Su Shirhan, his killing intent overwhelming, though he didn't act immediately. This was because he currently lacked the ability to kill her. However, if he could find the devouring beast and subdue it, then he would surely be able to kill Su Shirhan within this phoenix nest. Yes, find the devouring beast? Manlong clenched his dragon claws tightly, suppressing his rage as he sat down once more, immersing his consciousness into another stele. There were a total of 3 steles here, each engraved with inscriptions and precious techniques. Additionally, there were powerful soul techniques and killing arrays of the Phoenix clan. Disappointed by his loss in comprehending the Phoenix inscriptions, Manlong couldn't help but want to regain his footing in the precious techniques and killing arrays. Thus, he sat down and focused his consciousness to comprehend the powerful Phoenix techniques. But to his despair, just as he ecstatically comprehended the 9 strikes of the Phoenix clan, Su Shirhan beside him had already comprehended 12 strikes, instantly surpassing him by 3. In that moment, not just Manlong, but almost all the creatures present felt that Su Shirhan was an insurmountable mountain before them. With their talents and origins, they simply couldn't surpass her. This left all the creatures feeling utterly humiliated, for they were creatures with unparalleled origins and bloodlines. In every aspect, they were 1,000,000 times stronger than mere humans. Yet now, they were completely suppressed by Su Shirhan, unable to lift their heads. This situation was unbearable for the surrounding divine beasts, as they had never held humans in high regard. Now, they were being so thoroughly humiliated by a human. In an instant, almost every divine beast's face revealed killing intent towards Su Shirhan. "Let's go." Su Shirhan, however, completely disregarded them, not even bothering to look at these divine beasts, not even Manlong, because in her eyes, they were nothing more than food. If she wished, she could easily kill them and toss them into a pot. "Let's go." The gluttonous beast and the golden howler also showed disdain towards the surrounding divine beasts. After all, not to mention how powerful Su Shirhan already was, even they could challenge any divine beast except Manlong. So they didn't care about the hostile gazes directed at them. After all, if these creatures dared to attack, both the gluttonous beast and Su Shirhan wouldn't hesitate to kill them and cook them in a big pot. "Let's go." Manlong watched Su Shirhan and their groups retreating backs, eventually gritting his teeth and taking the phoenix bone, leaving the colorless ceiling wall. There was no need to waste any more time here. Finding the devouring beast was now the most important task, so he led his followers and followed after Su Shirhan. They traveled eastward, continuing their journey. Soon, they discovered traces of the devouring beast's activities, but they didn't find the beast itself. Unable to do anything else, the group of creatures continued forward, quickly discovering a vast amount of bone fragments. But none of them were original precious bones. Moreover, all these bones had lost their divine essence. They had been eroded by time, completely reduced to waste bones. However, some bones were as white as snow. Although the divine radiance had been lost, one could still tell that the owner of these bones must have been an immortal with cultivation surpassing the great emperor. The patterns and runic marks on the bones indicated that their owner was undoubtedly extremely powerful and peerless. If not for the erosion of time that had erased their divine radiance, just a single broken bone could have killed everyone present. But how did so many immortal bones end up here? Was it the Phoenix clan who killed them? All the creatures around were no longer calm, for during the ancient era, the Phoenix clan was indeed very powerful. It was rumored that the Phoenix clan had the ability to kill immortals. But here was an ocean of immortal bones, and all of them had been stripped of their divine essence. Could it be that the divine beings of the immortal realm had once fought a great battle with the Phoenix clan here, which was why the Phoenix clan disappeared into the annals of history? Manlong knew little about this. After all, the ancient era was already billions of years ago. Many things had been buried. Later generations found it hard to know exactly what had happened during that time. However, the strength of the Phoenix clan was beyond doubt. Otherwise, every time the ancestral Phoenix land opened, it wouldn't have attracted countless creatures from the immortal realm. Even though few divine beasts could leave alive, countless creatures still flocked here, one after another. Because all powerful beings wanted their descendants to learn one or two powerful Phoenix techniques here, ensuring their future supremacy. "Let's go." After surveying the surroundings, Su Shirhan finally spread her flaming wings, holding the primordial sword, and flew rapidly towards the depths of the bone sea. After all, these bones were all useless. There were only some scattered runic marks, but none of them had complete runes. It seemed they had been deliberately erased. So Su Shirhan didn't waste any time studying them here, instead following the traces of the devouring beast and continuing her search. Of course, Manlong and the others followed closely behind, not daring to distance themselves too much from Su Shirhan, as the traces of the devouring beast indicated that the beast was in this area. Therefore, whether it was Manlong or other divine beasts, none dared to stray too far from Su Shirhan. Swish, swish, swish. In the Bone Sea, their speed was fast, and soon they had traveled over 10 miles. In this 10-mile area, the ground was densely covered with bone fragments. Judging by the situation, at least millions of creatures must have died in this area. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many bone fragments. Phew. Seeing this scene, not just Manlong, but even Su Shirhan frowned. This must have been an unprecedented battle among immortal birds. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many bones, nor would so many creatures have died. My goodness! What kind of horrific battle took place in this phoenix nest, resulting in so many immortal beings dying? The creatures finally couldn't help but ask, as the bone fragments they had encountered along the way were simply too numerous. And what was shocking was, all of them were immortal bones. There were hardly any ordinary bones, although there were some phoenix divine bones in the Bone Sea, but like the other immortal bones, they had lost all divine essence and their runes were shattered. Let's go. In the Bone Sea, Su Shirhan didn't linger for too long, almost constantly speeding eastward, as the traces of the devouring beast continued to extend eastward. So Su Shirhan kept moving eastward, traveling for dozens of miles, until they finally saw a valley with flowing array patterns. What a grand feat! Su Shirhan's eyebrows shot up, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at the valley before her, her steps coming to an abrupt halt. She didn't dare to go forward, because that was an immortal array, and with their current cultivation, not to mention crossing it, just approaching it would likely turn them into ashes. What's wrong? Manlong and the others all gathered around, their eyes wide as they looked at Su Shirhan. They didn't understand. Clearly, the devouring beast was in front of that valley. So why was this human stopping here? Did she not want to capture the devouring beast anymore? Shirhan, what's wrong? The gluttonous beast and the golden howler also approached, looking at the seemingly ordinary valley in front of them with puzzled expressions as they asked Su Shirhan, "Why aren't we moving forward? There's a killing array ahead." Su Shirhan furrowed her brows, looking at the gluttonous beast and the others with a serious expression as she said, "The valley is not easy to enter." "Ah, then what should we do?" The gluttonous beast and the others all turned to look at Su Shirhan, as they completely trusted her and had no doubts about her words. However, some creatures on Manlong's side were unwilling to believe in the impossible. The shimmering ahead indeed seemed to be protected by an array, but they were divine beasts and possessed the phoenix bones. Moreover, just a moment ago, they were able to enter the area with the 3 steels using the phoenix bones and feathers. Surely they could also enter the valley in front of them. Therefore, after mocking Su Shirhan, some divine beasts took the phoenix bones and feathers and walked forward. "Cowardly humans! Watch closely how we enter the valley," a powerful Pishio said, glancing at Su Shirhan, and placed a piece of the original phoenix bone with flowing divine patterns in front of him. With a swaggering gait that defied all kinship, he walked directly towards the valley, followed by several other powerful divine beasts. Chapter 157. The Fox's Tail is Revealed. Himph! Su Shirhan let out a cold snort, directly giving the other party a frosty look. Seeing this, Pishio's expression turned particularly grim. Although he wasn't as strong as Manlong, nor as outstanding as Su Shirhan at the moment, he was after all a pure-blooded divine beast. His roots and bloodline were no less than Manlong's, and moreover, he carried a powerful ancestral artifact. Although it wasn't an imperial weapon, it was a quasi-imperial weapon. Therefore, he believed in himself. No matter how formidable the array ahead was, could he not cross it with a quasi-emperor weapon in hand? Thinking this, Pishio quickened his pace. This was his moment to shine, to let these creatures know that it wasn't just Manlong and Su Shirhan who were formidable. He, Pishio, was just as powerful. But the next second, Pishio's steps came to an abrupt halt. He stared in horror at the array guarding the valley, instinctively taking a stumbling step back, then retreating 6 or 7 steps before plopping down on the ground, too afraid to stand up. The reason was simple. Not only did he have reserves, but the young Baifeng and a powerful young Qianyo, who had just flown past him towards the valley, also carried quasi-imperial artifacts. Yet, they hadn't even gotten close to the valley when they were instantly obliterated by the terrifying killing array, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. Witnessing all this, The young Pichio no longer had the arrogance and disdain he had displayed earlier. Instead, he was filled with fear and dread. What a coward! Taodai glanced at the frightened young Pichio, his lips curling into a sneer. Weren't you bragging just now? Why don't you go now? If you're so great, go ahead. The young Pichio tried to speak several times, but no words came out. He was too afraid to take another step forward, even with Ajondi being at his side. He knew that stepping forward meant certain death, so no matter how much Taodai mocked him, he would just pretend to be dead rather than move. Manlong and the others were all stunned, witnessing two powerful pure-blooded divine beasts, each wielding a Ajondi being, fail to penetrate the array. Naturally, they dared not attempt it themselves. Human, do you have a way to get in? After a moment of silence, Manlong finally turned to Su Shirhan. He didn't know when it had started, but he had somehow become reliant on Su Shirhan's decisions. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but wonder what Su Shirhan would do. Why should I tell you? Su Shirhan casually glanced at Manlong and replied coldly. You. Manlong was furious. Considering his status, addressing a human like this should have been a great honor for her. Yet, she dared to respond to him like this. Manlong exploded with rage. In all his years, no human had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him. He acknowledged that Su Shirhan was indeed formidable and extraordinary, which was why she had the right to stand here and converse with him. However, her repeated dismissive attitude had reignited his fury. Human, don't be too arrogant. I'm speaking to you out of respect. If you continue to treat me like this, the more Manlong thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Su Shirhan and said, Don't blame me for resorting to force. Humph. Su Shirhan let out a cold snort, her expression turning icy. Her eyes radiated an overwhelming killing intent. She knew Manlong was strong and had been able to match her in the past. However, now that she had broken through to the inscription realm and inscribed the heavenly phoenix inscription, her strength had increased substantially. If they were to fight now, it was hard to say who would come out on top. Both of you, now is not the time for internal strife. If there's a method, why not share it and discuss it together? A powerful fox spirit stepped forward, speaking in a calm tone. That way, we can all enter the valley and capture the formidable devouring beast. Moreover, with such a powerful killing array guarding the valley, there must be something extraordinary inside. Perhaps it's the treasure vault of the Phoenix clan. Why don't we work together to break in? Sister Fox, you're right. As the fox spirit concluded her words, a seven-tailed spirit snake slithered forward, her towering chest rising and falling as she cast a seductive gaze upon the assembled creatures. Why are we squabbling amongst ourselves? She purred, her voice dripping with allure. Let us join forces to breach the array and divide the treasures within. Wouldn't that be far more advantageous? Humph! Su Shirhan let out a disdainful laugh. She didn't like these two creatures, and besides, she knew how to break the array. Why should she share that? Wasn't it better to enter alone, capture the devouring beast, and claim the Phoenix clan's treasure vault for herself? These divine beasts really must have something wrong with their brains. Did they think she had to tell them just because she knew how to break the array? How laughable. Taodai and the golden-haired Howl also looked at the fox spirit and seven-tailed spirit snake as if they were idiots. Seeing Su Shirhan's gaze, the fox spirit and seven-tailed spirit snake immediately turned pale. After all, they were quite powerful. Although they had remained silent before, now that they had spoken, they would not tolerate any defiance. Not even someone as powerful as Manlong or Su Shirhan had the right to disregard their words. Because they were far from weak, their suggestions, whether from Manlong or Su Shirhan, had to be followed. Otherwise, they would make sure these creatures knew the terrible consequences of offending them. Human, we know you have a way to enter this killing array. Now, I advise you to be sensible and reveal the method. The seven-tailed spirit snake's cold gaze fell on Su Shirhan. Otherwise, we'll have to let you experience our methods. Humph! Su Shirhan let out a cold snort, completely ignoring the seven-tailed spirit snake. Manlong, however, smiled. He knew these two, the seven-tailed spirit snake and the fox spirit, and was a bit surprised they had been hiding among the crowd. Seeing them reveal themselves now added two more formidable enemies to the mix. But what pleased him was that they were both targeting Su Shihan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He was happy to see the fox spirit and seven-tailed spirit snake go against Su Shihan, hoping they would end up mutually exhausted, allowing him to reap the benefits. But to Monlong's disappointment, he waited for Su Shihan and the others to clash, but the seven-tailed spirit snake and the fox spirit didn't dare to attack Su Shihan. Instead, they kept chattering endlessly. Himph! Women are so talkative. Manlong glanced at the seven-tailed spirit snake and the fox spirit, then walked towards Su Shihan. Human, you're quite talented. I'll give you a chance. Let's cooperate. Not interested. Su Shihan pouted, directly rejecting Manlong's proposal to cooperate. Hearing this, Manlong couldn't hold back his anger. He had already humbled himself, yet this human was so unappreciative. Did she think his status wasn't worthy of cooperating with her, a mere human girl? Human, don't be foolish. I'm offering you help. You need to see the current situation clearly. If you don't choose to cooperate with me, Manlong took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his fiery temper, and looked at Su Shihan, saying, even if you have a method to enter the killing array, I believe the fox spirit and the seven-tailed spirit snake will not let you enter so easily. Anyone who dares to block me will die. On Su Shihan's breathtakingly beautiful face, an icy aura as cold as the depths of eternity condensed, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. Who was Su Shihan? She was the revered Empress of Desolation. How could she be threatened by them? Anyone who dared to block her path would die. This was the dignity of being the Empress of Desolation, and moreover, she had never placed these creatures in her eyes from the beginning. That was her unwavering belief. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to block her path would be mercilessly slain. Human, you are too arrogant. I want to see if you dare to take a single step forward. Upon hearing this, it wasn't just the fox spirit and the seven-tailed spirit snake. Almost all the creatures around burst into an uproar. Each one glared at Su Shihan with murderous intent. They couldn't enter. Of course, they wouldn't allow Su Shihan to enter either, as everyone wanted to seize the opportunity inside the valley. Now, just a mere human dared to enter without them? They absolutely would not agree, even if it meant bloodshed. Want to go in? Fine. But you must take them along. Otherwise, don't even think about entering. No one is allowed to enter. A mere human, no matter how strong you are, can you possibly defeat so many powerful pure-blooded divine beasts? To put it bluntly, if you anger them, even if you are incredibly strong, you will still be cut down here, unless you obediently take all the creatures inside. Otherwise, a bloody battle is inevitable. Chapter 158. The Hidden Divine Beast. Himph! Himph! Su Shihan let out two cold snorts, gripping the Taichu sword tightly in her hand, and with countless eyes watching, she took a step forward. The aura of killing intent around her exploded instantly. Su Shihan was furious. She had not faced a situation like this in a long time. A group of insignificant beings daring to threaten her like this. If she, the ruthless Empress, did not cause a river of blood today, how could she claim to be invincible in the world? Kill? Anyone who dares to block her will be killed. She, the ruthless Empress, does not care if she becomes an enemy of the world. Su Shihan did not pause, striding forward step by step toward the valley's killing array, with the Taotai and the Golden Howl behind her, both lifting their heads proudly and following closely. You insolent! The seven-tailed spirit snake was completely enraged, as this human before her showed no regard for her at all. Her seven-tailed spirit snake clan was a true ancient divine race, one that had produced saints and was renowned even in the immortal realm. Now, this lowly human woman dared to provoke her like this, which was undoubtedly seeking death. Kill! The seven-tailed spirit snake roared in anger, summoning a golden snake sword and slashing at Su Shihan with a single strike. Human, Let's see how you can withstand the golden snake sword in the hands of the seven-tailed spirit snake without collaborating with me, the brutal dragon. After saying this, the brutal dragon's face immediately showed an expression of utmost glee. He believed Su Shirtan was doomed, because the strength of the seven-tailed spirit snake was no less than his, and she had even brought out the imperial weapon of the seven-tailed spirit snake clan, the golden snake sword. That was a demonic sword. Once unsheathed, it must drink blood, or else the golden snake sword would not return to its sheath. Now that the seven-tailed spirit snake had drawn the golden snake sword, Su Shirtan would either be killed by the sword or severely injured, or else the golden snake sword would not return to its sheath. Human, in the face of the imperial weapon, the golden snake sword, I don't believe you can survive. The brutal dragon grew more and more excited, and the surrounding creatures also eagerly watched Su Shirtan, almost all waiting for the seven-tailed spirit snake's golden snake sword to cut her down. But, the next second, Su Shirtan drew her sword. In front of countless shocked eyes, she directly unsheathed the Taichu sword in her hand and counterattacked the seven-tailed spirit snake, who was slashing at her. Taichu sword, fragmentation slash. The surrounding creatures only heard Su Shirtan's shout, then saw a blinding flash of light, and the next moment, they were all gaping in shock as the seven-tailed spirit snake, drenched in blood, fell to her knees, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Su Shirtan before dying. Wow! After a while, the surrounding creatures finally reacted, all taking a deep breath and instinctively taking several steps back. What's going on? How did she become so strong? And what's with the imperial weapon in her hand? Why can it kill so explosively? That move is too ruthless. The brutal dragon's eyes widened as he stared at Su Shirtan, completely petrified. He simply couldn't understand. A human who was evenly matched with him just a moment ago. How could she now unleash such a move? That was shattering an imperial weapon to kill. Such a technique could only be performed by a great emperor, yet she, a mere human at the inscription realm, how did she manage it? Seeing this scene, not just the brutal dragon, even the fox and the others were caught off guard, choking on their own expectations, as they had all been waiting for the seven-tailed spirit snake to kill Su Shirtan. But now, the seven-tailed spirit snake had been killed instead, and the so-called golden snake sword, which must drink blood once unsheathed, had fled, disappearing almost the moment Su Shirtan killed the seven-tailed spirit snake. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding creatures were left in nothing but shock, yet they did not step aside to let Su Shirtan pass. Instead, they stepped forward, continued to block Su Shirtan's path, because although she had shown immense power, there were still many hidden strong beings among these divine beasts. They would not let Su Shirtan pass so easily, as no creature did not desire the treasures of the Phoenix clan, even if it meant flying into the flames. Human, I admit you are strong, but I, the flying serpent, am not afraid of you. Pass my test first if you want to enter. From the crowd of creatures, the flying serpent revealed its true form, gripping a spear filled with overwhelming killing intent, its gaze coldly fixed on Su Shirtan. Flying serpent, that spear in your hand is not bad. If you are killed, I'll take that spear. Seeing the spear in the flying